Old Lady Qiao also started talking, showing her disapproval of Li Baoqin. Later, everyone understood that her so-called reluctance to part with her mother wasn't true. Li Baoqin said her mother had a pair of silver earrings and a bracelet, and she promised to give them to her before she died. Li Baosheng and Wang Manju said that wasn't true. They said those earrings and bracelet were bought years earlier for grain, and when the children were sick, they secretly sold them. Oh, those years, grain was so expensive it was frightening. Just a bite could feel like heaven. So, everyone believed it. But Li Baoqin was stubborn, insisting her mother said she had those earrings and bracelet before she died, and she also brought up her marriage. She claimed Li Baosheng's family relied on selling her to survive, and the whole family owed her. She cried and made a fuss, saying she had no dowry and was looked down upon by her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law, living a hard life, crying and rolling on the ground. Old Lady Li was anxious about the burial, and there was always someone present. They couldn't let her mother be buried just because of this. Li Baosheng even knelt before his sister. That wouldn't do. Everyone tried to persuade her, but Li Baoqin acted like she had been kicked in the head by a donkey, refusing to agree no matter what. She even lay down in front of her mother's coffin, shamelessly acting like she didn't care. Unable to do anything, Wang Manju and her husband borrowed from the brigade. Our brigade is very poor, so there's no way they had such precious items. The Han family did have some, but could they lend them? Only the old secretary's wife had a silver ring, and she gave it to her. But Li Baoqin still didn't believe. She insisted that Li Baosheng and his wife, along with the old secretary's family, were scheming, and that the silver ring also belonged to the Li family. She even wanted the silver earrings and bracelet, but Li Baosheng gave her a harsh slap. Li Baoqin then made a face at her brother, threw her stuff and left for the second bay, without even saying goodbye to her mother, and declared she would forget her maternal family from now on. She never returned to Qingshan Liangzi after that. Coming back suddenly was quite surprising. During those 2 years, the old secretary's young wife caused a lot of trouble, shoving, hitting, and sarcastic remarks, giving Wang Manju and her husband a hard time. The couple couldn't stand their ground at first, but gradually they recovered, and only then did they return the silver ring. Returning the silver ring was easy. Repairing relationships was harder. Now, Li Baosheng and his wife still bring gifts to the old village chief every New Year. Qiao Yuan was filled with frustration, feeling overwhelmed, and her hands stopped moving. The general meowed softly, pawing at Qiao Yuan's hand, signaling her to hurry and feed him fish. She snapped out of her thoughts, quickly placing 2 pieces of fish and some fish soup into the bowl for the general. The general ate eagerly, gobbling like a pig. Oh, there's more. Zhou Chunhua hurriedly swallowed the meat in her mouth. Wang Manju said her sister-in-law brought back 2 ounces of wild boar meat. Wang Manju was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. When she saw me, her face looked like she saw a ghost. At first, I didn't believe it, thought she was just joking around. Later, I asked Li Baosheng, and it turned out to be true. I initially thought her family's kids might be getting married, or someone from her uncle's family was refusing to come, making it hard for the girl to know what's going on, or maybe they needed money and were borrowing. But Wang Manju said none of that. Li Baoping's oldest is only 15. She said there's nothing serious, just that she hadn't gone home in years and missed her family, so she came back to chat. She talked about all sorts of things, asked about the breeding farm, the mushroom house, and who was working there. It wasn't a big deal. Everyone in the team knew about it. But now, when I think about Shin Tuzu and combine it with Li Baoping's quick temper, it's clear Shin Tuzu was behind it, sending Li Baoping back to gather information. Honestly, it might really be true. She muttered. It's possible. Zhou Fuyo cursed, angry. Luckily, I was cautious and didn't let outsiders get involved in mushroom planting from the start. As for the breeding farm, it wasn't really a secret. Any team with a mind could learn from the commune's breeding farm. Oh, right, the commune didn't raise rabbits, only pigs and chickens. But if you think about it, it's all possible if someone dares to do it. Others work hard to find a way, just waiting to pick up the easy gains, not wanting to take risks. That's what makes it so tempting. Not only Li Baoping's return inquiry, Even if her own daughter came back, it wouldn't help. If she dared to speak out, he'd break her legs. Old Joe finished the last bite of his food, then leaned back, resting on the Kong, taking out his pipe and puffing steadily. Shin Tuzu was a real scoundrel. He warned to stay alert and talk to others, keep his mouth shut tight. Joe Frio nodded, took a big gulp of wine, and quickly ate a few more bites. Xiao Yuan frowned, feeling that this matter wasn't over yet. Shin Tuzi even went to the commune leaders to flatter them, showing he's a rabbit that doesn't dare to be aggressive. Still, I need to remind the old man to be more careful in the future. As for the leaders, it's important to report your thoughts and work often. If you want to improve, this is the usual way. The Chow family had a lively meal, and it didn't affect them at all. After eating, the 6 brothers of the Chow family took the initiative to clean up the dishes without being told. Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianban leaned on the bed, petting the dog and chatting about school and youth work points. Before leaving, Grandma Qiao packed 3 jin of dried seaweed, a big piece of fatty fish, and 2 large beef bones into a bag for Zhou Chunhua. All bought by Little Wan for your family. Take it back quietly, don't tell outsiders. Zhou Chunhua grinned widely, eyes narrowing happily. I know, Mother. I'm not stupid. You're not stupid, but you're not clever either. Grandma Qiao mainly worried that her daughter-in-law might send something to that useless son, Qiao Jiannan. Zhou Chunhua. Grandma, why are you insulting people? Qiao Chengfu rubbed his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. Little Wan isn't easy either. She can keep some for herself. We've pickled a lot of sour vegetables this year. Jiandong and Jianxi are still eating at Little Wan's, and Xiao Pan is on holiday too. He'll probably stay at Little Wan's. It's better to bring more food for Little Wan. The more he said, the redder his face got. All right, stop talking about these things. Just take it. If you don't take it, it'll just be sent to your home anyway, and that's more trouble. Grandma Qiao waved her hand, looking worried. Hurry up and go. Be careful on the road. Do you want a flashlight? No need. The moon is bright. Zhou Chunhua shook her head and called out to the house. Xiao Pan, put on your shoes and get ready to go home. We haven't finished talking, but it's late. Don't disturb your grandparents' sleep. I'm not coming home tonight. I'll sleep at Little Wan's. Qiao Jianban held onto Qiao Yuan's arm tightly. All right. Qiao Yuan agreed happily, so she wouldn't be woken up early by the general. The general is very clean and doesn't like to go to the toilet inside the house. But in winter, the bed is warm and it's often cloudy, so Qiao Yuan sleeps only 8 hours a day, considered little, and she's lazy in bed every day. The general is anxious and expects her to wake up early to open the door for him, which feels like a heavy burden. P.S. Sleeping in on a snowy day is so relaxing, especially when the sky outside is gloomy and the house is very warm. Sleeping feels so good. If there's snow, it's even brighter outside. Little One doesn't have that many thick quilts. Zhou Chunhua entered the room, took the thick cotton-padded jacket from the bed's edge, and put it on her daughter while comforting her. You promised Brother Jian to bring the book tomorrow. Where did you put it? We can't find it. My daughter and son occasionally come over for lunch, and that's enough to make Xiaowan annoyed. If they keep staying there, they'll want to eat breakfast too. Their stomachs are bottomless, but I can't keep giving in. Zhou Chunhua plans to soothe the person first, and then explain things properly when they get home. All right, I'll bring the quilt from home, Qiao Jianpen thought. Anyway, the winter break is long, and there's plenty of time to share a bed with Xiaowan. Xiao Yuan didn't persuade much, and left with the Qiao Chengfu family. When they got home, they saw Zhou Yang just outside the yard, wrapped in a big cotton-padded coat, shrinking his neck as he used to jar. Zhou Yang, noticing her, greeted her first. Just got back? Yes, I ate at my grandma's house. Are you about to sleep? The jar was already being carried inside. Yes, it gets dark early and we eat early too. Nothing much to do, so I played chess with Feng Hua. It's boring, so I want to lie down. Zhou Yang, wearing big cotton shoes, had his heels exposed and was shivering. You two could learn from me and buy a radio. Qiao Yuan knew they weren't short of money. We don't have tickets, Zhou Yang sighed. He and Manhwa discussed it seriously. It's too cold. I'll go inside first, he said. Okay. Qiao Yuan nodded, thinking about taking advantage of the situation. She first pulled the curtains inside, watched 2 episodes of The People's Name in the Space, learned some official ways, and prepared to improve herself. Then she soaked in the hot spring for 20 minutes, drank a cup of warm milk, and finished washing up before going to bed. The next morning, Qiao Yuan cooked a bowl of shredded meat noodles. Just after eating, Grandma Qiao and Brother Jianban came in one after the other, lifting the cotton curtain. Grandma Qiao saw that Qiao Yuan had scooped 2 large spoonfuls of pickled vegetables and asked, "What are you planning to do with the pickled vegetables?" "There's no more wonton filling. I plan to make some, freeze them, and cook a bowl when I don't want to move much. Easy." Qiao Yuan invited them to the heated bed and washed the pickled vegetables. "Grandma, you brought something for Xiao Pan? It's in the bed quilt box. Eat it later. Are your noodles ready? If not, I'll help you knead the dough first so we can work faster," she said. Seeing Qiao Yuan shake her head, Brother Jianban took off his thick cotton coat, quickly washed his hands, and helped. "All right, you 2 go ahead. I'll rest and snack on some sunflower seeds," Grandma Qiao said, taking off her shoes and sitting on the bed, bringing the basket of seeds nearby. Qiao Yuan moved the vegetable chopping block onto the bed, preparing to chop the filling while chatting with her grandma. "Grandma, when you came, did Brother Manhwa and the others come to read?" Qiao Yuan swung 2 big kitchen knives, chopping the filling quickly. Grandma Qiao quickly spit out sunflower seed shells. "Look, before 7 o'clock, Jianbei and his brothers arrived. The 3 of them are lying on the Kong, sitting with their backs to the wall, watching. When I peeked through the door secretly, each of them was scratching their heads, looking completely helpless. Especially Brother Jianbei, who was actually looking at 3rd grade math. Luckily, he flips through the book quickly and should understand it. Jianbei is good at everything, except he doesn't like reading." Grandma Qiao chuckled at the sight of her tall and strong grandson, who was so anxious he was scratching his ears and head. Wanting to save her grandson's pride, she changed the subject. "Your second aunt is also in the back room, helping your big aunt stuff cotton into her cotton-padded pants. You bought a lot, and we can't use it all. Since Jianbei's pants are a bit thin, your big aunt is giving her 10 jean of cotton." Jianpan rolled his eyes. "My second brother is just too easygoing. The cotton in his knees and back has worn thin. He doesn't realize it himself. It was actually my 3rd brother who noticed while drying clothes at the head of the Kong. Not long ago, there was no cotton, so my mom took 3 rabbit skins from the milk house to sew onto his pants, which kept him warm. This year we have rabbit skins again, but last year we didn't, so I wonder if he got cold then." Jianban felt a bit sorry for his second brother and hated Jinan even more for always eating and taking more than his share. He also had some small complaints about his mother. When she returned home for the holidays, she found out the family had split up. After hearing the reason, he immediately went to scold Jianan. He couldn't beat him, but he could at least scold him a little. Jianan was shameless, but insisted on saving face, so he refused to curse his sister openly. A troublemaker at home, Jianpan punched a couple of mud balls to vent his anger. Qiao Yuan and Jianpan worked quickly. In no time, they wrapped 2 covers of wontons, leaving one to cook for lunch and freezing the other. Seeing that it was still early, Qiao Yuan washed 2 large radishes, took a piece of beef from the shelf, and prepared to make some radish and beef dumplings to freeze. Jianpan immediately raised his hand. "I want to eat both dumplings and wontons. Today for lunch, we'll have wontons, and for dinner, dumplings," Qiao Yuan promised happily. Just after finishing, they heard a commotion outside. Qiao Yuan casually wiped her hands on her apron and opened the door to call the cat. "General, go outside and see what's going on." "Come on, you really think there's trouble?" "A cat can't tell anything," Jianpan said hurriedly, washing his hands, putting on a thick cotton-padded coat, and grabbing a rabbit fur hat before rushing out. The cat, General, drooped his eyelids with a tired look, showing a face full of boredom, and his stomach was growling. "Oh, he probably doesn't understand and is upset," Grandma Qiao teased, her eyes twinkling with laughter. She gently touched the cat's head, very fond of it. Soon after, Qiao Jianpan ran into the room, shouting loudly, "Big news, little one, Grandma, big news." Grandma Qiao was originally resting on her pillow, eating sunflower seeds, but she was startled by her loud voice. She gripped the broom tightly, realizing it wasn't her mischievous son. She rolled her eyes and said, "You scared me half to death, girl. You're so young and loud, not at all serious. What's the big deal? Keep it quiet. I can barely hear you with that noisy voice, like a loudspeaker blasting in my ears." Grandma Qiao plugged her ears with her fingers, then quickly pulled them out, feeling less ringing. Qiao Yuan grinned widely, her teeth showing. Her grandma sometimes said funny things. Qiao Jianpan didn't mind being teased. He had a loud voice, but others didn't have it yet. 3 people came from the city. They said a classmate introduced them, and they came here to buy rabbits. Grandpa told me to call little one to the back room quickly. Oh, and Grandpa asked to bring some sunflower seeds and peanuts. The leftovers at home aren't enough for a plate. All eaten by Jianya, Grandma Qiao muttered angrily. Qiao Yuan stood up, sweeping the flour on the table into a bowl with a dry brush, then told Qiao Jianpan, "Help me fill the jar with flour from behind the table. I want to go see first." Qiao Yuan was pretty sure that Wei Dingbang was probably the visitor. Qiao Yuan took off her apron, hurriedly washed her hands, put on a thick cotton coat, and went to the back room. Grandma Qiao followed with a small bag of peanuts and sunflower seeds. As soon as she entered the east room, she saw 3 big men sitting on the Kong, looking like large chicken droppings. One was clearly Wei Dingbang. The other 2, one looked just grown, thin and gaunt, with innocent, clear eyes. The other, oh my goodness, her heavens, was an extremely handsome man. His features were sharp, his expression serious but elegant, deep eyes like a dark pond, a high nose, well-shaped eyebrows, thin lips. Very attractive, a walking hormone. Qiao Yuan calmly looked away. No matter how handsome he was, it didn't matter. She was still young, not at the age to worry about hormonal balance. Right now, she just wanted to eat, drink, and maybe show off her wealth a bit. "Is this Qiao Ziking?" I was introduced by Comrade Zhang Jiyuan. "Hello, my surname is Wei Dingbang. Just call me Uncle Wei." She was pretending to be casual, not wanting to reveal her identity. Qiao Yuan firmly shook Wei Dingbang's large hand and said, "You're from the procurement department at the Sansawa factory, Uncle Dingbang, right?" "I heard Zhang Jiyuan say, since Zhang Jiyuan introduced you, we are all on the same team. We'll give you a better deal." Wei Dingbang's mouth twitched. He insisted on calling Wei Uncle instead of Wei Shua, and even added Uncle Dingbang. So, what if it's a few extra words? It's all good. They even gave him a position. Fine, he came here under that name, quite clever. He forcefully pulled his slightly numb hand from the grip, wearing a just right smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's almost New Year in a couple of months. We're here to buy some supplies. Qiao Yuan waved her hand dramatically. No problem, no problem. I'll take you to see now. You've come back with some gains, so enjoy it secretly. Our team not only has chubby rabbits, but also fresh mushrooms. Qiao Chongfu's hand trembling as he held his tea, muttered, "What kind of nonsense is this? Talking about secretly enjoying, how can that be reliable?" Glancing sideways, he saw the 3 leaders holding back their laughter. Can they really make money like this? His felt like it was nailed to the chair, and he couldn't sit still. About the tea and sunflower seeds, she's just a kid who doesn't talk much. I'll take you to see. No need. Wei Dingbang's smile faded quickly. He hurriedly said, "Captain Qiao, you're busy. We'll just follow Qiao Jiqing to look around." Qiao Fuyo. He's not busy at all. The 4 headed straight to the breeding farm. They needed to act convincingly. Wei Dingbang kept a faint smile on his face but looked around cautiously. No one here. Tell me carefully what's going on. Take your time and be detailed. Our rabbits are getting fat. Qiao Yuan shouted loudly, then lowered her voice, looking mysterious. Uncle, I tell you, I've found a spy. 9 out of 10 are from the Little Daily Life place. Wei Dingbang and the others' eyes suddenly turned cold. The 2 young men moved slowly, always alert to their surroundings. How did you find out? Did they discover you? Wei Dingbang quickly asked. No, they didn't notice. They still think they're hiding well, ears ringing, thinking they're sneaky. Qiao Yuan explained her analysis first. Uncle, I'm sure I'm right. Besides, the folks from Little Daily Life, with their brains full of bubbles, talk about chrysanthemums being noble and long-lived. We only pick chrysanthemums when we visit graves. I think there's definitely something fishy here. It's him. Seeing Wei Dingbang deep in thought, Qiao Yuan carefully recalled how she dug wild chrysanthemums on the mountain, how Wu Weimin kept leaning on his stick to watch, and how she learned everything from Wang Yonghong, from the way she spoke to her tone. Almost identical. To prevent Wei Dingbang from asking how she knew the significance of chrysanthemums from Little Daily Life, she preemptively prepared a cover story. For example, when and where she had read certain books about different countries' customs and traditions. She even asked Wei Dingbang to keep her secret, so she didn't read those books casually. At first, Wei Dingbang thought she was mistaken. Many people like flowers. But after hearing Qiao Yuan talk about chrysanthemums being noble and symbols of longevity, he felt a chill. He immediately became serious. We can't wrongly accuse a good person, and we must not let a bad person go. I think there's a high chance he's a spy, but we can't rush this. Why would Wu Weimin come here, to the countryside? What's so attractive about Qing Shan Liangzi? These need careful investigation. We must be careful not to alert the enemy. I will go back and immediately investigate Wu Weimin's connections. These traitors are like rats, hidden in the shadows, infiltrating everywhere. Even the educated youth have been compromised. We must catch this line tightly, dig out the roots, and wipe them all out. Xiao Yuanwan clenched her fists, feeling her whole body ignite. The idea that a spy was nearby was really exciting. Her master had taught her that even theft had its rules, and often told her that even when stealing, there should be a bottom line. For example, if she found white flour, she must report it. If she found 50,000, she shouldn't hesitate. Traitors must be punished, and defending national security is everyone's duty. Uncle, I have a small guess, but I have no proof, Qiao Yuanwan said, pinching her thumb and forefinger slightly. It's okay. You can guess boldly. Wei Dingbang looked at her as if she were a lucky doll, able to spot enemies around her with just a few words. He's a good candidate for the police. There's a legend here that before Xiao Rizi left, he hid a lot of treasures in the nearby mountains. I now suspect it's true. Wei Dingbang couldn't help but gasp. That means Wu Weimin might be here looking for those treasures. Did he do anything unusual? Like acting alone or eavesdropping? Xiao Yuanwan thought for a moment, but found nothing suspicious about Wu Weimin. Could it be that he hasn't done anything unusual? Maybe they already knew where the treasures were. But since there are many items and the timing isn't right, they can't move them now, so they sent someone to watch over them? That's also possible. Wei Dingbang called over two young men. Big niece, if you find anything in the future, contact me immediately. If I'm not here, find these two. I'll introduce you to them. Lu Jinan.
Huh.
Wei Dingbang and young soldier Li Baoguo looked at Lu Jinan in surprise at the same time. Lu Jinan didn't even look at them. With a serious tone, he nodded at Qiao Yuan and took the initiative to share his contact information. Xiao Wan, where are you guys? Xiao Fuyo was still worried, so he brought the accountant and hurried over. In the end, Wei Dingbang ordered 200 rabbits, as many mushrooms as needed, and arranged for the factory to deliver everything to the commune before the new year. Rabbits were a little cheaper than retail, costing a dime less, and considering the rising meat prices during the new year, he set the price at 1.25 yuan per jean and mushrooms at 15 cents per jean. Wei Dingbang pretended to bargain, sighing, summer vegetables are only 3 or 4 cents a jean. Cabbage in autumn is just 3 cents, but now the supply and marketing cooperative sells them for 5 cents. Your mushrooms are too expensive. You could buy a little pork instead. Lu Jinan responded, things are more valuable when rare. In winter, fresh vegetables are scarce, and garlic sprouts cost about the same as pork in the city. Are you trying to take advantage of the common people? Wei Dingbang and Li Baoguo looked at each other, surprised. The young man was quite bold. After selling the mushrooms cheaply, he planned to raise the price later, selling at 20 cents a jean. P.S. One winter, cucumbers cost over 10 yuan per jean. At noon, Qiao Yuan invited Wei Dingbang to stay for a meal, but he refused, saying he needed to return to the city quickly to investigate, and left after leaving a deposit. After he left, Qiao Yuan started making wontons. She heated oil, added chopped green onions, shrimp, and seaweed, while Qiao Jianpan was responsible for adding firewood. She cheerfully said, "I might as well stop going to school. I think I'd rather study at home with Brother Jianhua and the others. Anyway, I probably won't pass high school. Now, jobs are scarce. Each position is like a carrot, and even high school graduates can't find work, let alone those with only middle school education. What can you do if you don't go to school for 10 years? Farming? Getting dark and sunburned? Do you like that? Staying at home washing clothes, cooking, and taking care of kids? Second uncle and second aunt didn't send you to school just so you could be stuck cooking all day. Why are Brother Jianhua and the others picking up their books again? Didn't I tell you yesterday? You forget after a nap." When the water boiled, Qiao Yuan hurriedly scooped the wontons into the pot. She then sat on a small stool in front of the stove, frowning at the still cheerful Qiao Jianpan. Many young girls in the brigade envy you, their eyes almost red with jealousy. Even in the city, many girls would beg their grandparents to let them go to high school. Second uncle and second aunt love you so much, they'd sell everything to support your education. Don't cause trouble, or you'll suffer for no reason. I turned 16 this year. Zhou Jianpan wanted to say he's almost 20, not just about 10. But somehow, under Zhou Yuan's sharp gaze, he suddenly felt timid and couldn't say it out loud. He could only pout and speak his mind. Well, I also feel uneasy inside. Big brother is the eldest son and didn't spend as much money on school. Second, third, and fourth brothers. I'm the only girl, and I spend the most. If luck is on my side, I might pass the high school entrance exam. After graduation, I'll be about 18 or 19. In 2 years, I'll get married. I spend a lot of money for the family, but I don't get much in return. Seeing her hang her head like a drained battery. Zhou Yuan frowned her pretty eyebrows. What does it matter whether you're the eldest or not? Has Zhou Jinan's brain turned into mush? What does he have more than you? He can't even compare to you. His wife treats her own parents badly, and he dares not say a word. His heart is all twisted up. He's a typical bad luck charm, married and forgot his own mother. It's better to raise him like a placenta than to raise him properly. Now, second uncle and second aunt can still move and earn a living, but they dare to scold the elders and give them attitude. When they get old and can't work, can they rely on him? Zhou Jinpan's had nodded like a rattle. Can't rely on him. Can I rely on you then? Zhou Yuan asked again. Definitely. Zhou Jianpan immediately puffed out his little chest. So, Zhou Jinan doesn't deserve to be compared to you. He's unlucky. Remember, sons and daughters are the same. Those who are filial can take care of their parents when they grow old. Those who are unfilial, no matter how much meat you give them, it's not enough. If someone starts talking nonsense in front of you, saying that a daughter-in-law who's married out is like spilled water, just slap him. Seeing Zhou Jianpan's expression flicker and seem eager to act, Zhou Yuan understood. Who's spouting nonsense in your ear? You say, I'll go grab a shoe and slap him. Could it be Zhou Jianan and Han Kaifeng? Snicker. Zhou Jianpan couldn't help but laugh, his face brightening from cloudy to clear. Just then, the wontons in the pot were ready. Zhou Yuan sprinkled some cilantro and directed Zhou Jianpan to take a basin to serve. The limitations of this era and environment were clear, and Zhou Yuan understood them well. But she was really afraid that Zhou Jianpan would stubbornly believe everything he heard and not listen to reason. If someone says that again, tell him it's just marriage, not death. You can still be filial to your parents. If suddenly, a thunderclap strikes and the college entrance exam is reinstated, and others have been out of school for years, but you just graduated high school with a brain full of knowledge, and suddenly you pass the exam, you'll be amazed. Think about how beautiful you will be. By then, we can also go to the capital city to study, graduate, and earn a lot of money. When the time comes, your annual earnings might match what the village earns in 10 years. When your conditions improve, you can show your respect to your parents in any way you want. The money you spend will come back to you 100 or 1,000 times over as gratitude. The man also won't dare to pressure you because we don't rely on him for support. Women should always have their own confidence. What is confidence? Xiao Jianpan was already dizzy from the big dreams painted by Qiao Yuan. His mind was all muddled, and he asked foolishly, money? Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes, almost spinning her eyes 360 degrees. Money is a person's courage. Haven't you heard that saying? I've spat out so much saliva. What did you hear? You say you're usually clever and sharp, so why suddenly can't turn around? Finding a good job is all for the money. You're right. As long as I don't give up learning, I'll learn to the death. I want to take the high school entrance exam and earn big money. Xiao Jianpan suddenly became full of energy again, waving his fists to cheer himself on. Qiao Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Good. Her words weren't wasted. But the next second, Qiao Jianpan lost his energy again. Studying is too hard. His brain isn't enough. Qiao Yuan calmly said, then eat more at noon to boost your energy. With better nutrition, your intelligence will take the lead. Qiao Yuan also took a basin and brought it to the back room. Brother Qiao Jianhua and the other 6 were still struggling to learn. When she returned, Qiao Jianpan had already set the table and prepared 2 bowls of wonton, letting them cool. As soon as she entered, Qiao Jianpan couldn't wait to try one. It was so hot it burned his tongue, but he didn't want to spit it out. He mumbled, meat and vegetables together make it tasty. Qiao Jianpan ate happily. After finishing a bowl of wonton, he finally lifted his face from the bowl and sneakily leaned closer to Qiao Yuan, nudging her with his elbow. Tell your sister, what kind of partner do you want to find? Sharing secrets with her sister always brought out honest words that they wouldn't tell their parents. Qiao Yuan took a sip of soup, salty but just right, fresh and fragrant, and scooped another wonton onto her spoon. Anyway, I don't want plain porridge. Qiao Jianpan chewed his cheeks, confused. What do you mean? Isn't plain porridge good? Our family drinks cornstalk porridge, but many families can't even fill their stomachs with it. Next to them, General Wang was wolfing down his wonton, swallowing quickly and meowing non-stop. I know. I don't want fancy delicacies, luxury villas, or fancy cars. I just want to marry a poor boy, drink plain porridge, and eat hard food without hardship. Qiao Yuan chuckled softly, showing her cleverness as she added 2 wontons to the dish. I just don't want to learn from Wang Baochuan digging wild vegetables. Wang Baochuan? Digging wild vegetables? After carefully pondering, Qiao Jianpan understood the meaning. I know that story. It's very touching, a lifetime of hardship, but it's good to have a match made in heaven. Qiao Yuan was non-committal. She had a clear plan for her future, start a company to make money. But having money alone isn't enough. Without power, it's like a house of cards, easily blown down by the wind. Such a person isn't fit for negotiations and might just be used as a tool.
Disobedient?
Fire safety inspections, tax audits. Just wait. It's easy to destroy a business completely. She wanted to find someone powerful, preferably someone who was a bit of a romantic. She wasn't just aiming high, she was already high up herself. Besides, who wouldn't want to climb a tall tree? But there was one condition. He must be a very handsome man. Wang Yonghong and Wu Weimin got together last night. Wang Yonghong was so excited early in the morning. She even bought some candies to share with us, saying she might come by later to give you some too. That day, just after dinner, Feng Xianglan, Zhao Dongxue, and Qi Jimei brought a small bag of hazelnuts to gossip. I heard Wang Yonghong paid for the candies, Feng Xianglan said with a pout, clearly unimpressed. I also heard Wang Yonghong was the one who confessed first, and Wu Weimin agreed. No one knows when they'll get married or move out. The youth commune is too crowded. I don't have money, but if I did, I'd build my own small house and move out, Zhao Dongxue said, eyeing Qiao Yuan's small house with envy. It's so nice, living alone in such a big bed, rolling to the head when cold, to the foot when hot, lying however she wants. It's tidy, no dust at all. The house looks like a real home, filled with things. On the bed, there's a tall yellow quilted bed, with two large flowered wooden chests beside it. The chests are covered with colorful cloth, hiding cabbages, potatoes, and radishes inside, convenient for meals, as was common in the commune. On top of the chests, there's a brand new radio, two thermos bottles, and a large carved wooden box filled with hairpins and hair accessories. Next to the box, there's a mirror, snow cream, a comb, a teapot, and a flashlight. The house is small but well-equipped and cozy. Unlike their youth commune, which was messy, broken, and full of poverty, with everyone cold and wearing cotton-padded jackets indoors, which Qiao Yuan's house couldn't even fit, making her sweat after a while. Qiao Yuan's eyes are bright and clear, and Wang Yonghong has jumped into a fire pit. I pray that before Wu Weimin was caught, the two weren't married. That was Qiao Yuan's last act of kindness. Wang Yonghong is really strange. Among so many young men, except for Lin Xinqing, none are less impressive than Wu Weimin. I wonder if I should praise her poor judgment or her bad luck. Maybe Wang Ba, a nickname, just liked what he saw. Next year, new young workers will come again. If you're interested, start building quickly in spring when the land is just thawed. The brigade's land is limited. If you don't have enough money, you can share a house with someone. Anyway, you can't take it back to the city. Like my house, 3 people live comfortably. Qiao Yuan smiled kindly. She was well-meaning. Fewer people mean fewer troubles. Zhou Yang and Feng Hua's side can barely fit another room. Feng Xianglan, Zhao Dongxue, and Qi Jimei looked at each other, each seeing a spark of interest in the other's eyes. Qiao, young worker, are you at home? Just as they were talking, Wang Yonghong outside called at the door. Guessing he was bringing good news and some candy, Qiao Yuan quickly put on her shoes and responded, "Yes, come in." When she pushed open the door, Wang Yonghong saw Feng Xianglan, Zhao Dongxue, and Qi Jimei sitting on the kong, eating sunflower seeds and hazelnuts. Her face instantly stiffened. She didn't expect these 3 to be so close with Qiao Yuan behind her back. She hadn't noticed before. Could they be wary of her? Wang, young worker, come in and sit on the kong. It's warm up there. Seeing him standing at the door, not moving, Qiao Yuan hurriedly welcomed him inside. Wang, young worker, you can eat sunflower seeds. She pushed a basket of seeds toward him. Wang Yonghong waved his hand, indicating he didn't like eating seeds. He didn't take off his shoes or sit on the kong, just sat on the edge and started talking. Qiao Yuan didn't mind. She added some firewood into the kong and sat back at the head. Wang Yonghong had never been inside Qiao Yuan's house before. He silently looked around, feeling overwhelmed with admiration for the many nice things. Qiao, young worker, I just noticed, you have curtains in your house? Qiao Yuan pinched some sunflower seeds and cracked them. Yes, we've always had them. Don't your front yard also have some? She felt puzzled. So many young men live in one yard, and not having curtains is dangerous. She asked some silly questions. Well, what we call curtains are just old cloth, straw mats, fertilizer bags sewn together, just enough to use. We don't dare take them down to wash, afraid they'll tear apart. Your curtain looks like a whole piece of new cloth sewn with a sewing machine, right? The fabric looks dense, like rough cloth, but it looks nice. Qiao Yuan replied, yes, rough cloth is cheap. Wang Yonghong stood up, touched the curtain, then sat back on the kong edge. Next time, Wu Weimin and I will buy this kind of fabric to make curtains. Without saying much, she shifted to the main topic, causing Qiao Yuan to twitch her mouth. Should she pretend to be surprised? Given Wang Yonghong's personality, if she acted like she already knew, she would probably guess that Feng Xianglan and the others told her. She would definitely be unhappy, thinking they were gossiping behind her back. But if she pretended not to know, it would seem fake, because Feng Xianglan is a big mouth and can't keep secrets. These thoughts only took her 2 seconds. Qiao Yuan immediately looked happy and said, "Oh, congratulations." I wasn't surprised at all. As soon as I arrived at the youth camp, I could tell you and Wu Jiqing are a perfect match. How did you see that? Wang Yonghong asked, smiling more and more. Feng Xianglan secretly chuckled inside. gently kicking Xiao Yuan under the blanket. Zhao Dongxue and Qi Jimei quickly looked down, biting their cheeks to hide their smiles. Xiao Yuan chewed her lips, feeling dry and parched, and drank half a cup of tea in one gulp. While drinking, her mind raced quickly. When she looked up again, she was sincere and said, "The atmosphere between you two is different. When you stand together, there are pink bubbles around you." Just looking at Wu Jiqing, her eyes are so soft, like she wants to shoot silk from her eyes and tie Wu Jiqing up. Wu Jiqing is the same with everyone, calm, gentle, polite. But only towards Wang Jiqing. She smiles very genuinely, is willing to open her heart, and cares about your feelings. She couldn't keep going. These two are like industrial sugar, made by a shady factory, only a little sweet. Wang Yonghong's cheeks turned bright red, like Highland roses. She shyly looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "I just realized today, Xiao Jiqing, you're so shy. You're making me feel embarrassed. But you're right, Weimin is good to me." Her voice was soft enough to drip water. Feng Xianglan, Zhao Dongxue, and Qi Jimei shivered all over, their scalps tingling like they had been electrocuted, goosebumps everywhere. Their gazes were sharp and seductive, like demons descending from the mountain. How come she never noticed Wang Yonghong was so flirtatious before? The others shivered so much that Xiao Yuan quietly pinched herself to stay calm. Feng Xianglan trembled again, thinking she shouldn't get pinched for nothing. She dared not pinch Xiao Yuan, so she reached out and pinched Zhao Dongxue, who was quickly spitting sunflower seeds. Zhao Dongxue wanted to get angry, but saw Feng Xianglan winking at her. Her words caught in her throat, and she rolled her eyes, moving aside to avoid Feng Xianglan. She liked to pinch people on the thighs, so mean. Qi Jimei watched Zhao Dongxue secretly make and quickly shifted her hips away. Zhao Dongxue's hand froze, and Wang Yonghong asked curiously, "Jiamei, what's wrong?" "Nothing much, nothing much. Just feeling hot on the bed." Qi Jimei quickly shook her head. Wang Yonghong nodded, not thinking much, then looked at Xiao Yuan. It wouldn't do for Yuan's praise to fall flat, so Wang Yonghong generously shared her own heartfelt words that Wu Weimin had once told her, repeating the story for all four of them. To highlight the love between the two, she described everything in detail, including Wu Weimin's special fondness for chrysanthemums. In some homes, the bed and stove are only half separated, with blankets on top, a box underneath, and vegetables like cabbage and potatoes stored below. The kitchen stove connects to the bed, and the room can also have a small stove. Note: combine the three pictures to get an idea of Yuan's room. Xiao Yuan quietly led her to talk more, asking, "Where is Wu Jiqing from? Sounds like he doesn't have a strong accent." "He's from Spring City, and we're from the same hometown." Perhaps pleased by Yuan's praise, Wang Yonghong rarely opened up to them. "Our families live quite close, just 3 bus stops apart. Spring City has many factories, mostly in that area. The family courtyards are nearby too. It's a pity we didn't go to the same middle or high school, or we'd have known each other earlier. Such fate for you two." Feng Xianglan suddenly felt they suited each other well. "Try some. I just fried these in the morning, so fragrant." Yuan grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Wang Yonghong. "Living close is good. If we ever go back to the city, it won't be any different from before." Wang Yonghong's blush deepened again. Yuan continued to subtly probe. "Girls marrying are like a second rebirth. As the saying goes, by pigs by the pen." It's rough but true. Since your families are so close, maybe your aunt can check around Wu Jiqing's place. See how his family is, whether his parents and siblings are easy to get along with. "That's not necessary," Wang Yonghong frowned, feeling it's not good to secretly investigate just after starting to date. "I like Wu Weimin, not his family. We'll be living together in the future," she said. "That's foolish," Yuan pouted, with a look that said, "You should be more careful." "That's really foolish." Feng Xianglan suddenly clapped her thigh excitedly, more excited than anyone else. "You're wrong. Completely wrong. How could it just be about you two? Marriage isn't just about 2 people living together. It involves 2 families. You'll have to get along with your in-laws someday." If you encounter biased in-laws or selfish siblings who are difficult to get along with, even a good man can cause trouble. For example, if your in-laws take the money or gifts you give to show respect to others, would that make you angry? If there's a family member who gambles, drinks heavily, or gets into fights, would that bother you? Zhao Dongxue tugged Feng Xianglan's sleeve, making noise, not noticing that Wang Yonghong's face had darkened. She clearly lacked social awareness. Qi Jimai quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Yonghong, don't take it the wrong way. It's not like Wu Jiqing's family is like that. Wu Jiqing is a good person, and their family probably isn't bad either. It's just good to understand more about each other. It's never a bad thing. Feng Xianglan nodded eagerly, yes, yes. Zhao Dongxue agreed. That's right. Qiao Yuan also chimed in. Wang Yonghong's expression softened a lot. She picked up a sunflower seed and put it in her mouth, saying, I don't take things the wrong way. I'm not that petty. I just thought of something else. I don't mind saying it, you might laugh at me, but my grandparents favored taking money from my family to support my uncle's family. My mother suffered a lot because of this. She first made an excuse to save face, then continued with a previous topic. You're doing this for my good, I understand. Wei Min told me about his family. His father works at a fertilizer plant as a workshop director. His mother works in the street office. He has an older brother 2 years older, who is married and works as a nurse in a hospital. He also has a younger brother and a sister, twins who just graduated this year. His brother got a job at a machinery factory and his sister at an alcohol factory. Wei Min said his sister is pretty and has been introduced to suitors. A few days ago, she wrote that the man works at the police station, but whether it will work out is still unknown. Wei Min said his family plans to help him return to the city in a couple of years. The 4 people all in a cold breath at once. Feng Xianglan, Zhao Dongxue, and Qi Jimai were amazed at how good Wei Min's family was. Before, they hadn't realized. Wei Min was too low-key. Wang Yonghong was envious. Her luck was really good. Qiao Yuan felt a cold wave in her heart. Nowadays, most parents' workplaces determine where their children work. For example, the Qiao family, Qiao's father, mother, and Qiao Yudong all work at a medicine factory. It's said that Yudong got the job himself, but there's no family connection involved. He wouldn't even know how to find out about job openings. But the Wu family is different, 7 members scattered across 7 different places. It's hard to believe they have no issues. The alcohol factory and fertilizer plant could be dangerous if not handled properly. The postal office makes communication easy, and the machinery factory is heavy industry. As for the police station, nurses, and street office, they all play important roles. It's a huge game of chess. The 4 people's expressions showed that Wang Yonghong was quite satisfied. She was very happy and talked for a while, then cheerfully took a small bag of orange slices from her pocket and handed it to Qiao Yuan. Don't call me Wang Jiqing anymore. It's too distant. Just call me Yang Hongji. I'll go now, I need to prepare lunch. Wei Min wants to eat cabbage stew with tofu. Coincidentally, I bought 2 pieces the other day. She seemed very considerate. After Wang Yonghong left, not long after, the 3 others also left. They wanted to eat tofu too, so they wouldn't miss out. Qiao Yuan took a packet of rice noodles from her space, authentic Northeast Yun province crossing the bridge noodles. She also reheated the leftover fish stew for the general. After finishing her meal, Qiao Yuan was about to take a short nap. Just as she was holding the general in her arms, Jiang Jianye rushed in excitedly. Hey, you still have time to sleep? Hurry up, there's something exciting to see. Old Wei's eldest daughter-in-law is back, and she just got here and went straight into a fight. Yuan Fangqin? That really made her mother-in-law mention it. Her sister-in-law had just finished her confinement period. Xiao Yuan was now wide awake, like she was going into battle. She quickly dressed, put on her hat and gloves, and picked up the general, hurriedly shifting his legs. What's going on? What's happening? Zhou Yang, hearing the noise, ran out of the house in slippers. She watched helplessly as Qiao Yuan carried a huge cat and disappeared in a flash, her mouth agape. Jiang Jianye didn't even look back and ran off shouting, Go see the excitement. The Wei family had a fight, and I heard they drew blood.
Wow.
Such a fierce fight. and blood was drawn? Zhou quickly ran back inside, called Manhwa, and followed after them toward the Wei family. In winter, the cat winter was very boring. With some excitement to watch, almost everyone in the brigade had gathered. They were packed in 3 layers, filling the yard. No need for Qiao Yuan to squeeze in. Many people saw her coming and smiled, urging her to go to the front. After all, she was the brigade's wealthiest person. Jiang Jianye also benefited and took the best spot. Qiao Yuan nudged Jiang Jianan with her elbow. He was her neighbor and had arrived early. What's going on? Jiang Jianan hesitated, not wanting to talk to certain people. At some point, Jiang Jianpan squeezed over and rolled his eyes at Jiang Jianan, then quietly moved between Qiao Yuan and Jiang Jianye, saying, "Big news. Yuan Fangqin is pregnant." Qiao Yuan was about to ask what that meant, but suddenly she reacted. Her pupils shrank sharply, and her mouth opened uncontrollably. "Are you saying Yuan Fangqin is pregnant?" "Yes." "Now you understand why they fought, right?" Jiang Jianpan gave her a meaningful look. Jiang Jianye was very confused. "That's a good thing. Why are they fighting?" Qiao Yuan was speechless. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but retort, "Are you stupid?" "Maybe I read too many books and went crazy," Qiao Jianpan whispered softly. "Now everything's a mess. Grandma Wei and Wei Jijun's wife and husband are together. Uncle Wei, Aunt Wei, and Fang Qing are another group. The remaining Wei Zhigua isn't on anyone's side, just trying to mediate and stay out of it." Aunt Wei gave Yuan Fangqin a big slap, her mouth bleeding, cursing fiercely, even involving Yuan's parents. Yuan Fangqin couldn't take it anymore and scratched her face. Now everyone's arguing, each side claiming they're right. What did Wei Jijun say? Qiao Yuan felt that only the person involved knew the truth about what really happened. No matter what others said, it wouldn't matter. Qiao Jianpan whispered, "Of course, he's on his wife's side. His wife is pregnant and was inexplicably beaten, and she's demanding to split the household." At this moment, Qiao Jianye suddenly realized everything, eyes full of gossip. He tiptoed, stretched his neck to look inside the house, and quietly moved under the eaves, acting sneaky, eyes rolling. Qiao Yuan thought, he really doesn't seem like a good person, too. "Oh dear, Wei Jijun, your wife probably really brought home a love child for you to raise," and Auntie loudly said, looking pleased with herself. The onlookers immediately burst into chatter, gossiping and pointing fingers. Everyone had something to say. Qiao Yuan and the others rolled their eyes at the same time. Some people just don't learn, no matter how many times they're told. The speaker was the same Annie who had previously ganged up with Han's family and Wang Meili to criticize Qiao Fuyou. Her surname was Wang, and she always pouted her lips and spoke maliciously, often spreading false rumors. People nicknamed her Pouty. The daughter-in-law, furious, pinched her husband hard, almost breaking his teeth. "Can you please tell your mom to stop opening her mouth? Don't you think you've offended enough people?" The man, with his hands in his sleeves, hunched over and shrank back, too scared to move, and said weakly, "I try to talk, but she doesn't listen." Qiao Yuan. Inside the house, Yuan Fangqin and Wei Jijun naturally heard everything, but didn't bother to respond. Fangqin sneered and spat loudly. "Bah, disgusting. Now everyone in the village knows our family has a troublemaker. Old Wei's ancestors' coffin board is about to, and it's dragging the whole family down. She was pregnant with a child from another man. Instead of finding a place to hide, she caused trouble and even got herself into a fight. She had the nerve to come back with a proud face. If it were me, I would have run headfirst into a wall or hung myself with a belt. Shameless woman. I spit on her." Qing Fang was very angry. She had just finished resting for half a month after giving birth, but she got up to wash and clean because of the people in front of her. She blamed everything on them. She called her sister-in-law a wicked person, a heartless woman, and now she even dared to bring back a child from another man to raise, fighting over the family property with her own child. Yuan Fangqin was so furious she nearly cried. Even though she was pregnant, she was still very active. She rushed forward and grabbed Qing Fong's hair, swinging her arm with full strength and giving her 2 big slaps. Qing Fong's fair face instantly swelled up.
Ah!
You shameless woman! Dare to hit me? She screamed sharply, her voice echoing in the Wei family courtyard. The big geese in the yard squawked loudly in alarm. The general quickly shoved the cat's head into Qiao Yuan's arms, making her ears turn into airplane ears. Such harsh words, polluting my ears, she muttered. Qiao Yuan was full of frustration, tightening her fists. This silly cat. Does she realize her own weight? If she keeps struggling, she won't be able to hold her. Wei's mother believed she was fair to her 2 daughters-in-law, but she was actually quite biased. Recently, the eldest daughter-in-law was causing too much trouble, and since she hadn't had children yet, her heart was leaning more toward the younger daughter-in-law. Now, the eldest daughter-in-law was even raising a man and had given her son a green hat, meaning infidelity. Wei's mother was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. With her thick hands like radishes, she grabbed Yuan Fongqin's hair and pulled her backward. No matter how strong Yuan Fongqin was, she couldn't fight 2 people at once and was thrown to the ground. Mom, what are you doing? You know Qing is pregnant, yet you still push her. Can't you stand me having a child? Are you really my mother? Wei Jijun's temper was good, but he couldn't stand this anymore. He shouted at Wei's mother with tears in his eyes. Wei's mother was stunned by the yelling, feeling like her heart was torn apart and aching painfully. I did all this for you, to vent my anger for you,
she said.
Mom, I told you before, the child is mine. I am the one carrying it. I stayed at my father-in-law's house for 2 nights, Wei Jijun said, feeling very frustrated. His own mother wanted to put a green hat on him, that is, accuse him of infidelity, and no matter what he said, it wouldn't change. Wearing a green hat was an honor? Wei's mother's tears streamed down her face as she hurriedly patted her thighs. Eldest brother, are you confused? You've been married for so many years, and your body is exhausted from working at home, but you still haven't had a child. You went to her family twice and got pregnant. If there weren't others helping, do you believe that? Wow. Qiao Yuan exclaimed inwardly. Can she say that? Is she allowed to listen to this? Xiao Jian blushed with embarrassment, quickly grabbing the general and holding him in his arms. He buried his face in the general's fur, while his ears stood up straight. Xiao Jianye grinned happily, listening with great interest. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions meaningful. He pouted excitedly, patted his thigh, and eagerly pushed past the people in front, wanting to rush into the house. Oh dear, they must be looking for help from another man. My goodness, isn't that Wei Jijun? He's not brave enough. The Wei family can just tolerate it and raise him well. Wei Jijun also has someone to care for him in old age. Well, Wei Laoda is raising his nephew. At least there's blood relation. If he has a child out of wedlock, what will he do when he finds his real father later? The onlookers split into several groups, talking about all sorts of things. Wei Jijun couldn't win decisively. Wei's father listened to the gossip outside, feeling dizzy. He thought about his son turning into a troublemaker and wished he could personally give him a good beating. But as the head of the family, he remained silent out of habit. He could only clench his fists and cry bitter tears. Wei's mother grew angrier the more she listened. When she saw Yuan Fongqin pretending to have stomach pain, her anger finally boiled over. She rolled up her sleeves and suddenly started hitting.
Mom,
the child is really mine. My father-in-law borrowed money, and Qinzi and I went to see the doctor. I took some medicine and you didn't notice. Wei Jijun protected Yuan Fongqin in his arms, explaining. Yuan Fongqin delayed going home, mainly because she didn't want to serve Fong Qinghua after her confinement, and also to recover her health. Both of them had issues, but Yuan Fongqin's problems were worse. At Yuan's family, with her parents' support, taking medicine and spending money was fine. But back at Wei's house, it was different. Unfortunately, he had said this many times, but Wei's mother and others didn't believe him. Just taking a few pills can't make you pregnant. It's not a miracle drug. Jijun, move aside. Today I must beat this shameless woman to death. She's a woman, can't even keep her pants on, fooling our family. A broken shoe, stealing someone else's man. I spit on her. Our Wei family's reputation has been ruined by her. Ji-jun, get up. You're a coward. Even after being cuckolded, you still support her. I think you've been bewitched by a fox spirit. Wei's mother used her hands and feet, kicking and scratching, venting her anger after 2 months of holding it in. At this moment, her fury reached its peak. But she didn't notice that 8 out of 10 of her attacks were blocked by Wei Ji-jun. Of course, maybe you noticed. But I don't want to stop. Having a full family of children all thanks to the wild man's help. Ji-jun has no choice. Which man can tolerate wearing a green hat? I said earlier, is it worth staying so long at your sister-in-law's house just because of a quarrel? It's probably not a good sign. See, I was right. She's cheating with a man. Who do you think it is? Where can we find someone like that? But this guy is skilled. The Wei family members in the house looked angrier and angrier. Old Lady Wei was about to collapse, holding onto the cabinet to steady herself. Qinzi isn't that kind of person. Please stop. The old lady was crying anxiously. Mother, you can't be so biased. I didn't even get to eat a chicken during my postpartum period, only a few eggs, and I only drank 2 ounces of brown sugar water. Our family is so poor we're almost bleeding from the nose, and we can't afford to raise a wild child. Fang Qingqing crossed her arms, her face full of bitterness. She and Han Kaifeng had just finished their postpartum period. Both had daughters, but their treatment was worlds apart. She had long wanted to vent. Don't treat a bun as dry food. Fang Qingqing has less than Han Kaifeng, so why is she treated so much worse? The Fu family in Xiao's household wasn't much better off, but it was all because the old lady was biased. She clung tightly to those 2 coins, probably saving for Wei Ji-jun's retirement fund. Well, she was just cowardly. At this moment, Wei's mother was thinking a lot. She couldn't count on the eldest son anymore. In the future, the burden of the Wei family's expansion would fall on the younger son. When she and her husband were gone, the family would have to rely on their grandson and granddaughter for funerals, offerings, and ancestor worship. That little daughter-in-law would have to flatter everyone. First, she wanted to settle the affairs of the eldest family. If the eldest still couldn't see clearly and insisted on protecting that unworthy woman, she would immediately split the household. Oldest son, if you still consider me your mother, divorce that broken shoe immediately, Wei's mother said through gritted teeth, pointing at Yuan Fangqin. If you still want to stay in the Wei family, I won't let you off. I will report you to the commune and send you to the farm. Our Wei family will never support raising a wild child. The villagers were stunned. They never expected Wei's mother, who usually seemed gentle and easy to talk to be so ruthless. No one in their brigade had ever reported anyone before. They didn't like to get involved in these messy affairs. Everyone knew each other since they were babies. There were small conflicts, but real hatred? Not really. Getting reported was like losing half your life. No one would do such a thing. Ji-jun, your Wei family is really pushing me to the edge. I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. I might as well take the kids and die together. So, he won't be looked down upon in the future. Yuan Fangqin suddenly pushed Wei Ji-jun away, clutching her belly, stood up, and made up her mind to hit the wall. Wei Ji-jun quickly got up to try to stop her, but he was too late. He had just been beaten by Wei's mother and was feeling back pain, so when he stood up, he instinctively tilted to one side and was a step behind. There was a loud thud. Yuan Fangqin's eyes rolled back, and her body slowly collapsed. The room instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned.
Ah, she's dead. She's dead.
Fangqin, who had just regained her senses, screamed hysterically. Outside the house, everyone heard Yuan Fangqin shouting and the news of her death. They all fell silent like chickens, some pouting and making sarcastic remarks, but no one dared to speak anymore. They all shrank back, afraid of being blamed. Fangqin instinctively hid behind her son and daughter-in-law, making her daughter-in-law roll her eyes in frustration. She couldn't believe she had such a troublesome mother-in-law. Wei's father no longer fussed and just looked down, feeling helpless. Wei's mother had already collapsed completely, her mind blank. She had pushed her to death, 2 lives lost. Her eldest son. He would probably hate her forever? Wei's grandmother suddenly saw darkness in front of her eyes, staggered, and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Wei Zigua exclaimed, "Grandma." Wei Laonian said, "Mother." Hearing the news, Xiao Fuyo, who had just rushed over from the mushroom house, was so frightened her heart was pounding. "Quick, don't just stand there. Hurry, and take her to the hospital." Then he loudly shouted outside the door, "Driver, go get the ox cart. Jianya, go home and bring Xiaowan's bicycle." As the team leader, he had to stay with everyone. Xiao Jianya responded and ran off quickly. The Wei family, take all the money from home. Seeing Wei's mother still stunned, Xiao Fuyo sternly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Wei's mother, as if waking from a dream, trembled and shakily got up. She didn't even have time to wipe her tears and snot from her face, crawling onto the bed to grab money with her hands and feet. "This money is wasted on some people," Fangqing, perhaps out of shock or confusion, blurted out. Hearing this, Wei Jijun, holding his wife, suddenly looked up sharply, his eyes bloodshot like a lone wolf. He stared at Fangqing with fierce eyes. Fangqing shivered, like a hen being strangled, and couldn't speak. Her face alternated between red and white, and her hair stood on end from her back to her scalp, sweating profusely. End of excerpt. Wei Zigua just carried Grandma Wei onto the Kong bed when he heard his wife talking nonsense. Without thinking, she rushed up and slapped him. He used a lot of strength in that slap. Fang Qingqing was hit and tilted her head, her eyes spun, and her mouth bled. Wei Zigua tremblingly pointed at her, saying, "If you can't speak properly, just shut that nasty mouth. If you dare to make a sound again, try it." Wei Zigua's wife, angry and furious, opened her mouth to curse. Smack. Smack. Wei Zigua knew she couldn't say anything good, so he gave her 2 more slaps. Fang Qingqing was knocked to the ground, her head buzzing. After a moment of dizziness, she let out a loud cry and quickly got up, jumping and scratching at Wei Zigua. Wei Zigua's face was pale, and he was focused on Yuan Fangqing's blue-purple forehead and Grandma Wei, who was unconscious. He didn't have time to dodge and was scratched, ending up looking like shredded potatoes with a face full of scratches. Wei's mother was heartbroken and trembling, wanting to cry. Usually, she would have slapped her daughter-in-law without hesitation, but now she dared not. She was hoping her small family could live peacefully and grow old together. "Enough, what's going on? Can we stop causing trouble now?" said Xiao Fuyo, his face dark like a pot lid. He looked at Fang Qingqing with a stern expression, like a troublemaker, not knowing what was urgent. "Quick, get 2 quilts. It's cold outside, and the ox cart is slow. We need to cover up," he ordered before turning to leave. "Captain, what will we do if you leave? You can't just ignore my family. You're the captain," Wei's mother cried loudly, panicked and hitting her thighs. "I'll go back to the brigade office. Who will treat you without a referral letter from the commune health clinic?" Xiao Fuyo snorted, annoyed. He wanted to say, "I'm the captain, not your father." Wei's family kept having one problem after another, never a moment of peace. Anyone would be annoyed. Wei's mother stayed silent. Xiao Fuyo went to the courtyard, looking at the crowded, busy people. He grimaced and said, "Leave 2 people here to help for a while. Everyone else go home. Isn't it cold?" Actually, it wasn't that cold. The crowd huddled together, shivering. But the captain's words had to be obeyed. Everyone hesitated and looked back as they left. Xiao Yuan shook her numb arm and whispered to the general, "Can we go down ourselves?" The general closed his eyes, and suddenly his snoring was deafening. He didn't hear anything. He didn't want to go alone. His 4 legs were enough, and it wasn't worth it to get cold feet.
Xiao Yuan
was just fooling herself. "Xiao Yuan, do you think the child in Yuan Fangqing's belly is Wei Jijun's? What do you think?" Xiao Yuan asked her in return. "I think it might be." Xiao Jianpan hesitated for a moment. The couple hasn't had children for so many years. Others might have already lost patience and divorced. But Wei Jijun and his wife haven't, which shows their love is real. Yuan Fongqin isn't stupid. She wouldn't do something so shameless and immoral. Yes, you're right. Qiao Yuan squatted down and made a snowball, gently pressing it on the general's eyelid. The general meowed in annoyance, then smiled happily. Qiao Jianya rolled his eyes. You're so childish. He reached out to try to pick up the general and cuddle it, to pet its fur, but the general was not having it. It kicked its four paws wildly and loudly meowed at Qiao Jianya, showing its disdain. Qiao Jianya's mouth twitched. He looked at it speechlessly. General, you're holding a grudge. Last time, I casually said you were too fat, couldn't catch mice, and you refused to let me hold you anymore. Petting, feeding, cleaning the litter, nothing works to make you happy. What's wrong with being fat? We're handsome and full of love for human flesh. Take me, for example. Despite being strong, I still attract admiration. They say the Prime Minister's stomach can hold a boat, but you're a general, yet so petty. You should be broad-minded. Your goal is to conquer all the mice in the big team, not just sit in my arms watching the world go by. Qiao Jianya rambled on, nagging the cat endlessly. The general was so annoyed it rolled its eyes and let out a string of meows. Qiao Yuan almost burst out laughing. I don't understand cat language, but from its expression, it must be cursing pretty badly. If you mention mice again, it might use its tail to hit you. Qiao Yuan said, watching Qiao Jianya completely miss the point. The general is angry not because you said it's fat, but because you said it can't catch mice. It finds mice disgusting, dirty water, toilets, and everywhere they hide. Its goal is to conquer the entire forest. It aims to become the ruler of Siberia. Knowing it's a cat, you'd think it was a tiger, full of ambition. Qiao Jianya was stunned, looking confused. Are there cats that don't catch mice? That makes no sense scientifically or supernaturally. Qiao Yuan entered the Jiqing courtyard through the south gate. The people there had just returned and were watching the commotion. When they saw her, Feng Xionglan hurried over. Qiao Jiqing, do you think Yuan Fengqin's child belongs to Wei Jijun? Good grief, they couldn't stop talking about this topic. Qiao Yuan gently lifted the general upward. 99.99% sure there's no trick. If there was really something suspicious, Yuan Fengqin wouldn't have rushed back happily to report the good news. She probably feels guilty and is pretending not to know. It would be better if Wei Jijun went to pick her up again, and she followed back easily. In a month or two, she could pretend to be pregnant again, and when the time comes, fake an early delivery. That would be safer. Rural women often don't get medical checkups during pregnancy. They just feel the belly and guess. Or they calculate the due date themselves, which usually works. There's no need to make a fuss just after a month, so everyone in the village would know. She's not guilty, so she's acting this way. You have a good point, Feng Xionglan agreed. Then Yuan Fengqin must feel very frustrated, being falsely accused and even beaten. Qi Jiamei sighed with concern. To clear her name, she's even willing to risk her life. I wonder how she and the baby are doing now. Qiao Yuan also sighed deeply. This matter isn't over yet. Whether the baby will be safe is uncertain. Good news doesn't spread outside, but bad news travels far. Yuan's family will hear about it sooner or later. This isn't just about Yuan Fengqin's reputation. It also involves the entire Yuan family's daughters. So unfair. Xiao Yuan lost her desire to speak. You all chat. I'll go back first. The general had long disliked staying outside. Though thick-skinned, it loved warm beds more. When the door was unlocked, the general kicked off its paws and peed in the yard, then wiped its paws on the snow before rushing into the house. Before jumping onto the bed, it wiped its paws on a cloth to make sure they were clean, then curled up under the small blanket with its claws, settling in quickly. Seeing its paws were clean, Qiao Yuan didn't bother it. She buried 2 sweet potatoes in the stove pit. General, do you want roasted sweet potatoes? The roasted sweet potatoes were sweet and delicious, and the general loved them too. Meow, I'll eat. The general nodded and poked its head out from under the blanket. Make me a big one, roast it a little longer. I like it crispy and caramelized, she said. The sweet potatoes she ate were from her space, honey sweet, soft, and sticky. Roasted over charcoal, they were tender and fragrant. Xiao Yuan also buried a few more in the stove pits. For dinner, they would have roasted sweet potatoes and a small chicken stew with vermicelli. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan listened to the radio as it crackled and chopped the chicken. Over there, Lao Niu was sweating from exhaustion, finally reaching the hospital. Wei Laotai had already fainted halfway and was crying under the quilt. As soon as they entered the hospital, she knelt down before the doctor, tears streaming down her face. "Doctor, please save my daughter-in-law. I beg you. I'm begging you," she pleaded, kowtowing. The doctors quickly pushed her into the emergency room. They had seen many family members like her, annoying and exhausting. "Not only do we need to rescue the patient, but we also have to comfort the patient's family. Wasting time on old matters is not helpful. When they really need to make a decision, they often talk a lot but don't understand." Xiao Fuyo pulled Elder Wei up and helped him sit on a nearby chair. "Fuyo, what should we do with this family? Should we disband?" Elder Wei pounded his chest, crying uncontrollably. Wei Jijun, with red eyes, squatted in the corridor, staring hard at the emergency room. Elder Wei was also at a loss. Besides farm work, he knew nothing else. Faced with such a big problem, he was overwhelmed. He could only frown with his dark face and look eagerly at Xiao Fuyo. Xiao Fuyo wiped his face hard, then tried to comfort him a little. At this moment, a nurse came out and said, "Family members of the patient, please stay quiet. There are other patients here. First, go pay the medical fees." The Wei family was stunned. Fortunately, Wei Zhiguo remained calm and stood up to pay the bill. He then stood silently beside Wei Jijun, not moving at all. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil, exhausted from worry. Yuan Fongqin entered the emergency room and immediately became alert. She wasn't foolish. As long as Wei Jijun believed in her, she felt brave enough. She didn't want to die. She wanted to have children and enjoy a good life. Why should she die? If she died, Wei's mother and Fong Qingqing, the two troublemakers, would be happy. Even if she felt bad, it would only last a few days. After that, she would be fine, eating and drinking as usual. She was just scaring people, maybe to make some gossipers shut up. But her strength was too light, easy to see through. She had no choice but to use just enough force, making herself dizzy, but not hurting her brain. As for spending money, she used to feel guilty, thinking of the family. Now, she didn't care. Spend it all, she thought. She hated Wei's family members. Her mind was full of wild thoughts, and eventually, she fainted without realizing it or simply fell asleep. Xiao Yuan took advantage of the time while the chicken was simmering to carefully write down Wu Weiman's family situation. She planned to send it by train early the next morning, which would be faster than mailing it. TSK, with her speed, even the police couldn't compare. She really was a model young person. As for the referral letter, Xiao Yuan took out a blank one from her space, filled it out herself, and appreciated her own quick thinking and the radish stamp. She put it all back in her space. Nothing was safer. The chicken was ready, and Xiao Yuan first brought a small bowl to the back room, then answered a few questions that the 6 members of the Qiao Jianhua family couldn't understand. Before leaving, Zhang Xianghua handed me a plate of steamed sticky bean buns, carefully covered with a clean cloth. I added extra sugar to the filling, so if you still find it not sweet enough, dip it in sugar. This year's buns are better than previous years, but they're stickier. Your grandma says it irritates her throat, and your grandpa says it almost stuck his front teeth together. That's just talk. Sticky bean buns are still tasty. Grandma Qiao smiled with her eyes closed. She lifted the lid of the pot, waved her hand to let the steam escape faster, and then brought out another cover of sticky bean buns. Our family loves eating them. If we really go all out, my uncle and brothers Jianhua and Jianya could eat a whole plate each time. But we're saving them, only making them once every 10 days or half a month. Still, even so, we can't eat them before the new year. This year, we soaked 10 more jin of beans than last year, 40 jin soaked. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. Oh my, everything smells so good when I'm hungry. I soak some too. Not yellow millet, but sticky corn bought from the commune. I soaked 100 jean. Let's eat to our heart's content. Our whole family can enjoy them all winter, she said. Nowadays, every household uses yellow millet for sticky bean buns. Usually, only 20 or 30 jean are soaked because they're too precious to waste. The Zhou family's potatoes also saw a huge increase this year, almost double last year's harvest. Grandma Chow gritted her teeth and soaked 40 jean of potatoes. These days, it's not that sticky corn isn't grown, it's just that no one plants it anymore. Although tasty, sticky corn cobs are small and don't produce much grain. The collective farm mostly grows big, dull cobs. Zhou Yuan's big move shocked everyone in the family. Zhang Xianghua, who was scooping water to wash the pot, accidentally dropped the water scoop into the tub. Did you really soak 100 jean? She asked in disbelief. She said it was bought from the commune, but how could they buy so much without enough ration tickets? They had to buy on the black market. Could the black market prices be low? Zhou Yuan opened a sticky bean bun and saw it was filled with red mung beans. She was very happy because she doesn't like soybean fillings. Yes, 100 jean. I think it'll be ready soon. It's been almost a month. I haven't even dared to lift the lid completely. The other day I peeked through and it stunk so badly, up there. She couldn't even describe the smell. Thinking about rinsing the soaked corn repeatedly and the whole house smelling terrible made Zhou Yuan feel terrible. Jianhua saw her frowning and chuckled softly. When we grind the grain, Jianya and I will handle it. You don't need to do anything. Just hold the general and come here. Once the smell is gone, you can go back. Too much fuss. If the sticky buns don't smell, they won't taste good. Grandma Qiao waved her hand, telling Zhou Yuan to hurry home and eat. After finishing her meal, Qiao Yuan washed the 3 pieces of clothing she had saved. Late at night, snow started falling again outside. Luckily, the snow was light and the bed was warm, so Qiao Yuan slept soundly. By morning, the snow had already reached her ankles. She wore her hair in a messy bun, yawned, and first lit the fire. The bed was no longer very warm, so she poured hot water from the thermos to wash her face. She also used a damp towel to wipe the cat's head, which made the cat roll its eyes in annoyance. Meow, I have my own hands. I can wash myself. Qiao Yuan hummed a little tune, ignoring the cat. She was in a hurry to go out, so her breakfast was simple. A hot glass of milk, 2 boiled eggs, reheated baked sweet potatoes from last night, a small pickled vegetable, and a large persimmon from her storage space, full of carbohydrates, protein, and dietary fiber. After breakfast, Qiao Yuan dressed fully and first went to the back room. Grandma, did my uncle come back last night? Yes, he did, Grandma Qiao replied, lifting her chin. He only got home late at night and is still sleeping. How are Grandma Wei and Yuan Fangqin? Are they okay? Did they lose the baby? Qiao Yuan guessed they were probably fine, just worried about the baby since it had only been a month, and Yuan Fangqin had been very emotional yesterday. They're fine. Your uncle said the baby was saved, but the doctor suggested staying in the hospital for a couple of days. Grandma Qiao hadn't slept well last night, worried about her old friends. When she heard everyone was safe, she almost thanked the Jade Emperor. Should I ride my bike to check on them later? I have half a jean of brown sugar left, which I can give to her as a supplement. It's been a tough time for that child. This time, Qiao Yuan didn't plan to tell anyone she was returning to the city, just looking for an excuse. Grandma Qiao looked at the sky outside. It might snow again later, and it's so cold outside. Riding a bike will be hard. Though she loved her sister, she was more worried about her granddaughter. Outside, the wind howled loudly. Going out against the wind after a fresh snowfall meant the roads were untouched, and riding to the commune would be tough. Maybe Grandma can go to Wei's house and ask Wei Zhigua to deliver? He came back with your uncle last night. The doctor said Yuan Fangqin should eat good food to recover. Wei Zhigua will be slaughtering a chicken when he returns, and they probably don't have brown sugar at Wei's house. Fangqin just finished her confinement. After saying this, Grandma Qiao was about to put on her heavy cotton coat, but Xiao Yuan quickly stopped her.
Wait, Grandma.
I'm not just bringing brown sugar. I plan to buy a couple of books from the commune bookstore. I'll read them at home when I have free time. Can't we go buy books another day? It's going to be colder in a few days, with more snow and freezing weather.
Besides, I'm dressed warmly.
Xiao Yuan wore a mink fur inside her padded coat, which was both lightweight and warm. All right then, Grandma Xiao relented, but she still hesitated. We have about 4 or 5 eggs at home. I'll boil them, and you can take them with you. Quickly, it will be ready in a moment. That's roughly what it means. I told Grandma Wei not to get angry. When she returns, I will go see her. While speaking, Grandma Xiao reached into the kitchen basket for eggs. Xiao Yuan added some firewood to the stove, and Grandma Xiao pushed her away. Stay back, don't get sparks on you. This big cotton padded coat is good, but burning a hole in it is a waste. Be more careful when you dress. Xiao Yuan. The eggs were boiled. She rode her bicycle and left quickly. She arrived at the commune and hurried to the hospital. When she took out her things, Grandma Wei's tears burst out. Yuan Fangqin was still sleeping. Xiao Yuan leaned in to look and saw she looked very pale, with colorless lips and a blue mark on her forehead. Wei Jijun's eyes were red. He hesitated and stammered for a long time before asking Xiao Yuan to borrow a meat coupon and a grain coupon. She still needs to stay for 2 days. I want your sister-in-law to have some hot food. Yes, but not much. Just 1 jean of meat coupon and 2 jean of grain coupon. Xiao Yuan took them out of her pocket. It's not that she was stingy. Showing too much might cause misunderstandings. In the end, under Grandma Wei's tears and pleading, Wei Jijun kept thanking her. Xiao Yuan finally managed to leave. As she stepped out of the hospital gates, she ran like a wild horse, reaching the station just as the train was arriving. She found a seat by the window, took a deep breath, and was glad her legs ran so fast. When she arrived in the city, Xiao Yuan headed straight to the Public Security Bureau. She wanted to go inside and find someone, but when she reached the door, she hesitated and then stepped back. It wasn't safe now. Spies were everywhere, and the police might already be infiltrated. Going in could draw attention. After thinking it over, she decided to call the Post and Telecommunications Office. The reason didn't matter. What mattered was that it was useful. The post office was nearby, about 10 minutes east of the police station. Between the post office and the police station were a department store and a state-run restaurant, so she could browse a little while waiting. When the phone was answered and she heard Wei Dingbang's voice, she burst into tears. Uncle, it's Xiaowan. My mom is yelling at me again. She won't let me study, and I'm afraid to go home. Boo-hoo, come pick me up. I'm waiting at the restaurant next to your office. Wei Dingbang, about to go to a meeting, was stunned. This must be a major discovery. I'll go. You, bureau chief, should go to your meeting, Lu Jinan said, grabbing his military coat and heading out. Wei Dingbang didn't even get a chance to say a word. When Lu Jinan arrived at the state-run restaurant and pushed open the door, he immediately saw Xiao Yuan sitting against the wall, looking bored, with her chin resting on her hands and her eyes nearly closed. It was probably because she woke up too early and didn't sleep well, so she was feeling sleepy. Xiao Jiqing, a warm, soothing voice like gentle jade sounded, soft and gentle as if afraid to startle the person in front. Xiao Yuan opened her eyes and looked up a little surprised. I'm here. Lu Jinan pulled up the chair next to Xiao Yuan and sat down casually. It's mealtime. Let's eat first. It's on me. No need. Xiao Yuan glanced at the small blackboard. The dishes today looked really good. We don't know each other well, just our names. Just the meal is enough. You don't earn much, so let's split the cost. 1 for you, 1 for me. Don't think that being a man means you can take advantage of me. I can eat a lot, so who benefits more is hard to say. She went to order food. She was hungry after eating sweet potatoes this morning. Today, several dishes she loved were on the menu. She felt very happy. However, her words made Lu Jinan misunderstand. Let me pay for you. I'm not married or seeing anyone. I can eat enough and my salary isn't low. You're helping us out. Traveling by train costs money too. It's right for me to treat you. He then suggested more meat dishes, asking what she wanted to eat. Sweet potatoes aren't nutritious, and eating too many can cause acid reflux. While speaking, he took out some money and a bill from his pocket. In Lu Jinan's eyes, Qiao Yuan suddenly looked like a poor girl relying on sweet potatoes to fill her stomach. Talking about acid reflux, he was careful not to hurt her pride, speaking softly. Qiao Yuan always felt something was off. If she knew what he was thinking, she would definitely make him open his eyes and look carefully at her face. Her face was flushed, looking full of vitality. Seeing he wasn't short of money, she ordered an extra meat dish. Comrade, 1 sweet and sour pork, 1 pork and pickled vegetable stew with blood sausage, preferably lean pork, and 1 sliced meat dish. Lastly, let's have homemade tofu. She looked back at Lu Jinan, who was sitting straight and watching her. What would you like to eat? Whatever you eat, I eat. Lu Jinan was not picky. When on missions, he ate everything to fill his stomach. All right then. She ordered 2 more bowls of rice and 2 red bean buns. While waiting for the dishes, Qiao Yuan took out the written intelligence report and handed it to Lu Jinan. He didn't look at it but put it directly into his pocket. The craftsmanship of the city's state-run restaurant was better than that of the commune. Especially the sweet and sour pork, tangy, sweet, crispy, and authentic in flavor. Qiao Yuan is someone who loves to eat. Opposite her sits a very attractive person, especially when he takes off his military coat. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, a slim, tall figure with noticeable six-pack abs. Well, maybe not exactly 8, since she didn't see them herself. Still, it's very eye-catching. Qiao Yuan ate 1 more red bean bun than usual. After finishing, she stood up. I'm leaving now. The weather isn't good, and there might be heavy snow soon. The buses will probably stop running. Shall I drive you to the station? Lu Jinan also stood up. No need to trouble yourself. Qiao Yuan waved her hand. It's only 4 stops by bus. You should be busy. With that, she put on a furry hat, turned around, and left decisively. She wouldn't attract attention herself, and she wouldn't walk into a trap either. Riding with him in the same car would be too risky. What if a spy was also watching him? It could put her in danger, like a beautiful mermaid caught in a trap. Just as she entered her house, large snowflakes started falling from the sky. Yuan, you're finally back, said the general, visibly happy with his chubby face. The cat happily ran in circles on the bed, meowing loudly. Mom only gave me fish soup with some cornmeal pancakes for lunch. I didn't want to eat it, but she wouldn't let me. She chased me with a bowl.
Did you eat anything?
Qiao Yuan changed her clothes and lit the fire. Yes, but I kept complaining about not eating enough or well. Next time you go out, you must take me with you. Without you, I'd starve to death. If I die from hunger, where will you find such a clever, handsome cat? Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Your diet already beats 99% of the people in the country, and you're picky. Though she complained, she immediately took out a big carp and a 3 or 4 gene blackfish from her space. She carried them to the kitchen and quickly scaled them. The general's eyes lit up, round and bright. He ran to the edge of the bed, poking his round head out. Hey, Yuan, which fish is mine? I want to eat braised fish, whole one please. You make fish for me, and tonight I'll give you a back massage. I've got the skills. It'll be very relaxing, and you won't lose out or get tricked. It's definitely worth it. She was amused by him and finished her meal. Okay, I'll braise the carp, and I'll make boiled fish with the blackfish. Suddenly, the cotton curtain was lifted, and Grandma Qiao came in from outside. She saw Yuan sitting in front of the stove, scraping fish scales, and let out a long breath. You're finally back. Where did you go all day? You only just got home now. At noon, I came by and again around 2 o'clock. No one was home, which worried me a lot, said Qiao Yuan as she scooped water into a basin with a smile. The bookstore didn't have the books I wanted, so I searched at the scrap collection station for quite a while. The ones I gave to Brother Manhwa, and others were also bought there. The prices are much lower than in the bookstore, but it's hard to find what you need, which takes effort and wastes some time. Old Lady Chow finally relaxed and didn't stay long. All right, you go ahead. I'll go back to cook. No need to send the fish. Tonight, we're making beef bone soup at home. Is my aunt not at home? Since Winter had less work, Zhang Xianghua usually didn't need Old Lady Chow to cook when she was home. She went to help Old Wang's family. Your Aunt Wang isn't very good at patching shoes, so she asked your aunt for help. I think she'll be back soon. After eating, Qiao Yuan tidied up the bed early, slipped into the warm quilt, listened to the radio, and enjoyed the massage service from the general. Life was wonderful. Maybe it was too comfortable, and she drifted off to sleep unknowingly. It was the general who turned off the radio. The next morning, as soon as Qiao Yuan opened her eyes and her mind was still waking up, the general started taking credit. Qiao Yuan rewarded him with a grooming service. Heavy snow had been falling for 2 days. When the snow stopped, Yuan Fongqin was taken back home, along with her 7 aunts and uncles, cousins, and relatives, enough to fill a tractor. P.S. The smell of boiling corn was really intoxicating. It's hard to describe exactly what it was like. Hey, you're still clearing the snow? Didn't hear the noise? Suddenly, Qiao Jianpan ran into the small yard, excitedly grinning. A whole tractor's worth of people came, big and strong, all burly men. Several ants came too, and they looked tough. When I arrived, the big brother was already rushing over in a hurry, and even old secretary was slowly walking with a cane toward Wei's house. If we don't handle today's matter well, I think there might be bloodshed. Bloodshed? Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jiannang hurriedly threw down their shovels, grabbing Qiao Jianpan and running away. They were afraid the fighting might get out of control and hurt someone. As the village head, Qiao Fuyo's responsibility was huge. Inside, Qiao Yuan, who was sitting with her legs crossed, sipping milk tea, heard the commotion. She quickly put on her rabbit fur hat and a thick coat and rushed outside. As I reached the door, I heard the general's heartbreaking meowing. Wait for me. Don't lock me inside. Qiao Yuan, Qiao Jianpan. I forgot. The Wei family in Qingshan Liangzi has no real relatives, only 5 siblings. 2 sisters married into the Yui Brigade, and the 2 brothers' eldest son died at the hands of Xiao Rizi in the early 1940s, leaving only a niece who married out of town and rarely kept in touch. The second brother married a girl from another brigade and moved directly to her brigade. He's not a son-in-law, just wanted to stay away from Erdeo Bay, especially since Xiao Rizi's troops were stationed there at the time. Qingshan Liangzi is the nearest brigade to Erdeo Bay. If the animals suddenly become fierce. The second Wei family has many children, 8 in total, 5 boys and 3 girls, but sadly, distant water can't quench nearby fire. Today, the Wei family is definitely not having a good day. Many onlookers gathered, some holding children, others supporting their elderly mother. Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan just arrived at the gate when they heard a loud, shrill voice of an ant crying out, "Oh my God! I've never seen such a thing." A mother insisting on putting the Green King 8 hat on her son's head. What's wrong? Your hometown is on the grasslands. Everyone come and judge. Ji Jun and Archin Zi have told me several times, I've almost worn out my tongue, that the child belongs to Ji Jun. As a mother-in-law, she refuses to admit it. Bah, troublemaker. She suspects Qin Zi of stealing a man or having an affair. Those who don't know might think Wei Ji Jun is a little wife's child, and they can't stand him. Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan quickly slipped to the front. They saw a slightly plump ant wearing a floral padded jacket, arms akimbo, loudly scolding, saliva flying everywhere. Maybe she hadn't brushed her teeth, because the woman across from her, Wei's mother, looked like she wanted to. Another tall, narrow-faced woman with her eyes slightly lifted was even more aggressive. She pursed her lips and suddenly spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Wei's mother's face. Wei's mother's face twisted in shock, and she collapsed to the ground, vomiting loudly. Her demeanor was much lower than the Yuan family members. The tall-faced woman quickly flashed a smug look, opening her mouth wide and spitting more saliva. Old scoundrel, with your limited skills, you dare to smear dirt on Qinzi. I know you're straightforward, but there's no need to talk like that. You cleverly put that hat on. Did you do something shady yourself? You're just a pile of manure, and everyone else looks like manure too. As for Wei Laoyan, with that ugly face, like a turtle looking in the mirror, with a face like a turtle. Working all your life, almost ready for the coffin, and you only managed to produce 2 eggs, obviously infertile. Jijun and Qinzi have not had children for a long time, which is all because of you 2 unlucky people. The villagers all exclaimed, "Wow." This not only insulted Wei's mother but also criticized Wei's father. Wei's father also thought Yuan Fangqin had an illegitimate child, but he had always been quiet and never spoke up before. Unlike Wei's mother, who was very outspoken, many people unconsciously forgot about him. When the long-faced woman reminded everyone, they suddenly remembered. Yes, Wei Lao's calmness was not a problem, and they also suspected something. Wei Lao's face turned red with anger, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Qingqing was hiding inside the house and had locked the door, holding her daughter tightly, afraid of being beaten. As for the parents-in-law, she still needed to comfort her child and thought they would understand. Qiao Yuan curled her lips and nudged Qiao Jianpan with her elbow. This Qingqing is hopeless. She always shrinks back when trouble comes. Qiao Jianpan also pouted. Exactly. You'll see, Wei's aunt will regret it someday. They thought that even if the 2 families didn't have much contact, Wei's mother would still insist on catching Yuan Fangqin doing something wrong and scolding her. After all, in Wei's mother's view, Yuan's family was in the wrong, raising a daughter who had an affair. How could she have the face to blame her in-laws? But now, Wei's mother was very different from the reckless woman she was a few days ago. When someone pointed at her nose and scolded her, she was so humiliated she was like a grandson being scolded, afraid to say a word, typical of someone who is domineering at home. Seeing Yuan Fangqin next to someone who was ready to attack Wei's family with a stick, the strong men. Qiao Yuan understood. Sometimes, it's better to admit defeat when the situation is stronger than you. The long-faced woman waved her arm behind her. Yuan Fangqin, step forward. Yuan Fangqin obediently took 2 steps forward. Her face was still a bit pale, but much better than a few days ago in the hospital. Qinzi, in front of our Yuan family, Wei family, Captain Qingshan Liangzi, old secretary, and all the villagers, Annie will ask you again, have you done anything wrong to Jijun? Auntie, I believe in Qinzi. Wei Jijun hurriedly spoke. The long-faced woman waved her hand, her expression gentle, and softly patted Wei Jijun's shoulder. Jijun, I know you're a good kid, but don't say anything. Let Qinzi speak for herself. Yuan Fangqin glared hatefully in the direction of Wei's mother and father. No, I haven't done anything wrong. Say it louder. No, I've never done anything to betray Jijun or the Wei family. The child is mine and Jijun's. This time, Yuan Fangqin shouted loudly, using a powerful voice that carried far. Even the people at the gate heard it. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Then a few people gathered together whispering, pointing at the Wei family and Wei Jijun's couple. I think there's a good chance that Jijun's wife was wrongly accused this time. Yes, I feel the same. Jijun's wife is innocent. She was shouting so loudly my ears are ringing. What a pity. A happy event almost cost her life. When the child died, she was breastfeeding. These past few days, you all said the same thing, acting like you saw Yuan Fangqin cheating. You've guessed who the lover is several times. That's just reasonable suspicion. What's reasonable about it? Even inviting a beggar into the house for water could be spun into a story. She was the victim. When she was young, a beggar came to ask for water. Seeing how pitiful he looked, she let him sit in the yard, gave him water and a small bun, but didn't let him into the house. In less than 5 minutes, rumors spread that she was having an affair with the beggar. She was scolded by the old woman pointing her finger, and the man also gave her a cold look. An auntie, worried they might argue, quickly changed the subject. Now Wei Laonian and Chen Shuqin's family are in big trouble. Not only are they embarrassed, but they've also offended the eldest couple. In the future, the in-laws probably won't visit anymore. If Yuan Fangqin's next baby is a boy." Another auntie winked. At this time, most people still preferred boys. Since Fangqing gave birth to a girl, most saw it as not having a household registration yet. If Fangqing had a boy, he would be Wei's first grandson. As the saying goes, the eldest son and grandson are the backbone of the family, showing how important the grandson is in the grandparents' eyes. Now everything is a mess, and splitting the family is inevitable. Who will look after the children or stay close is uncertain, especially after nearly driving her to death. Xiao Yuan's lips twitched. Are they already looking for a lover? Under overwhelming force, the Yuan family split up. Considering Yuan Fangqing's wrongful accusation and the near-death experience, 2/3 of the family's belongings were taken by Wei Laotai alone. Wei's mother and Fangqing were so angry they could bite their tongues, but there was nothing they could do, just a few bitter words. Practical benefits mattered most. A few complaints didn't concern the Yuan family at all. It felt like hitting cotton, frustrating. Wei Zhigua had no objections. He felt guilty. Wei Laonian felt uneasy, his mother living with her son. What would outsiders think of him? No matter how much he tried to persuade her with kind words, Grandma Wei still refused to stay. Frustrated, Grandma Wei turned cold and warned that if he kept nagging, Brother Wei Laonian would come back and give him a good beating. Immediately, Wei Laonian became very quiet. He was most afraid of his second brother, even after becoming a grandfather. Since his biological father had passed away early and his older brother had also died young, Wei's second son took on the role of the eldest brother and father figure. When there was trouble, he would really scold his younger brother. Wei's second son was also very filial. Over the years, if Grandma Wei hadn't wanted to leave Qing Shan Liangzi, he would have taken her away long ago. "Mom, did you visit Grandma Wei yesterday? How was it?" Brother Qiao Jianhua and his two brothers were in the front yard, shelling fresh corn. The smell was so strong that General couldn't help but scratch at his nose, and Xiao Yuan also felt dizzy from the smell, so she carried the corn into the back room. It was pretty good. Grandma Qiao was sewing pants for Qiao Jiandang. Somehow, the crotch of the pants had a long thread hanging. Jijun and his wife are both very filial. They ask Grandma Wei about everything big and small. Grandma Wei's teeth aren't as good as mine, and she doesn't have many left. A few days ago, Wei's second son brought some meat back. Jijun's wife was worried Grandma Wei couldn't bite it, so she cooked it until it was soft, cut it into strips, and put it in a bowl in front of Grandma Wei. Grandma Wei ate several more bites. Grandma Qiao was happy for her old friend. As people get older, they worry about losing their value and about their children not being filial. Both of Jijun's family took these concerns seriously. Grandma Qiao adjusted her hair and continued. Before the family divided, Grandma Wei was crying and looking miserable, like an old bitter melon. When Wang Grandma joked about her wrinkles, she said even flies landing on her face could trip her. But these days, she's much happier and more energetic. When I visited, Jijun and his wife were tidying up the house. The house hadn't been lived in for a long time, so it was badly damaged, several mouse holes, and the west bed was partly collapsed. It was winter, so they couldn't do much cleaning, just some simple tidying up. The three of them planned to stay in the east room for the winter and deal with the rest in spring. Jijun's old man wouldn't let Grandma Wei do any work herself. Grandma Wei even said, "Old age has finally brought me some happiness." Jijun's family and Grandma Wei moved to a slightly remote empty house in the brigade, which rented for 2 mao, a small amount of money, per month. The location wasn't as good as the one Brother Jinan rented, but it had 3 rooms. The general reached out and tugged at the thread in Grandma Qiao's hand, messing around. Xiao Yuan gently patted him, and he calmed down. At least life is peaceful now. I heard Amonju say that Wei Zhigua has been helping to tidy up the house and talking to Grandma Wei every day. The day before yesterday, he even went fishing in the big river in the morning. They caught a few small fish about the size of a palm, but didn't leave any for Fang Qingqing, taking them all to Wei Jijun's house. The couple was so angry they started fighting again. Fang Qingqing was so upset she stopped breastfeeding and cried at home, while the child was crying loudly from hunger. I really haven't heard about that, said Grandma Qiao suddenly, pouting. Fong Qingqing and Han Kaifeng don't seem to get along at all. Those two always argue and snap at each other. Whatever they say, they just fight. Just wait and see. Maybe one day they'll fall out completely. They only think about taking advantage of others and can't stay friends for long. It's really strange to have these two as neighbors. The thread wasn't long enough, so I had to rethread the needle. Xiao Yuan wanted to help, but Grandma Qiao waved her off. No need, my eyes are good enough. Just yesterday it was snowing outside, and it was so foggy you couldn't see clearly 2 meters away. I saw everything, just like that person at the youth station. At this, the old lady bit the thread in her mouth and tried to sew through the needle hole, poking at it 6 or 7 times without success. The young lady grew a bit impatient. Grandma, should I help you? No need, my eyes are fine. It's just that this thread is too thick. Your grandpa is good at everything, but he can't do much. This morning, he went to the supply store to buy batteries because the flashlight at home wasn't working. The white thread was also used up, so I asked him to buy some. I told him to pick thinner thread, it's just as strong, and repeated myself several times. He promised he would, but in the end, he bought thick thread again. He just ignores what I say, and only cares about smoking. Just then, old man Xiao, holding his pipe, entered the east room. He looked up and saw Grandma Qiao. Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I tell you what to do? Grandma Qiao said firmly, straightening her neck. Xiao Yuan grinned openly and happily. Seeing her grandpa a bit embarrassed, she quickly offered a way out. Grandpa, it's too cold inside. Let's warm the bed, light a fire in the stove, and roast some potatoes for us to eat. All right, I'll light the fire, said Grandpa Qiao, seeming to escape quickly. After talking with his wife and giving him some face in front of the children, he lost some of his authority. Grandma Qiao puffed up her chest proudly, but soon couldn't help but chuckle. She then praised her husband. Your grandpa is good at farm work, building walls, making a stove, simple carpentry. He can do all that. But when it comes to house chores, he just can't figure them out. When I was giving birth to your oldest aunt, your great-grandmother was away. He was cooking and, do you know what question he asked me? What question? Her grandma's question was so funny it still makes people laugh today. Grandma Qiao finally finished sewing the needle, blinking tiredly. Your grandpa asked me whether to put spinach in cold water or wait until it boils before adding it. Can you believe that? Xiao Yuan, that kitchen troublemaker? Grandma Qiao continued sewing her pants. But your grandpa is good in one way. He doesn't mind what he eats as long as it's cooked. In these past few months, the little granddaughter has become a bit spoiled with food. After finishing the last stitch, Grandma Qiao bit the thread to cut it. What do you want for lunch? I'll cook it for you.
Meat.
Xiao Yuan looked down, thinking about what kind of meat to eat. The lively dog jumped onto her lap, bouncing and stepping on her legs, eagerly suggesting, how about roast goose? I've never had it. Roast goose with pickled vegetables or with potatoes. Either is fine. I prefer potatoes because the sour taste of pickled vegetables isn't my favorite. Potatoes soak up the meat flavor, and when mixed together, it's so delicious. I could eat 2 big bowls. Xiao Yuan's eyes were full of smiles. She patted the chubby cat's head. Grandma, let's have braised goose with pickled vegetables for lunch.
Meow meow meow.
Potatoes, Yuan. Dear Yuan, braised potatoes. The dog kept barking nearby, pawing at Xiao Yuan's arm repeatedly, eyes full of obedience. Grandma Qiao couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong with the general? He seems to be trying to please us? Note: the spinach question was asked by a relative of mine, huh? Xiao Yuan put on her shoes, ready to go home and get the goose. She glanced at the dog with a smile. The general is clever. He might not understand everything I say, but he definitely remembers the word meat, knows there's good food, and gets excited. Grandma Qiao. Thinking about the dog's diet and appetite, she felt a little sad. What kind of family is this, to eat like that? Grandma, do you still have some fine noodles? There's a small handful. Wait a moment, I'll check the cabinet. How do you want to eat it? Grandma Qiao slipped on her shoes and started searching the cabinet. Xiao Yuan, I want to make a cold dish with cabbage. Mixing fine noodles with cabbage doesn't need many seasonings. just some cilantro, sesame oil, chili oil, salt, MSG, and soy sauce, and it will taste good. Grandma Chow quickly took out a small handful of fine noodles from the bottom of the cabinet, some of which were broken. Her face showed a bit of regret. It's probably because that little rascal Xiao Jianya went into the cabinet and took out the noodles. I was saving those for when we kill the pig and make cold dishes. I was planning to do that when he comes back. Grandma Chow went to the kitchen to scoop hot water and soak some vermicelli. Then she went upstairs to the cabinet and carried down a large cabbage, peeled off the outer leaves, saving them for stew, and sliced the heart into thin strips. She also instructed Grandpa Chow to light the stove in the west room. In the east room, a pot was cooking a big goose and pancakes were being fried. In the west room, porridge was simmering. Xiao Yuan returned home with the biggest goose, weighing about 10 jin. She also took a handful of fine rice flour. Worried there wouldn't be enough food, she added 5 oil mackerels and saw some pork in the jar, so she decided to take that too. She walked to the courtyard and shouted loudly, "Mama, please open the door for me." Zhang Xianghua, just back from delivering milk at old Lu's house, heard the noise, hurriedly wiped her hands on her apron, and pushed aside the door curtain. "You child, why didn't you wear gloves in this cold weather? The Laba festival is coming soon. It's been so cold these days. Be careful not to catch a cold. Give me the things, I'll cook. You go inside and warm up by the fire. Your grandpa just lit a fire pot, and the fire is strong. It's okay, just a short trip." Xiao Yuan saw her come back and hurriedly ran over to pet the dog, not teasing it anymore. "Auntie, let's cook the goose with potatoes." Grandma Chow paused while cutting pickled vegetables. Her granddaughter's face, like a summer day. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xiao Yuan saw it too, and quickly picked up a piece of pork fat. "Mama, I brought a big piece of pork fat, perfect for stewing with pickled vegetables." Grandma Chow's eyes lit up instantly. She put down her knife and waddled over, taking the pork to examine it carefully. She smiled warmly. "Oh, this piece of meat is really fatty. Feel the oil. Maybe I'll keep it for making lard." Xiao Yuan nodded casually, since she didn't eat it anyway. "Let's do the oil mackerel with vermicelli?"
Sure.
"You haven't eaten the mackerel I gave you earlier, right? I'll go get it. You can take what you brought later." She then prepared to go back to the east room to put on a thick cotton-padded coat. "I'll go get it," Zhang Xianghua, just back and still in her work clothes, said and headed to the storeroom. Xiao Yuan went inside, took off her coat, and sat by the fire to warm herself. "Grandpa, did you plant the potatoes?" "Yes, I did."
How many?
3.
Why?
"Isn't 3 enough for you?" Grandpa Chow was sitting on the edge of the Kong, heated bed. Hearing this, he smiled and lifted his foot, knocking the pipe on his shoe sole. "If that's not enough, I'll dig 2 more and bury them." "Oh, come on." Grandma Chow couldn't help but speak up. "So many good things for lunch. Why eat so many potatoes?" Xiao Yuan didn't argue, but winked at Grandpa Chow. He quietly bent down, reached under the cabinet, and took out 2 more potatoes, glancing cautiously toward the kitchen. The door was wide open, and the vegetable stand was at the door. Grandma Chow tilted her head and could see inside the room. Old Mr. Chow didn't dare to move and gave a subtle signal to his eager granddaughter. Xiao Yuan buried her face in her arms and quietly looked back. Her grandmother was fully focused on cutting potatoes, then made a throwing gesture toward her grandfather. Old Mr. Chow nodded and threw the first potato, which Xiao Yuan caught steadily. He threw another, and she caught it again. Throughout, the 2 of them remained perfectly still, their hips fixed in place. Xiao Yuan quickly grabbed the fire poker and buried the potatoes inside. It was just roasted potatoes, but the 2 of them acted like they were secretly meeting for underground work. Oh, and suddenly, Xiao Yuan remembered her grandmother had said half a sentence. "Grandma, when you were sewing pants just now, did you see who our young workers at the youth station were doing?" Grandma Chow didn't even lift her head and continued cutting potatoes from the basin. "Just that young worker named Wu Weiman at the youth station. He didn't stay inside on a snowy day, but ran to the commune." A shiver ran down Xiao Yuan's spine, but she kept a curious look. "Grandma, How do you know he went to the commune? Isn't it obvious? When you go out of the brigade heading north, isn't that toward the commune? Grandma Qiao leaned over. What's so attractive about the commune? Even in heavy snow, he has to go. Since winter started, the snow hasn't stopped much. The road to the commune is hard to walk. It's slippery in the middle, shiny and reflective, and the sides are covered with snow over the knees. Maybe he had urgent matters. Who would go out in such weather without a reason? It's kind of strange. If he really had an urgent reason, why didn't he borrow a bicycle? It takes about 2 hours to walk to the commune. I doubt he could make it in that time. Xiao Yuan absent-mindedly moved her hand with a fire poker, her mind full of her grandmother's words. What's so attractive about the commune? Yeah, what's so attractive? Is it the people or the things? Maybe she should test Wang Yonghong again, but what reason could she give? Sis, what are you thinking? If you keep digging, you'll dig out the potatoes, Jia Jianya suddenly shouted when he returned. Xiao Yuan was startled. Jia Jianya took the fire poker from her hand and poked at the potatoes twice. Did you just bury the potatoes? They're still hard. How many did you bury? Xiao Yuan looked annoyed. She knew exactly what he was implying. 3. That's not enough to eat. While the fire is strong, bury 4 or 5 more. I need to go back to the side room and change my clothes and rest a bit. Call me when it's ready. Xiao Yuan looked at him speechlessly. One person wants to eat 4 or 5 potatoes. Why not wish to fly to the sky? Didn't she see her grandmother's worried smile fade away? She pushed aside Jia Jianya, who was blocking her view, and called into the kitchen. Brother Jianhua, Brother Dang, are you two eating?
Eating.
Me too. Grandma Qiao. A group of kids who always eat me out of house and home. Yet, Qiao Jianya loudly asked Zhang Xianghua, Mom, when will the food be ready? I'm starving. Zhang Xianghua poured a little oil into the pot, added soy sauce for flavor, then put in the goose meat, stirring it a few times until the aroma wafted out. You're already hungry at just 11? Wait a bit longer. Goose meat takes time to stew. Xiao Jianya peeked into the pot, then burst into a big smile. Really stewing a big goose? Oh, just doing this much work. Is it worth eating a whole goose? Little Wan is so generous, I feel a bit embarrassed. Grandma Qiao couldn't help but retort, such a big face. What does working have to do with you? You eat more sticky rice balls than anyone, and you're only doing this work for yourself. Xiao Jianya looked sad and angry. Grandma, what are you shouting for? I'm not deaf. Zhang Xianghua smiled as she watched the two argue. Xiao Jianya didn't win the argument, so he angrily went back to his room. Xiao Jiangdang couldn't help but poke Xiao Jianhua, asking, Do you think the third brother will forget to eat potatoes? Xiao Jianhua wiped his face with a towel, gave a funny look at Xiao Jiangdang. As long as it's food, the third brother has never forgotten. Believe it or not, he'll definitely come back in less than 3 minutes. Watch the clock. 2 minutes later, Xiao Jianya brought over a small stool and sat next to Qiao Yuan. Xiao Jiangdang. So irresponsible. Xiao Jianya took 2 big bites of a potato from his stomach.
Huh.
Wait a minute, little Wan, look. You buried 3 potatoes at first, then buried 6 more. That's 9 in total. But how come there are 11 now? Xiao Yuan brushed the dust off the potatoes. You're mistaken. Impossible, I'm not stupid. I ate 3 potatoes, and you're eating the second one now. Big brother finished 2, so that's only 7 in total. Second brother, how many did you eat? Xiao Jianya looked at Xiao Jiangdang. Xiao Jiangdang looked at the remaining roasted potato by the fire, blinked. 1. Come on. Xiao Jianya's voice was loud and full of disbelief. I saw you eat 3, even faster than me. Just 1 potato, and you're not admitting it? Xiao Jiangdang honestly said just 1. You saw wrong. Ask little Wan if you don't believe me. Xiao Yuan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Just 1. Xiao Jianya was stunned, scratched his head, then looked at Xiao Jianghua. Big brother, do you think second brother ate 3? Xiao Jianghua. 1. You're seeing things. This family is so dark. Everyone lying with their eyes open. It's so hard to deal with such honest kids.
Buffed.
In the kitchen, Zhang Xianghua couldn't help but laugh as she listened carefully to the sounds inside while preparing cold dishes. This Jianya, he only grows taller but not wiser, she said. Old Lady Qiao also couldn't help but smile, then rolled her eyes at Old Man Qiao through the door. Your dad just knows how to spoil his children. She hadn't even noticed when he secretly buried something. Old Man Qiao looked satisfied and happy. The lunch dishes were very popular. Everyone ate until they were full and greasy. Even the general joined in and ate until his stomach was round.
Oh.
Someone's rooster started crowing repeatedly, finally waking Qiao Yuan from her deep sleep. She yawned, curled back into her quilt, and dawdled for half an hour. Reluctantly, she reached under the quilt to get dressed. She slipped into her space, poured a small bucket of milk, and picked some mangoes, a watermelon, and a durian. Eating watermelon in winter felt wonderful. After a simple breakfast, Qiao Yuan put on a thick coat and a hat, then headed to the supply store. Yesterday, they received a basket of oranges and guoguang apples. She bought 3 jin of each, then tore open an orange and popped it into her mouth, savoring it. Today's oranges are quite sweet, but there are a lot of seeds. Sister Jinjin, give me 2 more jin of oranges. Zhao Jinjin quickly weighed them out. That young girl, Wang Yonghong, from the youth brigade, came early this morning to buy a jin of apples. She just left, and you 2 followed shortly after. Really? Qiao Yuan was a bit surprised. I didn't see her when I came. Maybe she left too quickly. Zhao Jinjin, who loved gossip, leaned closer to Qiao Yuan, looked around, and then hooked her arm. Little Yuan, I have something to tell you. It's explosive. I swear you'll never guess. I couldn't believe it myself when I saw it. Almost thought my eyes were playing tricks. What is it? Qiao Yuan's eyes brightened, sensing a big scoop she couldn't wait to hear. Zhao Jinjin looked around again, making sure no one was listening, then whispered, Wang Meili is secretly seeing Wu Weimin.
What?
Zhao Jinjin quickly covered Qiao Yuan's mouth. Lower your voice. Don't let anyone hear. They haven't been caught yet, and if neither admits it, we'd just be gossiping. Qiao Yuan nodded quickly and pulled her hand away. Really? Where did you see them? What were they doing? Zhao Jinjin looked back and saw Zhang Zhongli didn't hear her, so she continued, really, even more genuine than gold jewelry. Can I really be fooled by something I saw with my own eyes? It was near the barn, just the day before Laba Festival. I was thinking of buying a rabbit from the team. Coincidentally, I saw 2 people hugging each other. Oh my goodness, let me show you that pose. Zhao Jinjin walked behind Qiao Yuan, wrapped her arms around Qiao Yuan's waist, and pressed her face against Qiao Yuan's back. Brother Weimin, look at me. Since you lent me the cotton, you've been in my heart and eyes. I can't accept anyone else anymore. Brother Weimin, look back at me. I don't believe your eyes are empty. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. That's a line from Journey to the West. Zhao Jinjin rolled her eyes and released Qiao Yuan, saying, That's just what she said. I didn't lie. Qiao Yuan believed her naturally, but she didn't think Wu Weimin was foolish. After all, Wang Meili wasn't a great beauty either. That must be Wang Meili rushing headlong. Both Wu Weimin and Wang Yonghong already got together. Everyone knows that. Wu Weimin probably broke free, right? Did he scold Wang Meili? Zhao Jinjin clapped her hands excitedly. Exactly. Didn't you see him break free? They also talked for a long time. Bah, a scumbag. Qiao Yuan cursed harshly. Being a spy isn't enough. Now he doesn't even keep his morals. Living is a waste of air. Dying is a waste of land. Ever since Wu Weimin's family, all workers, heard the news that they could return to the city, things around Wu Weimin became much livelier. Some naive women in the team liked their son-in-law more and more. They couldn't wait to bring Wu Weimin home for dinner and marry him to their daughter that very day. 2 male-educated youths also became half-brothers to Wu Weimin, eager to wear the same pants and swear brotherhood, including Lin Xinqing. When they entered the house, they would run to open the door for Wu Weimin. Qiao Yuan always thought female-educated youths were relatively calmer. After all, Feng Xianglan was a bit absent-minded. Zhao Dongxue had no such intentions. Li Xiaomei was quiet and unobtrusive, and Chi Jimai had long said her only goal was to return safely to the city. As for Wang Yonghong, with her petty mind, she wouldn't even flirt with Wu Weimin. Just a glance or a few words would get her scolded. Chi Jimai definitely wouldn't bother her. As for Wang Meili, she always thought Wang Meili's heart was fixed on Feng Hua. But women's hearts are unpredictable. Change can happen in an instant. There's no need to cling to one person, but trying to steal someone else's partner is a bit unfair. Frogs with 4 legs are hard to find, but men with 2 legs are not. Wu Weimin's conditions are good, but she is still someone else's partner. From her recent observations, Wang Meili doesn't seem to have changed her core personality. She hasn't doubted the idea of time travel because she accepts this era very well, with no sense of discomfort. Most importantly, she genuinely cares about the Wang family in the city. The reborn version also doesn't seem to be the same. She doesn't make money through black markets, and her speech and behavior are normal. Besides her previous obsession with Feng Hua, she appears calm about the future. Her attitude towards her is also very important. If she were the reborn version, Wang Meili from the past would definitely recognize her, since their families are close. If the past Wang Meili had her own space, she would probably live quite well. Based on Wang Meili's personality, she would definitely try to please her. If she didn't have her own space, she would likely live worse than her second sister, Xiao Yuhua. Wang Meili noticed the differences between the 2 lives and started testing her early on. But Wang Meili shows no signs of either, and instead, she acts very hostile when they meet. She also keeps chasing Feng Hua, clearly knowing Feng Hua will achieve great success in the future. The only explanation is a fragment of a dream, probably a partial, incomplete dream. Now, Wang Meili is in Wu Weimin's arms, either because she has given up on Feng Hua, or because she recently had a dream where Wu Weimin also achieved quite a lot. Or maybe she simply likes Wu Weimin's current life conditions. Xiao Yuan finds this increasingly interesting. She gives her mother apples and oranges, not keeping any for herself, and reminds her to eat every day so they don't get wrinkled, then heads back to the educated youth station. General, I have a tough task for you. Do you think you can complete it? The general, acting playful, stands on his hind legs. I guarantee to complete the task. Please give instructions. Xiao Yuan kisses the cat's head. If you act like that later, I might take the chance to go find you. 5 minutes later. General, where did you go? Come back quickly. Feng Xianglan is sitting on the Kong, mending socks. Hearing the noise, she quickly puts on her shoes and a thick cotton jacket, ready to help. As she opens the door, she sees a cat suddenly dash inside. Feng Xianglan. Xiao Yuan, your cat is in our house.
Got it.
Xiao Yuan decides to give the general a chicken leg. Sorry, I didn't watch carefully, and let it run away. It didn't jump onto your Kong, right? No, it was just sitting on the ground. Very obedient. Feng Xianglan feels a bit moved and really wants to pet it. The general is good-looking and chubby, very adorable, but it has a proud personality. The educated youth want to pet it, but it completely ignores them. Since the last time Xiao Yuan praised Wang Yonghong and Wu Weimin as a perfect match, Wang Yonghong's friendliness toward Xiao Yuan has greatly increased. When she came in, he hurriedly greeted her. Yuan is here. Sit quickly. Xiao Yuan gently held the general in her arms and sat on the edge of the Kong. She saw her biting into an apple, and her eyes flickered. Smiling, she said, I also bought some apples just now. As the new year approaches, prices are rising. They used to sell for only 16 cents per jean, but today it's 21 cents. That's right, Wang Yonghong replied. A few days ago, I had a bit of heat in my body and couldn't eat well. My mouth felt bitter. Weimin was worried about me, so he hurried to the commune and bought me 2 jean of apples. They only cost 18 cents per jean then. Now, just a few days later, the price has gone up 3 cents. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan understood the subtle meaning and immediately said, Wu Jiqing really cares about you. She glanced at Wang Meili with the corner of her eye, making a tut-tut sound. Wang Meili's face looked a bit uncomfortable, and her eyes seemed jealous. It was confusing. Wang Yonghong now found everything about Xiao Yuan pleasing, her cheeks flushing with shyness. She said happily, "Wayman is just too fond of me." Qiao Yuan. P.S. Zhang Zhongli is Zhao Zhenjin's colleague, mentioned earlier. Wu Jiqing really dotes on you, Qiao Yuan said with full agreement. Why didn't he ask me to borrow his bicycle? Walking to the commune is tiring. Wayman has this temper. He's too shy to ask others for things. He called home and said he would send a bicycle ticket in a few days, then he would buy one himself. Wang Yonghong said this with a bit of pride. Bicycle tickets are not easy to get, but Wu Weiman managed to get one easily. Everyone praises the good things in life, and Feng Xilan didn't mind saying some nice words to make people happy. Wu Jiqing is not just good to Yonghong. That day, he bought not only apples but also oranges, cookies, brown sugar, peach crisps, and frozen pears. When he came back, he was almost frozen stiff, but he cared so much for Yonghong that his eyes turned red. Wang Yonghong sighed. I'm worried too. This winter is especially cold. No matter how thick the cotton clothes and pants are, they don't help after a while. They get soaked through. Wayman especially loves the noodles made by the master chef at the state-run restaurant. He often goes there. If he doesn't eat for a few days, it feels like something's missing. I tried to make it myself twice, but I couldn't get that taste. Wang Meili looked at Qiao Yuan and then at Wang Yonghong, her eyes flickering. She whispered a suggestion. Qiao Jiqing often eats rabbit, right? There should be quite a few rabbit skins. If you sew rabbit skins into the inside of cotton clothes and pants, it would be very warm. Qiao Yuan playfully looked at Wang Meili. This love triangle made Wang Meili feel really excited. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Wang Yonghong clapped his hands. Qiao Jiqing, if you have any extras, I can trade you something. My family just sent me some velvet fabric, all for you so you won't lose out. Sure, I'll pick some later, Qiao Yuan said. Having about 20 pieces of fabric, she couldn't use all. A few pretty ones she already made into hats and collars. The rest were not very nice, all flashy and colorful. They wouldn't go to waste in sewing clothes. Wang Yonghong thanked her. Just then, Wu Weiman happened to come back from the bathroom, stomping snow off his shoes at the door. Wang Yonghong's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked loudly, "Is Weiman in the kitchen?" Qiao Yuan thought to herself, wow, how much love is that? Just a couple of stomps and she can tell who it is. Seeing Wang Meili's eager look, she got goosebumps. How could she not hide her feelings? Wu Weiman responded softly and walked to the door, asking, "Is there something, Hong?" Wang Yonghong wanted to talk face-to-face, but Feng Xianglan was quick and opened the door directly. Everyone was dressed in cotton clothes and pants, so it wasn't a big deal. "Come in, Wu Jiqing," Wang Yonghong said. Wu Weiman pushed up his glasses, smiled, and his eyes stayed on Wang Yonghong from the moment he entered. Qiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, whistling in her mind. No wonder Wang Yonghong was so devoted. She was really good at this. Could a secret agent truly find real love? She'd never believe it. Wang Meili lowered her eyes, biting her lip, unconsciously clutching the small quilt on her legs. She suddenly felt overwhelmed with sadness. TSK, 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 is she jealous and upset? Qiao Yuan silently observed the three of them. Isn't this more interesting than listening to the radio? Only cheesy TV dramas could compare. At this moment, Wang Yonghong's eyes were full of Wu Weiman. Softly, she said, "Weiman, after lunch, bring me your cotton clothes and pants. I'll trade a few pieces with Qiao Jiqing, and I'll sew them up for you later." Wu Weiman pushed his glasses and smiled, looking at Wang Yonghong the whole time. Qiao Yuan raised her eyebrows, whistling again. No wonder Wang Yonghong was so dedicated. She was really clever. Could a secret agent truly find true love? She'd never believe it. Wang Meili lowered her head, showing her slender neck, looking shy. It's nothing. When you like someone, you naturally think about everything for them. It's just a pity. She paused, leaving half unsaid, her face sad. Apart from Wang Meili herself, only Qiao Yuan and Wu Weiman, who knew the truth, understood her feelings. Everyone else thought she was talking about Feng Hua. Qiao Yuan's lips twitched slightly, feeling sorry for Feng Hua. She had been harassed before, and now was being used as a shield. Once Wu Weimin's true nature was exposed, based on Wang Meili's personality, he probably wouldn't bother Feng Hua anymore. Thinking of this possibility, Qiao Yuan trembled a little. She lowered her head and exchanged a glance with the general, then silently turned away to avoid looking at Wang Meili. It was just too pretentious and fake. Watching her was uncomfortable. Although Wang Yonghong knew in her heart that Wang Meili wasn't talking about Wu Weimin, she couldn't help but find her words harsh. Wang Meili, what are you talking about? About liking or not liking? Don't say such things outside. It's serious, disrupting social order. Married couples walking close on the street don't dare to get too near. And you still talk about liking or not liking. That's reckless. If people hear, it won't just affect you. It could involve all of us young women from the countryside. Wang Yonghong emphasized her point strongly. I understand, Wang Meili said as if she was frightened, obediently admitting her mistake. She lowered her head pitifully, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of scheming. Who wouldn't sympathize with someone so delicate? From sympathy to concern, then to protection. She only lacked the family background that Wang Yonghong had. In every other way, she was no worse, perhaps even more attractive, with more regular features. Wang Meili quietly touched her slightly pale skin, her eyes shining with excitement. Thinking of her recent dreams, who would have thought she and Wu Weimin, who was usually low-key and ordinary, would someday become the vice-governor's wife? She was inexperienced but knew the hierarchy of society. Those with power had money, but still lacked influence? Once she became the vice-governor's wife, and Feng Hua refused to apologize and kneel, she would make him go bankrupt. Wu Weimin smiled faintly. Although he could sense the hidden meaning in Wang Meili's words, was he moved? Not at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. She had shamelessly chased Feng Hua around the brigade right after going to the countryside, only to be firmly rejected. Her face was stripped bare, and she was trampled underfoot. Now that she saw there was no hope, and knowing he was well off, she immediately turned to him. He wasn't a scavenger, but thinking that Wang Meili still had some use, Wu Weimin's eyes flickered. The others watched the three of them with strange expressions. Qiao Yuan's eyes widened, her face full of curiosity. Wang Yonghong also realized she had been too serious earlier, and a trace of discomfort flashed in her eyes. But it was impossible for her to apologize to Wang Meili. She only held Wang Meili's hand and pretended to reason kindly. Meili, don't blame your sister for being harsh just now. You haven't been outside much, and don't know how cruel people can be. Sometimes, a simple sentence can ruin someone's life. Qiao Yuan also had to admit that Wang Yonghong was quite capable, at least in maintaining her dignity, which was hard to criticize. Wang Meili thought Wu Weimin only liked Wang Yonghong because she was understanding. Instinctively, she tried to imitate the person in front of her, tightly holding Wang Yonghong's hand with one hand, her face full of sincerity. I understand, Yonghong. It's all for my good. Wang Yonghong choked, a lump forming in her throat, feeling uncomfortable but unsure why. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong, but she felt Wang Meili's expression was strange, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Subtly, she pulled her hand away from Wang Meili's grip. Today, Wang Meili seemed especially annoying, every part of her feeling fake. Sometimes, a woman's sixth sense is surprisingly strong. Wang Meili's previous relentless pursuit of Feng Hua left a deep impression on everyone, so Wang Yonghong hadn't been very cautious around her. Suddenly, the cat broke the awkward silence. It was hungry. In the following days, Qiao Yuan only left the house to go to the bathroom, trying not to go out much. On Lava Festival, it was freezing enough to freeze your chin. Tomorrow was Qiao Yudong's wedding. 2 days earlier, Qiao Xingli came back especially, bringing 2 bottles of canned peaches and 10 yuan for pension. He also emphasized to Qiao Yuan again, in a more serious tone, that she must attend Yudong's wedding. Before she could say anything, he even handed her 10 yuan himself. Qiao Yuan felt a bit confused. Just say it once. Why say it twice? What's the big deal about her going or not? She wasn't planning to give a gift, just wanted to bring her mouth, no, two mouths, and the general was coming too. Could there be any trouble? Flattering without reason often hides ulterior motives. But she couldn't guess what it was, so she decided not to bother. Anyway, Qiao Xingli and the others wouldn't dare cause trouble. She pulled the curtains, got into bed, and slipped into her space. She tidied up the space, mature fruits stored in the warehouse, eggs, chicken, duck, goose, carefully packed into baskets and stored away. Grain, vegetables, and other supplies were also reorganized. The land left fallow was no longer used for planting grains because there was too much, hard to eat it all, and selling was too much trouble. The small collective couldn't handle it. Big cities could absorb the surplus, but it was too complicated with too many eyes watching. Never underestimate the power of the state machinery. If someone with bad intentions looked into it, they'd find everything. At least when she was just a small village girl, she had to bide her time. Qiao Yuan found some ginseng seeds she had previously collected in her space mountain and casually scattered them on the ground. The ginseng on the mountain had grown for many years. Each root was as big as a water radish, not suitable for selling. Last time, she finally found a small chicken for stew, but she only put in 2 slices and she started bleeding from her nose. She wanted to pull out 2 teeth to make her grandfather some wine, but she was too scared. People say ginseng is a small but powerful medicine. If you're weak, it can be too strong for you. People with weak bodies are easily overwhelmed and can't be properly nourished. Her grandfather is old, and although he drinks spring water and is very healthy, she doesn't dare give him anything random. This time, she plans to take her grandfather and her grandmother to see an old Chinese doctor in the city. The doctor said to keep nourishing him if he's doing well. Qiao Yuan then went to check her treasures. Looking at the boxes of gold, jade, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings and the neatly stacked gold bars, she almost burst into laughter. She is a money lover and never hides it. She thought about how her grandmother has no jewelry at all. She immediately started rummaging through boxes and finally found a pair of silver earrings suitable for the elderly lady in a relatively worn box. After searching some more, she found an old-fashioned silver bracelet from the right era and a silver hairpin. The bracelet's shine was a bit dull and darkened, but the pattern was very nice, though a bit thin. The hairpin was quite thick, flat, with a cloud pattern. Qiao Yuan smiled happily as she took them out of the space. The little old lady was about to be happy again. To catch the earliest train, Qiao Yuan woke up early, carried the general, locked the door, and went straight to the back room. They ate breakfast there. Grandma Qiao had already dressed and was applying snow cream to her face when Qiao Yuan tugged her sleeve and secretly took out a small bag from her pocket. "Grandma, look at this."
"Tada."
Surprise or not, do you like it? Grandma Qiao was startled at first, then immediately smiled so broadly her eyes disappeared. She quickly grabbed 2 bracelets. "Did you buy these for Grandma?"
"Yes."
"All of them? The bracelets, hairpin, and earrings?" "Yes." Grandma Qiao was so happy she couldn't contain herself. She first put on the bracelets, then carefully wiped her ears with a cloth before putting on the earrings. Even though she was old, her hair was thick, and the wide hairpin suited her best. Grandma Qiao looked in the mirror, her eyes squinting happily, then hurried outside to show off to Grandpa Qiao. "Old man, do I look good? Xiaowan bought this for me." "You look great." Grandpa Qiao was holding a water bottle for the cow. Today there were many people: Grandpa Qiao, Grandma Qiao, Qiao Yuan, Mr. and Mrs. Qiao Fu, Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Chengfu and his wife, and Qiao Jianpan. Usually, Qiao Jianan had already moved out and married, so he should be giving his own gifts. Not only Qiao's family celebrations, but also other families' birthdays and events should be attended. Earlier, the Liu family from the big team didn't go to any celebrations when they had a baby. This time, Qiao Yudong was getting married. Zhou Chunhua was worried that the young couple might not understand, so she hurriedly went to ask. Qiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng both said at the same time, "No time. We're not going. We could send the money, but no one mentioned it. It's really hard to please everyone. Everyone has their own way of life." Frustrated, Zhou Chunhua angrily turned and went home. She was laughed at a few times by Qiao Jianpan. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianghua took a few small mats and placed them on the car. They were woven from ula grass, thick enough to keep the cold out. She also brought a worn-out quilt, which was for Grandma Qiao. Zhang Xianghua immediately saw that something was different. "Oh my, you're quite traditional, mother. Xiao Wan really has good taste." "That's right," Grandma Qiao said proudly. She climbed onto the ox cart, sat in the middle, and covered her legs with a worn quilt. She called out loudly, "Jianbei, Jiangdang, don't forget to read books at home. The lunch is ready, just heat it up. In the evening, start the fire early to warm the kong and cook the meal. We don't know what time we'll be back, so no need to cook again. Don't forget to feed the pigs at noon, give them more food. We'll slaughter the pigs in a few days, so give them good food these days." Everyone nodded and smiled happily, but Qiao Jianya couldn't help but complain, "I want to go too. Take me along." "Go where?" "Just stay at home and be good," said Zhang Xianghua quickly. She climbed onto the ox cart efficiently and told Xiao Yuan to sit beside her. "Isn't the train ticket just money? Several yuan could buy a lot of pork. It's not worth it." The strong and sturdy Qiao Jianya pouted, looking funny. "I've never been to the city. I just want to see more of the world." Zhang Xianghua didn't want to hear her son's nonsense and hurriedly urged Qiao Fuyo to get the cart moving. It was cold outside, and going out didn't seem worth it. Only close relatives had no choice. She preferred staying warm at home. Much more comfortable. She thought so, but she didn't say it aloud. Not only Zhang Xianghua, but Qiao Yuan also thought the same. If it were possible, she really wanted to swap places with Qiao Jianya. Traveling by train in winter was uncomfortable, with the smell of coal smoke. Especially seats near the boiler, which weren't cleaned properly, and the car wasn't warm enough. The windows were covered with frost, and the seats were cold, making your bottom freeze and your feet cold after a while. Grandma Qiao was only excited for a little while before she started complaining about how warm her own bed at home was. By 10 o'clock, they arrived at the family building of the medicine factory. The Qiao family was already crowded with people, relatives from Li Guilan's family, and many colleagues. When they saw the group, Li Guilan's family members, who had been pacing anxiously, immediately smiled broadly and hurried to greet them. The room suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at the members of the Qiao family. When they saw Qiao Yuan, dressed in a red padded jacket, wearing a white rabbit fur hat, and with a small face that looked even more delicate and fair, everyone's eyes brightened. "My goodness, is the young lady of the Qiao family so beautiful?" The elderly lady from the Li family saw Qiao Yuan's outfit and immediately looked displeased, giving her daughter, Li Guilan, a sharp glare. Qiao Xingli was very happy to see visitors from his hometown. He quickly led them into the living room. "Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, come inside." As he spoke, he patted Xiao Jianhua on the shoulder. "Jianhua and Xiao Pan are here too. Why didn't Jianbei and Jianya come?" The elderly lady of the Qiao family looked around the wedding room, knowing that her third son's question was casual, so she didn't reply. "Has Yudong gone to pick up his bride yet?"
No, not yet.
Xiao Xingli couldn't hide his smile, lifting his arm to check his watch. "It'll be soon." Since it was probably his only son getting married, Xiao Xingli was especially excited today. "Dad, do you want to say a few words later?" "I'm just an old man. What can I say?" "Let the factory leaders speak," replied the old man Xiao, feeling a bit foolish. As a rural man who barely knew how to read, he didn't want to speak nonsense. Xiao Xingli nodded. Yes, yes, yes." Qiao Yuan found seats for Qiao Jianhua and Qiao Jianpan, then handed a general to Qiao Jianpan, letting him eat candies and sunflower seeds. She herself greeted relatives and neighbors she knew, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, and other relatives. She called out everyone's titles. Her eldest uncle's daughter, Li Lizhen, held a little child with a runny nose and looked her over from head to toe. "Oh, Xiaowan, you're back? How was the countryside? Was it hard? I heard from your mother that you enjoyed a lot of old age benefits there, never even left the village." I didn't believe it at first, but now I see your face is getting whiter and more delicate, and you've grown taller. I finally believe it. I thought you'd come back all sunburned and dark from the countryside. Looks like your stay there wasn't wasted. Your mother's decision was right. The implication was clear. Your good fortune today was all thanks to your mother. Don't hold a grudge anymore. Really? Xiao Yuan smiled and raised her eyebrows. I'm weak and can't earn work points. I rely on my grandfather and grandmother for food. Li Lizhen felt a little awkward hearing this. What did she mean? Without caring grandparents to support her, would she have starved after going to the countryside? It seemed she was throwing the pot back again. Xiao Yuzhu was standing nearby, not wanting to be laughed at, so she quickly changed the subject. Is your second sister not with you? I sent her a letter at the beginning of the month, but she didn't reply. I thought she might come back. I don't know what your second sister is thinking. Her only younger brother is getting married, and she didn't even show her face. She's grown up but so clueless. Just wait. When the Qin family arrives, they'll pick a fight. Xiao Yuan happily reached for a handful of sunflower seeds on the table, raised her chin, and gestured to Xiao Yuzhu. Big sister, the plate is almost empty. Hurry and refill it. When the Qin family comes, they'll pick a fight if they see an empty plate. Xiao Yuzhu pursed her lips, knowing she didn't like hearing about her second sister. She felt that Xiao Yuan didn't respect her as the eldest sister and was closer to her second sister, so she didn't want to do as told. But leaving the plate empty looked bad. Or you could go with big sister. The family sisters sat there, with the younger sister leisurely eating sunflower seeds, acting like a waitress serving tea and water. She always felt a bit inferior. Xiao Yuan smiled sweetly. Big sister, it's just a small task. You do it yourself. Just think of it as caring for me. I came early from the commune, freezing and shivering, with cold hands and feet. Besides, I don't even know where the things are. If you're really busy, just ask cousin, brother, or younger brother to help. She wouldn't move herself anyway. The Leaf family members. Watching the scene, they couldn't help but show their amusement. Xiao Yuzhu had nothing to say. She bit her lip, added more sunflower seeds and candies, then looked back at Xiao Yuan. She saw her holding a very fat cat, sitting on a bench, cracking sunflower seeds. She hurried over. Xiao Yuan, I almost forgot to ask you. What gift are you planning to give? What gift? Xiao Yuan grabbed some candies and stuffed them into Xiao Jinpan's pocket, looking confused and raising her head. Xiao Yuzhu's face twitched. Her own wedding was not a big deal, yet she was taking and eating from others' gifts. Your third brother is getting married. As his sister, you should give something. Even a pair of pillowcases would be a nice gesture. Xiao Yuan still smiled sweetly. Big sister, I've gone to the countryside. I don't earn money, and I don't have a ticket. How can I buy anything? I barely manage to support myself. Besides, I'm only 15, turning 16 after the new year. I'm still a kid. Who would expect a kid to choose a gift? I can't compare to you. You're married, and you and your husband both earn wages. Even if it's just a pair of pillowcases or a quilt cover or a bicycle, I could afford it. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuan suddenly stood up, hugged Xiao Yuzhu's arm, and pouted. Big sister, what are you planning to give? If there's anything extra, give me one so I can make the scene look lively. Xiao Jian eagerly bit his cheek, his shoulders trembling. Xiao Jianhua looked down, a slight smile on his lips as he cracked sunflower seeds, occasionally sneaking a few into the general's mouth. Xiao Yuzhu was once again at a loss for words. She originally planned to give 5 yuan, but her own husband said it was too little, so she added another 5, making 10 yuan, which she then recorded as a gift. Li Guilan and her 2 sisters-in-law stood by the stove, chatting quietly while subtly observing the parents-in-law. She had worried before that they wore ragged clothes and looked rustic, which might embarrass their family, and she was a bit reluctant to invite them. But now, she saw that wasn't the case at all. As for the parents-in-law, both were dressed in new clothes. The father-in-law wore a dark blue coat, quite ordinary. The mother-in-law was clearly dressed up, wearing a red wool coat and black checked wool trousers. Their attire looked quite different. She had thought that since her only son was getting married, she should wear bright clothes as a mother-in-law. But after shopping in department stores for several days, she couldn't find such good fabric or colors as her mother-in-law's. Today, her mother-in-law even styled her hair carefully, showing she used hair oil, with every strand neatly combed, no stray hairs. She wore a silver hairpin, thick and valuable-looking. Her face was quite plain, but her mother-in-law hadn't been working outdoors for years. Her skin wasn't dark, and now she looked even younger than before. Even at 66, her face was whiter, with hardly any wrinkles, as if ironed flat, and she wore delicate silver earrings. Someone might believe she was in her 50s. Her own Xiaowan was very fair, just like her mother-in-law.
Ligu ilan su denli si tifenet, her pupils shrinking sharply.
Just now, when the mother-in-law raised her arm, what was exposed? Was it a silver bracelet? Was it a single bracelet or a pair? Where did it come from? Had she had it before, or was it new? If she had it before, how come she didn't notice all these years? If it was new, was it bought by Qiao Xingli or by her own Xiaowan? As for the two brothers-in-law, it's not that Li Guilan looked down on people. They were so poor they'd urinate blood. Not to mention silver bracelets, they'd have to think twice even about silver rings. Li Guilan smiled gently, holding Zhang Xianghua's hand, and began to probe. Sister-in-law, I've been married into the Qiao family for so many years, and I never knew our mother had silver jewelry. Was it left by her? Don't say. She still looks good wearing it. She really values Yudong. I've never seen her wear jewelry before. Before Zhang Xianghua could speak, Zhou Chunhua burst into laughter. Don't say you don't know. Neither I nor sister-in-law do either. It wasn't left by our grandmother. We don't have such things at home. Xiaowan bought it for her grandmother. She just bought it. Our mother's clothes and pants were also bought by Xiaowan and my sister-in-law, and I made them. In my opinion, one is very filial, even more so than other families' grandchildren who are all together.
Haha.
Zhou Chunhua didn't know whether she was deliberately provoking Li Guilan or just happy and forgot herself. In front of Li Guilan, she praised Xiao Yuanwan excessively. She talked about buying clothes, cotton, snow cream, fruits, and snacks filling a cabinet. She said that even a little good thing would make the elderly call for it. She praised Xiao Yuanwan so much that Li Guilan's smile gradually faded until it disappeared, even twisting slightly. Old Lady Li, who had been eavesdropping, rolled her eyes faster and cursed Xiao Yuanwan repeatedly in her heart for being unfilial. If grandma is filial, then why doesn't this grandma do the same? Not to mention silver hairpins, earrings, or bracelets, she hasn't even seen her granddaughter get a piece of candy. Outsiders just don't like her. The neighbors and some colleagues from the pharmaceutical factory all looked at her with meaningful eyes. They had all heard about the matter, about how the Qiao family took a lot of bride price from an old man to sell their daughter. Some knew it was false and just enjoyed the gossip. Others believed it and cursed the Qiao family for being unkind. After all, it was true that Xiao Yuanwan was sent to the countryside, but today, seeing her in person, it was obvious the rumors were false.
Why?
First, she didn't look like a pushover. Second, her grandparents clearly loved her very much. Just look at how they talked about her, almost hanging their ears to their shoulders. They probably wouldn't even dare to sell their granddaughter, even with Qiao Xingli and his wife around. Xiao Yuzhu listened with disapproval, lowering her voice. Xiaowan, you have money to buy these for grandma, but no money to buy a pair of pillowcases or a wash basin. Even a red mirror would be enough. Xiao Yuanwan didn't even lift her eyelids. Can Xiao Yudong compare to our grandma? I came back to attend the wedding just to give him face. Xiao Yuzhu opened her mouth, wanting to say that siblings should be closer, but thinking about her own situation, she kept quiet. After knowing that Xiao Yuanwan didn't listen, she also restrained herself and didn't act as the eldest sister anymore. Neighborly Lirong's eyes rolled as she approached old lady Qiao and flattered her. Auntie, you really have a good granddaughter. Xiaowan is not only filial but also capable, much better than our kids. You'll have endless happiness in the future. I heard Yudong say earlier, is Xiaowan raising rabbits in the countryside? Wow, this skill is impressive. Maybe in the future, the rabbits we buy from the supply and marketing cooperative will be raised by Xiaowan. Later, we'll have to rely on Xiaowan for meat. Turning to Li Guilon, he said, Guilon, when Xiaowan sends rabbits home, please tell us in advance. We neighbors are not outsiders. We all contribute money and pay for postage, so don't worry about the costs. Li Guilon forced a smile and nodded. Others started talking excitedly, as these days everyone craves meat. Even those with money often can't buy it, especially after winter begins, when supplies are short. Knowing that Qingshan Liangzi raises many rabbits and that Qiao Fuyo is the team leader, everyone put aside their city folks' pride and began chatting with Qiao Fuyo. He had never experienced such treatment before. The meat really smells delicious. Look at that. Even Zhang Xianghua, Qiao Chengfu, and Zhou Chunhua weren't idle. They asked about how many rabbits were raised, whether there were chickens, and if pigs were slaughtered and sold for the new year. When they learned that mushrooms were also cultivated and the house was bustling like a kitchen, they couldn't help but admire how outstanding rural folks can be. When they heard that a factory in the city had already ordered all the mushrooms, everyone started sighing as if they had missed out on a prestigious honor. It shows how hard it is to get vegetables in northeast winters. The neglected Qiao Shengli, Li Guilon, Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Jianpan, and Qiao Yuan sat comfortably in the corner. Jianhua stroked the general's chin and muttered, "We must expand the mushroom farm when we get home." Jianpan had 2 candies in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out, and she nudged Qiao Yuan with her elbow. Softly, she whispered into Yuan's ear, "Uncle really went all out this time, inviting so many people." "Hey, Xiaowan, did you notice? The neighbor's door next door also has a happy character pasted on it. Your family can't hold so many tables, so the neighbor sets them up. Uncle and Aunt want to celebrate big. Nowadays, many weddings don't hold big banquets. They just give some candies, a few cigarettes, and gather together. Even if they do hold a banquet, it's usually just 1 or 2 tables with the parents of both sides and close relatives sharing a meal. Summer is easier, no matter how much meat or vegetables, they are plentiful. But in winter, there's almost nothing, especially grains. Everyone eats a fixed amount, about 28 jin of grain per month for those not doing heavy labor. Fine grains make up 45%, coarse grains 55%. Many people can't eat enough and have to buy grain at high prices. 2 neighboring families of the Qiao household also posted red paper on their doors. One had at least 2 tables, and with the Qiao family, there were over 6 tables. Even with 6 tables, each seating 8 to 10 people, that's 48 to 60 people. People come to attend the wedding, and they can't just eat plain porridge. Even if each person only eats half a jin of grain, that adds up to about 30 jin. Qiao Shengli and Li Guilon both care about their reputation. They wouldn't serve just plain rice. They definitely serve hearty food. At minimum, they serve coarse grain porridge. Plus dishes, they probably have at least 6 tables, with half of the dishes containing meat. When you think about it, they really went all out. At this moment, loud noises came from outside. The children were the happiest, running around the corridor and shouting, "The bride is coming! The bride is coming!" The people at the door immediately closed the door. When Chen Chongshu called out 3 times for her mother to open the door, Li Guilon finally smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly closed as she opened the door and handed over a red envelope. Chen Chongshu's face was red, and she smiled shyly, her sparkling eyes fixed on Qiao Yudong. The relatives who came for the wedding were about the same age as Qiao Yudong. Everyone started teasing, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. These days, there's no tradition of sitting on a blessing bed or placing red dates, peanuts, longans, or sunflower seeds on the bed. Instead, they straightforwardly declare the marriage solemnly. The officiant says a few words, and then they hand out the marriage certificate to finish the ceremony. Afterward, they start eating and celebrating. At this point, Qiao Yuanwan and Qiao Jianpan finally understood why so many tables were set up. It turns out the bride's relatives came along with the groom's side. The 7 aunts and 8 aunts, plus 6 or 7 children, probably occupied 3 tables. The bride's family was seated in the groom's house, arranged by Mother Qiao and Yuzhua Qiao at the designated wedding tables. According to local customs, the bride's family tables usually have 2 more dishes than the groom's family tables. Qiao Yuanwan and Qiao Jianpan went straight to a neighbor's house, sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, and waited for the meal to start. Qiao Yuzhua, holding a plate of rabbit stew with potatoes and a bowl of tofu with cabbage, looked helpless. Even her own brother didn't help serve the dishes. Instead, others like Qiao Fuyo, Qiao Chongfu, Zhang Xianghua, Zhou Chunhua, and Qiao Jianhua came over to serve food and drinks. Qiao Father and Qiao Yudong also came to tell everyone to enjoy the good food and drinks. Note: to make the celebration livelier, many families combined their tables at the hotel, such as 3 or 4 tables for the bride's family, with the groom's family sharing the cost. If there were many guests, the bride's family paid for their own. If not, the groom's family covered the expenses to avoid taking advantage. In the past, when hosting banquets in the village, the bride's family's tables had 2 extra dishes. Now, it's generally the same. They usually serve 3 rounds of dishes, and once the relatives from the groom's side finish their visit, the last round of meals begins. And it wasn't the 6 dishes that Qiao Yuan estimated, but 8. A big plate of potatoes with fewer rabbit pieces, a large bowl of tofu stewed with cabbage, with 6 or 7 slices of fatty meat visible inside. There was also shredded pickled cabbage stir-fried with shredded meat, though no one knew where the chef was from. The shredded meat was cut very finely, almost like threading a needle, but no matter how fine, it was still meat. Most importantly, there was a small roasted chicken weighing over 2 jin. Everyone at the table praised the Qiao family for their generosity, saying they liked the daughter of the Qin family and that the Qiao family was wealthy. As soon as the dishes were served, several pairs of chopsticks started grabbing food quickly, like a battle, and soon the meat was all taken. Jiao Jianban immediately reached out and pulled 2 chicken wings from the chicken for Qiao Yuan. Since they were good friends, Qiao Yuan also tore off a big chicken leg and put it in Jiao Jianpan's bowl. The table had 8 women, almost glaring at the 2 young ladies. Looking at Qiao Yuan and Jiao Jianpan, they thought they were unbeatable at banquets, but today they lost to the 2 girls. With limited meat and many people, plus the small size of the roasted chicken, once the chicken legs and wings were taken, almost only bones remained. The woman who only managed to grab the chicken had looked even less friendly, her chest rising and falling with emotion. At their table, the adults were a bit more restrained, but a few women just glared sideways at the 2 young ladies. At the other table, 2 little kids had tears in their eyes, their mouths wide open. Qiao Yuan delicately spat out the chicken bones and said, "Aunties, I didn't fight you for the fatty meat slices just now. Besides, I've gone to the countryside, and it's rare to get a piece of meat. She was such a good person. Where could you find someone like her?" Sure enough, when the 8 women heard this, their expressions softened, and they immediately felt affection for Qiao Yuan. The little girl from the Qiao family was so pitiful. The Qiao couple and Qiao Yudong, the older brother, were not doing well. One aunt looked down at her own bowl, where she hadn't finished her fatty meat slices, as if she suddenly remembered something. She picks him up to put into Qiao Yuan's bowl but hesitated, looking conflicted. Just then, Jiao Jianhua brought out a dish of homemade tofu and a plate of stir-fried cabbage with wood ear mushrooms. Most importantly, both dishes had diced meat. Brother-in-law Wang Pengfei followed closely behind, bringing a plate of oil-braised mackerel with vermicelli and a plate of scrambled eggs with scallions. The aunt immediately stuffed the fatty meat slices into her mouth and started a meat-picking battle. Qiao Yuan stood up, scooped a big piece of fish into Jiao Jianpan's bowl, and ate with her mouth full of oil, not forgetting to take out a few small dried fish from her pocket to feed the dog lying at her feet. After the banquet ended, Qiao Yuan and Jiao Jianpan strolled back to the Qiao family, letting the dog roam freely. The general stretched lazily, yawned loudly, and suddenly dashed outside. Qiao Jianpan looked a bit worried. "The general has never been here before. Don't get lost." "It's okay, he's sharp," Qiao Yuan said confidently, not worried at all. She popped a milk candy into her mouth. After eating fish and feeling the cold wind, Her mouth was full of a fishy smell, which made her uncomfortable, so she gave another candy to Xiao Jianpan. What if he gets caught? After all, the general is so cute and chubby. Though no one eats cat meat, what if someone gets greedy and tries to catch him? The general can bite him to death, someone said. By now, the Chun family members had all left one after another, along with neighbors and colleagues. Only the Li family was still there. When they saw Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan walk into the house, full and satisfied, Li Laotai was the first to look downcast. Besides Old Zhou and Old Lady Zhou, the rest of the Qiao family had been helping with chores earlier and were now sitting at the table eating. Even Chun Changshu, the new bride, was busy eating. No one paid much attention. Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan approached the seats where Old Lady Zhou and Old Zhou were sitting. "Grandma, have you and my grandpa eaten well? If not, you can have another meal." Old Zhou, with his eyes half closed, was eating silently, along with Qiao's father, mother, and Qiao Yudong. "You're so filial," someone said, but it's obvious. They didn't want to say anything, having been busy since early dawn, hungry and trembling in their legs, and kept eating quietly. Old Lady Zhou adjusted Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan's padded collars. "Eat your fill. Your grandpa and I have eaten quite a bit of meat." Old Zhou nodded and smiled. Then, a warm scene of grandparents and grandchildren enjoying a meal unfolded. At the table, the three brothers Qiao Fuyo and their wives were chatting happily. Chun Changshu, the new daughter-in-law, was helping Qiao Yudong serve dishes, playing the role of a caring wife, while chatting with Zhang Xianghua and Zhou Chunhua. This was Chun Changshu's first time meeting her hometown relatives. She was straightforward and smart, and had more to talk about than Li Guilan and the other two sisters-in-law. Zhang Xianghua and Zhou Chunhua, feeling a bit uncomfortable about their niece-in-law Qiao Yuan, still showed some warmth because they were elders. For a moment, everyone got along quite well. This drew some people's attention. Maybe they couldn't stand being ignored, or felt overshadowed by their rustic relatives, or maybe they had been holding a grudge from the start. Suddenly, Li Laotai snorted coldly, clearly very displeased. Her snort was loud and obvious, heard clearly by everyone. Qiao Yuan, with sharp eyes, exclaimed, "Grandma, quickly wipe your nose with a tissue. You've got boogers, and if you don't wipe, they might fall into your mouth." The tense atmosphere instantly disappeared. Everyone inside the house. Was that intentional? But judging by her caring expression, it didn't seem quite right. Everyone turned to look at Grandma Li. Li Guilan blushed suddenly, feeling embarrassed that her mother was criticizing her in front of her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. As someone who always considered herself a city girl and a good sister-in-law, she felt very awkward. She wanted her little daughter to fetch some paper to wipe her face, but seeing her mother-in-law's stern face, she could only turn and tell her eldest daughter, "Yuju, hurry and get some paper for Grandma to wipe her face." Grandma Li took the paper and, whether intentionally or not, sneezed loudly to annoy everyone. Chun Changshu felt sick and couldn't eat anymore but was too shy to stop eating suddenly. She sat there counting rice grains. Qiao Yudong scooped a piece of rabbit meat into Chun Changshu's bowl. "Eat it. Today's rabbit stew is very flavorful. Eat a few more pieces.
You don't need to worry about me."
"I'm full," Chun Changshu said, feeling more nauseous from the smell of the meat, her face turning pale. Today, Qiao Yudong was especially insensitive. "Come on, I know how much you can eat.
Don't be shy.
We're family. If you don't like rabbit, you can have roast chicken." Grandma Li, who had been holding back her anger earlier, saw Chun Changshu's delicate words and, with a sidelong glance and crossed legs, started her lecture again. "Young people today are so picky. If you don't like this or that, how can you look good? All thin as sticks. Nowadays, young people only care about looks when choosing a partner. I say, what's the use of a pretty face? You need to see if they can work. Big buttocks mean they can have children. In the old days, small butts weren't desirable. Girls couldn't get married until they were 18 or 19 and became old maids. When they finally married, they had many daughters, which was embarrassing for their parents and relatives. If Chun Changshu gets pregnant early and has a big, healthy boy, that would be the greatest filial act for your mother and father. Chun Changshu thought. This old lady must be crazy. Today is her wedding day, and she's talking about size and having children. Who does she think she is fooling? Xiao Yuan was always suspicious that her grandmother's words had a sneaky look in her eyes. She remembered her own and instinctively touched it twice. It's pretty firm. Looks like she's not talking about her. As soon as Grandma Li said that, several of her husband's sisters and aunts agreed and echoed her words. Xiao Jianpan looked down, secretly smiling, and whispered to Xiao Yuan, I think he's even less perceptive than Brother Jianya, more reckless than me.
Xiao Yuan. Mom.
Li Guilin couldn't help but shout. What are you shouting for? Grandma Li, like a powder keg ready to explode, grew more excited. As the elder, I should be able to say a few words. Do I still have no place in your eyes? Did I say anything wrong? The most unfilial one is you, the daughter who doesn't respect me. The children learn from you. Bah, daughters-in-law are like water spilled after marriage. Raising daughters is useless. Outsiders are outsiders, ungrateful wolves. Grandma Li's anger grew as she spoke, and she got off the bed, poking Li Guilin's forehead with her finger. Gesturing wildly, spitting saliva, with her broken yellow teeth and decades-old bad breath, she made Li Guilin blush and get angry. Mom, what are you doing? When have I ever been unfilial? Have I ever gone home without bringing something? Only these 2 months since Yudong got married, the family bought a radio and a bicycle. Money's tight, so I didn't bring anything. Do you really need to scold me on Yudong's wedding day, a day of great joy, pointing at my nose? Still in front of her mother-in-law, 2 sisters-in-law, brother-in-law, and new bride. How could she lift her head after that? Li Guilin, who cared about her reputation, couldn't accept this, and her eyes turned red with anger. Grandma Li paused, holding back the curse on her lips, realizing she had lost control of the situation. Not only did she embarrass herself in front of her in-laws, but her daughter, son-in-law, and grandson might also resent her. Grandma Li was not very clever. When she was anxious, she hurried to shift blame. Who do you blame? It's that stubborn girl Xiaowan who didn't buy silver jewelry for her grandmother. Before she finished, the Li family knew trouble was coming. They were too eager. Asking for things like that was unusual. Sure enough, Grandma Qiao suddenly stood up, hands on her hips, making a teapot shape, ready to scold loudly. Xiao Yuan gently patted her grandmother. Grandma, my maternal grandmother once said that scolding children brings bad luck, and if she dies, she'll go too. We shouldn't learn from her. She smiled softly, seeming completely unbothered. But her words cast a big shadow over Grandma Li, not only accusing her but also involving her grandchildren and what might happen after her death. Grandma Qiao was still her granddaughter, and her little mouth was very clever. Your maternal grandmother still spreads superstitions? Dear granddaughter, listen to Grandma. We shouldn't learn from her. Grandma Li was furious. You little girl, what are you talking about? When did I spread these things to you? She even cursed her to go too harsh. Zhou Yuan seems completely disconnected from Grandma Li, ignoring her entirely. She continues to speak warmly with Grandma Qiao, asking Grandma, did your children buy you anything? Zhou Yuan doesn't mention her aunt's family, but directly uses your children, showing cleverness. Grandma Li is sharp too. She suddenly waves her hand and says, what do I need their gifts for? I'm not lacking grandchildren, and I have 3 sons. It's not up to outsiders to provide for me. Even if we became very poor someday, I wouldn't ask my own daughter's family for help. I'd first deal with your unfilial father, and then with your brothers, Manhwa and others. Those useless boys, they have no skills, and they make their mother beg for food. Why live? It's a waste of resources. Her words not only shock Grandma Li, who was loudly protesting earlier, but also make the Li family members, who had been watching and hoping their niece could get some benefit, turn red with embarrassment, as if they wanted to hide. It's a real slap in the face. The loud slap of her words nearly makes the Li family swell with shame. Her scolding is so harsh and humiliating. The Qiao family members lower their heads and eat quickly. Zhou Chunhua almost spits out her food, but at a critical moment, Zhang Xianghua pinches her under the table. Even Chen Changshu feels quite satisfied. Zhou Yuan is straightforward and always believes in hitting back when someone is down. Grandma, do your children give you New Year's money?
She asks.
Yes, I do. As an elder, how could I not? But our family is poor, so I only get a few coins as a token, Grandma Li replies. At this moment, she's no longer angry, leaning back comfortably in her chair and casually tearing at a chicken neck, looking very relaxed. Then you, Grandma, are doing very well. Better than my grandma. I've never received New Year's money from my grandma. Zhou Yuan pouts, feeling wronged. Grandma Li scoffs. Why is your grandma like that? The grandmother and granddaughter talk like a comedy duo, asking and answering back and forth, their words as colorful as painted with red dye. That's true. Zhou Yuan obediently sits beside Grandma Li. Actually, no, during New Year, I visit my mother's relatives and eat a meal. My grandma and grandpa aren't happy about it. They look at me with disdain when I eat meat, so I stopped going. The Li family only cares about Zhou Yutong and Zhou Yuzhu. Grandma Li feels truly distressed now and pulls her granddaughter into a tight hug. My granddaughter has suffered. Your grandma is blind. From now on, we won't pay attention to her. If she has issues, let her come to Grandma. I will make the decisions for you. I will block her house and curse her ancestors. The Li family members all choked, feeling a sharp pain in their chests. Do they think they don't exist? They are just teaching the children these things right in front of them. But just thinking about Xiao Yuan flipping those small intestines earlier, they all felt guilty. Their posture was very unsteady. Old Lady Li harshly pounded her chest, feeling that today's bad move made her feel like her good deeds were halved. When it comes to arguing and being sarcastic, they are no match for the clever grandchildren. If they fought physically, Old Lady Li judged that both sides' strength was comparable, but rural people who do hard labor all year are stronger than city folks. That's not good either. Forget it, the Li family is delicate, not like these broken bricks and tiles. The Li family members who couldn't bear to show their faces found an excuse and quickly left in embarrassment. As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, they heard deafening laughter. They hurriedly ran away. Zhang Xianghua pinched herself several times, and Zhou Chunhua kept laughing so hard she was crying, Big sister-in-law, don't pinch me anymore. I really can't help it. I tried my best, ha. The laughter became more and more infectious, like a goose calling in the village. Zhang Xianghua.
Ligilan.
This sister-in-law. Xiaowan, I want to say something to you, someone said. Sure enough, Qiao Yuan knew someone would come out to cause trouble. I don't need you to tell me. Who do you think you are? Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes and didn't give Qiao Yuzhu a good look. You. Qiao Yuzhu was speechless from her words, feeling embarrassed. She stood up angrily and stomped her foot.
Dad, Mom, look at Xiaowan.
Is this how a younger sister talks? I'm her older sister, and I just said a few words to her. She can't even listen? And she asks who I am?
Who I am?
I am the oldest, your big sister. Qiao Yuan shrugged and looked obedient. Oh, big sister, my dear older sister, I need some money. Can you support me? I don't want much, just 50 yuan. I give you money? 50? Xiao Yuzhu couldn't believe it, pointing at herself. She worked in 3 shifts, sometimes so tired her feet swelled. She earned only 28 yuan a month and couldn't even afford new clothes. Xiao Yuan's lips moved slightly, asking for 50 yuan. It didn't sound like borrowing. It sounded like she wanted it and wouldn't pay back. Was her money blown in by the wind? Xiao Yuan looked at her surprised expression and smiled to herself. You're the older sister, yet you refuse to give your own younger sister $2 to spend? Dad, Mom, look at my eldest sister. Is she really that stingy as an older sister? I'm her real younger sister, and I finally mustered up the courage to ask for $2. Yet she hesitated and refused. Big sister, if you keep acting like this, I, as your younger sister, will have to say something. Qiao Yuan repeated her sister Qiao Yuzhu's lines. She originally just wanted to tease her sister, since she kept acting like the bossy older sister and saying things she didn't want to hear. But after saying it all, she suddenly felt she had a point. An older sister with a job, giving her younger sister some money to eat and live. What's wrong with that? Sisters are sisters. Why split everything so clearly? Xiao Yuan mentally reassured herself and took a few steps forward, extending her hand. Big sister, give me $50. The Qiao family members. Honestly, she's asking for trouble. Now she's in trouble. Wang Pengfei. This is bad. I don't have money. Why should I give you any? Xiao Yuzhu shouted. You just said I was nobody, and now you're asking me for money? Xiao Wan, why are you so money-minded now? Do you want everyone's money? Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes. You're really someone who argues all the time, always right in your own mind. When you say I should give you money, it's because you're the older sister. When I ask you for money, we're no longer related. You've never fulfilled your duty as an older sister to protect your younger sister, but now you want the right to educate me? That's not how the world works. She was a bit like Qiao Jianan in this regard. Xiao Yuzhu's face turned red. Xiao Wan, how can you talk to your big sister like that? We're family, just chatting, and you're getting so impatient. Apologize to your big sister. Li Guilin looked very disapproving. Not just the eldest daughter. Even she wanted to tell her younger daughter off. Her words grew sharper. Your grandma is your elder. When old, her words may not sound nice, but younger people should tolerate it. What bad luck, cooking in hot oil. Her words aren't meant to offend. If you push your grandma away, are you comfortable? It's been so many years, and you still hold a grudge. A little New Year's money, a few pieces of meat you didn't eat. Why remember it now? If you can talk, then shut that broken mouth of yours. No one treats you like a mute, said Grandma Qiao sharply, glaring at Li Guilin. Today is Yudong's wedding. I wanted to give you some face, but you just keep going on. Your mother was driven away by me. And what's Xiaowan doing? What? You're just like your mother, feeling upset when Xiaowan shows filial piety to me. Li Guilin shivered in fear and shook her head instinctively. She wouldn't dare admit such words, even if she had 100 brave hearts. Grandma Qiao snorted and turned to look at Qiao Xingli. I raised you so big, and you haven't shown much respect to me and your father. You've only given a few times of elder care money this year, and that was little Wan who suggested it. If she hadn't spoken up, you two might have forgotten about us long ago. Qiao Xingli felt uncomfortable being criticized. At first, his salary wasn't high, but it improved with seniority. Later, he supported 4 children, sending them to school, marrying off daughters, saving money for his son's wedding. His parents didn't really enjoy his hard work, but Qiao Xingli didn't think it was his fault. He's a man with a rough heart, and sometimes he can't see things clearly. But his wife. Suddenly, Qiao Xingli remembered what his little daughter had said before. Li Guilin often visits her family and always brings gifts. Now his daughter shows filial piety by giving her mother things, but her mother-in-law scolds her harshly. Grandma Qiao didn't want to say much on such a happy day. Since you let little one go back to the countryside, I won't say more. Everyone knows their own mind. If you chose to hurt your children back then stop pretending to be the elders now. You're not children anymore. What you do, we all remember. These words made not only Qiao Xingli and his wife blush, but also Qiao Yudong, Chen Changshu, and Qiao Yuzhu. Wang Pengfei felt uncomfortable inside. He truly couldn't understand what his wife and mother-in-law were thinking, repeatedly hitting the same wall without turning back. After so many things happened, knowing they couldn't control Qiao Yuan, knowing the grandparents loved her, but still rushing to be the big boss. Now, their faces were exposed, and they all looked like chickens with their necks squeezed, speechless. It was just like being stupid. Although he was a husband and son-in-law, he shouldn't think like this, but the truth was what it was. Wang Pengfei sighed deeply, feeling very upset, but he still had to clean up after his wife. Xiao Wan, the new year is coming. Brother-in-law is giving you an early New Year's red envelope. He took out a small stack of money from his pocket.
Pengfei.
Yuzhu exclaimed. Wang Pengfei just glanced at her lazily, not even opening his mouth. His wife was pretty, but her mind wasn't clear. She hadn't been like this before, and now he didn't know what was wrong. He sighed again and shoved all the money into Qiao Yuan's hand. He didn't count how much it was, but he knew it wasn't more than 50, probably around 42 or 3, meant for the afternoon shopping. Yushu was stunned. Was she so useless at talking? So much money. And she just handed it over without thinking? She wanted to ask her husband if he was crazy. Why should she give so much money? She only said one sentence and didn't say anything inappropriate. Why does she have to give so much? It's all her money. When Xiao Yudong got married, she only gave 10 yuan. Why should she give so much to Qiao Yuan? The more Jiao Yuzhu thought about it, the more upset she felt, and she started crying. Her own man didn't stand by her side to help her regain face, and instead, he sided with outsiders. Seeing her eldest daughter crying so sadly, Li Guilin felt heartbroken. Buan, look at yourself, you're already so grown up. You don't need a red envelope. Your older sister's family is also having a hard time. Wang Pengfei. This really is inherited. He even treats his sister-in-law like a soft target. But that sister-in-law is a tough nut too. If you push her, she can really fight back fiercely. Then you give it, said Zhou Chunhua, unable to listen anymore. She had never seen such foolishness among sisters-in-law. Li Guilin awkwardly said, "Our family has already spent all the money on Yudong's wedding, so there's none left." But Li Guilin didn't realize that her words, meant to deceive her sister-in-law, made the new daughter-in-law, Qin Changshu, start to have opinions. It sounded like they had emptied their family just to marry her. The Qin family wasn't selling their daughter. They brought back a good dowry, and all the wedding decorations were in the north room. Those were still Qiao family's things. Qin Changshu quietly reached under the table and pinched Qiao Yudong hard. He winced in pain, his face twitching. He was dazed. What had he done wrong? Could it be that she was upset because his sister gave one more money and they got less? But that wasn't his sister-in-law's money. His sister-in-law had no way to handle this. Qiao Yudong pursed his lips and looked at Wuan, who was taking advantage of the situation. Wuan glared back fiercely. "What are you looking at?
Why are you staring at me?"
The money her elder brother-in-law voluntarily gave, she wouldn't return.
But
Wuan's eyes twinkled, and she smiled at Qin Changshu. "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to learn from your brother-in-law and show some kindness? It's common for a sister-in-law to give her younger sister-in-law some benefits, right? They're all family, so being too distant isn't good." Qin Changshu almost fell headfirst into the table. No one had ever taken advantage of her before. Her younger sister-in-law was really bold to speak up. She would give, but she felt unhappy inside. In the future, her sister-in-law would have to look at her face when she visits her family. It would be better to give some face now. But if she didn't give, the grandparents, the eldest uncle, and the second uncle were all watching. Plus, her brother-in-law's example made her feel she couldn't be too stingy. "All right, your brother and sister-in-law don't have much money." Zhou Xingli is really scared now. His young daughter keeps talking about money. "I'll give you." Today, there are many people, so he's worried about leaving money in the cabinet. He puts all the money in his coat pocket. "Well, we bought a new radio and bicycle." The tickets for the bicycle were exchanged with money. "There's not much money left at home. Dad will give you 20 yuan. For the new year, buy something you like, maybe a red ribbon or something." Zhou Yuan sighs inwardly. Her dad is just a little smarter than her mom. He clearly cares a lot but speaks nicely and knows when to say things. "Dad, you're so kind," Zhou Yuan says, taking the money and putting it in her pocket. She also gives him a good person badge. "Well, I don't know if we'll get to eat plain dumplings for the new year. The collective supply store sells apples and oranges. I looked at them for an hour, my legs went numb, and I drooled all over the place, but I didn't buy any to taste." Poor thing. The Zhou family members who know the truth all twitch their mouths. Honest Zhou Chengfu can't hold back and lets out a loud cough, worried about revealing the secret, and quickly opens the door and leaves. Old Zhou and Zhou Fio also tighten their big cotton coats and follow out to smoke. Zhou Jianhua just came in holding the general and heard this talk about being poor. He remembered the big bag of frozen pork, beef, and mutton dumplings outside in the jar. There were also baskets of apples and oranges inside the cabinet. He fell silent. Zhang Xianghua and Zhou Chunhua also didn't speak. They both lowered their heads and wiped their eyes. Zhou Jianpan. Zhou Xingli's hand that was putting money into his pocket paused. He quickly glanced at his mother, cleared his throat, and said, "Well, I'll give you 10 more yuan. If you want to eat, buy something. Don't be too picky." His little daughter hadn't caused any trouble earlier and hadn't let outsiders laugh at them.
He was quite happy about that.
Plus, his daughter going to the countryside was a small achievement. Many colleagues had praised him just now, boosting his pride. While Zhou Xingli was counting money, Li Guilon, who hadn't spoken all along, couldn't hold back. "Yuan, your dad and I have given you a lot of money, over 400 yuan. Even if you drink oil every day, you shouldn't spend it so fast, right?" She was really worried. Her annual salary was spent in just a few months? She didn't believe it. "She's so filial to me," her old wife, old Zhou, suddenly spoke up at a crucial moment. Li Guilon felt a bit upset. Her daughter is clever and outspoken. Every time she says something, her daughter has 10 responses. She doesn't feel close or filial to her at all. Why does Grandma favor her so much? Yu Zhu and Yu Dong are much more obedient than Yuan. The mother-in-law didn't say they were so precious. "Mother, don't speak for her. This child is just spoiled by me and Xingli. She spends money freely, not understanding how hard it is to run a household. She has some money, but doesn't know how to spend it, always wanting to buy everything she sees. Our parents' money seems to come from the wind, and they don't feel the pain of earning it. Of course I care," Zhou Jianpan pointed at Grandma Zhou. "Grandma wears clothes and silver jewelry bought with little one's care for her." Li Guilon's face turned red and white alternately. She couldn't say she was only referring to Zhou Xingli and herself. She was too scared to speak and felt very frustrated.
She didn't know what to say.
Grandma Zhou didn't like her biased and superficial daughter-in-law. Luckily, she didn't see her often. Grandma Zhou stood up, stretched her clothes, and said, "Enough of this nonsense. It's getting late. We should go home." She looked at Xingli with her eyes. Xingli initially didn't react, put on his heavy coat, and was about to leave. When Yuan held out her palm, Xingli suddenly realized he hadn't given her the 10 yuan. He quickly stuffed it into her hand. Zhou Yuzhu, who had been crying for a long time, was furious. Her parents always said she was favored, but all the money went to little Wan. She was so angry she threw her things and went back to her own home, ignoring Wang Pengfei. Chun Changshu forced a smile and sent her onto the bus. She felt even more unhappy. Her in-laws had only one son, Yudong. She thought she wouldn't have to share the inheritance, and it would all be hers. But unexpectedly, someone came out of nowhere. With such a stingy attitude, could her in-laws save any money? At home, as soon as the door closed, she grabbed Yudong's ear. Li Guilon was about to scold her daughter-in-law for rushing home in the daytime, which was embarrassing. She heard her daughter-in-law bluntly scold, "Yudong, what do you mean by your family? I just asked you, what does your family mean? First, your grandma said some nonsense on the wedding day, making me afraid to stand up, worried someone would stare at my backside. The elders, uncles, and cousins were all there. Isn't that disgusting? Lower your voice, or people will hear." Yudong tried to cover Qin Changshu's mouth, but she slapped his hand away. "You're so brave with me now. Why were you silent just now? And your sister, on our wedding day, why was she crying? So unlucky. And she scolded your sister in front of so many people. Is she doing that to show off as my sister-in-law? What's going on? She, as the eldest sister-in-law, is like a schemer, just trying to intimidate me on our wedding day? No." Qiao Yudong quickly took Qin Changshu's hand and softly comforted her. She just wanted to talk about Xiao Wan. Talk about what? Your sister today is more sensible than your elder sister. She didn't help much with the preparations, but she didn't say anything bad either. When there were many people, she kept smiling. Your rumors about her betraying her sister are completely unfounded. Chun Changshu didn't realize her mood was slowly changing. She used to expect the younger sister-in-law, Qiao Yuan, to be sensible, give up her room, and not stay at home to cause trouble. Now, as long as she doesn't cause a fuss or say hurtful words that embarrass them, she considers her a good person. In the living room, Qiao Xingli was so angry, he kept pounding his chest. His voice was very low, each word squeezed from his teeth. Listen to this. She's like a family member, not a new wife, who marries and then starts picking faults on the wedding day. All right, keep your voice down. Li Guilin quickly waved her hand. We only have this one son, and we're counting on him to support us in old age. You're still talking? Your mother today. Qiao Xingli didn't want to continue.
He was exhausted.
He knew what kind of person his mother-in-law was, so he waved his hand and went back to his room, lying on the bed. Meanwhile, Qiao's mother sat alone in the living room, biting her lip and angrily pounding her leg. On the other side, the general on the train was happily dancing around because he had just eaten a big melon. When they got home, Qiao Yuan immediately took the money out of her pocket and sorted it carefully. She liked to put the larger bills at the bottom and the smaller ones on top. 59, 62, 71, 73 and a half. Qiao Yuan's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she patted the general's head proudly. Look at this. We just took out this thick stack. Try to learn from us. If you see money in the future, remember to pick some up and bring it home. The general meowed and dodged, saying constantly, TCH, these are just a few coins. Look how happy you are. When you get married, the bride price won't be 888, but 8,888. You'll be rich overnight. Qiao Yuan laughed so hard she almost fell over, then pinched his cat ears. All right, you even know about bride price now? Will you get married in the future? Will you give a bride price? Of course. The general raised his head proudly. I'll use braised fish as the bride price, 3 pieces, no less. Qiao Yuan giggled uncontrollably. You're so stingy. My wife hasn't even appeared yet. The general was so surprised he almost exploded with laughter, then quickly changed the subject. Didn't I tell you on the train? I have big news to share. Yes, I almost forgot. What's the news? Qiao Yuan's eyes lit up. Earlier, the general had prepared a warm bed by lighting a fire. He loved a hot bed, so he found the most comfortable spot to lie down and start talking. Didn't I ask you to take a walk around Wang Meili's house? I followed the map you drew and asked a strange cat for directions. It was easy to find. I jumped onto a tree, then from the tree directly outside Wang's window. Better early than late, right? I caught the big news. Something major happened at Wang's house.
Get to the point.
Qiao Yuan gently scratched his chin shell. The general, full of joy, said, Hold on, I'm about to get to the main part. Wang's family had a fight. Wang Meili's older brother was caught cheating with a young widow from the factory. Qiao Yuan immediately perked up and hurriedly leaned in. Did you hear that clearly? Is the head of Wang's family now caught? No, the general shook his cat head. They didn't know what they were thinking, trying to do it when the girls' dorm was empty. But just as they were about to finish, something went wrong. He slapped the bed with his paw and said, It all happened so fast. Just when the red lovebird's red belly band was hanging on the wild man of Wang's house, a worker suddenly came back. He was so scared he turned pale and screamed. The general was very expressive, talking with flying saliva and vivid gestures. Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes. You don't have to be so detailed. It's not a drama. What happened next? Why wasn't the head of Wang's family caught? That's how they show it in the TV dramas you watch in space. The cat's rounded shoulders shrugged. The head of Wang's family and the young widow kneeled right there. But she's not soft-hearted and refused to agree. She wanted to eliminate those 2 pests for good. Luckily, the young widow was quick-witted at a critical moment. She said as long as they didn't report him, they'd pay money. Qiao Yuan suddenly understood. Did she agree? Of course. The general cat looked full of disdain. You 2-legged beasts love these things. She's way better than you. She took over 70 yuan and was so happy She couldn't find her way home. She asked for 1,000 yuan. Yes, 1,000. What's that word again? An exorbitant demand, Qiao Yuan said with disgust. Serves them right. If you can't control yourself, you have to pay the price. 1,000 yuan is like buying 2 lives. Those 2 are lucky. The head of the Wang family has a wife and children. That's not good. The general signaled Qiao Yuan to cover him with a small blanket. That woman is afraid they won't admit to their mistakes, so she wants them to write down their crimes, sign, and seal the deal on the spot. Not only that, but the 1,000 yuan must be paid before the new year. The head of the Wang family said they should each get half, but the young widow disagreed, saying she didn't have that much money. Only 150 yuan, and the rest was taken by her mother. She suggested the head of the Wang family take 850 yuan himself. He got upset and said the young widow was the one who seduced him first, even twisting her hips when passing by. The young widow also got angry and said Wang was short, clumsy, broke, and not very attractive. Even if she wanted to someone, it wouldn't be him. They argued loudly, insulting each other, and finally started fighting. Wang kicked him twice first, then slapped him hard twice. The young widow didn't hold back either. She scratched his face until it was bloody and threatened to call the police. She accused Wang of following her to her dorm to change clothes and assaulting her. Since it was a girls' dorm, Wang quickly backed down and agreed to take 850 yuan, but the young widow refused and demanded a full 1,000. After causing such a big trouble, they knew it couldn't be hidden, so she decided to go home and tell her parents, revealing everything to Wang's father and mother. When I arrived, they were just starting to talk. Wang's eldest sister-in-law was so angry she grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to attack him, and Wang's mother was crying and pleading. Other brothers in the family scolded Wang for being shameful and dragging the family down. Wang's father shouted for everyone to think of a way and warned not to get involved. I was so happy. I'd been hiding outside the Wang house, listening at the window. If I hadn't been worried about going home on time, I could have listened longer. The whole house was filled with the general's meowing sounds. Qiao Jiqing, is Qiao Jiqing here? Hearing the gossip made Qiao Yuan very satisfied, but she didn't hear Zhou Yang calling her outside the door. She quickly responded, slipped on her shoes, wrapped herself in a thick coat, and went out. Zhou Zhiheng, is there something you need? Nothing much. Zhou Yang carried an empty water bucket. I heard your cat meowing all the time. I thought you weren't home. What's wrong with it? Xiao Yuan stood by the door, smiling and waving her hand. Nothing. The general is lively. He hasn't been home all day, but he's happy now that he's back. Zhou Yang knew that Xiao Yuan's brother was getting married today, and she had taken the general with her. Hearing this, he also smiled. Feng Hua and I were just saying next year, when someone in the brigade is puppies, we want to raise one too, preferably as smart as the general. The general is really popular. He can guard the house and also keep us company. Every time Wang Meili passed by the door, the general would show his teeth at her. Scared, Wang Meili would turn around and run away. He had seen her twice already. Jiao Yuan's expression flickered. She secretly leaned in closer, and Zhou Yang immediately knew she had a secret to tell. He put down the dung bucket and also moved closer. Didn't you say last time you wanted to buy a radio but didn't have the ticket? Do you have one? Zhou Yang was stunned. That was so lucky. Help a classmate in the city a little. Someone gave it to me. Do you want it? Jiao Yuan found an excuse. She knew Zhou Yang wouldn't ask too many questions. Yes, yes, yes.
Zhou Yang nodded eagerly.
He was almost crazy from not knowing much about what was happening outside. Since winter set in, he had a lot of free time, but days felt slow. Especially since Feng Hua was a quiet person, which made Zhou Yang feel like he was losing his ability to speak. He desperately needed a radio. Any price was fine. Jiao Yuan shook her head. No need to pay. Zhou Jiqing, your family is in Beijing. Can you help me find out about a family? Sure, it's a small matter. Zhou Yang was very willing and agreed immediately. Are you in a hurry? If so, I can call home.
No rush.
Just mention it casually when you write home. They're sisters after all. Even if Jiao Yuan was annoyed, she still wanted to find out about Lin Wenji's family. As long as Lin Wenji's family was okay, she wouldn't interfere anymore. Life's good or bad depends on fate. Today, when returning to the city, besides Jiao Yuzhu mentioning Jiao Yuhua, who was still disliked, Jiao's father and mother simply ignored her. Sigh, Yuan wanted to sigh. Oh, Zhou Jiqing, the new year is coming soon. Every brigade is slaughtering pigs. Do you know anyone wanting to sell meat? Feng Hua, and I want to buy some for the new year. If there was extra, Zhou Yang also wanted to send some home. Not likely. Jiao Yuan checked each family in the brigade. I'll ask around for you. Thanks. Zhou Yang was very happy. He went back to get 20 yuan and also brought 2 packs of Beijing snacks to give to Jiao Yuan. He couldn't just take advantage without paying. Radios weren't cheap. The vegetables in the house could be eaten. She was planning to cook hot pot for dinner, using 2 spinach leaves as a token, while the rest was stolen from the space. Jiao Yuan finished preparing the hot pot base and was cutting lamb when Zhou Yang came in.
Yo Yang.
Oh no, he also really wanted to eat mutton hot pot. It was so tempting. How could Jiao Zhiheng have everything, including a copper pot? As fellow educated youths sent to the countryside, what kind of life did Jiao Zhiheng have? And what kind of life did Zhou Yang have? It was painful almost to tears. Zhou Yang, feeling hungry, didn't care about his pride anymore. He put the money and snacks on the table. Jiao Zhiheng, do you want to exchange your lamb for something? I have homemade cured meat, chocolate, malted milk, and brown sugar sent from home. Seeing spinach, wood-ear mushrooms, vermicelli, dried tofu, and tears started to flow from the corner of my mouth. Qiao Yuan. She has a lot to say, but can't. The thudding sound just now was probably her swallowing saliva, right? Seeing Qiao Yuan silent, Zhou Yang suddenly patted his thigh and said, I also have a military coat, about 90% new, just the right size for Grandpa Qiao. He added more effort, risking his own speech to impress. A military coat? Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. Right now, anyone who has a military coat can show it off for a year. Zhou Yang didn't really care much for a coat he had worn since childhood. Seeing an opportunity, Zhou Yang quickly ran to the corner of the stick and shouted loudly, Feng Hua, Feng Hua. Feng Hua was rinsing water to wash pickled vegetables when he heard the heartbreaking sound outside, startled and trembling, and rushed out with a water scoop. What happened? Feng Hua, quickly bring me the military coat from my cabinet. Feng Hua. He thought he was about to get hit. Xiao Yuan kept looking at the military coat in her hands. It was really good, carefully chosen for soldiers. Thick and sturdy. Ji Qing, I'll give you 2 jin of lamb. Pick the vegetables yourself, but not too much. I only grow a little. Got it. I'll only pick a small handful of each. Zhou Yang smiled, his little voice almost visible. Xiao Yuan didn't take advantage. Mushrooms, dried tofu. I'll also give you 1 jin. The military coat is valuable, but what I have here isn't enough.
Do you want money or things?
Do you have other meat? Zhou Yang was clever if he could exchange for meat, who wanted money. Come with me. Qiao Yuan led Zhou Yang to the small storeroom to pick from the jars. Zhou Yang's eyes filled with tears of joy. He picked a chicken, a few fish, and a small piece of pork belly. Holding a bunch of good things, he handed them directly to Feng Hua, who was waiting nearby. Feng Hua's lips curved slightly. So much meat. Braised fish, twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken. He kept naming dishes in his mind. Seriously, he said to Qiao Yuan, Qiao Zhiqing, thank you. Do you still want the military coat?
Xiao Yuan, no.
Feng Hua's expression stiffened.
Yo Yang Lao get proudly.
People in the front yard, hearing the noise, couldn't help but peek inside. Lin Xinqing nervously rubbed his hands. I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. TSK, Lin Xinqing, you must have caught a cold? Why are you urinating so often? Feng Xianglan teased. Just went 10 minutes ago, and already urinated again. Haha, I think you're faking too, but really going to spy. Wang Meili carefully retracted her foot as she stepped out. Feng Xianglan happened to look up, rolled her eyes dismissively, and thought, what kind of person is this? I thought he was really honest. Soon after, Lin Xinqing came into the house, holding up his pants. Feng Xianglan pursed her lips and said, "Got it now. What are those 3 people in the backyard doing?" "They're laughing happily."
What are you talking about?
"I went to the bathroom," Lin Xinxing said, believing his excuse was good. But it was quickly exposed, making him a little embarrassed and angry. He slammed the door and went back inside. "Humph, all scoundrels, just like rats," Feng Xianglan said mockingly. "Enough, enough. Stop arguing," Wang Yonghong said, feeling impatient but still trying to keep peace. After seeing Zhou Yang off, Qiao Yuanwan closed the door, took out a bag of duck blood, various fish balls, duck intestines, tripe, white rice noodles, enoki mushrooms, and a bunch of crown daisy greens. She brewed a pot of milk tea and warmed up some fish for the general before starting to eat. The general ate half a bowl of fish and looked at the table. "I also want to try lamb dipped in sesame paste. It looks so delicious. P.S. Why do they say military coats are recycled? Is it true or not?" "You can't eat it, it's too spicy," Qiao Yuanwan said, sweating as she ate wide rice noodles. She scooped a piece of lamb from the pot, coated it with sesame paste, and waved it in front of the general's nose. "Just smell it." While the spicy aroma made her sneeze and laugh, she kept stuffing her mouth, eyes closed in happiness. Life is so good. Suddenly, she didn't want milk tea anymore and craved a fizzy drink. Sparkling water and hot pot are the perfect match. Maybe a cold slice of watermelon too. "No worries, we have the means." "You're so mean," the general said, trembling with anger, cursing, "I don't care. I want to eat. There's hot water in the pot. Boil a few slices for me." Xiao Yuanwan wanted to reason with him, but the general wouldn't listen. She touched her slightly unsatisfied stomach, took a piece of duck blood to her mouth, then went to cook lamb for the general. What can she do? She has her own cat, after all, and she has to spoil it. Both ate happily, their mouths greasy. The general, lying on his belly, sighed. "It smells so good. If only I could eat spicy food too." Xiao Yuanwan's lips moved, wanting to ask whether rat meat or lamb was more delicious in a cat's mouth, but she was too shy. "Shall we go for a walk in the space?"
Okay.
Inside the space, it was as bright as daylight. The general quickly ran into the mountains to play with friends. Xiao Yuanwan strolled by the seaside to digest her food, took the opportunity to catch a small bucket of shrimp and, every time she stays in the space, she feels like she has saved the galaxy in her past life. Her stomach has flattened, and the general's aura has disappeared. Xiao Yuan doesn't wait for it. She first takes a hot spring bath, drinks a small glass of wine, and when she feels it's about the right time, she comes out of the space. The next morning, she first releases the general, then picks a small handful of spinach and a small handful of bok choy. After wrapping them in a military coat and bringing them to the back room, she says, "Sir, look what I brought you." She hands the vegetables to Zhang Xianghua, who is washing dishes in the kitchen, while holding the military coat close to her chest, smiling as she enters the room. "What's this?" Old Mr. Qiao is patching a sack. He looks up when he hears her, and as soon as he sees it, he quickly stands up from the small stool. He casually tosses the sack aside, rubbing his hands on himself excitedly several times. Still feeling some dirt, covered with sack fuzz, he hurriedly goes to the kitchen to scoop water, add soap, and carefully wash everything clean before touching it again. Military coat? Yes, a military coat. I traded for it with the educated youth yesterday. Xiao Yuan picks it up and shakes it out. Really good, really good. Old Mr. Qiao keeps touching it, very excited. For Grandpa? Xiao Yuan smiles, feeling a bit emotional inside, and loudly replies, "Yes, for Grandpa." "Do you like it?"
Try it on and see if it fits.
"Old man, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take off your coat to try it on." Old Mrs. Qiao laughs and pushes him. "You're really something now, the first military coat in our brigade." Old Mr. Qiao laughs so hard his mouth almost closes. "Yes, I am." "What's this military coat?" As soon as old Mr. Qiao puts it on, a loud voice from outside, belonging to Qiao Jianya, follows with 6 brothers rushing in through the door curtain. They all stare at old Mr. Qiao in the military coat, eyes wide. "Grandpa, where did you get this?" Xiao Wan gave it to you? Where's Xiao Pan? Xiao Yuan laughs. I and Zhou Yang traded for it. How does it look? Does Grandpa look good in it? Old Mr. Qiao is not short, and although he's older, his posture is very upright. After putting on the coat, his aura immediately changes. Looks good. The six brothers gather around old Mr. Qiao, with Qiao Jianbei touching the coat and reminding her, Xiao Pan is helping my mom pack bean bags at home today, so he won't come. Grandpa, let me try it on, Qiao Jianya says with a flattering smile. Zhang Xianghua immediately stops smiling, picks up a broom from the Kong, and taps him. You're everywhere. Go to the side room and read your book. Zhang Xianghua feels a bit worried inside. He's a pretty big young man, almost a year older, but he still seems like he hasn't grown up. Since he's the youngest in the family, everyone spoils him, saying whatever they want, without thinking much about what he's really thinking inside. My niece usually shows respect to the elderly couple by sharing her food. She repeatedly advises not to take too much at once. Even taking a small bite makes her feel embarrassed. She dares to open her mouth for such precious things, which makes Zhang Xianghua angrier. Frustrated, Zhang Xianghua hits her again. Qiao Jianya feels wronged. Mom, why are you hitting me? I didn't say I wanted to take it. I just wanted to try it on. Just try it on, you little rascal. Zhang Xianghua is about to hit him a third time. Xiao Yuan stops her. No need, Auntie. Brother Jianya just wants to try it. It's just a coat, it won't break. Old Mrs. Qiao also laughs and scolds. He's just a little troublemaker. Old Mr. Qiao, though not very fond of it, looks at his 6 eager grandchildren and smiles happily. He takes off his coat and hands it to Jianya. Everyone try it. He plans to boil a big pot of hot water for a bath tonight. The salt in the house is almost gone, so he plans to buy a jean, half a kilogram, at the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. It's freezing cold today, so a military coat is just right. Old Mr. Qiao takes out his pipe, pinches a small handful of tobacco from it, and takes several puffs. Old Mrs. Qiao looks around. Brother Jianhua's 5 children look healthy, but Jianya looks a bit thin, very tight. Jianya. Zhang Xianghua, hearing this, bluntly mocks her son. He uses the most fabric when making clothes. Hurry up and take it off so you don't tear the armpit seams. Jianya suffers another, dejectedly returns to his room to study, turning his anger into intelligence. By noon, Yuan just soaked 2 big bowls of soybeans, preparing to make tofu tomorrow, when she hears noise outside. The general immediately perks up and rushes outside. It sounds like Wang Meili's mom. There's some excitement.
Whoa.
Is this excitement? Or is it Wang Meili's fate? Yuan, wrapped in a thick cotton-padded coat, rushes out. Oh, Zhou Jiqing, wait. Do you know what's going on? I hear noise from the front yard, Zhou Yang says, buttoning his coat while running outside. Yuan suddenly stops and looks at Feng Hua standing beside Zhou Yang. I don't know what's happening, but listen to me, try not to go near the front, especially Feng Jiqing, she advises. What does it have to do with him? Feng Hua's heart skips a beat. What do you mean? No need to understand, just remember, she replies. It's not that Yuan is petty. Some people just have strange thoughts. When the general says Wang Meili's mother is coming, her mind quickly figures out what's going on. Whether the Wang family can spare 1,000 yuan is another question. They're probably reluctant. Taking the money could hurt them, but refusing would bring disaster to the whole family.
So who'll pay for it?
Although Wang Meili is a biological member of the Wang family, her parents' hearts seem to have shifted elsewhere. Over the years, Wang Meili has worked hard for the family, eating less than chickens and doing as much work as a horse. Her status in the family is probably only slightly better than that of a mouse in a hole. At this moment, Wang's mother's intentions are clear. She wants Wang Meili to pay some money. When Wang Meili went to the countryside, she was just a simple person, living frugally. Where could she get that much money? Not a small amount. If it were 100 yuan, maybe everyone would pity her and lend her 5 or 10 yuan each, just enough to satisfy her mother. But this is a full 1,000 yuan, a nearly 3-year salary for a level 3 worker. No one wants to get involved in this mess. Now, Wang Meili's only remaining value is her bride price, and it depends on whether the Wang family still has a shred of conscience. The amount of bride price determines how absurd the family's matchmaking efforts are. 500. Maybe a 30-something bachelor. 600. A 30 or 40-year-old with a child. 700. A foolish person who drools, a disabled person prone to violence, or someone with a tendency for domestic abuse. Oh dear, it's hard to say. If they directly give 1,000, she might not even step into a coffin. Xiao Yuan gasped in shock, looked anxiously toward the front yard, then hurriedly ran to the back room with a worried look. You all go first. I need to find my grandpa. She wanted to go find her grandma and aunt to see the excitement. Foam Huarkang's hand was trembling. Old Lady Qiao and Zhang Xianghua, excited, threw down their rice scoops and took off their aprons, shouting toward the side room. Jianhua, Jianbei, you guys cook first. We're going to see what's happening. Even though communication was mostly by shouting at this time, everyone was quite well informed. In just a few minutes, less than 5, the yard was already crowded with people. Neighbors from all around, the stubborn folks at the supply and marketing cooperative, plus the young workers, forming a small circle. Xiao Yuan searched inside and out for the general, but couldn't find a single hair of him. Meow, I'm here, the general called from above, easily spotting Xiao Yuan looking around. She looked up following the voice. Wow, Xiao Yuan thought. This is impressive. She was even more eager than the onlookers, climbing onto the roof. Four-wheel drive is great, she envied that. Meili, please help your older brother. I beg you. A patched-up woman holding Wang Meili's hand cried with tears and snot. Her hair was messy, her clothes were patched repeatedly, looking shabby and worn out, her face full of sorrow and hardship. She looked very pitiful. Xiao Yuan sneered inwardly. Wang's mother is quite good at pretending. Look at how Wang Meili is overwhelmed. She is crying so hard, she looks like a tearful person hugging her mother. Mom, was the fire in the warehouse really caused by my older brother smoking? Could he have been set up? It was indeed your brother, but he didn't do it on purpose. Our family has no strong connections at the factory, and your brother isn't good at flattering others. I don't know how he managed to offend the boss, and he was assigned to the night shift for a whole week. Your brother was so tired, he could barely keep his eyes open, and he just smoked one cigarette. Who knew that would lead to such a big disaster? Mother Wang kept crying loudly, sometimes patting her thighs, sometimes hitting her chest, acting very dramatically. With tears and snot on her face and heavy breathing, she looked like she might faint. Despite her stuttering, she clearly said, after paying compensation, the factory planned to fire your brother. Your dad and I knelt in front of the factory leaders with your little brother, begging repeatedly. Only then did they agree to delay his dismissal, with a fine of 1,000 yuan and a warning to stay and be observed. Oh, my life is so hard. That fool your brother is. If I had known he would cause such a big problem, I would have sent him to the countryside and kept you in the city. Mom. Wang Meili cried and laughed at the same time, completely forgetting she had run away to the countryside. It didn't matter whether she stayed or left. Xiao Yuan. Such amazing acting. If she hadn't known the truth beforehand, she might have been tricked by Mother Wang too. In just one night, the Wang family came up with this brilliant plan. Their brains really are bad. Wang Meili no longer cared about maintaining her image in front of her crush. She sat on the ground, as if her soul had left her. 1,000 yuan, so much. How am I supposed to come up with that? Measure me on the scale. Selling me wouldn't even get that much. Mother Wang's eyes flickered, tears still streaming down her face, crying even more sadly. Meili, we have so many children. I have no job, and the whole family depends on your dad's small salary. We only started to get by after your brother started working, but even then, the pay was low. Your older brother used to earn 19 yuan and 84 cents a month. Your second brother, as an apprentice, only made 18 yuan. With your brother getting married and your younger brother going to school, we spent all our money on expenses and didn't save much. We only have less than 200 yuan. Your sister-in-law borrowed 50 yuan from her family. Your dad prepaid a month's salary from the factory and borrowed a little from friends. After pooling everything, we only managed to gather about 300 yuan. The remaining 700 yuan, I really don't know what to do. Even if there was a little other way, I wouldn't bother you. I know I haven't been a good mother before. Please don't blame me. Mother Wang cried even harder. Xiao Yuan's mouth was about to turn up to the sky, but she really couldn't believe it. Only a fool would believe such words. She took a quick look and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Wang Meili seems to really believe it?" She was so anxious she almost fainted. She cried even more, like a dam releasing water, pouring out continuously. While crying, she shook her head and kept saying, "I don't blame her, I don't blame her." At this moment, the courtyard was full of people, all looking at each other in surprise. The situation was huge, and no one could handle it all at once. Wang Jiqing was just too unlucky. When he first arrived, everyone remembered how thin Wang Meili was. Now, as long as she worked hard, she could have a good life, but her family had just gone through a big problem. It's like a thin rope breaking at the weakest point, bad luck always finding the unfortunate. Wang Jiqing, though chasing after men and not very attractive, was surprisingly filial and quite pitiful. Many people showed sympathy. When Wang Meili was unaware, her reputation had slightly improved. Wang Manju suddenly slapped her thigh and shouted loudly, "Oh my goodness, how much did they burn? Worth 1,000 yuan. My goodness, this trouble is really big. This son of mine is just here to collect debts." Wang's mother stopped crying and cursed inwardly. Her son was the one here to collect debts. Her son was the one to carry on the family. "Exactly, our team's account doesn't even have that much money," said Yu Huiji's wife, just like her husband. The team's funds were carefully managed, every penny spent wisely. She felt heartbroken over that 1,000 yuan. Who said otherwise? Zhou Chunhua, who had been eating half a melon, also understood what was happening and kept shaking her head. Wang Meili Jiqing has really bad luck. She never enjoyed a day of happiness at home. When something happens, they want her to clean up the mess. The parents are too biased. Wang's mother was so angry her teeth almost ground together. She cursed inwardly that rural folks knew nothing. The girl had been raised and fed, so she should be grateful. Thinking this, she still wiped her tears and pretended to be pitiful in front of Wang Meili. Grandma Qiao listened and pouted, still having the nerve to say others are biased. It's like a crow landing on a pig, only seeing others' blackness, not their own. Xiao Yuan was amused by her grandmother's expression. She turned her head and saw Zhou Yang and Feng Hua standing behind her, not knowing when. Qiao Jianpan was blocked by them. Xiao Yuan stretched out her arm and pulled Qiao Jianpan next to her, then asked the two, "Why did you come here?" They had just been at the Jiqing's entrance. "I came because I listened to you," Feng Hua said gratefully. As long as it involved Wang Meili, he didn't want to get involved.
Yoyavan.
"Oh, big brother, what do you mean by listen to me? Can you speak properly? Your words are a bit ambiguous and might cause misunderstandings." Zhou Jianpan's eyes sparkle brightly, and Grandma Zhou and Zhang Xianghua both turn around quickly. They scrutinize Feng Hua from head to toe, their eyes full of suspicion. Hearing this, Feng Hua's ears turn red, and she realizes she spoke incorrectly. She quickly waves her hand. No. Just now, Qiao Jiqing asked me to be careful." Zhou Yuan, still young and a bit naive, hasn't quite connected her thoughts, so she nods casually. "Nothing serious. I just thought I should remind him. I was worried he might get into trouble." Grandma Zhou looks at her with a blank expression. "Stop using fancy words." Zhou Yuan feels a bit helpless, puffing out her cheeks. "It's just that I saw Wang Meili's mother before. I can recognize her voice. When I left, I knew it was her, and I guess something bad was going to happen. Think about Wang Meili's temper. Her mother is 10 times more difficult. Just a glance from her can make her shout and act like a troublemaker, demanding a few yuan." "Got it," Grandma Zhou finally understands. "Not just Feng Jiqing. You should be careful too. Be cautious if Wang Meili asks to borrow money." Honestly, Grandma Zhou seems to have some bad luck herself. Wang Meili cried for a long time, to the point that her mother was getting impatient. Only then did she get up and wipe her face casually with her sleeve. Mom, the rural youth work unit didn't give much money and the team didn't distribute any at the end of the year. I only have 25 yuan and 4 cents now. I won't keep a single cent. I'll give it all to you. Meili. Wang's mother covered her face with her hands and started crying again. Mom, I really don't have it. It's not that I don't want to help, but I've only been in the countryside for a few months. Where would I get the money? Wang Meili was anxious, but she truly had no way. She cautiously asked, Can I ask my dad to advance his salary for a few months? In half a year, it would be over 200 yuan. My sister-in-law can also get an advance. We still have a bicycle at home. Selling it could get about 180 or 190 yuan. And other relatives might lend us 20 or 30 yuan each, which should be enough. Wang's mother's face twisted with frustration, almost ready to scold her harshly. But remembering her purpose for coming, she held back her anger, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She punched herself hard to feel better. Had she ever tolerated Wang Meili before? Usually, she would slap her as soon as she was slightly upset, and if that didn't work, she would kick her. Wang's mother sniffled, her eyes swollen and red, looking at her daughter with a sad, bitter expression. Meili, are you still holding a grudge against the family? I know I was wrong. If you're upset, I don't mind you hitting me a couple of times. Just help your older brother. If your older brother loses his job, your sister-in-law will surely divorce him. Our family will be finished. Even if you don't feel sorry for your brother, you should pity your nephew. He was raised with care and effort. Mother Wang avoids mentioning the issue of early wages or selling bikes. She only keeps crying, heartbroken, and loses her last bit of clarity. She is gone, but the villagers are not. In fact, they seem to understand more and more. They realize that early wages can be for more than a month, even half a year. They remember there are still bikes at home, which could be sold to solve big problems. They also remember there are many relatives. Counting on fingers, they see that 700 yuan can be gathered easily. So, why pressure the girl who is not well-liked? Is someone trying to take advantage? Everyone's eyes on Mother Wang become meaningful, and they start talking eagerly. Feeling frustrated and uncomfortable, she can't hold back and jumps out. Mother Wang Jiqing, stop crying and making a fuss. Why didn't you answer your daughter's question just now? Can't you see what's happening? An aunt scoffs. She's just too attached. Why sell the bike or ask for an advance on wages? She doesn't care about her daughter's future. She wouldn't mind if she starved. Mother Wang. This is bad. Plans are changing. Wang Meili. Her mind seems to clear again, but she feels sorry for her mother. Rural folks are less knowledgeable, but that doesn't mean they are foolish. In fact, rural relatives have seen many shocking things. They've faced many storms. At first, they didn't know the Wang family situation because Mother Wang dressed like a beggar. But once Wang Meili spoke, everyone understood. Maybe she dressed that way on purpose to look pitiful. Even Mother Wang's earlier claim that the family had less than 200 yuan made people suspicious. When they considered Wang Meili's sister-in-law and their 4 family workers, even with children in high school, the expenses weren't much. Everyone understood now, but one question remained. Did Wang Meili have money? The Wang family knew better than anyone. Why then go through so much trouble to ask for money? In the next moment, everyone understood. Wang Meili was already swayed by Queen Mother's repeated apologies. It seemed like the moment to prove she was the most capable and filial in the family had arrived. She immediately nodded and said, Help? Of course I will. That's my own brother. Mom, I'm not a heartless person. Queen Mother was delighted inside. She said, An experienced general can handle 2 tasks at once. As long as I make a move, I can surely control the situation. She knew her own strength well. She considered the young man a worthless troublemaker. Look at him. Once given a little kindness, he forgets everything. Queen Mother's eyes were full of scheming, and her tears flowed more fiercely. Meili, I knew you'd be the most filial and caring. She handed her 2 sweet dates. Wang Meili felt dizzy and overwhelmed. When the right moment came, Queen Mother stopped wasting words and directly stated her purpose for visiting today. Mom knows it's hard for you. You can't come up with 700 yuan. A few days ago, I was so worried about your older brother that I was hospitalized. Wang Meili was very scared. Mom, you. Queen Mother gently patted Wang Meili's hand. It's okay, just minor issues, nothing serious. Coincidentally, your dad's coworker found out and came to visit me in the hospital. Although we shouldn't spread family troubles, good news doesn't travel far, and bad news spreads quickly. People don't say it openly, but they all know inside. They came up with a plan for us. Their neighbor has a young man, not married yet, who wants to introduce him to you. Seeing Wang Meili's face change, Queen Mother quickly continued, Meili, I admit it's to get the bride price to fill your older brother's gap. But everyone's flesh and blood. I care about your brother, and I care about you just as much. I see you working hard in the countryside, getting dark and thin. It pains me deeply. Once you're married, you can return to the city. The family's conditions are really good. I wouldn't push you into a trap. I've thoroughly checked him out before coming. That young man is quite good. He's a formal worker, a little leader in the factory, earning 76 yuan a month. He doesn't smoke or drink, and he's quite tall. I saw his family's house myself. Big, with 6 rooms, running water, and a toilet. They have everything, bicycles, radios, and even a TV. They promise that once you marry, they'll buy you a sewing machine and a new watch. The villagers started gossiping again, overwhelmed by envy. Oh wow, Wang Jiqing has such good luck. He's only been in the countryside for a few months and is already returning to the city. Truly a city person's fate. Does the groom's family have a TV too? I've heard about this thing before. It's very expensive. Lin Xinqing quickly jumped in. Yes, it's really costly. Before I went to the countryside, my neighbor bought one. It's not big, about 9 inches, and cost 370 yuan. Lin Xinqing used his hand to show the size. The villagers gasped in surprise, unable to believe it. Some families have been farming for years and haven't even had 10 yuan to spare. They bought this just for fun, for looks, and it costs so much. That's why I say farming is always a waste of money. Many people's eyes on Wang Meili changed, full of envy. She pouted and patted her thigh. Well, as the old saying goes, fate, luck, and feng shui, some people are just lucky no matter what. Wang Jiqing may not be as pretty as others, but she's lucky.
Xiao Yuan. Is she sick?
Just say what you want. Why does she care? Looks like she's the one everyone envies. Her luck is so good, even heaven is jealous. Just wait and see. I'll make her jealous someday. Xiao Yuan wouldn't accept being humiliated. She smiled and said, Aunt Wang, are you starting to spread superstitions again in front of everyone? Wang Meili pouted, surprised at how sharp Xiao Yuan's eyes were. She just glanced at her. She felt a chill, and her legs softened. No, little Xiao girl, don't talk nonsense. I didn't spread anything, I just said it casually. Okay, fine, Xiao Yuan still smiled happily. Wang Meili was genuinely happy now. She and Xiao Yuan were from the same place and had gone to the countryside together, always compared to each other. Xiao Yuan always outperformed her, making her feel inferior. Today, she finally outshined that mean girl Xiao Yuan. Wang Meili kept swelling with pride. Yes, she was luckier than Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was doomed to an early death, but she was born to enjoy good fortune. Wang Meili looked very pleased and no longer rejected the idea of being a leader's wife, though she still secretly wanted to be the mistress. After all, she wouldn't even look at a billionaire now. Mother Wang, unaware that her daughter's horizons had widened so much, was inspecting Xiao Yuan from top to bottom, a strange look in her eyes. She knew the Xiao family girl, but she didn't realize how stunning she was. Xiao Yuan frowned at her scrutinizing gaze. She really didn't like being looked at like that. She planned to find a chance to teach her a lesson. Mother Wang shivered and cursed inwardly about her useless coat. Meili, that young man's family doesn't have a 9-inch TV. They have a 12-inch, imported one. Wang Meili didn't understand how much that mattered. Is it more expensive? Much more expensive. Lin Xinqing suddenly jumped out again. A 12-inch TV, domestically made ones cost between 400 and 430 yuan. Imported ones are a full 100 yuan more, at 520. The most important thing is that tickets for TVs are much harder to find than bicycle tickets. Many leaders can't get them and have to rely on connections. My neighbor, who is the deputy factory director, managed to get one. The youth camp exploded with chatter, and the members whispered among themselves. Wu Weiman's eyes flickered. Lin Xinqing's family and the deputy director's family are neighbors. Could he use this to his advantage? No, forget it, he's too unreliable. Unaware that he had narrowly escaped trouble, Lin Xinqing was still bragging about how interesting the TV was. At this moment, Wang Mu held her head high. His parents died early, and he only has an older brother. If you marry him, you'll be in charge right away. These conditions were truly top-notch. Many members wished they could introduce their daughters to such a good match. Wang Meili looked proud as she glared at Qiao Yuan, then stepped a few paces closer. Qiao Jiqing, give my family 1,000 yuan, and I'll let you have such a good partner. How about that? With such good conditions, you couldn't find this even if you searched with a lantern. Wang Mu, Old Lady Qiao, Zhang Xianghua, and Zhou Chunhua all looked disappointed. What do you say? Do you believe I'll smash your dog's head? Are you crazy? Did you get in your brain? Xiao Jianpan's eyes widened as he was about to roll up his sleeves. She's not crazy. She just wants a beating, someone said. Before the words finished, Qiao Yuan suddenly rushed forward. I knew some people had weird ideas. If she didn't teach her a lesson in a few days, she'd go crazy.
Slap, 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 slap.
In the blink of an eye, Qiao Yuan had slapped 4 times in a row, with the last slap swinging her arm fully. Wang Meili was slapped to the ground, her face instantly swollen. She staggered, dizzy, eyes full of stars, lying on the ground, blood seeping from her lips. What are you doing? Do you believe I'll call the police? Wang Mu was panicked. Her face was badly hurt. How could she collect bride price now? She was furious inside but knew this was a quarrel among young people, not her territory, so she only dared to threaten loudly. Xiao Yuan completely ignored her, just coldly staring at Wang Meili. You're a complete fool. Don't look at yourself and see what kind of person you are. With such good family conditions, do you think you're worth this? I'm not just insulting you. Your face is so plain, you look the same from front to back. Short hair, no makeup, and I can't tell if you're a man or woman. Your face is only a little whiter than coal. Without candles at night, I wouldn't find you. Do you deserve such a big bride price? You also need to think about it. You now have a rural household registration, and they have such good conditions. Why would they marry you? Your child is also affected and suffers because of you. You've become a rural person and can't even eat the national grain. Your looks are given by your parents. Who doesn't want to be a beautiful woman? Xiao Yuan has never looked down on anyone's appearance and attacked them for it, but Wang Meili really disgusted her. She still remembers the last time Wang Meili cursed her grandfather and grandmother. Not retaliating doesn't mean she forgot. She was just thinking about her uncle, worried that the educated youth might get hurt or disabled in the team, which would affect her uncle's position in the commune. Her uncle's situation was not easy, and she endured a lot. Although she couldn't act now, hurting her emotionally was also good. Originally you wouldn't be so cheap, and I wasn't planning to say anything. Your mom believes everything you say. You're at home like an ox, and no one considers you a person. You almost died at home, and now a few kind words can fool you. Aren't you just cheap? And you're still young, drooling in the rain and not running home. Don't you know how to check the facts? Or maybe you're just a fool if your parents are gone. You wouldn't be living so well. Could you be a young man in his 50s or 60s, nearing death? The old bachelor's voice calling her a young man didn't seem wrong. Wang Mu's pupils suddenly shrank, her face full of shock from being guessed. She didn't feel guilty at all. She couldn't have these thoughts about Wang Meili. But her expression was seen by everyone, and they all froze, realizing Qiao Yuan was right. Goodness, even a fierce beast wouldn't eat its own cubs. That's more vicious than a beast. They had all been tricked earlier, Wang Meili's mother was a great actress. Wang Meili suddenly looked up, staring at her mother in disbelief. Seeing she didn't argue, she knew she was caught by Qiao Yuan. Her face was full of sadness as she sat up hard. Mom, tell me, is it really like she said? Since she was exposed, Wang Mu stopped pretending. No matter your age, can you go back to the city? Did they give that old man a bride price? You said yourself, as long as it helps the family, you'll definitely help. So, are you planning to back out now? Wang Mu crossed her arms and glared fiercely. I tell you, Wang Meili, this is a great opportunity that others are begging for. Besides, he's not even in his 70s or 80s. He's only in his 50s. Xiao Jianpan rolled his eyes from the side. Could he be 59? Maybe he's already over 60 after the new year?
Wang Mu
Was once again pointed out. So what if he's older? Older men can be caring. As long as our Meili can have a child for him, he'll support her. Wang Mu was not ashamed of this. Wang Manju suddenly slapped her thigh. What's the point of being so old? It's already too late. The Queen Mother didn't like hearing this and defended her future son-in-law. Oh, don't talk nonsense. He's doing just fine. Zhou Chunhua now disliked the Wang family women and directly retorted, how do you know if he's good enough? Have you tried him yourself? Everyone. Her words were both sarcastic and sharp, making many burst into laughter. A few bold, loud aunts joined in the teasing, asking if the Queen Mother had introduced her lover to her daughter. The crowd laughed again. The Queen Mother blushed and pointed at Zhou Chunhua, ready to scold her, but old lady Qiao, Zhang Xianghua, Zhou Chunhua, and Wang Manju all stepped forward together. The Queen Mother, feeling intimidated, quickly backed down, though she kept her tone firm. Humph. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I don't argue with you country folks. Everyone rolled their eyes, but one person still wanted to cause trouble. The Queen Mother, exhausted from a morning outside and upset, had no patience left for Wang Meili. Wang Meili, I told you I've already decided, and I've taken the bride price. If you don't want to marry, you still have to. Don't be ungrateful. He's older now, but when he kicks his legs, all his property will be yours. You'll take care of the kids and have a good life. The man only cares that you're young and healthy, easy to have children. As for her future son-in-law, well, the future groom said it himself, Emperor Kangxi, who was 62 and still had a son. He was only 59, well-fed, and had good land. He could easily have 2 children in 3 years. Why he was marrying so late didn't concern her. She only cared about how much property she could inherit. The Queen Mother saw all the man's possessions as belonging to the Wang family, but she kept a little caution and didn't say how much bride price she had received. I won't marry. I'd rather die, Wang Meili cried. The Queen Mother quickly stepped in, grabbing her and giving her a slap. After hitting her, she felt much better. Spoiled you, still dare to talk back to me? Haven't disciplined you for a while and now you've got an attitude? Say one more word, try it, I'll beat you to death. Wang Meili trembled and stood there obediently, afraid to fight back. Her actions were so practiced that few people felt sorry for her. Just moments ago, her arrogant face had made everyone uncomfortable. Plus, her mother asked for 700 yuan and she turned around and introduced a girl to the Qiao family for 1,000 yuan, making a profit of 300. What kind of person was she? At this age, young people were quick to dislike evil and stand up for justice. Several young people stepped forward, with Feng Xianglan and Wang Yonghong pulling her behind them. Li Wendong and Wu Weimin, along with several other young educated youths, stepped forward together. Wu Weimin pushed up his glasses and said, Ma'am, these days people value free marriage. Arranged marriages are no longer popular. Also, Wang Zixing's household registration is in Qingshan Liangzi. As long as the team leader doesn't give an introduction letter, no matter how much you pressure, it won't work. Qiao Yuan interrupted. Wu Zixing, it's your business if you want to stand up for Wang Meili. Don't drag my uncle into this. The key point isn't whether my uncle will give an introduction letter, but whether Wang Meili herself agrees. If she agrees, I will immediately find my uncle and have him give the letter on the spot. That's how it is, Zhang Xianghua nodded along, feeling unhappy inside. The young educated youths often spoke with hidden meanings. Wu Weimin awkwardly pushed his glasses again. Wang Yonghong quickly tried to smooth things over. Wu Ziking, I didn't mean anything bad.
He just.
Fine. I see why you don't want her to marry, so you're secretly seeing other men. Wang's mother, with a stern face and sharp eyes, suddenly accused. She threw a big basin of dirt at him. Wang's mother didn't dare offend the villagers, but the ungrounded young educated youths were not afraid at all. Feng Hua subtly tugged on Zhou Yang's sleeve and gave him a signal. The two slowly stepped back, tiptoeing out of the room while others weren't paying attention. Neither of them dared to go back inside, and they ran out of the youth station directly. Zhou Yang chuckled, almost doubled over. Look at how scared you are. It has nothing to do with you. Wu Weimin is now involved. Feng Hua sighed in relief. He really didn't know how to handle this kind of situation. Where should we hide?
It's too cold to go up the mountain.
Zhou Yang glanced at the nearby main gate and suggested, how about we go to the team leader's place for a while? Okay. Feng Hua agreed. Let's hide for now. Meanwhile, the other young educated youths all took a few steps back, afraid of getting dirt on them. Wang Yonghong was furious, and Wu Weimin was also feeling sick. Wang Meili's eyes flickered, her mind racing. Should she take the opportunity? Side note, Zhou Yang and Feng Hua. Didn't someone just go to find the team leader? Where are they? Wang's mother saw Wu Weimin's face showing disgust and was so angry she exploded. Don't think that just because you look decent, you can marry my daughter. You're not worthy. Can you even come up with 1,000 yuan? Have you ever seen that much money? Look at your face. Probably couldn't even sell you for that much. And you're not even as fancy as my son-in-law. And you wear glasses, pretending to be some cultured person. I told you that my daughter shouldn't be taken advantage of for nothing. Quickly give me 500 yuan. If you refuse, I will go to the local officials to report your misconduct.
Mom.
Wang Meili looked weak and apologized, glancing at Wu Weimin. Huh. You shameless little girl. How dare you protect him after I just said a few words? Protect him so tightly. It seems you've sneaked through the cornfield, right? You little brat, your waistband is so loose. Since you've sneaked through the cornfield, the 500 yuan should be less, because my son-in-law paid a proper price for her. Now she's considered second-hand, not worth that much anymore. But I can't be cheated. Today I must get 1,000 yuan, or I will report to the commune. The mother added another 500 yuan and cursed loudly, insulting as harshly as she could. The villagers were stunned. Even though they had seen many storms, they had never seen a mother scold her own daughter so viciously, as if she regarded her as an enemy. For someone with a delicate face, being scolded like this by her own mother could make her want to die immediately. Wang Meili's face turned pale as paper, tears welling up in her eyes. Her lips trembled, unable to speak a word, looking like a pitiful little vegetable. Stop talking nonsense. Wu Weimin is my boyfriend. Everyone in the team knows that. You stop causing trouble here. Wang Yonghong was furious. She was just trying to help, and now she was being clingy. A mad dog? Humph. Even if she was a mad dog, she wasn't afraid. She had a dog-beating stick. She would never allow Wu Weimin to have any relation with any woman. He belonged to her. Wang Yonghong pulled Wu Weimin behind her and then dragged Wang Meili out. Wang Meili, tell your mother yourself. Don't pretend to be mute. Speak up, she demanded. Wang Meili was pulled off balance, weakly curling her lips.
Yonggong, I'm sorry.
She whispered. Why do you need to say sorry to me? You better clarify with your mother, Wang Yonghong snapped, her eyes bloodshot with anger, glaring at Wang Meili as if she were glued shut. Inside, she cursed Wang Meili as a despicable girl. If she had known, she wouldn't have cared whether she lived or died. Wang Meili bit her lip tightly, fingernails digging into her palms, afraid to speak out against her mother's authority. But her downward gaze was full of scheming. Rumors could kill someone. What if Wu Weimin was scared and admitted their relationship? Forced situations aren't sweet, but they can quench thirst. Besides, it might not even be a forced situation. Wu Weimin had been kind to her. He even gave her cotton. Last time, she hugged him in the barn for so long without pushing him away. He probably cared about her. But Wang Yonghong kept pestering her, shamelessly confessing her feelings. Wu Weimin was too kind and hesitant to refuse her. If her mother really manages to ruin their relationship today, as long as Wu Weimin and she get together, with her skills and charm, I believe he will fall in love with her. She looks much better than Wang Yonghong, who quickly flashes a smile at her eyes. But she can't make it too obvious, or Wu Weimin might be turned off. She quietly says, "Mom, I have nothing to do with Wu Jiqing. You're mistaken. I don't believe it." Wang's mother won't easily give up on this good chance to make money. Wang Yonghong's heart tightens with anger, grinding her teeth in hatred. Whether you believe it or not, everyone in the team knows what kind of person Wang Meili is. She can't live without a man. On her first day in the countryside, she was already flirting with a male youth on the train. Unfortunately, he avoided her like a snake, but your daughter kept trying to get close. She either cooks eggs for him or helps him with work, even makes shoe insoles and blocks his way at the toilet and door. She's just about to crawl into his bed. Such a shameless, flirtatious woman. Ask anyone here who would look up to her. Not to mention my boyfriend. Even the old bachelors in the team wouldn't give her a second glance. And she's worried about raising children with a wild man in the future. Wang Yonghong's disgust is obvious on her face. To get Wu Weimin away, Wang Yonghong is willing to do anything, even drag Feng Hua into it and reveal all about the youth station. She no longer maintains her image of being kind, generous, and gentle. Her words are like poison, insulting Wang Meili from head to toe. Wang's mother's eyes shoot like knives at Wang Meili, her voice as cold as ice. Is what she said true? Wang Meili shivers in fear, waking up from her beautiful fantasy. Smack. Seeing her like this and hearing the gossip around, Wang's mother has no doubt. She slaps her twice. She pats her thigh and curses loudly, "You shameless girl, using the family's money to support a man. I spit on you, you're so cheap.
Who is that wild man?
Come out and tell me." Wang Meili's face turns paler. Why does heaven keep testing her? The past is gone, but why does it still cut her so deep? Silence. Very quiet. Everyone instinctively looks around for Feng Hua.
Huh?
Where is she? She was just here a moment ago. Qiao Jianpan and Qiao Yuan whisper to each other. She was right next to us just now. How did she disappear so quickly? Did you see when she left? She's pretty clever. I think Wang Meili's mom won't stop until she gets money, and who knows who's unlucky. Qiao Yuan slightly smiles. She left early. You were too focused on the gossip. As for who's unlucky, she pauses. That's hard to say. It could be anyone. A loud woman shouted, "What good is it to find someone for the educated youth? They didn't take your daughter's things. They even want to report your daughter for being unruly."
Ha ha ha.
Exactly. We can't blame them. Everyone was talking eagerly, but no one went to find Feng Hua. Mother Wang felt herself getting colder, and her heart growing colder too. She had been jumping around for a long time, and only got about 20 yuan. She also knew that Wang Meili had lost her face, and her anger was rising quickly. She rushed forward and started hitting Wang Meili. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. How did Wang Meili not run away? Shameless brat, I made you lose face. I told you, you can't live without a man. You've only been to the countryside for a few months, and you've already liked 2 men. None of them are yours. Mother Wang, no longer caring about Wang Meili, was still her own mother. Wang Meili pouted her bottom and knew she was about to do something. Her previous attitude clearly showed she was interested in that Wu Jiqing again. Wang Meili was beaten and fell to the ground. The cold earth made her heart feel cold too. She quietly looked at Wu Weimin, who was standing straight. Seeing his cold eyes, he didn't even look at her, only comforting Wang Yonghong. In an instant, she felt like she had fallen into an icy pit. Why couldn't she run away today? Why did everyone look down on her? Why didn't anyone help her?
Why?
Faced with Mother Wang's punches and kicks, Wang Meili had no strength to resist. She felt humiliated and scared. Her anger was also spilling out, and her whole body ached. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Everyone took a step back. At first, it was just a family matter, but now Mother Wang was attacking other educated youths and even hitting people hard. Some people were worried about trouble and hurried to find Xiao Fuyo. Soon, Xiao Fuyo and Accountant Yu rushed over. They saw an unfamiliar woman scolding loudly while cursing. The person being scolded was still lying on the ground, motionless. The whole youth camp was noisy. Both men looked angry. They had been working hard planting mushrooms to earn money, but these people kept causing trouble every day. Xiao Fuyo said, "Hurry up and get 2 people to carry her onto the bed. If she stays out in the cold, she might get sick." Mother Wang wanted to say no, but Xiao Fuyo glared at her. "If you cause trouble again, I'll send Wang Meili back to the youth office and have them assign her somewhere in Yunnan or Guizhou." Mother Wang immediately choked, like a hen being strangled, and couldn't say a word. Going so far away, how could she still take advantage? Seeing her become more honest, Xiao Fu furrowed his brow and said, "I heard a little on the way here. I can't control whether you ask your daughter for money. But if you start causing trouble and accusing others, I will go to the commune and report you to Hongxiu. Say you're disrupting unity, framing others for extortion, human trafficking, or arranged marriages. They really think us villagers don't understand anything." The eldest said, "It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice. It's a good cat." Her niece also said, "Who cares who they are? Flattering officials has its uses. Dealing with someone like Mother Wang is perfect." Mother Wang's expression stiffened. Her family was in a mess, and she couldn't let herself be targeted. After trying 63 tricks, she still went back, but she wasn't willing. 2 excited aunts stepped out of the crowd, carried Wang Meili into the house, threw her onto the Kong bed, and didn't even cover her with anything before rushing out again. Wang Meili, who had long woken up from the cold and was pretending to be faint, was rolling her eyes under her eyelids. She really didn't know what to do. She didn't rely on Wu Weimin, her mother wouldn't leave, she had number 700 yuan, and marrying an old man was impossible. She angrily punched the Kong. Why was life so hard? Why did she have to climb 3 steps at a time? Even the heavens tests were too tough. If only she were as rich as Qiao Yuan. Yes, Qiao Yuan was rich, Wu Weimin was also wealthy, and Feng Hua and Zhou Yang had good lives. Lin Xinqing and Wang Yonghong probably had some savings too. Others, though not as well off as these, still had more than her. Everyone was from all over the country, and helping her was only right. She wasn't greedy. Borrowing 20 or 30 yuan from each person was enough. Thinking this way, Wang Meili hurriedly jumped off the Kong and ran straight to where Qiao Yuan was standing. But where was she? Seeing her look stunned, Qiao Jianpan chuckled with crossed arms. "Oh, did the 2 ants throw you into the stove pit? You woke up so quickly. If you're awake, just stay awake. Why rush over here? You scare me half to death. Where's Qiao Yuan?" Wang Meili wanted to shout. "What for?" Qiao Jianpan shrugged. "You 2 don't get along well. Whatever plans you have, don't bother asking her." Wang Meili shouted angrily. Did she know I wanted to borrow money and run away? The youth's courtyard was quiet for a moment. Then it erupted. Everyone started arguing and talking loudly. No need for the Qiao family to step in. One ant couldn't hold back. "Oh dear, Wang Jiqing's face is so thin. Bullets can't even pierce it. The Qiao girl is unlucky to meet such a disgusting person. Tell me, if the Qiao girl were here, would she lend her money? Come on, stop it. The Jiang family girl would never lend her a penny. Don't you know they don't get along?" Wang Manju spat on the ground. "It's not surprising. How shameless to even ask. And then she says someone ran away in fear. She's not a parasite in your belly, yet you're so thick-skinned. Ha, I really can't believe it." She rarely felt so speechless. Wang Meili had just run out, and she thought she might finally stand up for herself. Her face turned red and white with shame. If possible, she wouldn't want to bow to Qiao Yuan, but compared to marrying an old man, she could endure this little bit of suffering. Wang Meili clenched her teeth and walked over to where the young workers were standing, tears streaming down her face. Wu Weimin, the young worker, Sister Han, can you help me? Please lend me some money. I don't have any. Lin Xinqing was the first to speak up. His money was from his parents and sisters. He hardly ever spent it himself. Feng Xionglan was even more straightforward. No, I won't lend. Zhao Dongxue also shook her head. Oh no. Qiao Jiqing is so sneaky. Why did she leave just when she needed her? Wang Meili's tears fell harder. Please help me. I really don't want to marry that old man. She didn't like the idea of inheriting the estate. Many shook their heads, sighing inwardly. They thought, dragon gives birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and mice to holes. Wang mother could act, and Wang Meili was no less. Tears came easily, soft words turned into tough actions. Such a large sum of money, just ask for it without thinking about repayment later. Some people, seeing Wang Meili cry so pitifully, softened their hearts. Although she had made many mistakes, no one could blame her for being in such a family. She was still young, just a child. Surely no one wanted to see her jump into a fire. An older woman couldn't help but speak up. As long as you firmly refuse to marry, no money, no one can force you. She glanced at Wang mother as she said this. Exactly. Who would dare in broad daylight? A young worker quickly added. He didn't want to lend Wang Meili money. He was so poor that even mice cried. There was no money to lend. Young workers had more experience, and Wang Yonghong calmly suggested, you could also ask the Women's Federation for help. Don't think Wang Yonghong is some kind of saint. She and her mother now hated each other. She just wanted to see the mother and daughter fight, to watch them tear each other apart. But unfortunately, Wang Meili's 18 years had been under her mother's ruthless control, manipulated in many ways. Going to the countryside secretly had taken all her courage. She didn't dare say no to her mother, at least not now. As for why Wang mother hadn't spoken all this time, she had her reasons. If she could borrow the money, she would be delighted. Once she had it, she wouldn't even need to repay it. Regarding the bride price, there will be more opportunities in the future. This is like getting double the money. As for suing her, a few rude words from some troublemakers mean nothing. Even if Wang Meili is beaten, she wouldn't dare because Wang's mother is confident. Sure enough, Wang Meili cried and shook her head, saying no, she's my real mother. Everyone felt sorry for her and angry at her stubbornness. Qiao Fuyo frowned but had no good solution. Since he couldn't stand up for her himself and talking to outsiders was useless, he decided to just send her away. Wang's mother didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Before leaving, she gave Wang Meili a meaningful look. In a few days, I'll bring her here myself. We can get married first and then register later. Wang Meili was so scared she collapsed to the ground. P.S. Immediately write Wang Meili's farewell message. Us common folks, today we're really happy, us common folks. Qiao Yuan hummed a little tune happily. The general, with his small arms around her neck, looked around with wide eyes. Do you think Wang Meili's mom will leave from here later? Qiao Yuan tugged at his beard.
Definitely.
No matter which way she comes into the commune, she'll pass right by here. Just wait. Later, you'll be responsible for watching out. If anyone comes, remind me, but don't shout. Qiao Yuan took out a burlap sack from her space. To avoid trouble for Qiao Fuyo, she rode her bike and hid under the drainage ditch at the edge of the commune. But if the cat's meow is heard and the police investigate, the risk of exposure increases greatly. The general nodded repeatedly. Got it. Later, I'll take the chance to punch her twice, okay? Qiao Yuan was amused. She bumped her forehead against the cat's head. Okay. Later, you focus on hitting her in the eyes, give her 2 black eyes. Thinking of the general's fist size and then Wang's mother's eye size, Qiao Yuan laughed out loud. When the person didn't arrive for a long time, Qiao Yuan felt a bit thirsty. She secretly took out a thermos from her space, filled with hot milk tea. She took 1 cup, the general took another. After sipping half a pot, Wang's mother hurriedly appeared in front of them. Here she comes. Qiao Yuan quickly put away the thermos and cups. The general looked puzzled.
Huh?
Who's that person beside her? Qiao Yuan examined carefully and couldn't help but chuckle. That's Wang Mei's second brother. Turns out Wang's mother didn't come alone. The general was confused. Then, why didn't Wang's second brother show up earlier? Qiao Yuan changed to a larger burlap bag from her space, making it easier to carry two people. He's probably hiding somewhere because he's ashamed. This isn't something glorious. He's probably been hiding somewhere all along. Why didn't he freeze to death? The general sneered, angry at everyone around him. The queen mother was on the road, talking nonstop, and she was quite rude. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be so ugly but still quite flirtatious, attracting two men at once. I already gave her a warning, and in a few days she will come with someone. If she doesn't want to marry the old man, she should figure it out herself during these days. Old Wang was shivering, sniffling, and cursing. She's just like my older brother, completely useless. With her silly brain, what plans can she come up with? When she came, I told her to have that old man come with us, no delays. We should buy some medicine from the black market, and if she refuses, just knock her out and hide her in the haystack. Old Deng can handle the rest. Once the rice is cooked, what can she do? We get the money, she gets the person, both sides win. But she keeps saying it's unsafe, afraid someone will see. If they see, so what? The couple will have fun, and who cares if they like to walk around outside in winter with their backsides out? In special times, we need special methods. We're afraid of wolves and tigers, so we can't do anything. We don't have her household registration now, so we can't control her. The emperor loves his eldest son, and the common people favor the youngest. The Wang family is a bit different. They value the eldest son quite a lot, but also love the younger one. However, the most favored among Wang's parents is the second son in the middle. The reason is simple. Wang II is the smartest, best at scheming, and most charming in speech. From a young age, he has been able to coax Wang's parents into doing what he wants. This time, the whole Wang family quickly agreed on Wang Mei because of his idea. When the second son suggested it, Wang's mother also regretted a little, saying, "Next time, I'll listen to you." Do you think Wang Mei will run away these days? Wang II helped his mother up. No, she won't. She doesn't have the guts. Besides, she's broke now, where would she run to? But if she really bites the bullet and gets desperate, she might sneak into some young male worker's bed or marry a local man. Then we'd be ruined. Hearing this, Wang's mother suddenly felt nervous, no longer acting proud in front of Wang Mei. What should we do then? Our family only has about 1,200 yuan. If we lose this bride price, we'll be completely broke. How will you marry her? Don't worry, Wang II said calmly. Wang Mei isn't that smart, but to avoid trouble, we should act quickly. It won't be long. Tomorrow I'll buy the medicine. The day after tomorrow, we'll come again, get the money, and give it to her. Only then can our family sleep peacefully. As he spoke, Wang II cursed his older brother repeatedly in his mind. Even a broken shoe can be caught, and it's all a mess. The queen mother smiled, and was in a good mood to chat. You're so clever, second son. You haven't seen the Qiao family. They live near our pharmacy. Yes, I know their family. What's wrong with that? The surname Qiao isn't common around here. When the queen mother mentioned it, second son knew who she was talking about. She patted her thigh loudly. You haven't seen how much that little girl from the Qiao family has grown. She's so beautiful and lively, like a fairy. She's tall and well-dressed, clearly not lacking money. Second son's eyes lit up. Mom, is she really that pretty? He remembered that the eldest Qiao girl was quite beautiful too. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. She's even prettier than her older sisters. Son, do you have any thoughts? If you do, maybe we can plan something together. But she's a bit clever and hard to fool. She might see through us right away. She's sharp and tough. What if she resists? She didn't want her son-in-law to dominate her in the future. Women without innocence, even if they are fiery, are still easily manipulated by men, second son said with a disdainful smile. I'll check her out the day after tomorrow. If she's really that pretty. What he didn't finish saying, both mother and son understood. Hidden beneath the drainage ditch, Qiao Yuan and the general chuckled quietly. Seeing no one around, Qiao Yuan silently appeared behind them. Without hesitation, she threw a sack over their heads.
Ah!
The queen mother and second son screamed in shock, startled by the sudden darkness. Second son struggled to remove the sack, but in the next moment, a swift punch from the Pegasus meteor fist struck him. Qiao Yuan used half her strength, punching and kicking them fiercely. Halfway through, she was annoyed that she couldn't hit both at once and was wasting time. She quickly pulled out a police baton from her space pocket and started hacking away. At first, they screamed in terror and tried to take off the sack. Now, they lay quietly on the ground, broken bones cracking loudly. Qiao Yuan moved her neck, swung her baton, and delivered a final to second son. With a cracking sound, it was like an egg breaking. She mashed the baton like garlic.
Ah!
Second son let out a loud, earth-shaking scream that echoed through the nearby community. The chickens, ducks, and geese of the Friendship Brigade were so frightened they squawked loudly, almost causing a stampede. Long Qing, trembling all over, asked, "What's going on? What's happening?" This chaotic scene reminded him of his childhood days when he first arrived in the village. Wang Chongqing quickly put on a thick cotton coat and a dogskin hat, then rushed toward the sound. Qiao Yuan waved to the general, who ran over quickly, making a playful fist, and gave him 2 black eyes. After cleaning up the footprints at the scene, Qiao Yuan rode her bike, carried the general, and left. The whole act of hitting people was very smooth, taking only a few minutes. Since it was winter and there were few people outside, the police only arrived after Qiao Yuan finished her patrol around the commune. When she returned to the team, she hurried to change clothes, lit a fire, and took out the steamed buns she had stored in her space earlier. They were still warm. Feng Xianglan, Zhao Dongxue, and Qi Jimai just came in as they lifted the curtain. Feng Xianglan pouted. "Oh, I wonder why you came back so early, steamed buns? They turned out so well they even opened up." Qiao Yuan held the curtain aside and handed each of them one. The 3 shook their heads, saying food was precious. The plain white steamed buns Qiao Yuan made were as big as a large bowl, so they didn't dare to eat them all. Qiao Yuan kept urging them, and finally, each of the 3 ate half a bun. Feng Xianglan, with a bun in her mouth, mumbled, "We just wanted to come find you earlier, but Wang Meili wouldn't let us go. She kept pestering us for an hour, asking to borrow money." Qiao Yuan put 2 buns into a pot to warm and left the rest on the curtain to cool. When they cooled down, she would freeze them outside. Busy working, she asked, "Did you lend her money?" Zhao Dongxue nibbled her bun carefully, looking very cautious. "No. We each try to spend even half a penny, let alone lend her money. What if she can't pay it back? Borrowers are always trouble." Wang Meili looked unreliable, and their relationship wasn't good anyway. Li Wendong borrowed 5 yuan. Wu Weimin wanted to lend her 20, but Wang Yonghong snatched it away. No one else lent her anything. Qi Jimai thought about the recent near conflict at the youth station and shivered. She quickly took some money out of her pocket. "Xiaowan, can you keep this for me?"
I'm afraid.
"Hey, why are you so slow? Just say it directly. You're just worried about being robbed," Feng Xianglan said, sitting on the Kong and swinging her legs. "Although it's not good to think this way about our comrades, it seems Wang Meili has gone crazy. I can understand. She's 59, old enough to be her grandfather, and if she gets too excited, she might fall off the Kong. No matter what, she just can't stand up straight." "Sigh, enough about that," she added, taking some money from her pocket. "Xiaowan, this is my money. Please keep it safe for a few days. You won't dare come to her house easily. I've written the amount on a piece of paper, no mistake. Later, you can check it too, we all trust you." Zhao Dongxue then took out a small handkerchief, grinning widely, with a meaning that was clear without words. Qiao Yuan's mouth twitched. These days, there are so many strange things happening. She has a safe space where she can store any amount of money, but others don't know that. Helping someone hold money is risky for her, and she's not happy about it. "I don't like dealing with money matters with others. Maybe I can lend you a small box. It has 2 locks, and if you put it in a chest with a lock, that makes 3 locks altogether. Very safe." You can also mark the money, like writing on it or adding a special smell. After hearing Xiao Yuan's suggestion, the three of them weren't unhappy. Money needs extra care. Even close brothers settle accounts honestly. They nodded repeatedly. When they saw the small box Xiao Yuan took out, they felt more at ease. They put the money inside, and Feng Xianglan tucked it into her coat. After Zhao Dongxue finished her last bun, she asked, "Should we ask Li Xiaomei? If she trusts us, we can put the money here together." Qi Jimei hesitated. Isn't it a bit bad to be so cautious about Wang Meili? It's like looking down on her from in the door. That's pretty insulting. Wang Meili doesn't have much money, but that doesn't mean she would steal. This is called planning ahead, Feng Xianglan said dismissively. We're being discreet. She doesn't know, so how can it be insulting? Xiao Yuan didn't speak, just listened quietly. After the three left, Xiao Yuan took 6 large buns to the back room and saw Feng Hua and Zhou Yang teaching 6 children.
She was a bit surprised.
You two are pretty good at hiding, she said. Did you hear that you also hid? Zhou Yang leaned against the Kong, holding a math book. Xiao Yuan shrugged. I made the dough this morning, planning to steam it at noon. I was so busy watching the fun, I almost forgot. The dough takes a long time to rise, so I hurried back when I remembered. Now it's just steamed and ready. Feng Hua checked her watch. It's 3 o'clock. Zhou Yang, let's go back too. The three of them returned to the youth commune, each to their own home. They locked the doors, closed the house doors from inside, and pulled down the curtains. Wang Meili, rushing to borrow money. With so much money, why can't she get some help? Wang Meili tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. After Feng Xianglan scolded her, she finally calmed down. The Wang family also couldn't sleep. After finishing a call, Wang's father was stunned and dazed as he returned home. The eldest son of the Wang family pushed him and asked hurriedly, Dad, what's wrong? Did Mom come back? Did Wang Meili agree to marry that man? So, can we go get the bride price tomorrow? The person the Wang family feared most was the eldest son because he worried about the consequences after an incident. He didn't want to be criticized, sent to the farm, or forced to serve on the border.
No.
Father Wang snapped back to his senses. Your mother and second son were beaten by someone. They are now unconscious and being treated at Yongchun Commune Hospital. Someone told us to hurry there. How could this happen?
Who did it?
Oh my goodness. Sister-in-law Wang sat down suddenly, hitting her thigh and crying loudly. What is all this? Why am I so unlucky? Marrying into your family? The younger members of the Wang family spat and cursed. It must be that wicked Wang Meili. She just had to marry a 59-year-old man, and she was so vicious about it. She should pay for the hospital bills. If she has no money, find her a 69-year-old and maybe ask for more bride price. Neighbors listening nearby were stunned, exchanging glances in disbelief. That Wang family is too cruel, one aunt couldn't help but spit. Suddenly, the house fell silent. Xiao Yuan slept peacefully through the night. After breakfast, she called Xiao Jianhua, Xiao Jiangtan, and Xiao Jianya into the back room to help pick out soaked soybeans and grind them with a stone mill. The soy milk was strained through a tofu cloth, with the tofu pulp fed to the pigs, and the soy milk boiled in a pot. Then, a prepared brine was added to finish the process. Before the new year, every household made a block of tofu. Xiao Yuan soaked 40 jin of soybeans, enough to make 4 large blocks. The Qiao family didn't use rectangular molds for tofu. Instead, they used woven willow baskets, round and flat, lined with clean rice stalks. The tofu mixture was scooped into the baskets with a water ladle, layered with tofu cloths, topped with a board, and finally pressed with stones. It was simple, but controlling the amount of brine was tricky. Mom, with your skills, you could open a tofu shop, Xiao Yuan said, sipping hot soy milk while watching her mother cut tofu. My tofu has been made for decades, her mother replied proudly. Not to brag, but I'm one of the best in Qing Shan Liangzi. Even when I was alive, I didn't do as well as I do now. Grandma Qiao was very happy. Zhang Xianghua took a large cloth cover, picked the fresh tofu onto it, leaving 6 or 7 pieces for eating fresh, and froze the rest as frozen tofu. I learned how to make tofu from your grandma, said Old Man Xiao, holding a piece of hot tofu, squatting by the fire with a spoon, pouring chili sauce over it. Where are the three brothers Manhwa? This morning, weren't you in such a hurry to eat tofu? Kiyuan added a cup of hot soy milk, and her mother specially left her a warm jug. She was lying on the Kong in the side room. She said she was so dizzy from pushing the mill, and Brother Janya just now said he couldn't walk straight even to the toilet outside. He almost stepped into the toilet. That's just talk, Old Lady Chow scolded with a smile. Our mill is a bit small. In previous years, we made 20 gene of soybeans. This year, with yours included, we made 60 gene. Maybe it's just a bit dizzy. After she finished speaking, everyone laughed, except the three brothers who had injuries. Zhang Xianghua took a big plate, put 2 large blocks of tofu on it, and brought a small bowl of big soy paste and a small bowl of chili paste, along with 3 small spoons, and carried them to the side room. Old Lady Qiao said, "Your auntie also spoils the children." Qiyuan smiled and took a frozen pear to nibble on. At this moment, the cotton door curtain was suddenly pulled aside, and Xiao Fuyao walked in with a big smile, followed by another person. "Father, Mother, Chongqing has come." "Oh, Chongqing is here. Quickly, come inside and sit. It's warm inside." Old Lady Qiao wiped her hands on her apron and went forward to pull Wang Chongqing into the house. "Auntie, you look much better than the last time I came," Wang Chongqing said, holding 2 bottles of canned yellow peaches. "Uncle Chongqing," Qiyuan greeted with a smile. "Shaowen has grown quite a bit taller since we last met when we took in the educated youth." "It's only been a few months," Wang Chongqing said, then suddenly remembered Qiyuan was from a city. As soon as he sat down, he started talking. "You don't know, I could have come over 2 hours earlier. Early this morning, I was called by the police to explain the situation." "What happened?" the Qiao family asked in surprise. Note: in the 1970s and 80s, many families made their own tofu. Wang Chongqing patted his thigh. "Something big has happened." Hearing someone at home, Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Jianbang, and Qiao Jianya hurried into the east room. They greeted briefly and sat on small stools by the fire pit, waiting to see what was happening. Seeing so many eyes on him, Wang Chongqing didn't hesitate. "Yesterday afternoon, around 2 o'clock, I was just about to fall asleep at home when I heard a scream outside. It was really frightening, and it scared me so much my legs went weak. At first, I thought something had happened to someone in the brigade, so I quickly checked the sound and went out. I only saw people when I reached the edge of the commune. A man and a woman, I don't know what they did wrong, were beaten with a sack over their heads." Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua listened carefully, while placing snacks like sunflower seeds, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and sweet potato strips on the table. Qiao Fu poured a pot of hot tea, poured a cup, and pushed it over to Wang Chongqing. "Are you from the village team?" "No." Wang Chongqing blew on his tea, took a sip, and held the cup to warm his hands. "I don't recognize them." The woman is about 50, dressed very worn out, patched clothes, a deep blue floral top. Her pants are plain black. She has short hair, and her face was beaten up so badly it's hard to tell her features. The man is quite young, just over 20, dressed nicely. The Qiao family exchanged looks. The woman looked a bit familiar. She resembled Wang Meili's mother from yesterday's outfit, but that couldn't be right. Her mother came alone yesterday. It must be a coincidence. Wang Chongqing continued. "When I arrived, the police hadn't gotten here yet. There were 6 or 7 onlookers nearby, all too scared to move. I was the one who opened the sack. TSK, that person who hit them was pretty vicious. Both of those 2 were more beaten than they fought back." The woman had her arm twisted unnaturally, like it was broken. Blood was streaming everywhere. The man was even worse. At this point, Wang Chongqing cleared his throat. He glanced at the bright-eyed Xiao Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed to talk about this in front of the young girl. Xiao Yuan quickly spat out her sunflower seed shell, eager to hear more. "Uncle, keep going," she urged. Xiao Fu was also listening intently. "Yeah, don't stop now. You started telling it, then suddenly got mysterious. Hurry up and finish." Wang Chongqing took another sip of tea to soothe his throat and chose a more subtle way to describe the scene. The man's thigh was covered in blood, his cotton pants soaked through. Think about it. How much blood do you think that was? I estimate he was probably seriously injured. It gave me a headache just thinking about it. Such a big grudge, and they hit so hard. Since we haven't had bandits here for over 20 years, nothing this frightening has happened. The Qiao family members gasped, and Grandma Qiao took a handful of pine nuts and handed them to Wang Chongqing. Chongqing, you keep some to eat. Did the police take the people to the hospital? Wang Chongqing ate a pine nut, praised how tasty it was, then seriously replied, yes. We wouldn't dare move without the police. The people were unconscious. Who knows if their internal organs are okay? If we accidentally hurt them further, we couldn't afford the consequences. The police asked everyone what we saw, and we told the truth. Early this morning, the police came back to check again. I knew right away something was wrong. The injuries looked very serious. I happened to have some dealings with a police officer who also gave me some face as a team leader and said a few words. The two people are from the city, and they have introduction letters. The woman has 3 broken ribs, a fractured right elbow, and a broken left wrist. She also lost 3 teeth, and her head was hit, causing a concussion. It's still unclear. What is a concussion? Grandma Qiao had never heard of the term. Is it like your brain is shaking, and the brain tissue gets mixed up like glue? Oh my, can this person still live? Even if alive, they might become a fool. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. Her explanation was quite funny. This question made Wang Chongqing suddenly stiffen. He wasn't very clear about what a concussion was either. Probably won't die, the police didn't say, he said. The Qiao family members breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao Jianya, while burying potatoes into the fire basin, said, thank heavens, the killer didn't succeed. If caught, they'll be eating sunflower seeds. Xiao Yuan. What nonsense is that? The general lying on her lap swept his tail over her arm and meowed happily. And that man? Xiao Fuyo hurriedly asked. Worse off. He lost 4 teeth, broke 2 ribs, and fractured his right shin. The worst part is, he can't be saved. It was smashed to bits, turned into flesh. Our commune doctor shook his head, said it was beyond saving, and transferred him to the city hospital overnight. Both of them had introduction letters from the city. The commune leaders held a late-night meeting, demanding an urgent investigation to find the killer. This matter is too serious. It's already causing a big stir in the commune and the Friendship Brigade. It's created great panic, and since it's near the new year, the leaders suspect it might be done by spies. I guess the leaders will call a meeting with all the team leaders in the next couple of days. Ugh, the Qiao family members all took a deep breath again. To fit in, Qiao Yuan also took a breath, inhaling a mouthful of fur. The general rolled his eyes and flicked his tail out. Qiao Yuan mentally reviewed the situation, making sure no clues were left behind. She relaxed and continued munching sunflower seeds. Xiao Fuyo took a few puffs from his pipe, worry on his face. If it's spies, it's not just about this one incident. The big market is opening soon, so the leaders are under pressure. It could also be someone they know who has a grudge. Oh, since they have introduction letters, they should know their names. That makes it easier to investigate, right? Wang Chongqing sighed, and also looked worried. If it's spies, what should we do? Everyone looks forward to the big market at the end of the year. Going or not going, either way the holiday seems to lose some of its flavor. The man's name is probably Wang Defa, and the woman's is Chu Yueying. They are still mother and son. Oh my goodness, my heavens! Xiao Yuan exclaimed loudly. I don't know what Wang Meili's mother is called, but it seems her last name is Chu. Her second brother is named Wang Defa. Could it be such a coincidence?
What?
Are you sure? The Qiao family was surprised again. Yes, I'm sure. But yesterday, we didn't see Wang Meili's second brother. Qiao Yuan pretended to be confused and hesitated. Actually, when Wang Mu came yesterday, I was quite puzzled.
I felt something was off, she said.
Wang Chongqing quickly asked, what's off? 2 days ago, my brother got married. We all went. No one mentioned a factory catching fire. If what Wang Meili's mother said is true, it would have spread everywhere, Qiao Yuan explained. The Qiao family listened and agreed. Seeing Wang Chongqing confused, old Madame Qiao and Zhang Xianghua recounted what happened yesterday. Wang Chongqing clicked his tongue, feeling a bit gleeful inside. It's really not human, he thought. Qiao Yuan's eyes rolled. Such a big matter couldn't be kept from Wang Meili, both morally and logically. Sigh. Today she was kind-hearted Yuan. After saying this, the two people who were beaten talked about the breeding farm and mushrooms. They chatted for a long time, and old Madame Qiao saw it was past 10, so she started preparing to cook. Wang Chongqing had helped the Qiao family many times before, selling grains and soybean oil every year, except this year, with Qiao Yuan around, the family was less tight on money, so he wasn't troubled. Wang Chongqing made a special trip, and old Madame Qiao was very generous. She ordered Xiao Jianye to light the two stoves first, wrapped herself in a cotton-padded coat, took a big basin, and went to the barn to pick half a basin of sticky bean buns. She also brought in 4 oil mackerels, a piece of pork, and a few fish. Old Madame Qiao handed the oil mackerel and fish to Qiao Jianhua and said, "When the water boils, you and Jiandang should clean the fish. Scrape the white part off the outside of the fish. It's smelly." She also handed pork to Zhang Xianghua and said, "Make a sour cabbage noodle soup with lots of meat inside. Also, cook some cabbage and tofu and stir-fry cabbage with black fungus. If we have sticky bean buns, we won't need pancakes. Boil some millet porridge, make it thick." Zhang Xianghua responded quickly, scooping 2 pieces of sour cabbage from the jar. "Mom, how do you want to cook the mackerel?" Old Madame Qiao scooped a ladle of millet, thought it might not be enough, and added half a ladle more. "Also, make some noodle soup. 2 dishes with noodles should be enough. We still have some peanuts at home. Later, we'll fry some peanut snacks," she said. Old Madame Qiao went into the house, took a handful of noodles from the cabinet, and glanced at the wine bottle. Seeing it was almost empty, she told Xiao Jianye to go get some wine later. She picked up the pork belly again, but it was frozen too hard to cut easily. Qiao Yuan took the knife and started cutting. After finishing the pork belly, she moved the chopping block aside and carefully wiped it clean with a cloth. Then she cut the washed cabbage and finally, she chopped the dried pickled vegetables together. On the other side, Qiao Jianhua and Xiao Jiandang finished preparing the fish. Zhang Xianghua had already heated the oil. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound as the oil hissed, and Zhang Xianghua quickly stir-fried the pork belly. Wang Chongqing couldn't sit still after smelling the delicious aroma. He had noticed earlier that the Qiao family's pig hadn't been slaughtered yet, and he was worried they might spend too much, so he had saved some meat for the new year. "Auntie, just a simple meal is enough." "I'm not a stranger," he said. "It's only family members who get to eat good food. Outsiders wouldn't get such treats," Old Lady Qiao said with a smile, sticking her head into the house. Old Man Qiao and Xiao Fuyo told Wang Chongqing not to worry and to enjoy a good drink later. Zhang Xianghua poured the washed and drained pickled vegetables into the pot and stir-fried them briefly. She added 2 large ladles of water and the rice noodles, then threw in 3 or 4-star anise and covered the pot with a cloth to keep it warm. She also hurried to cook the oily mackerel in another pot. The 2 pots took about an hour to finish the meal. Xiao Jianhua and his 2 brothers arranged the tables and helped serve the dishes. Wang Chongqing looked at the 6 hearty dishes and the wine on the table and said it was too extravagant. It looked even more lavish than his own New Year celebration. Old Lady Qiao kept scooping dishes onto his plate, and Xiao Fuyo poured the wine. After everyone was full and happy, Wang Chongqing, with a rosy face, went with Xiao Fuyo to visit the breeding farm and mushroom house. Qiao Yuan returned to the youth brigade station. "Beautiful Wang, is Wang Meili here?" Qiao Yuan called out at the door. Wang Meili, with swollen, crying eyes, quickly got up from the Kong and opened the door. "Qiao Yuan, are you here to give me money?" she asked. Seeing the hope in Wang Meili's eyes, Qiao Yuan suddenly smiled. "What are you smiling for? Are you here to mock me?" Wang Meili thought her smile was painfully glaring. She had thought all night about what to do. Now, Even Wang Yonghong had to follow her to the bathroom, step by step, afraid she might slip and find a chance to get close to Wu Weimin, as if she were a pest. Feng Xianglan and a few other female youth sent down youths were whispering together, probably talking about her behind her back. The male youths kept guarding the door day and night. Everyone seemed to be against her, watching her closely. This feeling of helplessness broke Wang Meili's composure. Xiao Yuan, what are you pretending for? You just have a bit of money and look good. Why do you look down on me? Yes, I admit I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you and I are the same, ignored by our parents. There are still many family members who truly care about you and hold you close in their hearts. Even after moving to the countryside, you live freely and boldly. You can be yourself without worrying about others' opinions. You don't need to please anyone, and you speak up against those you dislike. You act without considering the consequences, and always stay confident. You eat whatever you want, and buy whatever you like. As for me, even just eating enough is a problem. You are good at everything, making me feel like an ugly duckling, gloomy and full of bad thoughts. Now I am about to be sold, and can no longer be a bother to you. Maybe one day I will be sold again, to a remote mountain village. Are you happy about that? Xiao Yuan. You are so wrong. The educated youth all came out and, hearing Wang Meili's words, fell silent. Wang Meili expressed many feelings shared by the educated youth. They wondered how Xiao Yuan's life was compared to theirs, and the contrast was very harsh. They are not saints and sometimes feel envy and jealousy, but not as strongly as Wang Meili. Sigh. It's just that these two have been neighbors since childhood. People rarely see the world broadly. They mostly compare themselves to those around them. Xiao Yuan, don't pretend to feel sorry for me. It's useless. I have no heart. And don't try to guilt me with morality. I have none. We have nothing to do with each other, maybe even enemies. If you're having a hard time, that's none of my business. She petted her cat. But you just now said something wrong. I'm not here to laugh at you. I'm here to congratulate you. Wang Meili. So frustrating. Others. They all looked at her with expressions that said, "What are you talking about?" And, "This is complicated." Is the old man happy now that everything is over? That would be worth celebrating, but how did Xiao Yuan find out? Xiao Yuan pushed away the person blocking her and sat down heavily in a chair, habitually crossing her legs. My family just had visitors. They said they saw, yesterday around 2 p.m., a man named Wang Defa and a woman named Xu Weiing. They were beaten in the commune in broad daylight, almost to death. I remember your mom and your second brother, right? Based on the time and place, I figured it's definitely them. With everything happening to them, they probably can't even stay in the hospital, let alone worry about your future. Do you think I should congratulate you? Ugh, this good news almost turned into bad news. If I were Wang Meili, I'd be grinning from ear to ear. Honestly, she'd be dancing at her grave if she knew. Wang Meili froze in place, her face showing a strange expression, half smile, half cry, with eyes full of disbelief, fear, panic, and worry. The young workers were all shocked, their hearts pounding with excitement. Listen, is this really human speech?
But
It seems like good news after all. Wang Yonghong lowered her head and smiled slightly. This news truly made people feel happy. Who is Wang Meili? Suddenly, a few police officers appeared at the young workers' yard. Joyful and gleeful, Qiao Yuanwan was holding the general, instinctively turning her head. Four police officers followed behind, along with Qiao Fuyo and Wang Chongqing. A few villagers who had met on the road also came to join the fun. I am. Wang Meili's legs trembled like noodles, almost collapsing to the ground. Feng Xianglan quickly reached out and helped her. Wang Meili's face turned pale, her heart pounding loudly. She leaned on Feng Xianglan, who grimaced from the pressure. Qiao Yuanwan immediately stood up and stood obediently. She looked very well behaved, but everyone, including the police, saw her sitting there like a boss. Wang Chongqing glanced at Qiao Fuyo and tried not to laugh. Qiao Fuyo's mouth twitched. The four police officers looked at Qiao Yuanwan and the cat she was holding, feeling it was a bit out of place. The lead officer coughed and stepped in front of Wang Meili. No need to be nervous. We just want to understand a few things. Well, yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock. The officer explained while watching Wang Meili closely, as if trying to see into her mind. Comrade police, this has nothing to do with me, really. I haven't seen this kind of scene in my 18 years. I usually stay at home washing and cleaning. I've never seen such a situation. Out of respect and fear of the police, Wang Meili started crying. The officer hesitated, thinking that next time they should send a female officer to comfort her. How can a big man like him do it? The young female workers just watched the scene unfold. The officer frowned slightly, comforted her a bit, and asked, "Where were you between 1 and 2 in the afternoon yesterday?" Wang Meili wiped her tears, hiccuping as she spoke. I was at the young workers' place the whole time, borrowing money.
They can all testify for me.
The police just learned why she borrowed money and felt a bit sorry for her. The Wang family didn't treat their daughter well, pushing her toward a dead end. The officer's tone softened and he asked others to confirm that Wang Meili had been at the young workers' place the whole time. Satisfied, he closed his notebook and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Meili suddenly said softly, "Qiao Yuanwan wasn't with us. She has no witnesses, and she still bears a grudge against me." Qiao Yuan chuckled softly, thinking that people often pick the easiest target, but she was not weak. Why did Wang Meili keep blaming her? Wang Meili, have you lost your mind? You have a motive to commit the crime, so you need witnesses who weren't there. My mother, my second brother, none of them have any contact or grudges with you. Why would I go bother them? I really want to get back at you. Wouldn't it be better if I just hit you? You're so stupid, it's like you're a fool. Everyone else. That makes sense. Wang Meili tried to argue. Who else could it be? My family is in the commune, and I don't know anyone there. I definitely didn't offend anyone. Maybe you just like to hit people. When you don't hit, you scratch. You just want to ruin them and make them ask me for money, so you can laugh at me. Honestly, her reasons sounded quite reasonable. Police officers, I want to report her. Qiao Yuan, holding her cat with her left arm and raising her right hand obediently, said, Wang Meili verbally hurt me. She spread such shocking stories about me. Her conscience is completely broken. She caused great harm to my young mind and spirit. I demand compensation for my emotional damages, at least 10 eggs. Also, Wang Meili is interfering with the case for her own benefit. Please arrest her. The police looked at her, thinking she was quite impressive. Her words were sharp, and she seemed quite capable of handling the case. Xiao Fuyo, silent, thought, is this my niece? She really has a way with words. Wang Meili's face turned pale again, and she shook her head repeatedly, making everyone else roll their eyes. She kept losing but was stubborn. The police had no time to deal with petty disputes. As they turned to leave, Qiao Yuan raised her small hand again. Police officers, I have a lead to share. You have a lead? The police were stunned and gathered around her at once. Yes, Qiao Yuan said clearly. But before that, I want to clear my name. Yesterday afternoon, I was at home steaming buns. I didn't have baking soda, so I bought some from the supply and marketing cooperative. Around 1:30 p.m., you can ask the staff there. They can testify for me. I also saw Uncle Goshing at the cooperative holding his little son. I even gave his son a piece of orange candy. She wasn't just being generous. She had prepared her story and found witnesses beforehand. Wang Meili became more energetic. You have a bicycle, and you rode from the brigade to the edge of the commune, about half an hour. Before Qiao Yuan could speak, Qiao Fuyo's forehead veins bulged, and he said, the bicycle was borrowed yesterday. The old secretary's grandson was on a blind date yesterday. It was borrowed early in the morning and returned after 4 p.m. yesterday. Qiao Yuan was very happy inside. Fortune was on her side. She didn't even realize she had lent something out. She just didn't go to the Qiao family to ride her bike. Her sister has more than one bicycle. Yes, I can testify. Feng Xianglan also raised her hand. Around 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday, Zhao Dongxue, Qi Jimiai, and I went to Qiao Yuan's house. She had just steamed some buns and was picking them out of the pot. The three of us even ate one. Zhao Dongxue and Qi Jamii nodded together. Wang Meili looked completely defeated. The police never suspected Qiao Yuan from the start. After she cleared her name, they urged her to give clues. Qiao Yuan pulled the police officer aside, secretly not wanting Wang Meili to hear. "Uncle Police, I suspect something." Wang Meili's mother coming to ask for money might have another reason. Qiao Yuan repeated what she had said at the Qiao family, honestly, and without exaggeration or personal feelings. "I believe the 1,000 yuan is real, but the reason? Could it be that this money caused a conflict, leading to retaliation? The eldest in Wang's family shouldn't blame her own mother, brother, and sister. Anyway, she wouldn't say anything now. The police would find out in a few days." Wang Meili listened with her ears perked up but heard nothing, watching the police with occasional frowns, nodding anxiously, scratching her head. When the police left, she hurried over to Qiao Yuan. "What did you tell the police?" "It's about the case. Keep it secret." Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes and hummed a tune as she returned to her small room. Wang Meili was so angry she yelled loudly, her eyes red. That afternoon, Wang Meili's mother and second brother were beaten and nearly killed. The news spread instantly across Qingshan Liangzi. She pouted and ran over to ask Wang Meili why she hadn't gone home yet. "Be careful not to come back late and miss seeing the last face." 2 days later, snow fell heavily again. Qiao Yuan sat in front of the stove, burying potatoes and sweet potatoes in the soil while listening to the radio. General crawled inside, snowflakes on his fur. "Xiao Wan, shall we build a snowman tomorrow?" "Sure, you can help roll the snowballs." Qiao Yuan measured his short legs. "You're suitable for making the snowman's head." General's ears drooped, and Qiao Yuan found it funny. She wiped the snow off and held him in her arms. The smell of food filled the air, making it a warm scene for her and her cat. Just as Qiao Yuan was about to take a durian from her space to eat in front of General, a loud, startling voice suddenly rang outside the door. "Wang Meili, come out here now." Qiao Yuan shivered in fear, almost pulling out the general's hair. She exchanged a quick look with the general. It's the Wang family again, and there's more excitement to see. Filled with curiosity, Qiao Yuan wrapped herself in a coat, grabbed the general, and hurried to the back room. Outside, she loudly called out, "Sir, Madam, Auntie, someone from the youth student residence is causing trouble. Come quickly." Her words sounded fresh and lively, full of excitement. As snowflakes drifted down, after a cold gust of wind, she and the general had taken the best spot at the main entrance of the youth student area. Wang's father wore a dogskin hat and held a stick, suddenly kicking the door open forcefully. He entered the kitchen and tried to go inside. Feng Xilan stood at the door with her hands on her hips, making a gesture like a teapot. "You old Baideng, do you have no shame? You're looking for Wang Meili. Wait outside. Why are you barging into our girls' dorm? If you dare take another step, I'll report you for harassment." Other young women from the youth student residence also blocked the door. Although they were dressed warmly, it felt uncomfortable for a grown man to force his way in. Wang's father was most upset by this. His face turned pale and flushed repeatedly, and his ears seemed to smoke as he sputtered angrily. Seeing Wang's father coming forward aggressively, the young men from the residence quickly pulled him outside. Wang Meili's older sister-in-law was crying desperately in the courtyard, caught in a heavy snowstorm, while scolding, "Wang Meili, you unlucky star. You caused your mother to have your second brother became and that's not all. Now you've harmed your eldest brother." Wang Meili had no idea what was happening. She had initially felt a little relieved that her family was temporarily ignoring her. Though worried, she remembered the police had said she was not in danger of losing her life, so she managed to sleep well these past few days. How is it not my fault? If you hadn't secretly signed up for rural work, would all this have happened? If your mother hadn't come looking for you, would she have been beaten so badly? If she hadn't been beaten, how could the police investigate and involve your eldest brother, causing him to be imprisoned? Wang's older sister-in-law knew her accusations were unfair but couldn't accept being without a man or a father for her children. She felt like she was a widow in spirit. Wang Meili was still confused and wanted to ask but dared not. Her two brothers had been seriously harmed, making Wang's father furious with rage. He suddenly pulled Wang Meili out from behind the young women and struck her with a stick. Wang's older sister-in-law jumped and clapped her hands, cheering, while still cursing. Seeing Wang's father so ruthless, everyone else quickly rushed forward to stop him, not caring whether Wang Meili was hurt or not. A woman shouted, "Wow, the stick keeps hitting only the head. This isn't a real father and daughter." Luckily, Manhwa and the others reacted quickly. If they had been a second slower, Wang Meili might have crossed the Manhwa bridge. TSK. Someone else sensed something was wrong and said, "I don't think this sounds right." After the police investigation, Wang Meili's older brother was taken in. Could he be the one who hurt his own mother and younger brother?
Wow.
Xiao Dao has opened his eyes. How can they blame Wang Meili for this? These words are hard to say out loud. The Wang family, from top to bottom, including the wife they married in, are all so shameless. They really aren't a real family, not even related by blood. The crowd around gasped and whispered among themselves, discussing eagerly. Hey, with the backbone of the family gone, you can only rely on Wang Meili now. But you should be nicer to her. Wang Yonghong seemed to be persuading, but she was secretly stirring trouble. She was secretly happy inside. She wished she could kick Wang Meili out of the youth commune. Not only was she causing trouble every day, but recently she also started talking in her sleep and crying loudly. Wang Yonghong was sleeping peacefully when she was suddenly startled awake twice. Her heart felt uncomfortable. Most importantly, she was afraid Wang Meili was getting close to Wu Weimin. "Stop spouting nonsense here," Wang's eldest sister-in-law snapped. She probably knew about Qiao Yuan and realized that secrets wouldn't stay hidden forever. The Wang family's affairs would eventually come out. She openly revealed everything.
Huh.
My husband can't control that little bit of flesh messing around with other women. He thinks he's so charming. Actually, he's been cheating with that widow and that woman, planning a scam. Now, all three of them are in trouble, and this scandal is causing a big fuss in town. Originally, the second son became A, and my mother-in-law had a minor. Then, after the eldest son was caught in the trap, she was so upset she developed a crooked mouth and can't get out of bed.
Wow.
That was a huge shock, impossible to digest all at once. The youth commune's place exploded. So, that 1,000 yuan was
Some kind of bribe.
Wang's father looked pale and wanted to tell his daughter-in-law to shut up, but thinking of his grandson, he kept quiet. Wang's eldest sister-in-law crossed her arms, looking mean. "I have to work to earn money and raise the kids, and I also have to take care of grandma. Why should I do all that? I'm not young anymore, and I want to stay in the Wang family. They should be grateful. And you want me to be nicer? Forget it. Wang Meili, either you go home to marry and bring back bride price to help the family, or you go back and take over your second brother's job while taking care of your mother. Don't think you can just relax here." Wang's eldest sister-in-law gave up trying to hold back and decided to just let it all out, since she wasn't the one losing face. The words of the eldest sister-in-law hit like a bomb, making Wang Meili's vision go dark and her mind go blank. She wished her father would die, her mother who had A and broken bones, her older brother squatting by the fence, her second brother who had become A, her younger brother still in school, and her sister-in-law and nephew who might remarry at any time. This family. Wang Meili suddenly collapsed to the ground, fainting.
Ah, Wang Meili.
Feng Xianglan and Zhao Dongxue quickly checked her pulse. Qiao Yuan also moved closer. Wow, she just went to the countryside a few months ago. Can she really go back to the city? Some aunts started to worry about the Wang family. Though they thought it was deserved, it was really too tragic. Who knows? We haven't seen this kind of thing before, some aunts sighed. Every family has its own hardships. Wang's father and the eldest sister-in-law just watched silently, with no intention of stepping forward. After a while of checking her pulse, Wang Meili slowly regained consciousness, looking dazed, as if she had lost her soul, muttering non-stop. "I am the daughter of destiny. I will be a leader's wife, making big money in business, launching rockets to the moon. Oh no. Qiao Yuan's pupils shrank sharply. Instinctively, she threw the general she was holding at Wang Meili's chest. The general, weighing over 10 jin, flew in a parabola and landed squarely on Wang Meili's chest with a loud thud. The heavy figure pressed down on her, making Wang Meili gasp for breath. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. The surrounding area fell silent. Everyone looked at Qiao Yuan with strange eyes, but no one spoke. Qiao Yuan touched her nose nervously. I didn't catch her properly. I slipped. It wasn't intentional, really. Everyone turned their gaze back to the general. No one could really hold such a large figure, but Wang Meili was truly pitiful. Her pulse was almost bleeding. Qiao Yuan dared not risk others hearing what Wang Meili had said, especially Wu Weimin. Even if others heard, they might think Wang Meili was just dreaming or having a fit, but Wu Weimin? No. She had to keep Wang Meili under close watch and prevent anyone from touching her. She also needed to notify the police immediately to take her away. But she absolutely couldn't let anyone know she overheard Wang Meili's words. She didn't want to be locked up. Qiao Yuan glanced sideways at Wu Weimin and saw him staring fixedly at Wang Meili. Her heart pounded loudly. Qiao Yuan's mind raced quickly. She couldn't make a scene or scare the snake, but she had to find a reasonable way to take Wang Meili away. Oh, truly, she really couldn't do it. Grandma Qiao and the others saw their cat cause trouble, so they quickly gathered around, pushing aside Feng Xianglan and Zhao Dongxue, checking pulses and pressing points. Grandma Qiao's forehead was covered in sweat. Why isn't she waking up yet? Qiao Yuan's eyes flicked quickly as she made a plan. Don't worry, I'll press on her chest first. I saw doctors do this in the hospital. Qiao Yuan first listened to Wang Meili's heartbeat by placing her ear on her chest, then pressed several times with her fingers. Sigh. She still didn't wake up. She then checked her eyes, carefully examining her pupils. Before doing so, she took a handkerchief from her coat pocket to wipe her hands. Then, with a quick movement, she covered Wang Meili's face with a handkerchief. The yard fell silent again. Wang Meili's breathing was slow and peaceful, looking very calm. Several elders looked like they wanted to play the arrow. Qiao Yuan moved swiftly, but Wang Meili still didn't wake up. She was quite satisfied. It was her moment to act. She showed a worried expression, tears in her eyes, looking like she was the one who caused the trouble, saying, "Could Wang Meili have been hurt badly? What if her ribs puncture her lungs? Then, I might become a murderer by accident. Oh heavens, the general, I'm sorry. When you come back, I'll make you braised fish." The general looked incredulous, as if a pot had fallen from the sky. You treacherous woman. So ruthless and cold. The warm times we had were all a mistake. After saying this, she turned around and went home, curling up in her small bed for a good sleep. Qiao Yuan's mouth twitched sharply. She had always said TV dramas would spoil children. Grandma Qiao and Aunt Zhang Xianghua were anxiously patting their thighs. Yuan, quickly take Wang Jiqing to the Team Barefoot doctor to check. If not, ask your grandpa to bring the ox cart, and we'll go to the commune. Yes, see the doctor. Qiao Yuan looked suddenly enlightened, then carried her like a princess, walking toward the back door while saying, "Grandma, let's go straight to the commune. You asked my grandpa for a referral letter, Jianhua. Go get the ox cart. Come with me, so someone can help if needed. Auntie, please find our old quilt for me." As she finished speaking, she was already at the back door. Everyone in the youth village was stunned. Wang's father and his sister-in-law exchanged glances, their eyes turning sharply, and followed. This is it. Revenge is coming. Taking advantage of no outsiders nearby, Qiao Yuan whispered, "Grandma, don't make a sound. Listen to me. Wang Meili is fine. I used some sleeping medicine to knock her out." The Qiao family members all staggered at once. Grandma Qiao's lips trembled, her voice very low. "Yuan, why? We can't do things like murder or arson. Even if it makes Wang Meili uncomfortable, we must not." Zhou Yuanwan. What kind of image does she really have in her grandmother's mind? Zhang Xianghua and the brothers Qiao Jianhua look very serious. Qiao Zhengdong's head is the best to use. Xiao, have you noticed something strange? Zhou Yuanwan gives him an approving look. She hears footsteps behind her and quickly says, "Later, you all stay calm with the Wang family. I will send Wang Meili to the police station. I don't trust the commune, so I'll take her directly to the city. I know some police officers. If anyone from the youth station asks, just say the situation is unclear. It's best if my uncle finds a reason to give the youth some work, so no one leaves the team. Do it naturally, don't let anyone notice anything unusual. It shouldn't take too long. I'll definitely be back this afternoon." The Qiao family members are stunned. They sense something unusual in her words. Is something big about to happen?
Could it be
Spies? Except for Qiao Jianya, who is too stunned to react. Everyone else is tense. Don't worry. Old Madame Qiao nods firmly. Having lived so many years, she's seen all kinds of things. Spies are just a trivial matter. Zhang Xianghua manages to stay calm, nervously clutching old Madame Qiao's arm.
Who is the spy?
Wang Meili? Or someone else? One person or more? Oh my goodness. How did their Qingshan Liangzi get involved in such trouble? They've never shown any signs of this before. While the three brothers, Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Jiandang, and Qiao Jianya, are nervous, they are also more excited. Each one is like a brave young calf. Spies. This is a sure sign of achievement. Who doesn't dream of defending their homeland? The Qiao family acts in groups. Old Madame Qiao and Zhang Xianghua stop Wang's sister-in-law, arguing and scolding her. Qiao Jianya and Qiao Jiandang try to reason with Wang's father. Old Qiao, who doesn't understand the situation, hurriedly rushes back with Qiao Fuyo and Qiao Zhongfu's family after hearing the news. What's going on? Qiao Jianban also climbs onto the cart, reaching out to test Wang Meili's nose. She's still breathing, that's good. At the commune, Zhou Yuanwan performs a princess carry again. Doctor, help. Her mother died. She was so sad she didn't eat for 3 days and fainted. Qiao Jianhua and Qiao Jianban. They learned something new. The doctor immediately gives her N4. While only a few of them are in the ward, Zhou Yuanwan takes out a handkerchief from her pocket. Brother Jianhua, if Wang Meili shows any signs of waking up later, don't be polite. Cover her nose directly. Make sure she doesn't wake up. I'll make a phone call and come back soon. Qiao Jianpan trembles, opening his mouth wide. Look at Qiao Jianhua, then at the handkerchief, and finally at the unconscious Wang Meili. Her gaze returns to Qiao Yuan. Does the Qiao family have any hidden jobs she doesn't know about? It's quite frightening, not like a good job. Not understanding, she asks, Qiao Jianpan, why did we need to make her faint? Qiao Yuan. She seems to have forgotten to mention something on the way. Qiao Jianhua waves his hand. You go ahead first. I'll talk to her. Qiao Yuan nods and heads straight to the matchstick factory where Wang Daji, Zhao Zhenjin's husband, works. Since she learned that brother Wu Weimin works at the post office, Qiao Yuan feels uneasy. Compared to that, the office at the matchstick factory seems safer. She doesn't know if anyone is listening in, but at least no one is openly watching. She makes the call, shares her location, then quickly returns to the health clinic. Is she awake? Qiao Jianpan, with a nervous heart, glances at the bed. Her eyelids moved just now. Before she could open her eyes, Brother Jianhua made her faint again. Qiao Yuan breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wu Weimin lies on the calm, a traditional bed, feeling more and more uneasy. He thinks something about what just happened is strange. Lin Xinqing comes over and asks, "What are you thinking about, so focused?" "Nothing," Wu Weimin smiles and subconsciously adjusts his glasses. "I'm just worried." "Worried about whom?" Lin Xinqing smiles ambiguously. "Wang Meili or Qiao Yuan?" Wu Weimin rolls his eyes slightly and sits up. "Don't say anything careless. If Yonghong hears, she'll definitely be mad at me." Wu Weimin's good guy image remains intact. Lin Xinqing makes a gesture to keep quiet, but he's still very curious. Wu Weimin feels uncomfortable being stared at and sighs helplessly. Everyone's worried. We're all educated youths. Something big happened, so logically, one or two of us should go with her. You can forget it, Lin Xinqing looks at him strangely. It's snowing so heavily. It's not suitable for female educated youths to go. As for male educated youths, how daring are you to get close to Wang Meili? I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid I'd get into trouble later. Wu Weimin feels a pang in his heart and remembers the eccentric mother Wang. You're right.
Well,
Even if Qiao Yuan did faint Wang Meili, she wouldn't blink an eye.
but she was so anxious just now.
Honestly, I was quite surprised. Lin Xinqing shrugs and pulls the blanket over himself. There's nothing surprising about it. After trying so many first aid methods, Wang Meili still isn't awake. It's normal for Qiao Yuan to be scared. Haha, young girls can't resist trouble. In the past, Wu Wu was always chattering and thought she was so impressive, but now she's almost scared to tears. Lin Xinqing said this with a bit of disdain. Wu Weimin listened and thought he was right, secretly laughing at himself for overthinking. He slightly curled his lips but didn't say anything. He turned over to rest for a little while. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly sat up, slipped on his shoes, and rushed out. Yonghong, come out for a moment. What's wrong? During the winter, after lunch, Wang Yonghong was sleeping and having a sweet dream. When he called her, she was startled. But Wang Yonghong always had a good temper with Wu Weimin. Yawning and half asleep, she came out softly and asked, "What's the matter, Weimin?" Wu Weimin took Wang Yonghong's hand and led her to the main courtyard. Wang Yonghong's cheeks blushed from his closeness, and her heart was pounding uncontrollably. She pouted her lips and said sweetly, "Oh, there are so many people here. Please let go." Wu Weimin felt disgusted by her fake expression on her plain face and quickly let go, thinking he was embarrassing himself. If it weren't for hiding his identity and liking her father's status in Spring City, he wouldn't even look at her. After completing his task and returning to his home country, what kind of women weren't there? He didn't know when the higher-ups would come to take the stuff away. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would have to sacrifice himself. Although it was the same with the lights off, free meat was hard to refuse. But he felt uncomfortable inside. That's why people in this line are different. Wu Weimin secretly insulted Wang Yonghong, but kept his loving gaze on her. Seeing he didn't speak, Wang Yonghong stomped her foot, her cheeks still flushed. "Why aren't you talking? Just staring at me. Do I have something on my face?"
Wu Weimin smiled gently, "Yes."
"Really?" Wang Yonghong hurriedly wiped her face with her hand, looking anxious enough to cry. Seeing her so worried, Wu Weimin stepped forward, took her hand, and gently tickled her palm. "You look pretty." "Annoying." Wang Yonghong's cheeks turned redder than blood. She liked Wu Weimin's style, seemingly gentle on the surface, but secretly wild and passionate. Yes, wild and passionate. Wang Yonghong licked her lips, thinking about that day. Oh, so embarrassing. Wu Weimin released her hand, his eyes full of love. He suppressed his nervousness and softly said, "Yonghong, I just remembered that sister-in-law Wang Meili hasn't left yet. Do you think she won't stay here tonight? I don't know if Wang Meili will come back. If she doesn't, it's fine. Her sister-in-law can just cover Wang Meili's quilt. If she comes back, she will probably borrow from you. If you're cold, just come and ask me for a blanket." "Who wants to cover your blanket?" Wang Yonghong shyly twirled her braid. Wu Weimin, sensing she was hiding something, awkwardly cleared his throat and changed the subject stiffly. "By the way, after Wang Meili fainted and woke up, did she say anything? You were close. Did you hear clearly?" "I think I heard her say she wants to marry a leader." Wang Yonghong didn't like Wu Weimin mentioning other women, so she pouted. It seems she said something about a destined daughter, the leader's wife, wanting to make a lot of money. The last part was unclear, I didn't catch it. I think her family forced her into some kind of obsession. People say dreams reflect thoughts, but she's not only dreaming at night, she's also acting strange during the day. Thinking about how she had been disturbed these past nights, Wang Yonghong couldn't help but complain. "Wu, I really wish tomorrow morning I wake up and spring has come. Then we could build a small house, get married, and move out. You don't know. Wang Meili has been shouting loudly these nights, saying she doesn't want to marry the old man. She wants to marry a provincial leader, and Feng Hua will regret it. She babbled on about a lot of things I couldn't hear clearly, but a few things stood out. Sometimes I feel sorry for her. Wu Weimin's ears no longer listened. His mind was filled with destined daughter, leader's wife. Feng Hua will regret it. Future. Wu Weimin believed in science, but he also knew that many things in this world couldn't be explained scientifically. Thinking about how Wang Meili showed great enthusiasm for Feng Hua after going to the countryside, and how she later was very attentive to him, he had always thought Wang Meili knew he would return to the city, and that was why her family looked down on him. Now, he wasn't so sure.
Could the leader be him?
The possibility made Wu Weimin feel as if he was burning with heat. He was determined to get Wang Meili. Whether her dreams were real or not, he wanted to control her. The truth could wait for time. Suddenly, he remembered that Wang Meili had been taken away by Qiao Yuan. His heart tightened. Could Qiao Yuan have overheard something? Had she become suspicious? Thinking this, Wu Weimin felt like an ant on a hot pan, eager to rush to the commune to check the situation and, if necessary, notify his superiors to take her away. Yonghong, you go back first, Before he finished, someone approached from behind with hands behind their back. Oh, Wu Jiqing, Wang Ziqing, it's snowing so heavily. Why don't you go inside and talk? You young folks are really something. Team leader. Wang Yonghong saw the approaching person clearly and quietly greeted him. Captain. Wu Weimin also smiled and greeted him. You're here for something? Yes. Qiao Fuyo took a puff from his pipe. Are all the young workers here? Wang Yonghong nodded. Yes. All right, let's go inside to talk. Inside, Qiao Fuyo called everyone to the kitchen, glanced around, and saw no one was missing. You all saw it too. Our team is getting better this year. In a few days, when we sell the rabbits and mushrooms and collect the remaining payments, everyone will get a share, and we can have a good new year. Last year, the team's accounts were managed by one accountant, but this year, he's too busy. We want 4 people to help organize the ledgers, including past years, to rewrite and check everything so nothing is missed. Most of you are high school students, so it shouldn't be difficult. Several young workers' eyes lit up. Helping the team work earned work points, which was a good thing, and no one was unhappy about it. Feng Xianglan eagerly raised her hand.
Me.
Captain, pick me. Okay, you're in, Qiao Fuyo said happily. Qi Jimai, you should be one too. You're careful with work. Wang Yonghong, you come along too. And the last one, Wu Weimin. Qiao Fuyo showed a knowing smile. Young people like to be together all the time when they're dating. Wang Yonghong looked very happy. Wu Weimin puffed his cheeks, feeling like 1,000 horses were galloping inside. Just as Wu Weimin wanted to show off and give the chance to a less capable young worker, Qiao Fuyo spoke again. Everyone else is busy too, so all the work is packed together. The remaining people will help at the breeding farm, sorting out the rabbits, first the males, then the 200 fattest ones. Someone will come to pick them up in the next couple of days. The rest will be raised for a few more days and sold at the market soon. When you pick, be careful, note the weight, and tell me later so I have an idea. Wu Weimin didn't find anything strange. The workers had low education levels, and it was wise to be cautious with the first rabbit sale. Meanwhile, Wei Dingbang received the news and took 4 people, driving a jeep straight to the health clinic. When he heard that Wang Meili might have something special about her and that Wu Weimin was watching her, Wei Dingbang suddenly thought of Wang Mu and Wang Lair, who had been dismissed. Smart people tend to overthink, and Wei Dingbang's thoughts started to drift. Could it be that the Wang family discovered something? That's why they almost got silenced? This made sense quickly. Wei Dingbang immediately took the sleepy Wang Meili into the car, instructed Xiao Yuan and the others on what to say, and hurried back to the city. Zhou Yuan watched the gradually disappearing jeep, her eyes smiling gently. Wang Meili, we won't see each other again. No matter what the higher-ups believe about fairy dreams, those who welcome Wang Meili will probably be imprisoned for life. Although she lost her freedom, she still has food and drink, which might also be a kind of happiness for Wang Meili. Even heavy snow couldn't stop everyone's curiosity. In the afternoon, many villagers who heard the news didn't stay at home, but gathered at the supply and marketing cooperative. They all stretched their necks to look outside. Old Joe and Old Lady Joe, Wang's father and Wang's eldest sister-in-law were also there. Wang's father and sister-in-law whispered in a corner, discussing how much compensation to ask for. They kept glancing at the Joe family, afraid someone might run away if they looked away. Old Joe and Old Lady Joe stood at the door of the cooperative, the cold wind blowing through the cracks, but they seemed unaffected. They kept their lips pressed tight, feeling nervous and scared, watching eagerly at the road. Zhou Jianhua was driving an ox cart, pulling Zhou Yuan and Zhou Jianpan. As soon as they reached the village entrance, they saw Old Lady Zhou and Old Zhou rushing out of the cooperative. Zhou Jianhua quickly called out, and before the cart stopped, the three siblings jumped down. "Grandpa, Grandma. Good, it's good you're back." Old Zhou didn't dare say anything else in broad daylight, only repeatedly saying it was good. Seeing his grandchildren unharmed, no arms or legs missing, no blood, they looked lively and happy. The old couple finally relaxed. Then a large crowd poured out of the cooperative. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched as she looked around, at least 20 people. Wang's sister-in-law pushed through the crowd at the front, eager to see the ox cart. Seeing that her younger sister wasn't there, she couldn't help but smile slightly. The next second, she clapped her thigh and started crying loudly. "Where is she? Is Meili okay? Why are only you three back? Did something happen to Meili?" "Oh, Meili, I knew I should have gone with her. That heartless person. She hurt someone and just left her in the hospital." Tears streamed down Wang's sister-in-law's face. Wang's father also rubbed his eyes, looking very sad. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, her face serious and full of sorrow. She crossed her hands over her stomach and slightly bowed, showing apology. "Sorry, I regret to inform you that I did not bring Comrade Wang Meili back. Please accept our condolences. Zhou Jianhua, Zhou Jianpan." "This is terrible." Wang's father and sister-in-law were stunned. Honestly, even if their family didn't like Wang Meili anymore, they never wished her dead. It was just too sudden. She had been fine that morning, just went to the commune, and then she was gone. Who could accept that? At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, it was like boiling water had been poured over it, bursting open and causing a loud commotion. The members were all confused, wondering what was happening. Did it mean someone had died? Did a cat stepping on someone accidentally cause their death? It was too frightening. "Why you? Compensate me for my daughter." Mr. Wang pounded his chest, his eyes turning red with anger. Xiao Yuan teased him. "It was just a cat stepping on her, not me." "You're so shameless." The eldest sister-in-law from the Wang family cursed loudly, though she was secretly delighted. Young people really are reckless. At least it was a life. Even if they wanted to avoid responsibility, they shouldn't speak like that. Everyone around looked at Xiao Yuan with strange eyes. The eldest sister-in-law from the Wang family started crying. "Beautiful, your death was so tragic." Xiao Yuan spread her hands and suddenly smiled broadly. "Maybe you all misunderstood something? I never said Wang Meili died." The crying duo choked, their sad expressions freezing on their faces, then turning pale, looking quite comical. They glared fiercely at Xiao Yuan. "Then why did you say to mourn? If the person was fine, why didn't she come back? Tell me, did you three cause this? Why are you so cruel?" Xiao Yuan shrugged again. "I just wanted to joke with you." Mr. Wang and the eldest sister-in-law from the Wang family were about to get furious, feeling that the Wang family was cursed. There was a heavy sense of bad luck in the air. Others also looked strange. Is it okay to joke about this? A life is at stake. Old Mr. Qiao cleared his throat to break the tense atmosphere. Where did Wang Meili go? Xiao Yuan immediately looked sad. Oh, who would have thought Wang Meili? She actually did something like that. As for what exactly, she didn't say. Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jianban couldn't help but grimace. They found it too cruel. If she weren't their sister, they might have gone up and given her a slap. Old Mrs. Qiao and old Mr. Qiao also couldn't help but twitch their mouths. exchanging glances, both seeing in each other's eyes. Not something I should have done. Well, Wang Meili is fine. She just fainted because of malnutrition. Simply put, she was hungry and fainted. Plus, she hadn't slept well these days, so she was sleeping heavily at the clinic. I thought she was stepped on by the general, and I felt bad about it. So I asked the doctor to give her some nutritional injections, she explained, pulling out a note from her pocket for the literate. Yes, it was from the clinic, she confirmed. But where did Wang Meili go? What did she do? A woman anxiously asked, clutching her chest. Xiao Yuan sighed. After the infusion, we were about to leave. As soon as we stepped out of the clinic, Wang Meili was taken away by the police. No way. You're lying. Father Wang and the eldest sister-in-law of the Wang family spoke in unison, their faces turning pale. Meili Wang is honest, and went to the countryside. What could she have done wrong? The most important point was, there was already one person under house arrest. If there was another, it would be disastrous. Moreover, with this situation, how could they ask for money? Wouldn't they lose both their wife and their money, and end up paying for train tickets back and forth? Yes. What could she have done wrong? This question was not only on the Wang family's minds, but also on everyone watching. An aunt suddenly slapped her thigh excitedly and said, could it be that Feng Hua's youth told on her? Feng Hua said she was accused of misconduct before. Impossible. Meili Wang is already involved with Wu Weimin. She stopped bothering Feng Hua long ago. I saw it with my own eyes, Zhao Jinjin blurted out, forgetting her excitement. Just then Wu Weimin, who had just arrived. Wang Yonghong, who had just arrived. As soon as they spoke, they realized they were rambling and looked at Zhao Jinjin. Oh my goodness, she just can't keep her mouth shut. She was told not to talk about Xiao Yuan before, but now she's spilling everything. The supply and marketing cooperative's entrance instantly became chaotic. Wang Yonghong demanded loudly, furious and red-faced, asking Wu Weimin what time, where, and what exactly they did together. Father Wang and the eldest sister-in-law of the Wang family eagerly wanted to know why Meili Wang was caught, shouting loudly. Other members wanted to hear everything, but one asked a question, another interrupted, whispering and pointing, busy causing trouble. Even the youth who had just finished work stared with their mouths open and eyes wide, full of disbelief. It was a shocking revelation. People are not what they seem. Wu Weimin, who appeared honest and refined, was secretly cheating and involved in an affair, living under the same roof and hiding it all. Amazing. Meili Wang just watched Wang Yonghong and the other two happily together, and surprisingly, she didn't provoke them. More impressive. It was Wu Weimin's skill. Heaven help us, even the heavens seemed shocked. The youth all backed away from Wu Weimin and Wang Yonghong, afraid they might get hit suddenly. Wang Meili only hugged him briefly. He did not push her away and said some confusing words. But this doesn't count as being together. At this moment, Wang Meili was mysteriously caught again. This matter must be kept secret. He could never mention it. He could only pretend it never happened. If it got out, his reputation in the group would be ruined. Moreover, seeing the watchful Wang family members, Wu Weimin cursed silently in his heart. He could only flatter Wang Yonghong with sweet words and various explanations. Unfortunately, although he tried to hide it well, Wang Yonghong knew him too well. His sudden awkwardness was clearly seen by Wang Yonghong. Her heart felt cold. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again with calmness. I ask you one last time. Are you really not involved with Wang Meili? Think carefully before you answer, because someone saw you, she questioned sharply, staring at Wu Weimin as if trying to see into his mind. Zhao Jinjin secretly sighed, thinking, what is going on? Well, maybe I was wrong. Wang Yonghong remained unmoved, staring persistently at Wu Weimin. Weimin, I want you to say it yourself. As long as you say it, I will believe whatever you say. Wu Weimin cursed Zhao Jinjin silently, but found a way out. He decided to tell the truth. That day, Wang Meili said she wanted to thank him for lending her cotton. She said she didn't have much, so she cooked 2 eggs for him. He was worried someone might see and misunderstand, then tell you and make you worry. So he found a quiet place, but he swore he didn't want the eggs she gave him. She said some confusing, somewhat flirtatious words to him. It happened not long after their family's situation became known. He understood her intentions. With her materialistic attitude and the matter with Feng Hua, how could he not have some involvement with her? He wasn't stupid and didn't want to wear a green hat in the future. He didn't pay attention to her and turned to leave. Suddenly, she hugged him from behind. Everyone gasped in shock. This was too intense. Wang's father and the eldest sister-in-law from Wang's family looked furious, their faces turning pale. Their family had a reputation to protect, and now there was a scandal involving a womanizer. It was so embarrassing. Both of them looked uncomfortable. Wang Yonghong's eyes no longer looked calm. Tears welled up as she asked, "And then? What did you two do?" She wondered if he might turn around and forcefully hold Wang Meili, pressing her head down, then kiss her deeply, just like they had done before. The thought of this made Wang Yonghong feel like her heart was being torn apart, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Qiao Yuan sighed inwardly. If she could use this chance to break up, that would be good. But if she couldn't, having a relationship with the secret police wouldn't be a good reputation. At this moment, Wu Weimin secretly cursed the fool inside him. What could he do? Even if he acted, could he say anything? The crime of hooliganism was serious. Wu Weimin raised his right hand and swore to the sky, "My dear lady, I definitely pushed her away immediately. I was so scared I ran away, almost losing my glasses." Wang Yonghong was amused by him calling her dear lady, but still felt uneasy inside. "Why didn't you tell me before? I was just afraid you'd misunderstand. If I told you, then you two might fight again. We live in the same house, always seeing each other." That person, Wang Meili. Just look at how many troubles she caused with Qiao Jiqing. She's clearly not an easy person, full of bad intentions. "You're so good and innocent. I was worried she might do something bad to you." To clear himself of suspicion, Wu Weimin was willing to lie completely. Full of falsehoods, smooth words, dragging others into trouble, he was really skilled at it. Seeing Wang Yonghong's calm appearance, it was obvious she was well soothed. Even Zhao Zhenjin seemed to doubt whether her eyes had been clouded by snow, thinking she had seen something wrong. Lin Xinqing in the crowd blinked, suddenly recalling what Wu Weimin had said to him a couple of hours ago. Was it really true that Wang Meili was blindly eager to get involved? Maybe not. But he wasn't stupid. He just pursed his lips inward and secretly cursed his own blindness, deciding to stay away from Wu Weimin in the future. Qiao Yuanwan sighed inwardly. What a mess, what a mess. This was a fate that had to be endured. Wang Yonghong was furious with Wang Meili at this moment and turned to Qiao Yuanwan. "Xiao Wan, you were just saying, why was Wang Meili taken away by the police?" Qiao Yuanwan slowly unbuttoned her cotton coat, took out a piece of paper from the big pocket sewn into her mother's coat, and flicked it out. She waved it in front of everyone twice. Black and white on paper, proof given by the police. They didn't say exactly what she did, and I didn't dare ask. The police just said once the investigation was clear, someone would come and tell the team. What else could it be? The aunt who spoke first curled her lips. It must be her who ordered her mother and second brother to do it. Is that so? She didn't go out, so how could she have hit anyone? Maybe she hired some second-rate. Think about it, if you were in her family, wouldn't you hate it? If it were me, I'd sharpen my knife quickly, wait until everyone was asleep at night, and cut their throats. Since they don't let me have a good life, I won't let them have one either. Wei Jijun's wife said this while glancing sideways at her mother-in-law, as if to say, if you dare to bully me again, I'll cut you. She even deliberately puffed out her stomach. Wei's mother was so angry her teeth almost ground to pieces. Wei Jigua's wife muttered softly, "Look at her, so capable." Father Wang and Aunt Wang could no longer stay and left feeling embarrassed. Everyone pointed and talked, some even laughed loudly. Wu Weimin felt something was wrong. Where did Meili get the money to hire the second-rate worker? When did she hire him? Before Mother Wang arrived, Meili didn't know, and she wouldn't have known in advance. Huh? A fortune teller? Wu Weimin's eyes flickered. Xiao Yuan didn't realize Wu Weimin had perfectly completed his plan. When she returned home, the potatoes and sweet potatoes in the stove were dried out and inedible. She went to the commune feeling hungry and wanted to eat some meat. The general, who was blamed unfairly, asked for braised fish for dinner. Xiao Yuan didn't rest. She changed clothes, washed her face, and started cooking. She planned to make sweet and sour pork ribs and boiled sliced meat. Finally, she would prepare braised fish for the general. In her space, Xiao Yuan caught a 4 or 5 jin, about 2 to 2. 5 kilograms, heavy carp. The fish was too small, and the cautious general was still angry about it. The leftover feelings from these two events were intense. Over the next 2 days, visits from neighbors increased noticeably. Zhou Chunhua brought Qiao Jianpan and Wang Manju, along with Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua, and they chatted with Xiao Yuan all morning. Xiao Fuyo went to a commune meeting, expecting to be criticized. But surprisingly, he wasn't. This shocked him and made Shintuzi very angry. Wang Yonghong and Wu Weimin's relationship seemed to have improved after the storm. Zhao Xinjin told her she saw the two hugging and nibbling. Xiao Yuan didn't know what kind of body Zhao Xinjin had, but she always seemed to notice these things. Meanwhile, Wang Meili, who was secretly kept in a basement in the city, woke up feeling like the sky was falling. She imagined countless cruel scenes of injections, blood tests, and dissections. She screamed loudly, "Ah! I'll tell everything. I'll cooperate." Before Wei Dingbang could even ask questions. By this time, Qiao Yuan had eaten well, cuddled with the general, and fallen into a sweet dream. In her dream, only her family's big fat pig appeared. Child, don't be greedy. After Lava Festival, it's the new year. The next morning, the weather was clear and the heavy snow stopped. After breakfast, Qiao Yuan pulled a bunch of vegetables and took the general to the back room. "Grandma, today is Little New Year. Shall we make dumplings for lunch?" Grandma Qiao carried a stack of bowls and plates and put them into a pot filled with hot water. "There's no time. We're busy today. The new year is coming soon. Let's eat then," she said, pointing toward the new year.
All right.
She planned to make some food for herself at home at noon. Xiao Yuan placed the vegetables on the dish rack. In the north, Little New Year falls on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, unlike some southern places where it's on the 24th. Every household cleans and sweeps on this day. It's just a big cleaning day. It's not a fun activity. You have to wipe everything inside and outside the house. The pots and bowls in the kitchen are also taken out and scrubbed thoroughly. If there's a picture of the kitchen god pasted on the wall, it will be torn down on this day, so he can report good news to heaven. On New Year's Eve morning, a new one will be pasted up again, so he can come down and keep the house safe. Grandma Qiao is also used to telling her grandson to help with the cleaning. Overall, this day is very busy. Zhang Xianghua is sitting in front of the stove, stirring glue and muttering, "Janya, that kid, go buy some decorative paper. Why hasn't he come back yet?" As she speaks, the cotton curtain is lifted, and Xiao Janya walks in holding a stack of decorative paper. As soon as he enters, he starts complaining the supply and marketing cooperative has been very busy today. Zhao Xinjin didn't come to work this morning. Someone poured water at her door, and when she went out, she slipped and fell, injuring her tailbone. She can't even get out of bed now. Her husband came early to ask for leave to help her. But today, there are many people buying soy sauce, salt, vinegar, and wallpaper. Yesterday, some fresh fish arrived, and a few families with good conditions were choosing some. Only Zhang Zhongli from the cooperative is helping out, so it's a bit overwhelming. Qiao Yuanwan listens and feels worried about Zhao Xinjin. An injury to the muscles and bones takes about 100 days to heal, especially the waist. If not properly cared for, it can cause long-term problems. Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua also mutter about how unkind it is to pour water at someone's door. Jianya spreads the decorative paper on the bed, pressing it down with something. Some parts are creased, and he asks Grandma Qiao, "Grandma, should we buy fish? If I go now, I can pick some big ones." Grandma Qiao nods, wiping water off her apron, and takes some money from the cabinet. "Buy 5 fish." 2 for Xiaowan and 3 for us. Yuanwan shakes her head. I don't want any. We have 2 big jars of good food at home, and we probably won't finish them until spring. She has all kinds of fish, sea fish, river fish, and eats so much she can't finish it all. When there's fish for sale, she buys a couple of pieces from the commune just for show, then secretly eats some herself. No one knows. The fish in the jar don't get eaten for days, and Grandma Qiao thinks Yuanwan doesn't have much money and is reluctant to eat. But that's a lovely misunderstanding. Otherwise, Grandma Qiao wouldn't buy fish with her money. This year, the food has already improved. Zhang Xianghua comes in with glue, smiling. Tomorrow, we're killing a pig. We'll give Xiaowan pig's trotters, ribs, and spine. She loves these. That's great. Xiao Yuan smiled warmly as she helped old man Qiao roll tobacco leaves on the Kong. Soon after, Zhao Jianya returned with a small basket holding 5 fish. He looked a bit unhappy and said, I just met Brother Jianan on the road. I spoke to him, but he didn't reply. Old Lady Qiao looked at the fish repeatedly, but didn't think much of it, saying, I didn't see you. That's impossible. He even glanced at my military coat, he replied, showing envy and jealousy. Zhang Xianghua patted Zhao Jianya on the back hard. You love to show off. You just bought something at the supply and marketing cooperative, and now you're wearing it. Old Lady Qiao snorted. It's nothing to do with Jianya. He's just upset inside. I wonder if he's proud enough to come home for meat tomorrow. And tomorrow, none of you are allowed to call on that couple. If they don't come, I'll still think highly of my wife. It wasn't because she didn't want the meat. She was just upset inside. Since the family split, Jianan and his wife hadn't come to the back room once, nor visited Xiao Chongfu. Many people in the brigade were watching and laughing. Old man Xiao finished his last puff of tobacco, knocked the ashes off the pipe onto the Kong, and walked out with his hands behind his back. Zhang Xianghua glared at Zhao Jianya again, annoyed that he was so oblivious. He was about to turn a year older, and still so clueless. She quickly changed the subject. Xiaowan, this year your sister-in-law just moved in. Your dad and the others will definitely come back for the new year. Since it's the slack season, all brigades have little work. Why don't you send a message to your second sister? Invite her to eat meat tomorrow and stay a few more days. After the new year, she can go back. She hasn't seen your parents in years. Come on. Zhao Jianhua couldn't help but scoff. Mom, stop worrying. How do you know if little he and her husband want to see Uncle San and Aunt San? Zhang Xianghua immediately glared at him. Zhao Jianhua shrank back and said nothing, obediently working on the shelter. Xiao Yuan helped spread the glue, but didn't want to talk about this. Xiao Yu wasn't without legs. If she wanted to come, she would have come already. She wasn't unfamiliar with the way. Seeing she didn't speak, Zhang Xianghua sighed and shook her head, knowing she had worries in her heart. She didn't bring it up again and went to the kitchen to busy herself. After finishing the shelter and cleaning up, it was already past midnight. The Qiao family just managed a simple meal. They reheated leftover cornmeal pancakes, cooked a small porridge, and sliced some pickled vegetables onto a plate. Xiao Yuan returned home, her arms sore from helping with the shelter, but she still wanted to eat dumplings. Life needs a sense of ceremony. They made the dough fresh, chopped the filling, cabbage, chili, and pork, and wrapped dumplings. They even drank a large cup of rice wine. For some reason, Qiao Yuan felt a little sad today. Is it boring to spend the little new year alone? I took out a bottle of red wine, a bottle of beer, and a small jar of white wine from the space. Choosing which to drink is a problem. Mixing them isn't good. She fears vomiting. She thought of a silly idea and decided to leave the problem to fate. She went outside and plucked a wild chrysanthemum. Red wine, rice wine, beer, white wine. She poured space water on the flower, and it seemed to mutate. Since the house was warm, the flower bloomed and withered repeatedly, which looked very strange to anyone who saw it. Xiao Yuan looked at the last petal on the flower's heart, then at the daughter red wine buried in front of her for years, and fell into silence. Finally, she clenched her teeth, took out a big box of spicy duck snacks from the space, and started drinking. As for her alcohol tolerance, Xiao Yuan could only proudly hold up one finger. Whether she could keep drinking or just get drunk in one go, she didn't say. General, do you want some? The general twitched his tail and frowned. You haven't even drunk yet, and you're already drunk? All right then. Xiao Yuan took a small wine cup and a small wine pot, heated some hot wine, and sipped slowly. After just 2 small cups, she suddenly became poetic and full of youthful spirit. She took out a cloak from the space, put it on, and with a flick, recited, "Green ant new brewed wine, small fire in a red clay stove, evening sky about to snow. Can I have a drink? Good wine, haha." The general. Is she already drunk? Just finished work, Feng Hua, who went out to dump water. The Qiao family had already arrived early. Xiao Yuan looked around, but Qiao Jiannan and his wife were not there. Qiao Jianpan, biting into a frozen persimmon, came over and pulled Xiao Yuan into the west room, whispering softly, "Hey, little one, do you believe that when it's almost mealtime, my older brother and sister-in-law will definitely come to eat meat?" Xiao Yuan asked, "Do they know today is the pig slaughter?" "Not now, but that doesn't mean they won't find out later." The pig's loud squeals spread quickly in the village. "Just watch, someone probably told them on purpose." Xiao Jianpan frowned. In the courtyard, the village pig butcher arrived with his tools. He didn't bring outsiders. 6 young men from the family, plus old man Xiao and his 3 sons, were enough. The butcher looked at the nearly 300-pound fat pig and grinned widely, showing his teeth. "Wow, this pig is really fat. We've slaughtered many pigs this year, but yours is the fattest." Xiao old man modestly said, "It's okay, just fed it well." But his eyes showed pride. The men quickly the pig, carried it to the courtyard, and strapped it onto a long bench. The butcher then delivered a swift, clean cut, killing the pig instantly. Xiao Jianhua efficiently caught the pig's blood in a basin. Inside, Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan helped peel potatoes. Qiao Jianpan kept stretching his neck and looking outside eagerly. Zhang Xianghua brought in the freshly made blood sausage. Not long after, Zhou Chunhua carried in a basin of pig liver, pig heart, pig lungs, pig intestines, pig blood, neck meat, some large bones, and a piece of pork belly. These were all essential for the pig slaughter feast. Suddenly, someone called out at the gate, "Is anyone there?" Director Wei has arrived." Xiao Fuyo hurriedly went to greet him warmly. This was a good sign. Money was coming. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. She quickly washed her hands and went outside. Uncle Dingbang. Wei Dingbang didn't expect such coincidence. The Qiao family was slaughtering a pig today, and after exchanging a few words with Qiao Fuyo, he asked his subordinates to help load the vehicle. Xiao Yuan followed to the farm, eager to learn about Wang Meili. She asked a few questions, but Wei Dingbang shook his head.
It's not convenient to talk about that.
Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, realizing Wang Meili hadn't been able to withstand the pressure and had revealed everything. Recently, some educated youths have been asking questions. Without a good reason, people are starting to suspect I killed her. Wei Dingbang smiled. Don't worry, you'll get a proper explanation in the next day or 2. By the way, has Wang Meili shown any unusual behavior lately? Qiao Yuan pretended to be naive. No, she just works, eats, sleeps, and chases after someone. But she's so persistent that she's caused quite a few jokes. Wei Dingbang looked speechless. This girl's mouth is really sharp. But I was asking about her behavior, not her words. After staring at each other for a while, Wei Dingbang finally blinked. He's getting old. His eyes feel tired after staring too long. Xiaowan, you knew Wang Meili before. Do you think she's changed a lot since going to the countryside? Xiao Yuan hesitated a bit. Some change is normal, I guess. As for whether it's a big change, I'm not sure. I haven't had much contact with her, just a few times on the road. The biggest change is that she used to be afraid to lift her head when walking. She also sounded like a mosquito when she talked. After going to the countryside, she seems braver, but that's not quite right. When she sees her mom or dad, she still acts timid like a mouse. Uncle, why are you so interested in Wang Meili? Her matters seem even bigger than Wu Weiman's. It's nothing, Wei Dingbang shook his head, knowing he couldn't get much out of her. Are you familiar with Manhwa? What do you think of him? Xiao Yuan clenched her hands in her pockets and said without hesitation, he's okay. We came here as part of the same group of educated youths. We sat next to each other on the train. He doesn't talk much, seems a bit cold, and doesn't interact much with the other workers or youths. He looks pretty good, which is probably why Wang Meili liked him at first. He wasn't very good at work initially, but he worked hard to learn. The team's evaluation of him is pretty good. Why do you ask? Want to know more? You can ask Zhou Yang. They live together and are almost always together, almost 24 hours a day. No, it's not that important, Wei Dingbang said casually, like chatting about family. By the way, have you been to the black market? How do you know? Xiao Yuan blurted out, startled and wide-eyed. Uncle, you're my real uncle. You wouldn't betray family, right? I just go sometimes to buy things. I don't do anything illegal. How do you know about it?
Could it be?
Wang Meili told you? Is she crazy? She's trying to drag me and Feng Hua into trouble. She's up to something. Wei Dingbang signaled her to speak softly, staying calm. As soon as Wang Meili woke up, she started talking about her dreams of becoming a fairy, having several dreams, and revealing what she saw. Feng Hua probably won't become a billionaire. He just knows he can do business freely in the future. Wu Weimin doesn't care about how high a government position he might get. He already knows he's a spy and will soon be exposed. As for Xiao Yuan, Wang Meili said many confusing things about her looking like a fairy, being different from others, not tanning, being stronger than men, and taking advantage of the country. She also said she often goes up the mountain to hunt rabbits and wild chickens. In the end, Wang Meili claimed she was very rich and suspected she made her money from illegal activities. The police also checked, and yes, Xiao Yuan is wealthy, but her money all came from her parents. Wang Meili was just jealous and spreading false accusations. She said that her dream about the country launching a manned spacecraft was taken very seriously by the authorities. They provided her with good food and drinks, hoping she would continue to have such wonderful dreams. Wang Meili also lived up to expectations and indeed had such dreams, but unfortunately, they seemed limited to the daily life of a housewife, simple chores and household matters. After the rabbit costume was finished and the payment made, Wei Dingbang left. Xiao Yuan then slowly headed home, feeling quite happy. Wang Meili's attempt to trick her was not very clever. If it had been her, she would have gone all out. She would have mentioned future treason or villains, things that could cause real trouble. Not now, but if she realized later, it would be too late. As soon as she lifted the cotton curtain, Xiao Yuan saw Han Kaifeng holding the child and wandering in the kitchen. Looking toward the east room, she was shocked. Qiao Jianan was sitting by the fire pit, warming himself. These two, their faces were really thick-skinned. Xiao Wan, can you help soothe the child? I'll do the cooking, Han Kaifeng asked. Xiao Yuan pretended not to hear. If Han Kaifeng's mind had been functioning normally, she wouldn't have called her at all. But Han Kaifeng, relying on having outsiders present, thought Xiao Yuan would be too embarrassed to refuse and would be laughed at if she did. She also thought it was just a small favor, helping to soothe the child. As the sister-in-law, ordering her younger sister-in-law to do such a small task was perfectly reasonable. No one could find fault with her. Helping to look after her niece was a natural duty. No matter how delicate or temperamental Xiao Yuan was, she still loved her own niece. After some mental preparation, Han Kaifeng, without waiting for Xiao Yuan's response, directly handed the child into her arms. Xiao Wan, Lena is awake. Just play with her for a bit, she said. Xiao Yuan had never held such a small child before, and she suddenly became flustered and clumsy. No, I can't soothe children, she pouted, stretching out her arms to try to put the child back into Han Kaifeng's arms. She didn't like small children much, and she was afraid of crying or making a mess, especially if the child peed or pooped, and her diaper was loose, which might get on her clothes. Plus, Han Kaifeng was not careful enough with the child, and there was a smell of and sweat on her. Xiao Yuan couldn't stand it. She was naturally a clean person and a bit particular. But Han Kaifeng didn't give her a chance to refuse. She quickly washed her hands, took a cooked blood sausage, and started slicing it. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw her mother, the eldest aunt, and the second aunt all busy working. Even Xiao Pan was squatting there peeling garlic. In the east room, a group of men sat around, smoking pipes, their voices and the smell of tobacco filling the air. She wanted to call Qiao Jianan out to soothe the child, though she wasn't sure if it was on purpose. Qiao Jianan started talking with the pig butcher. Seeing that no one was helping her, Qiao Yuan quickly lost her spirit and pouted. Then I'll help watch the child for a little while.
Just a little while.
She held the baby and went to the west room. Old Madame Qiao glanced at Han Kaifeng. Kaifeng, after you finish cutting the blood sausage, cut the pig's liver. Once you're done, mash the garlic too. She then turned to Qiao Jianpan and said, Xiaopan, after you peel the garlic, go to the west room to help soothe Xiaowan and the baby. She hasn't looked after the child before, so don't let her get upset and start crying. Han Kaifeng responded with a sound, but she inwardly frowned, thinking there was nothing hard about soothing a child. She just spoiled her too much. Zhou Chunhua rolled her eyes at her daughter-in-law. It felt uncomfortable when no one was giving orders. After all, it's a good day for slaughtering pigs, and it's not a big deal, so she didn't say anything. In the west room, Qiao Yuan placed the baby on the less hot heated bed, then took a quilt and used it as a pillow under the child's head. Seeing Xiaolina pouting and wanting to cry, Qiao Yuan quickly became anxious and gently patted her. When her lips pouted even more, she hurriedly grabbed the general's tail, waved it in front of her eyes, and Xiaolina finally calmed down. Xiao Yuan let out a breath of relief, rocking her gently while carefully examining her face to see who she resembled. The baby, over 100 days old, had already grown, with a flat head from sleeping, and looked quite cute. Her face was a bit dry and not very fair or tender, and she didn't have much flesh. She was thin like a little monkey. Her hair was good, black and thick, and her eyes looked very much like Qiao Jianan's, dark and shiny, round and lively. Her small eyebrows, tiny nose, and small mouth all made her look more like Qiao Jianan. Qiao Jianpan shook the water off his hands and casually wiped his hands with a towel. He then entered the room with a cheerful smile, holding Xiaolina in his arms. Oh, Xiaolina, do you recognize your auntie? Call her auntie. Auntie. Oh, our little Xiaolina is so cute. Smile for Annie, and after you smile, Annie will buy you some candy, he said happily. Unlike Qiao Yuan, Qiao Jianpan liked children. Whenever he saw a kid in the brigade, he would go over to tease them, shake hands, pinch cheeks. Since this was Qiao Jianan's child, no matter how proud Qiao Jianan was, they were siblings. A niece is always loved. If Qiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng weren't so bad at acting and saw the Qiao family members, they'd probably always be frowning. Qiao Jianpan would go every day. Although Qiao Chongfu and Zhou Chunhua didn't say it out loud, they also wanted a granddaughter deep down. Qiao Yuan imagined how she would feel if Qiao Yudong had children later. Then she thought about Qiao Yuju's child, Sai. She realized she'd never held her before. Suddenly, Qiao Yuan noticed that Xiaolina's face was flushed red, and her small body was twisting and turning. Qiao Yuan. Mama. She pooped. Frightened, Qiao Yuan quickly ran out of the west room. Grandma Qiao shivered slightly, hearing that she had pooped, and felt a bit speechless. What child doesn't? But seeing her granddaughter's wrinkled face, she almost wanted to laugh. She took a moment to peek inside and saw that Qiao Jianpan was quickly changing the diaper and cleaning her up. Everything was fine. She then went back to the kitchen. No smell. Xiaopan is done. You can go inside now.
Qiao Yuan didn't really want to.
Han Kaifeng secretly pursed her lips. Dinner was ready. Grandma Qiao instructed her 3 brothers, Qiao Jianhua, to set the table. Since there were many people and dishes, each table in the storage room held one. Each table had a plate of stewed pig liver, a plate of dried chili stir-fried pig lungs, a plate of dried chili stir-fried pig intestines, a blood sausage, a plate of braised pork belly, and a large bowl of pork bone blood sausage with pickled vegetables. There was also a big pot of millet porridge. The men were in the east room, the women in the west. Grandma Chow first took a piece of pork belly and put it in her mouth, signaling everyone to start eating. Instantly, several pairs of chopsticks reached out at the same time, heading straight for the fatty slices. Xiao Yuan first picked a piece of pork intestine. She only liked pork intestines, pork bones, and pig lungs among all the dishes. Grandma Qiao saw that she wasn't reaching for the meat, so she tore a piece of lean meat from the bone and put it in her bowl, then handed her a few more pieces of pork intestine. The old lady was worried there wouldn't be enough pork intestine for everyone and that her granddaughter might not be full. "Mama, it's good." Xiao Yuan smiled happily as she ate her bowl of food. Han Saifeng's cheeks were puffed out, and she still had a big piece of fatty pork on her chopsticks. She lightly rolled her eyes when she heard that. She didn't enjoy fatty pork or pork bones. She didn't care for the greasy stuff. She stuffed a large piece of fatty pork into her mouth, then used her chopsticks to pick out 2 slices of pork belly from the pickled vegetables. One slice went into her bowl, the other she chewed and swallowed, her mouth full of oil. Zhou Chunhua looked a bit displeased and picked a piece of pig liver for her. "Kaifeng, slow down and eat. Try the pig liver, it's really tasty." Han Kaifeng shoved the fatty pork back into her mouth. Mumbling vaguely, she said, "Mom, you eat. I don't like pig liver. I only like the fatty meat. Our pig this year is especially fat, and the meat is very fragrant." Zhou Chunhua saw her eating so quickly, as if she hadn't eaten meat in years. Although there were no outsiders in the West Room, it still looked a bit inappropriate. "Feng, slow down and chew more. There's plenty in the pot. If you eat so much fatty meat at once without chewing well, you'll probably get diarrhea." Han Kaifeng paused with her chopsticks, finally understanding. She looked up from her bowl, her face a little unhappy. After hurriedly swallowing the meat in her mouth, she started singing and talking with Zhou Chunhua. "Mom, I can't compare to you and Jian Nan. Our life is hard. Since we split the family, we haven't had much meat or even much animal fat. We only eat boiled vegetables every day, with no oil in our stomachs. I'm so hungry that I haven't produced much milk. Look at Lena, she's so thin. I think if I eat more, I can produce more milk and Lena can also have a full meal." After saying this, she kept stuffing meat into her mouth, ignoring what anyone said. Today, she wanted to eat her fill. Not eating would be foolish. "Grandma, your family has so much pork this year. Could you give a few jin to me and Jian Nan? For New Year, we need to make dumplings. We can't just make plain ones." Old Lady Chow glared at her. "Money, 1 yuan 80 per jin, at most 5 jin. Grandma, Jian Nan is." Zhou Chunhua swallowed the meat in her mouth and cheerfully interrupted her. "The eldest grandson isn't useful. He doesn't respect us. Don't mention him anymore. If you want money, take it. If not, forget it. I want to keep some to make more dumplings." "Grandma, Lena." Han Kaifeng wasn't finished. The eldest grandson was useless, so she brought out the granddaughter. Old Lady Chow was unmoved. "Stop whining here. Each generation manages its own affairs. My husband and I raised a few children. That's enough. Grandchildren and great-grandchildren shouldn't bother us. Besides, you're the most irresponsible with money. When we split the family, we gave you plenty of meat. It's only been a short while, and it's all gone. You didn't plan to save any for the new year, even though we knew it was coming. Our pig this year was big, but after giving half to the authorities, not much was left. Earlier, Xiaowan often showed respect to us by sharing pork. Now that the family has slaughtered a pig, we want to give her some as a thank you. I sold you 5 jin of meat, which isn't bad. You still refuse to pay? Look at your arrogance. If you're so capable, why don't you go back to your parents' house? You always say your family treats you well." Grandma Qiao didn't hold back her words. She saw that this new daughter-in-law tends to be proud. Scolding her once only works for a while. After a while, she becomes even more demanding. Han Kaifeng is no longer the young bride she used to be. Now she has grown much tougher. She has improved even more. It's understandable, Before the family split, everyone waited to get their share easily. After splitting, no one would support her, so she has to take the lead herself. Plus, she has no money and Xiao Jianan isn't responsible. Daily life with chores and expenses slowly wears people down, making them look tired and resigned. Han Kaifeng took a piece of pork bone and put it in her bowl. While chewing, she said, "My family's pig is just over 200 jin, not as fat as Nine Eyes." Then she looked at Xiao Yuan. "Xiao Wan, you're only one person, so you can't eat much. If Nine Eye gives you some, share a few jin with your sister-in-law?" Sure. Xiao Yuan wiped her oily mouth with the paper. It's New Year, pork prices have risen a lot, especially for those without meat tickets. Prices doubled or tripled and people still want it. Since we're close relatives, I won't ask for triple the price. Just round it to 1 yuan per jin. She took the money from her grandmother, making her feel clear-headed. "Are you trying to cheat me?" Han Kaifeng shouted. "I don't want it anymore. I can't rely on anything. I'll go to Lao Wei's house this afternoon to buy some. Wei's family is short on money this year, just wants to sell some pork. Jigua's wife said she'd sell it to me for 7.5 mao. It's a family, but sometimes outsiders are more straightforward." Frustrated, Han Kaifeng took another large bone and put it in her bowl. In the East Room, Qiao Jianan didn't hold back either. He outdid Han Kaifeng. He almost poured the whole bowl into his mouth, eating meat so fiercely it was frightening. With outsiders present, he couldn't speak openly, so Qiao Jiandong reached under the table and pinched his thigh hard. Qiao Jianan winced in pain, but didn't ask aloud. As the eldest grandson, he valued his face, so he ate more modestly afterward. The Qiao family enjoyed a lively meal of slaughtered pig dishes. Even the general ate several pieces of meat and tasted some blood sausage. After cleaning up the yard and kitchen, Qiao Yuan carried the general home. She told Zhou Yang and Wei's family about selling pork, then went to bed for a nap. In the cold winter, she could only stay inside, warm on the Kong bed. She drifted into a light sleep. Sometimes she didn't want to sleep, afraid of missing out if she stayed up, but the warmth of the Kong was too tempting. She couldn't resist. Tomorrow is the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the day of the big market in Yongchun Commune. That evening, a thick layer of snow fell unexpectedly. Early in the morning, Qiao Jiandang and Qiao Jianye used wooden rakes and shovels to clear the snow for her. The freshly fallen snow was soft and easy to push, and since the yard was small, they finished quickly. After tidying up the yard, they cleared a path to the toilet and the main gate. Outside the gate, each family was responsible for clearing their own entrance, using a stick as a boundary. If someone didn't shovel their snow, it would cause trouble for others, making the area dirty and slippery. Walking into someone else's yard was easy and safe, but stepping at your own door would often cause shoes to fill with snow, making your feet cold. Most families only had one pair of cotton shoes for the winter, and they didn't change them even if they got wet. When snow was heavy, it soaked not only shoes but also pant legs and cotton trousers. So, whenever it snowed, everyone got up early to shovel snow. Sometimes, the snow was so heavy that people didn't dare to sleep deeply at night, fearing the roof might collapse or the door might be blocked, trapping them inside. Qiao Yuan cooked a big pot of wontons. She served herself a small bowl and took the rest to the back room. Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua were setting rice on the table. In the morning, they steamed a batch of sticky bean buns, cooked a pot of millet porridge, sliced some pickled vegetables, and added a few pieces of sour cabbage to the leftover pig slaughter dishes for a quick stir-fry. Qiao Yuan placed the wontons on the table, picked up chopsticks, and ate a sticky bean bun. "Grandma, will there still be people at the big market today? Are you going or not?" she asked. Of course. Grandma Qiao looked at the new pocket she sewed into Yuan's thick cotton pants. "Why? You don't want to go today? No problem. The wind outside isn't strong, and riding the ox cart isn't cold. But don't ride your bike today. The road is full of snow, and it's hard to ride. The market is crowded, so don't get lost. I want to see Zhao Zhenjin." "It's not convenient to go without a bike," Yuan replied. "Yes, you should go see her," Grandma nodded. After you finish shopping, you can go. If you go first, you might not find your grandma at the market. The market is always crowded. Seeing Yuan nod, Grandma Chiao was happy. Your grandma still has a lot to buy today. I'll get some tobacco leaves for your grandpa, some red paper for writing couplets for the new year. If the prices at the market are high, I'll buy from the supply store instead. Also, buy 2 jeans of frozen pears. Last year, a few factories in the commune set up stalls, and if they do again this year, buy a few more boxes of matches. 10 boxes save a penny. Also, we're out of vermicelli, so buy some for the New Year's offerings. Fortunately, no one here is in charge. I heard that elsewhere they don't allow it. TSK, where do the ancestors go to eat during the New Year? That's just nonsense. I don't know if they're selling popcorn and candied hawthorns this year. If they are, I'll buy some for you. Grandma Chiao kept talking on and on. P.S. In the 1960s and 70s, my grandmother's family still set up stalls. Even a whole brigade did, and no one reported them. But it was tiring, and since they were poor then, they couldn't prepare much bread or meat. They kept setting up until the elders passed away, then no one did it anymore. The younger generation didn't pay much attention. I still think the South cares more about this. The heated bed really makes people sleepy. Those who don't want to sleep just fall asleep drowsily. I once saw a heavy snowstorm. It fell very suddenly and heavily. In a few minutes, you had to sweep the doorway or it would get blocked. Every year, Yongchun Commune only has a big market at the end of the year. Today is the first day of the market, and many people have come. This year, every household in King Shanliangzi sold mountain delicacies. The money from selling rabbits and mushrooms was almost in hand, so everyone felt confident and was in a good mood. Everyone wanted to have a lively new year. Early that morning, men, women, and children gathered at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. Friends paired up and headed to the commune. Older people took cars, while younger and healthier ones walked. Rural folks walk fast, so this short distance wasn't tiring. The brigade had 2 ox carts and 2 horse-drawn carriages, all full. Everyone was dressed from head to toe, leather hats, thick cotton coats, cotton gloves, and cotton shoes. Inside the shoes, they stuffed Ural grass, so only 2 big eyes of the grass showed outside. The street was full of people, and sometimes people from the Erdogan brigade joined in, making it lively. They laughed and played along the way, not feeling tired at all. By the end, everyone was sweaty. The entire Chiao family went, not just Grandma Chiao. Grandma Chiao rode in a carriage, but everyone else walked. Xiao Yuan gave her bicycle to Grandpa Chiao. The little old man was stubborn and refused to admit he was old, insisting on walking himself. No matter what was said, he wouldn't ride. Finally, Grandma Chiao scolded him a few words, and he obediently stopped to rest, waiting for Grandma Chiao's carriage. Grandma Wang, with her hands in her sleeves and a red checkered scarf around her head, saw this and nudged Grandma Chiao with her elbow. Hey, your old Chiao really knows how to make trouble. You're so old, and you still lose things? Still standing there waiting for you. Look at our old Wang. He's already wandered off somewhere. Grandma Chiao grinned widely. He's not waiting for me. He's afraid I'll forget to buy him tobacco leaves. She waved her hand towards old man Chiao, signaling him to go ahead. Then she pointed forward. Your old Wang is just up ahead, with old Yang and old Han. Hey, what do you want to buy this year? No matter how much money they had, women always got excited about shopping. Old Lady Chiao had already asked several other women this morning. Grandma Wang grinned and said, the new year is almost here, but we haven't bought anything yet. We're just waiting for the big market day. Thanks to little Wan, we have a bit more money this year. I want to buy a pound of frozen pears, some more candies. Kids are looking forward to it. I also want to buy some red paper. Besides writing couplets and blessings, I plan to cut out some paper decorations for the windows. The new year should be lively and fun. She smiled happily when people praised her granddaughter. Grandma Wang continued, I still have some fabric vouchers from summer that I haven't used. Last year, before the new year, I bought some defective fabric that was much cheaper. I don't know if there's any this year. If there is, I'll take a few yards and make myself a new dress. It's been years since I made a new one. Besides that, I don't have much else to buy. Maybe some peanuts. When someone visits, not having peanuts feels a bit off. Old Wang's family was quite well off in Qingshan Liangzi. Grandma Wang was not the type to be stingy with food or clothes, always thinking of her children. With old Lady Chow around, she felt more relaxed. She looked enviously at the silver hairpin on old Lady Chow's head and the silver earrings. Then she tugged at Chow's sleeve. TSK, your silver bracelet is shining more and more. Everyone in our team envies you. Little Wan is really filial. I'll say this. When she gets married, she'll take good care of you too. She thought privately that maybe the old couple wouldn't need to rely on their grandchildren for support later. But she didn't say this aloud. Usually, no one had grandchildren to take care of grandparents, only granddaughters. Old Lady Chow smiled, so much her eyes disappeared. She looked lovingly at her little granddaughter walking behind the cart, as if she were holding a treasure. Grandma Wang smiled, happy for her old friends. She turned to scold Wei Lao Tai sitting nearby. Your Ji-jun's wife is pregnant this year. Looks like you'll be doing all the shopping for the new year. That's right, Wei Lao Tai said with a smile. The snow is all over the roads, and it won't melt before the new year. I don't dare let her go out. The market is crowded. I'll do my shopping myself. As common folks, we don't buy much. At home, we've prepared sticky bean buns and tofu. Yesterday, we also slaughtered a pig, divided over 50 pounds of meat, and didn't sell any. Everything was frozen. For the new year, we plan to fry some tofu with soybean oil, make a couple of batches of dumplings, and stew meat twice. This year should be better. We're not eating chicken anymore. There's only an old hen at home, kept until Qinzi has her babies. Then we'll eat her. Old Lady Chow and Old Lady Wei both nodded, agreeing. That makes sense. I think Qinzi is doing well. Her belly is starting to show, Wei Lady said with a big smile, showing her crooked teeth. She stretched her numb foot and continued. Qinzi doesn't at all. She eats everything happily, and her appetite has increased a lot. We just divided the family, and we're short on everything. Normally, we'd sell some pork to make money, but Qinzi's situation is special. I decided to keep everything for her to help her recover. I was worried at first because Qinzi and Jijun borrowed money from her family for medical bills, and they've paid back part of the family division money. They still owe 3 yuan, but her family said it's not urgent. Still, owing money feels uncomfortable and makes me anxious. Yesterday, I heard they sold a lot of rabbits and mushrooms, and once they settle the accounts in a few days, they'll split the money. Now I feel much clearer. As old friends for decades, Wei Lady didn't hide anything and spoke openly. With the debts settled and her biggest worry, her grandson, taken care of, everything was fine. Her grandson and his wife are very filial, and she feels at ease. The number of rabbits raised by the team is increasing, giving hope for next year. When her grandson's wife has her baby, they'll buy more eggs to supplement. When the children grow a bit, they'll follow the Zhou family's example and send them to school early. In the future, they'll go to middle school, then high school, great prospects. When she's happy, she talks more. Wei Lady leaned forward, and Old Lady Chow and Old Lady Wang, sensing she had something to say, leaned in too. Wei Lady, full of curiosity, said, Did you notice? This morning, Kai Feng looked upset. Old Lady Chow nodded. She knew her daughter-in-law wasn't happy. Her face was longer than the waterfalls on White Mountain. She had been curious for a while. Old Lady Wang asked, Do you know what's wrong? Wei Lady patted her thigh excitedly. Yes, I do. Yesterday afternoon, Jianan's wife came to our house to buy pork. She said she wanted 5 jin, and Jigua's wife promised to sell it to her. She was going to slaughter the pig, but then Zhou Yang and Feng Hua from the youth team arrived, just in time. They immediately offered 8 mao per jin. P.S. My grandma's neighbor back in the 1960s and 70s always argued during the New Year. Because they were poor and had no meat, I don't understand why they didn't raise pigs. Old Lady Qiao's eyes brightened. Jigua's wife sold meat to the educated youth. Did Han Kaifeng not manage to buy any meat? Grandma Wei excitedly patted her leg. That's right. It was 5 cents more per jin. 5 jin would be an extra 2.5 mao. Jigua's wife isn't stupid. She said no matter who bought, it would be 8 mao per jean. Old Lady Wang smiled happily. During the new year, every family still eats dumplings. If it's 5 cents more, it's just 5 cents more. 8 mao is reasonable. Next year, everything will go up in price, especially meat. When Kaifeng heard it was 8 mao, did she not buy any? Yes, Grandma Wei responded happily. When she heard it was 8 mao, Kaifeng was so angry she threw her basket and went home. After a while, she probably thought the meat seller at the big team was selling less. Once she left this village, there wouldn't be another shop like that, so she came back to buy. But by then, Jigua's wife refused to sell again. Old Lady Chow hurriedly asked why. Was she angry? No. Grandma Wei shook her head. The two educated youths bought more than 5 jin, actually 10 jin. If she sold more, they wouldn't have enough for themselves. Kaifeng was so upset she scolded Jigua's wife. They argued. Old Lady Chow was happily listening to the gossip. She said that, given Han Kaifeng and Fang Qingqing's personalities, their friendship was bound to break easily. Seeing Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan walking over, Old Lady Chow asked if they were cold. Qiao Jianpan shook his head. Not cold. Yuan and I are dressed warmly, so we feel comfortable walking. Qiao Yuan took off her cotton mittens and let Old Lady Chow feel her hands. They were warm, so Old Lady Chow felt relieved. Today's market was extremely crowded, with people packed tightly, face to face. It seemed that several large teams, and even half the commune's people had come. Walking a few steps was difficult, and even in the middle of winter, standing outside felt suffocating. The market was the only day of the year when ordinary people could buy and sell privately. Some factories also came to sell good items without tickets. The variety and quantity depended on the commune leader's ability and connections. This was a kind of benefit for the people, aimed at supporting agriculture, similar to government food programs in later times. In previous years, there weren't many good items without tickets, and they sold out quickly: matches, pork, firecrackers, and so on. One year, they even sold seeds, and the city's big market once sold fertilizer. That year, the leaders made a big splash. Some large teams also took the opportunity to sell potatoes, frozen tofu, dried tofu, and similar products. The most common items sold at the market were yellow cigarettes, homemade woven mats, baskets made of earth, willow baskets, curtain covers, brooms, and other household items. There are also sellers of walnuts, hazelnuts, hazelnut mushrooms, pine nuts, frozen cabbage, radishes, potatoes, and even homemade soybean paste. Some sell pickled mustard greens, salted cucumbers, chive flowers, and other preserved vegetables. Additionally, there are dried vegetables like potato slices, green bean slices, eggplant shreds, and chili strips, all surplus farm products from their own gardens. Children especially love popping popcorn, sold by firecracker vendors. Unfortunately, kids usually don't have money. The big market is lively, but there aren't many good things, and the items that are usually in high demand at the supply and marketing cooperative are not available because they aren't allowed to sell them. Most of the goods are sold in bulk. Hey, Grandpa, Grandma, look over there. Jiang Yuan, with sharp eyes, spotted a large crowd running in one direction. There must be something good. Hurry, let's go see. Jiang Jianhua and Jiang Jianbei, the 6 brothers, stayed close by, not wandering off. Hearing this, they rushed ahead quickly to the front. Jiang Yuan pulled Jiang Jianpan from behind, and they hurried to catch up. A few elderly women also moved quickly with their short legs. By the time Jiang Yuan and the others arrived, a circle of people had already formed. From far away, they could hear someone shouting, "Let me go first. I got here first. Give me 3. I was here before you. I'm a shoulders width faster. I want 5. Move aside. You're taking so many at once. Others might not get any. You don't tell me what to do." The leader didn't set a limit. It's cold today. Sell them quickly so the leader can go back and rest. Oh dear. Jiang Yuan knew they were in trouble. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Ignoring the other Jiang family members, she slipped in quickly. My goodness, there were several large boxes labeled soap. Yellow bar soap, 1 use, and it flakes off. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it for 3 Mao 6 each, luxury goods. The crowd was shouting loudly, each holding money and yelling at the top of their lungs. Jiang Yuan spotted a slightly chubby, fair-faced middle-aged woman who looked very kind. "Jie, please give me 10 bars," she said sweetly, her voice full of innocence. When the woman turned around, she saw a little girl with a white rabbit fur hat, rosy cheeks, big bright eyes, and a sweet smile. "Oh my, she's so pretty." Her words were so sweet, calling her Jie older sister. "Okay, sister, I'll pack them for you." The woman happily counted out 10 bars and put them into Jiang Yuan's cloth bag. The crowd quieted for a moment. A few rough-looking men and dark-skinned women and elderly ladies. Calling her Jie probably wouldn't work with them. After realizing this, they immediately started shouting again. "Give me 10 too." The saleswoman carefully arranged the soap and cheerfully said, "We sell it for 3 Mao 5 each, 10 for 3 Yuan 5. "Thank you, sister," Qiao Yuan said sweetly, smiling politely. She handed over the money and was about to turn and squeeze out. But the saleswoman, an older woman, stopped her and softly whispered in her ear, "Sister, I tell you, at 9 o'clock, at the very west end, there will be good things for sale." Qiao Yuan's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly leaned in closer. "Sister, do you know what they are?" "I've heard there are clam oil, candles, tooth powder, matches, and a batch of dried shrimp and seaweed brought from the south. Someone saw them yesterday, and they're both young and old." This kind of inside information is very important, and someone trusted her with it. Naturally, Qiao Yuan was very grateful. Which leader is so impressive? Could it be the young secretary who just came? She thought that person must have connections. She wasn't Zhao Gongzi. She liked that the commune had such powerful figures. It was good for ordinary people to benefit from it. Although Qiao Yuan said this out loud, she was just talking to herself. She didn't expect anyone to answer, but surprisingly, the saleswoman really knew. "It's him. You know about it too? What's her family?" Judging by her clothes, could she be the daughter of some leader in the commune? The saleswoman became even more eager. She completely forgot that the daughter of a leader wouldn't need her to pass on messages. I've heard from elders at home twice." Qiao Yuan understood what she meant and immediately blushed with a shy smile. When outside, identity is something you give yourself. Whether they can meet again in the future, she didn't know, but she would say it like this for now. Anyway, she wasn't really lying. Don't take the captain lightly. Qiao Yuan, with her messy, frizzy hair, squeezed out. The Qiao family had already seen her buy something and had been waiting outside the circle. Qiao Yuan shoved the soap into Jiao Jianhua's arms and whispered about this matter. Old Lady Qiao, Zhang Xianghua, and Zhou Chunhua turned around and ran after hearing it. Old head of the family shouted, "Slow down. Don't get separated." Everyone hurried to follow, but there were too many people, and they didn't know when they got separated. Old head of the family, Qiao Fuyo, and a few others disappeared. Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianban exchanged glances. They both looked down at the hands they were holding and said in unison, "Better to hold on." Meanwhile, old head of the family, just reaching the place selling yellow cigarettes, turned back and couldn't see his granddaughters, so he was anxious. "Where are they? Why are you guys following me, an old man? Why aren't you watching over little Yuan and little Pan? This market has all kinds of people, thieves, troublemakers. His granddaughters are quite pretty." Qiao Jianhua and others quickly tiptoed around looking for them. Qiao Jianya focused on a stall selling firecrackers nearby. He looked indifferent. "No worries. Thieves and troublemakers are no match for little Yuan. She'd just kneel and call him Dad." Old head of the family. Suddenly, he remembered how Yuan climbed through the window. She was quite skilled. Jiao Hua and his 5 brothers. The memories of the past suddenly hit me. P.S. I found out that during that time, the supply and marketing cooperative even sold condensed milk. Firecrackers were also quite varied. They looked like they wouldn't work well, no sparks or noise. The place selling firecrackers was crowded with people, both inside and outside. Unfortunately, Zhao Yanyi could only stand there, just like a kid, staring blankly. He had no money. He forgot to bring any when he left. Sir, can I? Jiao Yanyi rubbed his hands together. Sir, what, sir? When did I ever carry money in my pocket? Old Jiao, with his hands behind his back, looked a bit embarrassed. He had always kept his pockets empty even now. Jiao Yanyi was discouraged, hanging his head low. Jiao Hua and Jiao Jintang had some money, though. Seeing his younger brother looking so sad and slow, Jiao Hua found it funny. He took out 5 yuan from his pocket and said, "That's all I have. Buy less, okay?" Jiao Yanyi was so happy he jumped up and pushed his way into the crowd. He was strong, so he squeezed to the front in just a few steps. He bought a bunch of small firecrackers that made 100 sounds, 2 sets of firecrackers called Kick the Sky, and 10 sky rockets. He grinned happily, showing his big white teeth. Soon, Jia Yuan and Jia Jianpan also arrived. Jia Yuan was a bit of a neat freak. During the new year, it had to be lively and noisy. Not setting off firecrackers would be boring. They had to be loud and bang. Jia Yuan pulled Jia Jianpan to the stall. Jia Jianpan was very excited. Wow, so many kinds of firecrackers this year. The stall owner was proud and hung the firecrackers on a pole, high up. He also stood on a stool, shouting loudly, spitting out words as he introduced the new types and how they looked when lit. Jia Yuan was amazed. It turned out that Chinese people had a real talent for making fireworks. Even in the 1970s, there were so many styles, like peacock opening its tail. She thought these came out in the 80s or 90s, but they already existed now. There was also a type called ground-dwelling mouse, which spun on the ground and shot sparks, looking like a spinning top. Another was Little Bee, which, when lit, flew like a bee and buzzed. There were also fairy sticks, magic balls, flower showers, sun wukong, tanks, landmines, hen-laying eggs, parachutes. So many kinds flying in the sky, spraying on the ground, flicked in the hand. Jia Yuan wanted everything. She just bought what she liked. Others were trying things for the first time, but she had done it twice already. Shouldn't she be more relaxed? Xiao Pan, which ones do you like? I'll buy them for you. Zhou Jianpan's eyes sparkled with excitement. They're all pretty expensive. I'll just take 2 fairy sticks. Zhou Yuan waved her hand. Boss, give me more fairy sticks. 2 bunches of the 500 sound ones, and 2 bunches of the 1,000 sound ones. I don't like the small fireworks, the loud bang sounds, they hurt my ears. Little Pan, do you like them? No, I don't. Girls generally don't like those. Seeing her shake her head, Zhou Yuan looked at the boss again. Give me 5 boxes of these firecrackers and 5 boxes of the sparklers too. Xiao Wan, isn't that too much? You're still young. Why do you want to play with so many? It's okay, it's New Year. The kids in the village love this. When they come to visit, giving each 2 firecrackers makes everyone happy. Also, give me 2 bundles of the sky rockets, 10 in each bundle, right? Yes, 10. The stall owner grinned happily, his eyes narrowing into slits. He looked like a god of wealth. Quickly, he packed everything Zhou Yuan ordered into a clay basket for easy checkout later. Zhou Yuan simply asked for the prices and then started filling her basket herself. The peacock opening its tail looks beautiful. I want 10. The ground-digging mice are fun too, 10 of those as well. Will the little bees and parachutes fly all over? Don't set the haystack on fire. No, the stall owner hurriedly waved his hands. Find an open space to set them off, they won't fly far. Seeing that Zhou Yuan was still hesitant, he quickly added, why not buy more of the fairy flower scatterers and shaking flowers? Girls love to set those off. Listening to his advice, Zhou Yuan bought a few more. She bought fewer of the little bees and parachutes. The fairy flower scatterers were a bit expensive. She also bought sun wukong and a tank, which looked quite interesting. Zhou Yuan said, Boss. Zhou Jianpan's eyes widened and his mouth formed an O. Xiao Wan, that's enough. Too much. Zhou Yuan nodded. Boss, I bought so much. Won't you give me a little gift? All right, the stall owner said with a big smile, his face full of wrinkles. He took out a bunch of sky rockets and 2 more firecrackers. This is for you. Actually, Zhou Yuan didn't really like setting off firecrackers, but she enjoyed shopping for New Year goods. If she didn't buy everything, She felt something was missing. Everyone around, regardless of age or gender, was very envious. They bought candies costing a penny or $1 by the piece. They were reluctant to spend money. Young people, in particular, were generous and united. Someone sighed, "Really, what kind of year is this? There are rich people everywhere. The parents are from the forest farm, but they spoil the kids too much." The big boss of the forest farm was no boast. His salary was much higher than any factory. Forest farm workers were always the first to spend money. Some older men and women, who lived more carefully, looked at their chests with concern. A woman who only bought some red paper frowned and said, "This is really not good at managing life. Buying these unnecessary things instead of food or meat. Why not use the money to buy some meat to eat? She looks so pretty, but if someone marries her in the future, she'll be a troublemaker." "That's true." Another woman with a dark face rolled her eyes. "My eldest daughter-in-law doesn't know how to manage life either. She sews her clothes so loosely it makes me angry. People our age try to save every penny. They just waste money. Making money is not easy for adults. When my younger son finds a wife, I won't let him choose for himself. This time, I insist he find someone who knows how to manage life." Xiao Yuan was counting her money, happy after spending it. When she heard the two women talking, she immediately turned around, put her hands on her hips, and retorted, "Which of you saw that this money was earned by the adults? If they can make so much money, why don't you buy some? I spend as much as I want, buy whatever I like, and I'm not taking money from you. It's none of your business. Why do you care so much about other people's money? You should be worried about the national treasury. You're just bored. I don't know if marrying me would be bad luck, but I know your family can't marry into mine. I'm not blind. And you like people your age? Why didn't you let your eldest son marry someone close to your age? Why did you marry a younger man? Tsh, so funny." After finishing her words, Xiao Yuan adjusted her hat, grabbed Xiao Jianpan, and left with firecrackers. Wherever she went, people stepped back. Wow, such a temper. She's really not easy to deal with. The little girl. The two women were so angry they stamped their feet and cursed in frustration. Seeing no one agreed with them, they left in a huff. The onlookers burst into laughter. "I've never seen anyone like this before. P.S. We sell peacock feathers for 40 at the roadside, but only 20 at the wholesale market. Just a few steps into the market, you can meet familiar faces." News spreads very quickly. Soon, the story of a pretty girl buying a basket of firecrackers was quietly spreading. It's also rare to see someone doing well. Naturally, old Mrs. Chiao wouldn't forget her old friends. Knowing what the two women wanted to buy and roughly where they were, Mrs. Chiao asked Zhang Xianghua to look for them. On the way, Zhang Xianghua met people from Qingshan Liangzi and quietly told them everything. Clam oil, candles, tooth powder, matches, dried shrimp, and seaweed are all a bit cheaper than at the supply and marketing cooperative. Each family bought at least 1 or 2 items, especially essential items like matches and candles. During winter, when it's cold, I sometimes get frostbite on my hands, which causes cracks that itch and hurt. Many families grit their teeth and buy a few jars of clam oil. It costs 7 cents at the supply and marketing cooperative. Buying 2 jars here is just a penny cheaper. Those with slightly better conditions also buy some dried shrimp and half a jean of seaweed. In winter, they can make a few bowls of soup to improve their lives. Everyone saves a few cents and smiles happily, praising each other. Grandma Wang shakes the salt off the seaweed and says, "Oh, I just adore little one. How can she be so talented?" Daughter-in-law son eats for 2, and Grandma Wei also bought seaweed and dried shrimp. She joins in praising, "We're almost out of money," and others are rushing over. I saw several from the Friendship Brigade and Erdeo Bay. Oh, and some seem to be educated youth. Suehua, I didn't see your third brother's second son.
Did you see him?
Grandma Chiao shakes her head, fiddles with her purchased items, and casually says, "Maybe he didn't come. Erdeo Bay is too far." A few elderly women purse their lips, thinking that Xiao Yuhua is clumsy and not close to her relatives. Grandma Wang, worried that Grandma Chiao is greedy, quickly says, When I came, I saw people selling New Year pictures. They're quite rare. I want to buy one to hang at home. Are you going?
Yes.
Me too. The crowd moves toward the stall selling New Year pictures. Coincidentally, Qiao Yuan and Qiao Jianpan are also buying pictures, probably because they still love antiques from past lives. Qiao Yuan has always liked items with a sense of history. She doesn't think they're tacky and picks with enthusiasm. Xiaopan, I want to buy two. One to hang on the wall by my bed, and one for Grandma. Which two do you think are the prettiest? How about this one? A big harvest, good meaning. Not very festive, not red enough. Xiao Jianpan points out, Grandma, and the others like chubby dolls. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitches. All the dolls on the pictures are chubby. Big faces, thick legs like lotus roots, double eyelids, red lips. They are indeed Grandma's dream dolls. Xiao Yuan picks a picture of a chubby doll in clothes, jumping over the dragon gate, and says, Is this okay? It looks festive, and the meaning is good. Look, it even has words. Carp jumps over the dragon gate, for transformations leap forward. She spends a long time choosing, and this is the one she likes best. It's okay. Grandma Qiao peeks from behind and says, The 4 dolls on that one don't have braids, no bare bottoms, and no red belly bands. That one isn't as nice. Grandma Qiao points, and Xiao Jianpan quickly picks it up. Qiao Yuan. She knew it. Picking a picture of a dressed-up chubby doll was not easy. Grandma likes it, so this one is for Grandma. Zhou Yuan picked out a picture of the 7 fairies picking peaches. How about this one? It's mine. Not pretty enough, Grandma Zhou rejected again. You don't know how to pick good New Year pictures. Don't move. Grandma will choose for you. Nearby, Grandma Wang, Grandma Wei, Zhang Xianghua, and Zhou Chunhua also started choosing pictures. After whispering and debating for a long time, they finally picked ones they liked. Grandma Zhou looked very pleased.
See?
Grandma picked this one. The carp is big, and there's a gold ingot. This chubby girl looks lucky, wearing such a big gold necklace. It matches your room perfectly. What do you think? Grandma Wang and the others nodded in agreement, including Zhou Jianpan. Seeing they wanted praise, Zhou Yuan quickly examined her picture carefully. Yes, Grandma has good eyes. It even says congratulations and prosperity on it. Grandma really knows me. This girl looks so joyful. I love it so much. I'll put it up as soon as I get home. Grandma Zhou was satisfied. She also bought pictures for Zhang Xianghua's house and Zhou Jianhua's house. Zhou Chunhua also picked one for Zhou Jianpan. All of them featured chubby children. Originally, Grandma Wei didn't plan to buy New Year pictures, but when she saw so many chubby children, she couldn't resist and chose one too. As they finished shopping, Grandma Zhou bought 2 candied hawthorns. Zhou Jianpan and Zhou Yuan each took one. Zhou Yuan bit into her candied hawthorn, crunching happily. She turned and saw Zhou Yuha standing far away next to a stall selling second-hand comic books, looking at her.
Yeah.
Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. She raised her hand to call out, but Zhou Yuha quickly walked over and disappeared into the crowd. Zhou Jianpan was busy eating. Who were you calling? Was it Brother Jianhua and the others? No, I was just dazzled. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. She happily bought 10 more candied hawthorns. Since it was cold, they wouldn't melt easily. It was rare to find them at the market, so everyone could try one. She also bought a few comic books like The 3 Battles with the White-Bone Spirit, Frozen Forest, and Landmine War. They were all very interesting. Finally, she bought 3 Jean of frozen pears, 2 Jean of frozen persimmons, 2 Jean of peanuts, and 3 red candles. Worried there wouldn't be enough space on the bus, after shopping, Grandma Zhou and the others hurried back home. At the market exit, they met 6 brothers waiting there, including Brother Jianhua. Zhou Yuan handed over her shopping bags. Jianhua, you and Xiao Pan go ahead. I need to get my bicycle first, then visit Zhao Xinjin. When you get home, help me light the stove. Don't forget to feed the general. There's fish in the bowl rack. Warm it up. Jianhua responded with a nod. Jianya looked at the big bag of things, curious, and opened it to see. He was surprised and delighted. Grandma, You bought so many firecrackers. I didn't want to buy any, but you bought them all. Old Lady Chow.
Wow.
No one in the whole team bought as much as she did. I'm jealous, but I wonder if her old arms and legs can also get into the black market. Others also shook their heads, but no one said anything. They knew that her own mother didn't mind spending money, so they didn't want to criticize. Suddenly, they remembered hearing someone on the road earlier say that a young girl had made two older women speechless. They thought she was very clever, but it turned out she was someone they knew. Old Lady Chow, Old Lady Wei, and Old Lady Wang, three old friends, successfully got their spots. Sitting nearby were Old Lady Han and Juju, who had just finished catching crickets. They were both unlucky. When buying red paper, they bumped into someone and argued a bit, so they missed out on buying matches. By the time they found out it was already sold out, most of the team had bought theirs, thanks to Zhang Xianghua's notice. This made them feel a bit jealous, so they whispered to each other. Seeing Old Lady Chow again, they became timid. The driver was ready to leave once everyone was there, but Old Lady Wang loudly said, "It's rare to come to the commune. We shouldn't waste this time. Let's go to the second-hand department store for a walk." Yes, it's the end of the year. Who knows, maybe they'll have defective goods today, they said. Knowing that the older sisters wanted to buy fabric, Old Lady Chow immediately agreed. Everyone else was happy too. The driver didn't dare upset these old ladies, so they took a detour to the store. Old Lady Chow rushed inside first, heading straight to the fabric counter to grab spots for her friends. "Hey, Xiaowan, you said you wanted to buy kin food. Why are you buying fabric here too? It's New Year soon. I thought I'd make a coat for you and my grandpa," said Xiao Yuan, planning a surprise. Old Lady Chow felt very happy again. The other old ladies were envious, each feeling like a lemon tree, sour and jealous. Xiaowan picked fabric for herself, and Old Lady Chow helped her choose. Old Lady Chow herself picked out her fabric. P.S. I've never seen New Year paintings. Here, we hang lots of colorful lanterns during the New Year. Xiao Yuan bought a red checkered wool fabric for Old Lady Chow and gray wool for Old Man Chow, both good for winter coats and suitable for spring and autumn. Old Lady Chow held the fabric, speaking loudly. The older women in the team started gossiping again, feeling a bit jealous. They wondered why they didn't have such a filial granddaughter. People really can make you jealous. Looking at Old Lady Chow, she's just a bit fairer, quite old now, and still wearing red, so vain. Old Lady Wang also liked this color and bought the same fabric. The two older sisters agreed to make matching styles. Then Xiao Yuan bought 2 pairs of cotton shoes, 2 packs of peach cookies, 1 pack of beef tongue biscuits, 2 packs of rice cakes, 1 pack of rice sticks, 2 cans of peach preserves, and some candies. She gave everything to Grandma Chow. The elderly women from Qingshan Liangzi. They felt so jealous, it made them sick. Grandma Chow couldn't stop talking from leaving the department store, riding the ox cart, to returning to the village mouth. When she got home, Grandma Han was so angry she lay on the Kong, heated bed, scowling and silent, not eating even when the meal was ready. Grandma Han knew her wife was upset again outside. She was used to this routine. She quickly cooked a big bowl of noodles, added some shredded meat, sprinkled some cabbage leaves, and dripped a bit of sesame oil. A fragrant bowl of meat noodles was ready. She signaled to Han Wanli with her eyes and nodded her chin. She placed the bowl in Han Wanli's hand, indicating he should take it to Grandma Chow and ask what was wrong. She herself was listening secretly through the door. Han Wanli went inside the room. "Mom, are you hungry? Mingwei's wife specially cooked plain noodles for you. There's lots of meat in it, it smells so good." Grandma Chow turned over, pretending to be deep in thought. Han Wanli knew she was very upset today. "Mom, tell me, what did they sell at the big market today? Was it lively?" Xiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng also went to the market, and the children were sent to Han's house. Since it was cold, Han Wanli and his wife didn't want to go out. "Don't even mention it. Talking about it makes me angry." Grandma Chow suddenly sat up, furious, and said. She took a big bite of noodles first. Then she started complaining. "You see, everyone in the big village knows the news, but only I and Juju are in the dark. How come? It must be on purpose." Humph, Zhang Xianghua always looks smiling. Who knew she's so vengeful? Her mind is as sharp as a needle, full of bad ideas, and she caused me to miss out on good deals. If this were a few years ago, in Qingshan Liangzi, who would dare to look down on me? They wouldn't even have the guts. Now everyone is bold as a lion, watching how they act around the Qiao family. If Zhang Xianghua doesn't let it happen, others wouldn't even. And Zhao Cuehua, look at her smug face. It's just because her granddaughter bought her some broken stuff, and she's showing off. She's grinning all the way, not afraid of the cold wind. The Qiao family is now like a dragon in the sky, while our family is being stepped on. How can I not be angry? Han Wanli listened to his mother's complaints and couldn't say a word. He knew Zhang Xianghua wouldn't do such a thing. His mother must have misunderstood. There was one thing he found quite strange. Why is that young girl from the Qiao family so lucky? She always seems to meet good fortune. Nonsense, old lady Han replied irritably. She probably overheard something by accident. If she really were lucky, she wouldn't be working in the countryside. After so many years as a youth sent to the countryside, how many have managed to return to the city smoothly? Even if they do return after 3 years, they end up jobless and just hanging around at home. The young people sent to the countryside don't really get lucky.
Han Wanli disagreed.
Even so, she's much better off than others. She didn't suffer much in the countryside. She earns full points every day, owns a house, has a bicycle, a radio, and a watch. Judging by how she spends money, she must have quite a bit saved. Old Lady Han quickly swallowed her food and lowered her voice. What do you mean? Are you thinking of? If possible, that girl would dare to be unfilial. Just wait and see how old Lady Qiao will react.
Han Wanli nodded.
Our fourth son is also 17 this year. He's smart and might have a bright future. We can't let his wife be someone unsuitable. Qiao Yuan is pretty, earns points, has money, relatives in the city, and connections. She's perfect for him. He thought his son was a perfect match. Old Lady Han, unable to join the discussion, was anxious and scratching her head. When she heard Han Wanli suggest that her son marry Qiao Yuan, she couldn't hold back anymore. She suddenly pushed open the door. I don't agree. Old Lady Han was startled and spat out her noodles. She angrily threw her chopsticks at her. Who has the right to speak here? Han Mother wiped her face hurriedly and snapped, I gave birth to him. Why don't I have a say? That girl Qiao Yuan has such a fiery temper. If she married into our family, she'd probably beat us all up. If she ever entered our house, I'd probably die young.
Han Wanli choquerad.
He remembered how Qiao Yuan had forced him to beat Han Kaifeng before, and his face turned red and white. He felt like giving up. He also thought about their current status and lost hope. A daughter from a noble family marries in, but a son marries down. Just because Kaifeng married into the Qiao family doesn't mean the girl from the Qiao family would marry into theirs. The old couple from the Qiao family saw Yuan as if she were an eye, and they definitely wouldn't agree. Even Yuan might not like their son. In his eyes, his son was perfect, like a celestial being. But he had to admit, Yuan's conditions were better. Thinking about their current status made Han Wanli furious. They had money, but still made mistakes. At this moment, old Lady Han kept talking nonstop, spitting saliva everywhere and shouting loudly. Feeling angry, Han Wanli stood up and swung his big pocket aside. Shut up. I was just talking casually, not making any firm decision. Why are you so loud? Someone might hear and tell the Qiao family. Be careful. They might come knocking. Humph. When that happens, I won't care about you. Han Wanli really wanted to hit her hard. He's grown old, but still reacts impulsively. He just said a few words and she was already jumping around, non-stop like she wanted to roll on the ground. Can't she think a bit? But he also knew the new year was coming soon, and there was a lot to do at home. During the new year, there would be visits from the same team, and people might see Han's mother with a bruised face. Plus, this trouble was caused by him. A slap to vent his anger would be enough. He wouldn't hit his mother again. Han's mother swallowed her words and shrank back, secretly looking out the window. Seeing no one, She relaxed and smiled when she saw her slightly red face. Han Wenli frowned slightly and told her to keep her mouth shut when she went out. He put on a thick cotton coat and went back to the west room. Old Fourth Han, squatting at the bottom of the bed, felt his cheeks burning. His heart was pounding, and his eyes sparkled with energy. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan didn't realize she was being watched just now. She took a jar of canned food and a bag of peach crisps to Zhao Jinjin's house. As soon as she entered, she froze. Jinjin, who are these two kids? They looked a bit familiar, like she had seen them somewhere before. My cousin from my husband's family. It's not convenient for me right now, so these two little ones are helping me fetch water and heat food. They're not small, they can do a lot. Zhao Jinjin tucked two pillows behind her waist and ordered the older one, "Go get a stool. Then pour some sugar water and bring the sunflower seeds." The two kids didn't move at all. "Hurry up." Zhao Jinjin thought her nephew saw the delicious food and couldn't resist. "Wah wah, monster girl." The two children cried with their mouths wide open. Qiao Yuan. Wow. She remembered now. She was the one who caused this trouble. Zhao Jinjin was a bit confused. Why are they crying? What's with the monster talk? Ahem, maybe someone praised their looks and said they look like little fairies. Kids, remember that. Qiao Yuan took out a small handful of milk candies. Monsters don't like to hear children cry. If they get angry, they might eat kids. Especially you two, with your tender skin and soft flesh, one bite each. The two chubby children covered their mouths with their hands, tears welling up in their eyes, looking pitiful. In the end, she chose to submit to the evil forces. She took the candy and kept quiet. Suddenly, she ran onto the bed and hid behind Zhao Jinjin. Zhao Jinjin laughed so hard her stomach hurt, tears coming out of her eyes. These two kids are so mischievous. I didn't expect you to control them. Qiao Yuan chuckled and moved a chair to sit nearby, showing concern for her injury. Zhao Jinjin waved her hand. "It's nothing. I hurt my tailbone. The doctor said I need at least 4 or 5 weeks to rest." Qiao Yuan grabbed some sunflower seeds, feeling curious. Did someone deliberately pour water there? In the winter of the Northeast, unless someone has a grudge or is very unkind, no one would pour water at the door. It's too dangerous. Talking about this, Zhao Jinjin gritted her teeth in anger. I'm sure someone did it on purpose. When I came home after work last night, there was no water there. Your brother-in-law and I discussed it. We haven't offended anyone. Your brother-in-law gets along well with his colleagues. As for me, only Zhang Zhongli and I work at the supply and marketing cooperative. Your brother-in-law said he poured water at the door early in the morning, and there was no ice yet. A sudden thought struck Qiao Yuan. Could it have been Wu Weiman? Such coincidence. The day before, she exposed his affair, and the next morning, something happened to him. Could he be so vengeful? The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was true. Qiao Yuan felt so angry she almost vomited blood. Spies always stir trouble on their land. Traitors, just wait for her. Seeing her lost in thought, Zhao Jinjin nudged her. Don't think about it. You can't catch anyone, and no neighbors saw anything. Let's not talk about this anymore. I want to tell you something else. Qiao Yuan was happy to visit her, and Zhao Jinjin felt warm inside. This little sister of hers was worth trusting. I won't be able to go back to work until after the Lunar New Year. That's more than a month away. The leader asked me to find someone to cover my shift. I immediately thought of you. Even if you don't come today, I'll have someone send you a message. Your salary, benefits, all of it. Oh, Sister Jinjin, that's really not right, Qiao Yuan said, shaking her head while spitting out sunflower seed shells. Usually substitutes only get paid and benefits are not given. Some even get paid less. Still, many people are eager to take such jobs. Zhao Jinjin pushed more sunflower seeds into her. Listen to me, we're family, right? Qiao Yuan's mouth almost dropped open. Her little sister was so thoughtful, always thinking of her. 28 yuan a month sounds tempting, but working during the New Year's holiday? That's crazy. Working as a laborer was out of the question. She would never do it in her life. The thought of being a company drone for a month, waking up early and working late just to earn a jar of malt milk drink, made Xiao Yuan silent. Zhao Zhenjin, annoyed, laughed and patted her. Haha. Oh, you're making me laugh so hard. I could tell what you were thinking just by your expression. I told your brother-in-law that you probably wouldn't want to do it. He said it was impossible since he was just staying at home and could get there in a few minutes. It's not hard work. We even made a bet. Then you won, Xiao Yuan said, feeling a bit guilty. Was she too lazy? Zhao Zhenjin pushed aside her little nephew and continued, Xiaowan, neither your family nor your sister-in-law's family has suitable people. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Look at your relatives. Both men and women are okay. The Rural Supply and Marketing Cooperative isn't that strict. You can decide yourself. Don't feel embarrassed. I haven't eaten your wild chicken and rabbits all summer. Before she finished, Xiao Yuan waved her hand. You already paid. It would be even more expensive if you sell it on the black market, Zhao Zhenjin said. As for whether Xiao Yuan dared to go to the black market, Zhao Zhenjin had no doubt. Xiao Yuan was straightforward. Fine, I won't hesitate anymore. I'll bring people tomorrow. It was almost noon. Zhao Zhenjin invited Xiao Yuan to stay for lunch, but she quickly got up and headed outside. No, the general is still at home waiting for me to feed him. You should lie down and rest. Just take care of yourself. Try not to move too much. Later, her mother would bring food, just in case the two children saw her and tattled, saying she was the monster they were scared of before. That would be awkward. As for whether the children would say anything after she left, she wouldn't hear it anyway. Besides, they said it was just a simple meal, but having an outsider there was different. At least, she'd cook some dishes. The collective eats in fixed portions, and food is precious. She was already taking advantage of the work. Xiao Yuan rode her bike quickly to the state-run restaurant. She spent the morning wandering outside, but felt her stomach wasn't warm enough. She decided to eat first before going home. The state-run restaurant was still quite luxurious, even though there was a sign at the door that said, "No hitting or scolding customers." The waiter still had a bad temper. As soon as Xiao Yuan entered, she heard a waiter loudly say, "We're out of that. Look at the time, no more chicken with mushrooms. Hurry up and order. If you don't, we'll give your spot to someone else, so it doesn't delay others." She found a seat next to the stove. Just as she sat down, she saw Wu Weimin and Wang Yonghong sitting in the corner. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a military coat carried some good food past Wu Weimin. Wu Weimin happened to stand up, and they bumped into each other. A piece of the middle-aged man's sliced meat flew out of his plate. Wu Weimin quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Maybe I can pay you for it?" "No need. It wasn't on purpose. I just didn't hold my plate steady," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Both men had good tempers, and in the end, they even started chatting. "Where are you from, little brother?" "I'm a worker at Qingshan Liangzi. And you?" "My surname is Zhou. Just call me Brother Zhou. I work at the match factory as the production supervisor." The middle-aged man took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Wu Weimin. Wu Weimin quickly accepted it, but since he didn't smoke, he just sniffed the cigarette, took off his dogskin hat, and tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "Thanks, Brother Zhou. I'll smoke it later." Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh no, her terrible luck. Could she be at a secret meeting with a spy? It might be accidental on others, but she didn't trust Wu Weimin. She always remembered things well. She recalled the last time she saw Wu Weimin at the state-run restaurant, where he was sharing a table with someone, and there was a person named Zhou. She was sure she remembered correctly. Last time, Wang Yonghong deliberately served noodles and boasted about Wang Meili. She watched the lively scene for a long time and glanced at that table. And this director Zhou was somewhat familiar. It was the guy who wanted to buy matsutake mushrooms. She had felt something was off then but couldn't remember. Now she understood. Everyone was barely eating who cared about the nutritional value of matsutake. It was originally a delicacy for a small indulgence. They claimed it prevented cancer, and many were exported. She remembered her grandfather saying that Zhou's wife worked at the postal and telecommunications office. Xiao Yuan took a breath, secretly took out an identical cigarette from her space, ready for her performance. P.S. She hadn't been at her previous workplace for a long time, but she still occasionally dreamt of working there. The dreams were painful. She couldn't handle the stress of being a workaholic. He quickly moved to hide near Wang Yonghong, worried about embarrassing himself. But unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The next moment, a coat smelling of rotten vegetable leaves was slapped onto his face. "Oh, be careful. I gave you plenty of space," Wang Yonghong said, annoyed, seeing Wu Weimin being overwhelmed by the smell. Xiao Yuan, with her big belly and a worried look, spoke in a strange accent. "Sorry about that.
I didn't mean to bother you."
Did I hurt your husband?" Wang Yonghong's cheeks flushed, and her tone softened. "It's okay.
You should go now.
The smell on her was so strong it made her eyes sting, worse than a public restroom in summer. How can someone like her get into a state-run restaurant? So unlucky. Xiao Yuan, with her yellow and black teeth that looked like she hadn't brushed in a year, smiled awkwardly. "Big sister, you're really kind. Well, this is my 8th pregnancy, and I don't know if I can have a son this time." Sniff. Life is so hard. When will your mother come? Many people inside looked at her with sympathy. No wonder she was so poor. She had a daughter who was like a fairy and was still trying for a son. Near Wang Yonghong, Wu Weimin, and Zhou Fuqing, everyone was stunned. Wang Yonghong was furious, mentally criticizing the pregnant woman for her appearance, thinking, "Who calls her big sister? She's blind." Wu Weimin and Zhou Fuqing, overwhelmed by the smell, kept praying silently. "Please don't cry. Just leave quickly. Go now." Seeing they weren't leaving, Wu Weimin clenched his teeth, holding back the urge to. Big sister, don't cry. Here, this plate of sliced pork. We just brought it out untouched." Xiao Yuan immediately smiled through her tears, showing her big yellow teeth. "Thanks, big brother." She took a lunchbox from her worn coat pocket and poured a plate of sliced pork into it. Seeing her still wanting to lick the plate, Wu Weimin hurriedly stopped her. "Big sister, just leave the plate there." "Thanks, big brother," Xiao Yuan said, slowly heading toward the door, supporting her belly. Everyone avoided her wherever she went. They couldn't afford trouble. She had bumped into someone and, surprisingly, nothing happened. She even got a plate of meat and vegetables. Even the most daring staff wouldn't dare to provoke her. Such a pregnant woman, risking her baby's safety, could cause trouble if she went into labor here. They might even get hurt. Sure enough, she's really a spy. Xiao Yuan pulled a note from her cigarette roll, eyes blazing with anger. She copied the content exactly, careful not to alert anyone. The cigarette roll had to be returned. She slipped back into the state-run restaurant. Everyone's faces turned pale. Wu Weimin, Zhou Fuqing, and Wang Yonghong's faces alternated between white, red, and green. "Thank you, big brother. I came in to buy some steamed buns. I haven't eaten the meat buns yet, so I'll give you mine." Wang Yonghong stood up, pulled Wu Weimin, and they headed outside. They couldn't finish their meal. Xiao Yuan, happy. She quickly slipped into her space, took a hot shower, changed into her own clothes, and confidently re-entered the state-run restaurant. Today there was sweet and sour pork, pickled vegetable noodles, and rice she wanted to eat. After ordering a plate of sweet and sour pork, a serving of pickled vegetable noodles, and some rice, she found a good seat. She noticed everyone in the restaurant was eating twice as fast as usual. Xiao Yuan's eyes twinkled. She grinned and quietly asked the man next to her, "Comrade, are everyone busy today? Why is everyone eating so quickly, like they're in a hurry?" The man frowned, swallowing his food. "Oh, you came a bit late. You didn't see earlier, a beggar came in." "No, never mind. When your food arrives, you should eat quickly. If that person comes back and sees you're young and shy, they might take your food." Hearing that Xiao Yuan bought sweet and sour pork, the man excitedly patted his thigh. "You should be extra careful. Just now, 2 big fools had a piece of shredded pork taken from them. 2 meat buns. If it were me, I'd rather be sneezing from the smoke than let that meat be taken away." Xiao Yuan gossiped for a while longer, then felt satisfied. Back at the village team, she handed the shredded pork and big buns to Zhang Xianghua. "Ma'am, where Grandma and brother Jianhua and Jianbei are studying in the side room. Grandma is lighting the fire at your house. Zhang Xianghua opened the lunchbox and looked inside. Again, spending money? We have pork at home. If you want to eat for the new year, I can make it for you. Qiao Yuan waved her hand. No money spent. Well, ma'am, I'll go home first. Zhang Xianghua. Who's fooling who? If it's not spending money, why would someone give it for free? Who would be so generous? Xiao Yuan planned to talk to her grandma about swapping shifts. There was only one shift, but her cousin had 6 brothers, too many people, not enough food. When she pushed open the door and entered, she saw Grandma Qiao sitting by the stove and the general eating roasted potatoes face to face. Xiao Yuan smiled. Grandma, General, I'm back. Grandma Qiao suddenly stood up from the stove, peeling a potato, and asked with a smile, Have you eaten lunch?
No.
I'll cook you a bowl of wonton. I've eaten, Qiao Yuan said, picked up the thermos, poured hot water, blew on it, and took a sip. Grandma, there's something I want to discuss. I was thinking of letting Xiao Pan go. But her school starts on March 1st, and today is February 5th. Grandma, who do you think is suitable to go? The new year was on February 10th, and March 1st was only the 19th day of the lunar month. Zhao Xinjin clearly planned to go back to work after the new year. Old Lady Qiao dug out another potato from the stove pit, blew off the dust, and handed it to Qiao Yuan. Maybe we should also let Xiao Pan go. She trusts us and doesn't mind much. We can't fall behind either. Xiao Pan studies more, so she can learn faster. It's okay if she goes to school a few days later. I think the school isn't teaching much now. Many children in our brigade's elementary school only attend in the first half of the year, then stop because of lack of money. They stay home working for a few months, save enough money, and then go back. It's all confusing. Middle school isn't much better. Old Lady Qiao walked to the calendar on the wall and flipped through it. Next month, the 13th, will be the end of the new year. She'll only miss about half a month of evening classes, so it's fine. Let's just do that, she decided directly. Qiao Yuan listened with a twitching mouth. Her grandmother was right. Nowadays, people don't care as much about school from top to bottom. Missing half a month's classes can be made up. Her hands were black from eating potatoes. Old Lady Qiao washed her hands while continuing, Tomorrow morning, take Xiao Pan to handle the paperwork. If it goes smoothly, she can start work tomorrow. I'll also cut a pound of meat at home for you to take, and your second uncle and others can bring some hazelnuts and pine nuts. If the supply and marketing cooperative gives benefits during the new year at the brigade, we'll also deliver some. Our family is already getting a big benefit. Okay, Grandma, you sit here for a while. I'll go find second uncle and talk to Xiao Pan about this, Qiao Yuan said, wrapping herself in a thick cotton coat and preparing to leave. Just as she reached the door, Old Lady Qiao called her back. I'll go to the back room first and talk to your grandpa and the others. You tell Xiao Pan to come by. I have a few words to say to her. Zhou Chunhua walked around the house a few times but couldn't find anything valuable to give to Qiao Yuan. She could only slap her thigh and grit her teeth. Xiao Wan, next year, second aunt will raise more chickens and let you eat eggs every day. Qiao Yuan found this amusing. Her second aunt just now perfectly demonstrated what it means to be like a headless fly. Xiao Jianpan's eyes sparkled as he hugged Qiao Yuan and kissed her several times. Xiao Wan, you're really lucky. The last job at the commune was thanks to you, and this time too. From now on, I'll stick with you. If you say east, I won't go west. If you say chase away the dog, I won't chase the chickens. He hurriedly washed his hands, then turned to Zhou Chunhua and said, My dad is in the storeroom. I'll call him, and we can go to Grandma's together. When the four arrived at the back room, Zhang Xianghua was holding a piece of meat and said to Grandma Qiao, Mom, look at this piece. It's fatty and not too lean, and it weighs over a jean. Grandma Qiao examined it carefully, nodded with satisfaction. All right, this piece then. Qiao Chengfu felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his hands. Sorry to trouble your sister-in-law again. Sister-in-law. Once Xiao Pan earns money, she can buy good food for Jianhua and the others. Zhou Chunhua thought even more. If this matter happened in someone else's family, It would be enough to make their heads spin. But it definitely wouldn't fall on a young girl like Jianpan. Her monthly salary wasn't a small amount, and in previous years, Qingshan Liangzi hadn't given a single penny. Though they weren't overly strict about boys over girls, they still valued their grandsons more. If Zhang Xianghua even slightly objected, the job would probably go to Qiao Jianhua. Seeing that Zhang Xianghua not only wasn't upset but also helped prepare the meat, Zhou Chunhua felt quite embarrassed, even with her big heart. "It's okay, we're not outsiders," Zhang Xianghua said with a smile. "Your family is having a harder time, and plus, Xiaowan often shows respect to our parents with nice things. We've shared quite a bit. We benefit more from you than you do from us." Originally, Qiao Chengfu's family felt a bit awkward, but after Zhang Xianghua's words, the tension eased. It was all good news, and everyone happily chatted. Grandpa Qiao knocked his pipe on the shoe sole and said, "Going to school is useful. You six should study hard at home." The six brothers nodded in unison. Just then, the door suddenly swung open loudly. The Qiao family all craned their necks to look at the doorway, seeing Qiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Even the most straightforward Qiao Jianya didn't mention the matter of covering shifts. No one wanted to hear Qiao Jianan's long-winded stories about his grandson anymore. Zhou Chunhua pouted her lips. "It's almost 3 o'clock. You're not home making dinner, so why are you coming to your grandma's house now? And you even brought Lena along. Aren't you worried about the kids catching a cold?" Han Kaifeng placed the child into Zhou Chunhua's arms. "Nothing much. I just brought Lena back from my mom's house. I thought I'd come by Grandma's place for a little while." Qiao Jianpan rolled his eyes. "It's not just a quick visit. You took a detour." Zhou Chunhua lifted her granddaughter's blanket and watched her little mouth move, feeling very happy. Although Zhou Chunhua and her husband, Qiao Chengfu, didn't like the older couple much, they were very fond of their first granddaughter. Zhou Chunhua held the child up to show Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua. Grandma Qiao was reluctantly polite and praised a little. Han Kaifeng was very pleased and said confidently, "Everyone says a niece looks like her aunt. Lena also looks a bit like Xiaowan. Qiao Yuan, that I'm not her real aunt. Qiao Jianpan, I can't even give a compliment." Qiao Jiandong and Qiao Jiandong both made faces. If there was nothing urgent, they'd probably just kick their heads around like balls. The family chatted casually. Qiao Jinan and his wife exchanged glances, their eyes rolling. Han Kaifeng started talking. "Xiaowan, I heard my grandma say you bought a lot of things at the market? And also quite a few at the department store? Show us what you bought so your sister-in-law can see. With these things, we'll have a lively new year." Everyone else listened carefully, realizing they were trying to get some benefits. Grandma Qiao looked annoyed and said, "The stuff isn't here. It's at Xiaowan's house. She bought it for herself to eat, not for the new year. Besides, the past 2 years, we celebrated separately. Have you forgotten?" Han Kaifeng saw Grandma Qiao was upset, but didn't mind. The past 2 years were different. "This year, my third uncle's family is coming back. I think we should all celebrate together. More people, more fun. Many families in the village celebrate together for the new year. It's a time for family reunion. It wouldn't be right not to." "It's not impossible," Zhou Chunhua said calmly, patting her granddaughter. "According to the head count, one person needs a little oil, some grain, and a pound of pork. We should definitely stay up together on New Year's Eve. There will be a meal of dumplings that night. If there's too much, we won't take it. You two should each bring a pound of flour. Lena is still young and nursing, so she doesn't count. You two can figure out how much you should bring." She told Han Kaifeng there was no more to say. She hadn't bought meat and was trying to save money, so she was thinking about celebrating the new year together. Qiao Jinan frowned, doing the math and feeling it wasn't worth it. Since Grandma said we won't celebrate together, let's forget it. The 3 family members together are too noisy. If necessary, he can go back to his parents' house for the new year. "I don't believe he can be kicked out on New Year's Eve," said Qiao Jiandong, noticing his expression. He snorted. "Now that we've separated, Big Brother is on his own." Why not visit the grandparents and parents during the first New Year? To show respect, our parents still bring us 2 cans of food and 2 pounds of pork every year. As the eldest grandson, Big Brother should set an example for us and bring more. You can't let us laugh at you. The phrase eldest grandson sounded strange when Xiao Jiandong said it. Smack. Xiao Jianan suddenly slapped the bed hard. Xiao Jiandong, I am your older brother.
How are you talking to me?
What's wrong with what I said? Look around the village. No matter how tough things are, isn't it normal to buy some gifts for the elders during the New Year? If you don't want to buy, do you want everyone to look down on you? Xiao Jiandong pouted. Shut your mouth, I already bought the gifts. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Jianan quickly covered himself. He would never admit he forgot. Right now, he wished he could tear Xiao Jiandong's mouth apart. So annoying. How could he have such a hateful younger brother? He shows no respect to his big brother and makes him spend money. Han Kaifeng was also furious, glaring at Xiao Jiandong with sharp eyes. Not only did she not get any benefit, but she also got into trouble. She was so angry, she snatched the child and turned to leave. As she walked, she muttered, "They bought so many good things, but they're too scared to show them. They're afraid we'll eat them. They know we're poor but don't understand us." Smack. Xiao Chongfu angrily patted Xiao Jianan on the back. "Hurry up and leave. Your family of 3 can spend the New Year together. Don't come to our house. I want to enjoy a peaceful New Year." Xiao Jianan. He lost his wife and his pride. The Qiao family was used to Qiao Jianan and his wife occasionally acting out. Beating them? Those two are annoying and haven't done anything truly outrageous lately, so it's hard to strike them. The last time was so harsh that only 3 months of peace followed. Now they're back, begging for trouble again. Not fighting back would be useless. Arguing is just a waste of saliva. The couple ignores everything, turning their heads and forgetting everything immediately. They're like toads. If they don't bother others, they're just waiting to take advantage or cause trouble. Now, there is also a new habit of watching over Qiao Chongfu's family. Whenever Qiao Chongfu's wife and children come to the house, Qiao Jianan and his wife will arrive shortly after. Their persistent spirit and tough skin that no bullets can pierce are truly impressive. Xiao Yuan covers her mouth to hide her smile, thinking that kindness is a path to everywhere. She now feels lucky to have a brother like Xiao Yudong. Xiao Yudong is decisive. He doesn't treat her as just a sister, so she can stand up for herself and fight back when needed because she believes she is right. If she had a brother like Qiao Jianan, life would be even more fun. Xiao Yuan enjoys watching the scene, while Qiao Chongfu and Zhou Chunhua are so angry their stomachs are bulging. Old Madame Qiao lifts her eyelids and asks, "Why are you angry? Do you have the nerve?" Jianan didn't become like this overnight. The way the children develop such selfish, scheming habits is largely your fault as parents. You have always favored him, letting him take advantage and think he's better than his siblings. He believes you will always support him. No wonder he acts this way. He probably won't change easily. If you continue to be harsh, things might get better in a few years. But she doesn't really hold much hope. Selfish people never see themselves as selfish. They think they are taking less and losing out. When problems happen, they never blame themselves but blame others. Qiao Chongfu and Zhou Chunhua listen quietly, not daring to argue. In front of the children, old Madame Qiao also doesn't want her second son and daughter-in-law to lose face. She sighs and says, "I'm not fooling Kaifeng." Turning to her, she adds, "Xiao Wan, besides cloth and felt shoes, everything else has been put on your bed. When you go home later, you can organize it yourself." The more sensible the little granddaughter becomes, the more it highlights how ungrateful the eldest grandson is. Old Madame Qiao pouts, thinking about her third son. What a mess he is. She really wishes she could just feed him a bowl of cornmeal porridge. Xiao Yuan nods with a smile. Zhou Chunhua, still holding the fabric, says, "Mother, let me make this clothes. I promise your and Dad's New Year's Eve outfits will be ready." Zhou Chunhua loves sewing clothes. Though she is carefree, her skills in making clothes are excellent. "Oh, There's no one in 10 miles who can make clothes as beautiful as Manhwa, old Madame Chiao praises directly. That's right. Zhang Xianghua joins in, flattering her. If it weren't for Xiao Pan saying so, I wouldn't even notice that Jianbei's cotton coat was sewn with a patch. The stitches are so tight, you can't see the patch at all. Zhou Chunhua, flattered, begins to lose her self-control. Xiao Yuan also adds fuel, saying, the cotton coat my second aunt made for me is really eye-catching when I go out. Several fashionable older sisters asked me where I bought my clothes. They thought only Shanghai had such shops. I told them I made the clothes myself. They were so surprised, almost dropping their jaws, and thought I was bragging. I said making clothes isn't a big deal. My second aunt can embroidery too. Skilled people are everywhere. Even in the countryside, there are talented folks. After praising me, I couldn't help but smile. My face couldn't hide my happiness. My lips kept curling up, and my eyes narrowed into slits. The compliments came quickly, like a whirlwind. But I could handle it. I kept talking for a while, then took an old outfit for old Joe and old Mrs. Joe as samples, and each of us went home. Zhou Yuan put firecrackers in the cabinet and ate nothing herself, taking everything to the back room. On the way back, she heard Wu Weimin bought a bicycle, Zhou Yang and Feng Hua bought radios. Zhou Yuan even went to congratulate them. Seeing Wang Yonghong happily polishing her bicycle, Zhou Yuan's eyes flicked, and she told Feng Xianglan and others a funny story from the commune. I laughed so hard. I don't know which team's educated youth was so silly. They ordered sliced pork and meat buns, but didn't eat a single bite themselves. Those two foolish kids in the state-run restaurant, everyone, men, women, old, young, was laughing till their jaws hurt. Wang Yonghong, the silly girl, looked confused. Wu Weimin, the big fool, just kept quiet. This story had to be kept secret. Feng Xianglan was always full of enthusiasm and quickly added, that silly educated youth must be from the Erdeo Bay team. Zhou Yuan teased, oh, Feng Xianglan, you're quite thoughtful. Your awareness is good. Just look at how she casually threw dirt on the rival Erdeo Bay team. There's room for improvement. Given a chance, she could be out working the fields for leaders, jumping hurdles, or crying at graves. Feng Xianglan, proud after being praised by Zhou Yuan, raised her head high. Of course. Since I first went to the countryside, I've considered myself part of Qing Shan Liangzi. I hate Qing Shan Liangzi. Zhou Yuan, that she was so fat she was panting. Zhou Yuan and Feng Xianglan leaned close and whispered, talking badly about the Erdeo Bay educated youth. Watching them get more excited, Wang Yonghong gritted her teeth in anger. You two are so idle. You don't even know each other, yet you've been insulting them for so long. They're just kind-hearted, that's all. What's wrong with Erdeo Bay anyway? Why do you dislike it so much? When this topic came up, the educated youth were curious too. Wu Weimin squinted. It's not just dislike, it's more complicated than that. Zhou Yuan prepared to explain everything clearly. You all know that Erdeo Bay used to have a small garrison, right? Seeing everyone nod and prepare to enjoy the feast, Qiao Yuan felt even happier. They say that being close to red makes you red, and being close to ink makes you black. Many troublemakers have come from Erdeo Bay. These bad guys are so wicked that their feet are covered in sores. They don't want their small lives to ruin our team. They often scheme against nearby teams. Our team is closest to them, so we've been harmed many times. They force workers to build watchtowers and small railways, steal grain, chickens, ducks, pigs, doing all kinds of evil. Without those troublemakers, I wouldn't have been born yet. I would have definitely taken revenge on a couple of them. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan secretly glanced at Wu Weimin. Wu Weimin didn't notice, but the fierce look in his eyes was clear to her.
Ha!
Qiao Yuan smiled happily and looked at Wang Yonghong. Yonghong, do you think we should kill those troublemakers? Yes, of course, Wang Yonghong replied without hesitation. She believed she was pure and upright, and Qiao Yuan's question was an insult to her. Qiao Yuan's smile grew wider. She ate 2 more chicken wings and half a plate of spicy shrimp for dinner. Lying on the Kong listening to Lin Hai Shui Yuan, she whispered to the general, I want to avenge Sister Jinjin. The general, with big green eyes, stared and asked, "How do you know it's him? Does it matter? Do I need a reason to want to beat him up?" She decided to wait until after the 5th day of the new year to act, avoiding bad luck. Hee hee. The general's smile was quite lecherous.
He must have thought of some sneaky plan.
The spring festival arrived, bringing joy and laughter. People put up spring flowers and set off firecrackers. It was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Xiao Yuan got up. With tight schedules and many tasks, she had to light the stove and prepare glue to paste couplets. Being late would be unlucky. Yesterday, Grandma Xiao warned her not to be lazy in bed, repeatedly reminding her. Dressed in a red cotton coat, red shoes, and a red wool hat, she looked especially festive. Her skin was fair, and wearing red made her look even more delicate. Even the general wore a red cotton jacket, sewn by Xiao Yuan herself. Though the stitches were a bit crooked, they looked cute. The general liked it very much. Xiao Yuan first pasted up the New Year pictures, then the Fu character and spring flowers she prepared yesterday. Decorations went inside and outside the house. Even the water jar and cabinet were decorated, filling the house with festive cheer. She found it difficult to put up the couplets alone, so she first pasted one reading grain warehouse full, and on the door facing out, she put good fortune comes when you step out. Just after finishing, Qiao Jianya arrived, excitedly saying, "Have you finished everything? Let me see the couplets you wrote." Yesterday, Qiao Fu came specifically to help Qiao Yuan write couplets. Qiao Yuan said she could write with a brush, but no one believed her. After finishing, she hid the work to keep a sense of mystery. She brought out a small stool, stood on tiptoe, and spread some glue on the door panel. Qiao Jianya held the couplets, eyes wide open, and asked, "Did you really write these? Are you sure you didn't buy them?"
Of course I wrote them myself.
"What do you think? Pretty, right?" Seeing his eyes nearly pop out, Qiao Yuan looked very happy. Sometimes people are just so easy to make happy. Qiao Jianya raised his voice loudly. "They're more than just pretty." Even if he didn't understand calligraphy, he could see that these couplets were much better than the one his father struggled to write for half an hour, wasting half a sheet of paper. As he was holding the couplets, Zhou Yang and Feng Hua poked their heads out from behind a stick. Zhou Yang was even more exaggerated, exclaiming, "Is this a small calligraphy of flower pins?" Feng Hua nodded beside him. "The writing is authentic, and the drawings are good too. If I had known Xiao Jiqing had this skill, we would have asked you to write ours." "No problem. If you have any leftover red paper, you can bring it here," Qiao Yuan said generously, waving her hand. She was very proud of these couplets herself. "Next year, maybe," Zhou Yang shook his head. "All our red paper has already been used to write Fu characters." Qiao Jianya first handed the horizontal scroll to Qiao Yuan. Wanting the general to feel involved, she asked, "General, look and see if it's crooked." The general ran to the middle and examined carefully. "Meow, not crooked." "Uft." Qiao Jianya, Zhou Yang, and Feng Hua couldn't hold back their laughter. Qiao Jianya even pounded his thigh, laughing exaggeratedly. Zhou Yang asked, "Qiao Jiqing, can you understand what the general is saying?" "I told the general earlier. A meow means crooked, 2 meows means straight." The general just meowed twice, so it's straight. "Just joking." Knowing the general's intelligence, he might be even smarter than Brother Jianya. Qiao Jianya froze. "What did my little sister just look at me for?" Zhou Yang pulled Feng Hua and ran over from their yard, saying, "Qiao Jiqing, the general doesn't know this."
"Let me show you."
"Oh, it's really not crooked." Zhou Yang's mind briefly went blank. Has he become a spirit? Qiao Yuan straightened the horizontal scroll, feeling very proud. "Look down on cats now, huh? If you don't believe me, look carefully."
She started to stick the couplets.
"General, help me see, is it crooked?" The general glanced at Qiao Jianya, Zhou Yang, and Feng Hua. "Did I want to take back everything that belongs to me?" Then he meowed. Qiao Jianya clapped his hands. "Huh, it's crooked after all." After Qiao Yuan pasted her decorations and jumped down from the stool, all three of them fully realized that the general was extremely smart. They felt very proud. "Grandma Qiao, dressed in new clothes, saw Xiao Jianya return and smiled warmly, asking, "How did it go? Did little Yuan write her couplet well?" Xiao Fuyo squinted happily, puffing on his pipe, and said, "Little Yuan is only a few years old. It's no wonder she can't write well. This kid is stubborn." Xiao Jianya looked at his father with a sympathetic gaze. "Dad, your couplet and hers are worlds apart. Comparing them is almost an insult." Xiao Fuyo grinned widely, showing his white teeth.
See?
"I told you she couldn't write well." Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jianbang exchanged glances, feeling that their silly younger brother didn't mean it that way. "Dad, come on." Xiao Jianya grinned teasingly at his father. "It's your fault." Xiao Fuyo. "Xiao Jianya. Not to mention that little Yuan's handwriting is prettier than yours. Just the drawings on the couplet are amazing. She drew a rabbit that looks so realistic. The upper line says rabbit leaps forward, wealth prospers, and the lower line says great year of the rabbit, good luck, with the horizontal banner reading guarding fortune, waiting for the rabbit." Instead of writing the character for fortune, she quickly sketched a chubby rabbit with her brush. The chubby rabbit had two smaller drawings on each side, with words like money coming from all directions and daily gold, making it very creative and full of wealth. Zhang Xianghua carried in frozen chicken, fish, and pork. She clicked her tongue upon hearing this, saying, "Little Yuan is really smart and skillful. She learned how to make paper cuttings yesterday and was praised by Aunt Wang for a long time." Grandma Qiao immediately smiled happily, just like me. Grandpa Qiao's pipe made a loud sound, as usual. Xiao Fuyo paused thoughtfully, then said, "I feel like this couplet would be better suited for a farm." Everyone in the room. "Honestly, you're right, it really fits perfectly." Xiao Fuyo stood up, found the remaining red paper from the cabinet, and took his brush and ink.
"I'll go see little Yuan's family."
Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jianbang quietly followed. Xiao Jianya, like he was sent by heaven, put on his thick coat again and followed. When they reached the door, Xiao Fuyo was hit hard. At the entrance, he was hit again. He stared at the couplet for a long time, expecting a difference, but never imagining it would be so big. It was a total to his ego. And Xiao Jianya, always teasing, chuckled loudly, "Dad, what do you think? I was right, wasn't I? Compared to Lil Yuan's, your writing looks like chicken claws crawling." Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jianbang, what boldness! Xiao Fuyo looked helplessly at his son, thinking, how could he be so cheeky? If it weren't for the fact that it's the new year and hitting children is not allowed. Xiao Jianya's loud voice attracted the attention of the local youth in the front yard, who came to join the fun. Everyone praised Xiao Yuan for her kindness. Xiao Yuan wanted to show off. She wrote a couplet in front of everyone, with lively brushwork and bold strokes. Chi Jimai looked at the plum blossom inserted into a wine bottle and felt a wave of nostalgia. She asked little Wan, "How did you make this plum blossom? It looks so real." Xiao Yuan was pleased again. Many wine bottles looked nice and could be used as vases, though not all of them. Note: there is a TV drama featuring actors Zhang and Wang, where Wang's character and little Wan share the same background. Learning this craft really requires a lot of practice. Making plum blossoms is quite simple. Melt red wax candles. Prepare a small basin of cold water with soap. Dip the thumb, index, and middle fingers into the soap water first, then into the melted wax and quickly pinch onto pre-prepared branches. That's it, a simple plum blossom. After finishing at home, Xiao Yuan took a bottle with a plum blossom and carried it to the back room where the general was. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, Brother Jianhua, Brother Jiangdang, Brother Jianya. Happy New Year. She finished her good wishes in one breath, feeling a bit relieved that the Jiao family wasn't there. Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua were already busy in the kitchen. Today's main event was setting up the ancestral altar. They honor their ancestors. Their family isn't very superstitious. Usually, they just burn some paper offerings during tomb sweeping, and when an elder passes away, they quietly aswona. No one reports them. The brigade wouldn't bother to check. Everyone cares about their family's afterlife. Who isn't worried about their loved ones below not having enough money, freezing, or starving? Life is hard, and death is inevitable. The saying money can make ghosts push and shove is something she firmly believes. As for worries about the commune's little red guards conducting surprise inspections, don't be silly. If they really come, the entire brigade would send them packing. Their parents could even break their legs if needed. Everyone understands the principle of leaving a line of retreat. In the past, there were rules about how many poultry each household could raise, and inspections happened, but in the end, they heard that ancestral graves were almost dug up, so no one dared to show their face anymore. Although villagers sometimes have small conflicts, they are very united on important matters. Honoring ancestors is a complicated and tiring task. Grandma Qiao and Zhang Xianghua got up before 5 in the morning to prepare. By around 5, Grandpa Qiao and brothers Qiao Fuyo and Qiao Jianhua had already set up the altar on the dish rack. The Qiao family's dish rack is wide and long, with a good height. In the center is a portrait with names on both sides. The Qiao family is not a big clan and has no family tree. The names above are added by generations. When Qiao Yuan was young, she didn't understand and foolishly asked Li Guilin why her grandfather's and father's names weren't on it. On the offering table, there are steamed buns prepared in advance, with red dates inserted on top, some with 2 dates, some with 4. There's no special meaning, it's just old Madame Qiao's way of showing care. Also on the table are an incense burner and bowls, 2 bowls of rice, a few pieces of boiled meat, with red paper-dyed vermicelli hanging over the meat. Seeing the incense burn out, Qiao Yuan takes 3 sticks of incense, bows, and inserts them into the burner. Mom, you also set out a small dish of candies and 5 oranges this year? Old Madame Qiao wipes her hands on her apron. Our family is better off this year, so we let the ancestors enjoy some happiness too. Qiao Yuan's eyes widen. Mom, did you also put this pack of cigarettes? Cigarettes? What cigarettes? Old Madame Qiao comes over. Really, it's probably that little. She wants to say little rascal, but remembers it's the new year, and it's not good to scold children. She swallows the words. Qiao Jianya, who has sharp ears, overhears and yells from the east room, Mom, it's not me who put it there. Why do you blame me? Old Madame Qiao is about to say, it's not you. Who else could it be? When she hears Jianya continue, it was my grandpa who put it there. I saw him do it. Old Man Xiao in the east room. Quite modern, Qiao Yuan comments, it makes me want to build a house next year, get a radio, and burn a bicycle. You have to burn it at the grave, not at home. Old Madame Qiao laughs. Her granddaughter is still young and doesn't understand many things. A house is fine, they'll have a place to stay below. But a radio? How could it get a signal? Qiao Yuan. How does she know that? Old Madame Qiao, and bicycles? They wouldn't know how to ride anyway. Besides, they're all floating. Zhang Xianghua. During the new year, isn't that creepy? Qiao Yuan is quite excited and waves her hand. Floating for too long would be tiring. Like the Immortanes in Journey to the West, they all ride cloud steeds, right? That's true. Old Madame Qiao nods. Qiao Yuan. Even if they don't know how to ride, I'm not afraid. When I'm alive, I can teach them. When they're gone, they can't do that anymore. Old Madame Qiao's eyes light up. Right. If you want to do it when your grandpa and the others go to the grave next year, you can go with them. Burn some offerings, talk to them. Give them good things and they'll bless you. If something happens later, and the ancestors need to run around or pay respects, they'll have something worthy to offer. Zhang Xianghua. Though you're saying sounds like it's really true. If it is, then before she dies, she should burn some more herself. TSK, I just don't know if burning early would work. Maybe if no one is around later, it will be confiscated again. Then the children can burn it. Zhang Xianghua's thoughts started to drift. Sitting by the fire in the east room, old Zhou also began to think deeply. Old Mrs. Zhou scooped hot water to soak mushrooms, then instructed Zhou Yuan. Little Yuan, it's almost 9 o'clock. Soon your dad and the others will arrive. Put the table out, set 4 plates, and prepare some sunflower seeds, peanuts, pine nuts, and candies. Zhou Yuan responded quickly, and set everything up. Grandma, what dishes will we make for lunch? 8 dishes? That's not enough. Let me tell you what to write. Old Mrs. Joe took paper and pen. Write this: 1 fish stew with tofu, 1 small chicken stew with mushrooms, 1 sour cabbage with big bones, stir-fried white cabbage with fungus, a cold dish of cabbage and vermicelli and pigskin jelly. That's 6 dishes. Then I think we can fry some mung bean sprouts and make 2 plates of braised pork. Old Mrs. Joe spoke happily, reminiscing that in previous years, just 1 meat dish was a celebration. Just as she finished speaking, she called out to the east room, Janya, Janya, don't eat the frozen pear yet. Go to the cellar in the vegetable garden, pick a cabbage, and bring back some cilantro. There's not much cilantro left. We didn't want to eat it before, saving it for the new year. Old Mrs. Joe kept chattering. Janya responded and was about to put on his shoes to go to bed when Joe Jianhua stopped him. Let me go. I haven't taken off my shoes, so it's easier. Old Mrs. Joe, hearing the noise, didn't even lift her eyelid and said to Zhang Xianghua, Jianhua just knows how to spoil him. Zhang Xianghua smiled, thinking that the eldest really does act like a big brother. Old Mrs. Joe couldn't stand Janya tapping his feet idly and kept nagging, so she immediately assigned him a task. Janya, go to the field and bring back a basket of firewood. Check if the fish has melted. If it has, scrape off the scales and clean them well. Once everything is tidy, go to the breeding farm and see if your dad has returned. Just put up a couplets, but he still hasn't come back yet. Don't talk endlessly on the road during the new year. Party secretary, you shouldn't be idle either. Use the axe to chop the big bones, then chop the small chicken. You're stronger than me and your mom. Old Mrs. Joe kept everyone busy. The only person free was Zhou Yuan, who just entered the east room and was stunned. She saw her grandpa making a lantern. He was simply poking 2 small holes in a red wine box, tying a string, attaching a thick stick, and placing a small piece of red wax candle inside. A simple, plain red lantern was finished. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched. Grandpa, who is this lantern for? Could it be for Janya? P.S. When I was a child, I asked my mother why my grandfather's name wasn't included. Old Joe had a pipe in his mouth and was holding a lantern, swinging it around. It looked sturdy and made him more pleased. Isn't it nice? I made it especially for you. Other kids have lanterns too, and in the evening, they run around with them all over the neighborhood. I thought I'd make one for you too. After dinner, when you go play with Xiao Pan and the others, you can carry it. You always say you want to be the brightest kid on the street. Perfect timing, since you'll be setting off firecrackers tonight. 1 hand for firecrackers and the other holding the lantern. It looks very impressive. I even left a small door nearby for you to light the candle. Zhou Yuan. Grandpa, you're so kind. She was almost moved to tears, so proud. Seeing her happiness, old Zhou smiled happily. Zhou Jianbang, who was chopping bones loudly, looked at the new beautiful lantern and silently lowered his head, shoulders shrugging. Luckily, he was past the age of playing with lanterns. Soon after, Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianya also expressed their deep envy towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan thought that I have it, but you don't. Until the little chickens in the Zhou family were all cooked in the pot, Zhou Xingli and his 3 family members finally returned. They carried a net bag with a bottle of yellow peach canned fruit, a bottle of hawthorn canned fruit, a frozen fish, 2 packs of steamed rice cakes, and a bottle of erguotu, a type of strong liquor. Chun Changshu, the new daughter-in-law, arrived first. As soon as she came, Zhou Yudong took her around to greet everyone. After that, Chun Changshu quickly washed her hands and went into the kitchen with Li Guilon to help. Grandma Zhou didn't hold back, giving instructions to her 2 daughters-in-law and her granddaughter-in-law. Only Zhou Yuan sat idly, sitting on the Kong, heated bed, cracking sunflower seeds. Zhou Yudong grabbed a handful of pine nuts and ate slowly, chatting casually with brothers Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jianya.
What?
You guys have been staying at home reading almost every day this winter? Yeah, reading every day from morning till night. I even dream about studying, Zhou Jianya complained while eating an orange. Zhou Yudong thought they weren't very smart. No, what's the use of studying? To find a job?
Impossible.
Now, in the city, every position is competitive, one job, one person. When a new vacancy opens, several leaders will fight over it. And with rural household registration, it's even harder.
Zobanlaughet
That's not certain. No one has perfect eyesight. What if something happens? Jo Yudong grabbed another handful of sunflower seeds. You shouldn't get involved. There are plenty of unemployed young people in the city now. If it weren't for that, so many people wouldn't have gone to the countryside. I advise you not to tire yourselves out. Staying at home and relaxing is so much better. I wish I could relax too, sleep until I wake up naturally, then just eat. People don't realize how lucky they are. Working too hard at the job, especially with a 3-shift system, you wouldn't understand unless you've experienced it. Let me tell you, Dongzi, go outside and pour out the leftover water. Chen Changshu called out. When she told him to go outside, Xiao Yudong hurriedly threw sunflower seeds into the basket. He put on a thick coat and shoes, then got off the Kong, heated bed, happily saying, I'm coming. Just as Xiao Yudong left, Chen Changshu followed. When they returned, it was clear that Xiao Yudong looked a bit tired. He spoke very little, only a few words like or ah. Quietly, he lay on the warm bed, cracking sunflower seeds and listening to the radio. The bed was too hot, so he dozed off for a while. Li Guilin felt a little awkward, quickly pouring pickled vegetables into a pot and placing a metal screen over it. 2 large plates of steamed buns and noodles were heated, and she steamed sticky bean buns in a small chicken stew pot. The whole room was filled with steam. Grandma Qiao lifted a small gap in the cotton curtain to let the heat escape. At lunchtime, the last dish was served. Xiao Yudong didn't need to be called. He sniffed the aroma, sat up from the Kong and said, Wow, Grandma, your vegetables are so fresh this year. Xiao Xingli happily opened a bottle of wine and poured some for Grandpa Qiao. Looks like raising rabbits and growing mushrooms really paid off for our team this year. Li Guilin took off her apron, sat next to Xiao Xingli, and smiled happily. Yesterday, I heard a colleague say that a factory in the city gives rabbit meat as a New Year gift. The cafeteria has also been serving mushrooms these days. I knew they bought from our team. Next year, our team will do even better. Grandpa Qiao and others loved hearing this. The atmosphere was very cheerful. The family enjoyed a lively, warm meal together. After eating, the men sat in the East Room chatting, smoking pipes, talking about big national issues. The women, including Grandma Qiao, stayed in the West Room chatting about family matters and local gossip. Brothers Qiao Jianhua and his 3 sons, along with Xiao Yudong, tidied up the dishes, washed the bowls, and swept the floor. Soon, Qiao Zhongfu's family finished lunch and came over. Qiao Jinan and his wife followed closely. The back room became even livelier. Amid the sporadic firecrackers outside, children's laughter, and the New Year greetings from the radio hosts, the celebration felt very warm. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingli's family of 4 also stayed. According to tradition, they would eat dumplings around 6 p.m. and again at midnight. The next morning on the first day of the new year, they would eat dumplings again. Grandma Qiao didn't want to bother with this, so she waved her hand dismissively. The 6 p.m. dinner was cancelled. If anyone was hungry, they could reheat leftovers for a simple meal. Xiao Yuan carried her grandfather's lantern, called Little Pan back to the Jiqing Educated Youth Station, and brought back lots of firecrackers. Jiao Jianya shouted excitedly and ran up to Jiao Yuan, calling her little sister with a sweet tone. He rubbed against her, making her shiver and get goosebumps. It was too greasy. Have you seen the East 8 district? Jiao Jianhua and a few others felt like vomiting, and Jiao Jianpan gagged. Zhang Xianghua grimaced, feeling quite annoyed, always causing trouble. Old Lady Jiao and the others stood under the eaves watching, their mouths twitching. Jiao Yuan waved her hand dramatically. Let's set off fireworks loudly. Make a big bang. First for Grandpa and Grandma. Her actions were very bold. Others. Honestly, setting off firecrackers during the new year instantly lifts the atmosphere. Not just the Jiao family, neighbors on both sides came out to watch after hearing the noise. The peacock display captured everyone's attention. Everyone was amazed. They planned to show it off during the New Year greetings tomorrow. Jiao Jianye's eyes lit up as he took out a small bee firework. Everyone watched as the little bee flew around, then landed on the Jiao family's haystack, emitting black smoke and sparks. Jiao Yuan coughed and said, "Boss, you tricked me so badly." Luckily, there were many people, and before the fire got out of control, 2 buckets of water put it out. Old Lady Jiao glared and strictly forbade setting off small bees again.
Sigh, it's too hard.
A few people carried lanterns and went to the threshing ground to set off fireworks. On the way, they divided 2 boxes of firecrackers and 2 boxes of sparklers. The children were so happy, they went crazy. From then on, Jiao Yuan became their queen, haha. After returning, Jiao Yuan suggested playing cards at her place. Jiao Jianbei and his brothers, along with Jiao Jianpan, Jiao Yuan, and Jiao Jianhua's brothers, made up 2 tables. They split into teams, and the 8 of them, who had just turned a year older, were so childish. They didn't bet money, just played with matchsticks and sticky notes. The little spy general was back online. Jiao Yuan, with her clever mind and strong luck, won a small pile of matchsticks. Jiao Jiandong, Jiao Jianhua, and Jiao Jianye didn't want to play with her anymore. So they traded her for an honest person. Forced to change tables, Jiao Yuan. Honest person, Jiao Jianbei. Soon after, Jiao Jinshi also gave up, saying, "Are you cheating? With your broken cards, how can you win?" "I don't believe it." Jiao Jinshi's face was full of paper notes, looking like the strongest zombie in history. Jiao Yuan was showing off happily, "Haha, you can't beat me. Im so strong, la la la." The other 7. The general smirked mischievously, his beard trembling, showing his teeth. Each person and pet were at their peak of showing off. Meanwhile, in the back room, Jiao Jiannan and Jiao Yudong stared at each other. P.S. I played with matchsticks and soybeans when I was a kid. As a duo abandoned by their brothers and sisters, Qiao Yudong and Qiao Jiannan are just about to hold hands and look at each other tearfully. They awkwardly chat with each other. Others don't notice their discomfort and are chatting happily. With more people, it's easier. Each person says a few words, and it's already midnight. At midnight, the dumplings called fatsi are served. Since there are many people, 3 large covers of dumplings are prepared. After eating, there's a loud crackle of firecrackers. Xiao Yuan can't stay awake late, and after the fireworks, she greets Grandma Qiao, then hugs the general and goes home to sleep. Li Guilin opens her mouth in surprise. Grandma Qiao takes out several beds of blankets and tucks them into her arms. Tonight, Victory and the others sleep in the east room, and we women sleep in the west room. Li Guilin failed to sneak into her daughter's small house. Early the next morning, Qiao Yuan is sleeping soundly when she is awakened by the crackling firecrackers. She clearly didn't hear that everyone bought a lot of fireworks, so why are they still going off? She gets up, washes up, and goes to the back room for breakfast. As soon as she enters, her grandma and aunt stuff red envelopes into her hands. Lucky money. Qiao Yuan reaches out her hand toward Qiao Xingli. Don't ask why she doesn't look for Li Guilin. It's because Qiao Xingli cares more about face. After receiving the lucky money, the dumplings are just ready. Radish and pork filling, welcoming the New Year dumplings made in the morning. Not long after breakfast, people start visiting to pay New Year's greetings. The earliest visitors are the Qiao Chengfu family. As soon as Qiao Jiannan arrives, he heads straight to the ancestral altar, chattering away. Qiao Yuan eavesdrops at the door for a while and hears Qiao Jiannan saying, "Please, ancestors, bless the Qiao family's eldest grandson, Qiao Jiannan, to have a smooth year, good health, and prosperity. Bless me to become successful and earn lots of money. It would be even better if I could get a formal job in the forest farm. As long as I become a worker, I will keep climbing higher and bring glory to my ancestors." Then he shifts his tone and starts praying for children. "I hope the ancestors are listening. Bless me to have a big, chubby boy next time, and preferably a boy the time after that. As long as the ancestors help me, I will burn lots of paper money, gold ingots, silver ingots, carts full of them, so the ancestors can enjoy their wealth below. Bless us, filial sons and virtuous grandchildren, I bow and burn incense for you." With 3 very sincere bows, he prays devoutly. Xiao Yuan grins. He's asking for so much. The ancestors below might even have sparks flying from their shoes. They're going to the underworld, not ascending to heaven. His wishes are quite ambitious, and he doesn't seem to consider whether they can be fulfilled. Xiao Yuan withdrew her attention from her ears, feeling as if the ancestors were now on the offering table, smoking, eating food, crossing their legs, and cursing loudly. Xiao Yuan was also a bit careless. After listening, she quietly whispered the news into Old Man Xiao's ear. Old Man Xiao silently took out his pipe. After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, she ran over to whisper to Old Lady Qiao. Old Lady Qiao blinked, leaned forward, and pursed her lips, saying, "How could he have money to buy paper money?" Xiao Yuan. "That's true. During the new year, he only brought a jar of canned food and half a kilogram of lean meat." Chun Changshu listened carefully while chatting about family matters, but unfortunately, she didn't hear a word. Second aunt, why didn't Xiao Pan come today? Zhou Chunhua had been waiting for someone to ask and quickly spat out sunflower seed shells. Xiao Pan finished breakfast and went to work. Xiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng immediately felt uncomfortable again. Xiao Jianpan was covering for the supply and marketing cooperative, and the worst affected were these two. They took turns staying at the cooperative for a small part of the day. They didn't do anything else, just kept nagging, hoping Xiao Jianpan would give his job to Xiao Jianan. It was an old story. He was the eldest grandson. Old Lady Qiao and Zhou Chunhua teamed up, pulling his ears and scolding him fiercely. Now, when the past was brought up, both of the couple couldn't sit still. The entire Jiao family was shocked. Li Guilin looked incredulous, saying, "Working? Where? What kind of job?" Xiao Yudong immediately asked, "Is it a formal or temporary job? How did he find it?" "Xiao Pan is really lucky," Chen Changshu praised. "Isn't that right?" Zhou Chunhua laughed with her mouth wide open. "Our Xiao Pan is lucky to have a sister like Xiao Wan. She's always benefiting from her. Actually, she's covering for her. It was originally for Xiao Wan." Zhou Chunhua spoke excitedly, spitting saliva everywhere. Sometimes she touched Xiao Yuan's head. Sometimes she held her sister-in-law's hand. "Our family has borrowed Xiao Wan's help. Really, thank you, sister-in-law." Then she gushed about Xiao Yuan for 10 minutes, praising her endlessly, almost without repeating herself. Truly impressive. The 4 members of the Qiao family were stunned, full of questions. Why didn't they go do it themselves? Was money burning a hole in their pockets? Where did the money come from? After a quick thought, the 4 realized. It's their money. Li Guilin forced a smile, unable to even say polite words. Zhang Xianghua's sense of humor was a bit low, so she hurriedly left. While they were talking, someone came to pay New Year's greetings again. By around 8 or 9 o'clock, the children in the Qiao family had not stopped, especially the girls and boys who had fireworks last night. They ran happily into the house, shouting greetings loudly and wishing everyone good luck. Each one's mouth was as sweet as honey, and everyone received blessings. Xiao Yuan noticed that several children's pockets were very big and bulging, indicating they had run away from home many times. Xiao Yuan felt very envious. She no longer had this treatment. Each child was given 2 small firecrackers, and the children jumped and ran away happily, planning to go ice skating on the river and visit the cattle shed to burn cow dung. During the new year, the children are the happiest. After lunch, Qiao Xingli and his family left. Xiao Yuan took out the red envelope given by her father. TSK, only 5 yuan. After the first day of the Lunar New Year, days seemed to pass even faster. Life returned to normal. In previous years, Qiao Jianya would be upset and hoped that Grandma Qiao would cook a delicious meal again. This year it was different. That routine was skipped. After the 5th day, Qiao Yuan started to feel restless. On the 8th day, she finally found an opportunity. Wu Weimin went back to the commune again, still alone. Xiao Yuan quietly slipped out of the team and sneaked into the space to disguise herself completely as a fierce old woman, still lurking in the drainage ditch at the commune. Stop right there. Wu Weimin was lost in thought when he was suddenly interrupted. Out of the drainage ditch emerged a fierce-looking, formidable woman holding an axe in her left hand and a large knife in her right. Wu Weimin, always alert, reacted immediately. He threw down his bicycle, quickly picked up a stick from the ground, and looked at her with a fierce gaze.
Stop. Robbery.
Hand over all your money. Xiao Yuan waved her knife. Wu Weimin relaxed, thinking she was a fellow worker. He started to act weak. Big sister, everything can be discussed. I'll give you my money. Please don't hurt me. Such obedient words. How could she find an excuse to hit someone when he was so obedient? Xiao Yuan grinned mischievously, her eyes flickering over him with a very infatuated look. If you don't hurt me, that's fine. You're young and tender. If you serve me well, haha, I might even pay you back. Xiao Yuan laughed wildly. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Quickly bring the lady over. Obediently follow her home and don't cause trouble. The lady will feed you well and take care of you. If you serve me comfortably for a month, I will let you go home.
How about that?
I'll even give you 100 yuan to make sure you don't lose out. But if you don't behave, believe me, I could hurt you right now. I count to 3, 1, 2. Wu Weimin looked around. Seeing no one, he quickly hid his fear, and his eyes turned cold. Stupid woman, you're asking for trouble. The heavens have a way, but you refuse to take it. The has no doors, but you come in yourself. In the next moment, he charged at Xiao Yuan. Wu Weimin felt excited, trembling all over. It had been years since he saw blood. Xiao Yuan was also very excited. Instead of retreating, she moved forward. With her left hand holding an axe and her right hand a knife, she struck with lightning speed. The attack was so fast and powerful that Wu Weimin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively dodged aside. He felt a chill, and his eyes darkened with storm. He knew he was in serious trouble. Could there really be such a skilled person hiding in this small commune? Wu Weimin licked his back teeth, suspicious, and decided to test her.
Who sent you?
I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't have any special identity, Xiao Yuan replied, annoyed by his nonsense. She didn't want to listen to his rambling. As a villain who talks too much, she cut down her second knife while asking. This time she used quite a bit of strength. A hated enemy. She just needed to cut. As long as she didn't hit vital spots, she could leave her opponent alive. Wu Weimin, even with training, found this simple. Plus, after years of comfort, his skills were no match for Xiao Yuan. Her coat was torn open, and her sharp knife cut through her skin. Her grip on the stick loosened instantly. The knife nearly sliced from her shoulder to her elbow. Smelling the iron scent in the air, Wu Weimin looked at her with a fierce gaze. It was clear she wanted to kill him. Wu Weimin immediately used deadly moves, attacking fiercely and targeting vital spots. But unfortunately, he was fighting Xiao Yuan. She had strength and skill. He watched helplessly as she swung her axe and hit his leg. A cracking sound. His knee shattered. With a thud, Wu Weimin fell to the ground. In the next second, a large knife flew over. He felt intense pain in his chest, but he was not an ordinary person. He bit his tongue hard. After staggering, he managed to stand again. He hated it. Why didn't he have a wooden stake? His hatred was almost tearing him apart, but he knew he had to bow under pressure. To save her life, she was willing to endure any hardship. I promise you 1 month, or even 2 months, is fine. Xiao Yuan. She loved this feeling of being pushed to her limits. Miss now looks down on you again, you. With a shoulder throw, Wu Weimin fell to the ground, quietly feeling the cold wind. Xiao Yuan didn't want to let him go easily. She punched and kicked him. How dare you dislike me? I only care for you, because I see you as worth it. Are you also like that flirtatious man, thinking I'm ugly?
I want you to dislike me.
Dislike me all you want. I'll make you regret it. This time, Xiao Yuan played the role of a woman betrayed and abandoned by a man. Men are no good. They say men only behave when hung on the wall. Today, I'll hang you on the wall. If you dare dislike me, I'll turn you into a... Wu Weiman's nose was swollen, and he was barely breathing. His eyes showed fear as he begged, "No, no, I was wrong. Spare me." He tried to crawl and escape. But Qiao Yuan grabbed his leg, spun him around, and threw him to the ground. "If you disobey, I'll punish you." She picked up a small axe and gently struck him.
Ah!
With a cracking sound, his bones broke. Qiao Yuan stepped on him, crushing him, and Wu Weiman let out a more desperate scream than before. "Men who dislike me deserve to die. Both you and he deserve it." Playing the role of a disturbed, mentally unstable woman, Qiao Yuan raised the axe high and swung it toward Wu Weiman's head. The next moment, she suddenly fainted from shock. And there was a smell of... Qiao Yuan covered her nose, feeling a bit disgusted, but money was innocent. She searched him quickly. "Oh, you scoundrel, you just took money. There's actually 130 yuan. She pocketed the money and rode away on Wu Weiman's bicycle, as fast as the wind. She disappeared instantly. Captain Wang Chongqing from the rescue team arrived late. Seeing the bloody, brutal scene, he was so frightened he collapsed to the ground. Why is it always him who gets hurt? The neighbors, who had closed their doors and windows, waited until the screams stopped before cautiously stepping outside and gathering in small groups. After circling around and returning home, Qiao Yuan took out a big steamed bun. As for Wu Weiman's bicycle, it probably wouldn't see the light of day again. Just after lunch, Qiao Yuan had slept for less than half an hour when she was awakened by the noisy sounds outside. Excited, she immediately started watching the scene unfold. She ran out with the general, the 4 police officers. They had never seen someone so eager for excitement. Li Wendong stepped forward. "Comrade police officer, has something happened again?" The leading officer was the same as last time, looking very serious. "Are all the young workers from your team here?" Wang Yonghong's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling grew. She tremblingly said, "Not yet. One is missing. Wu Weiman went to the commune this morning and hasn't come back yet." The police officer looked serious. "Who are you to him? When did he leave? Do you know what he was doing at the commune today? What was he wearing when he left?" Wang Yonghong started crying, leaning on the young woman. "I'm his girlfriend."
He,
sob, left around 8 in the morning just before 9. He went to the commune post office to withdraw money. His family just sent it to him. He was wearing a green jacket and black pants when he left. Oh, and he was riding a bicycle. Comrade police, has something happened to him? The police exchanged glances. They didn't see a bicycle or any money when checking his ID. Most likely, he was robbed on the way. The police looked increasingly serious. To rob him so violently, it's unimaginable. This was the first big case of 1975, and it remained the top unsolved case for a long time. The police officer's mood was very heavy. Comrade Wu Weiman was attacked by criminals on his way back to the team and is now being rescued. His left kneecap is shattered, his right lower leg is broken. He has fractured ribs all over his body, lost 2 teeth, and has multiple deep knife wounds causing heavy bleeding. His internal organs are also damaged to varying degrees, and the older police officer looked at Wang Yonghong, who was crying so hard she almost fainted with sympathy. He could see she cared deeply for Wu Weiman. The words were hard to say. The young workers were trembling with fear, too terrifying. The news spread quickly like wildfire throughout the Qingshan Liangzi Brigade, and everyone was terrified. Grandma Qiao hurriedly hobbled to the young workers' station. As soon as she entered, she grabbed Qiao Yuanwan's hand and wouldn't let go. "Little Wan, listen to Grandma. We shouldn't wander around aimlessly when there's nothing to do. Listen, it's chaos outside now. Wu Weiman, such a young man, was beaten so badly. Grandma heard from your second aunt that he almost died twice, but the doctor saved him. Look at that, so frightening." Grandma's heart has been pounding nonstop, almost jumping out of her chest. Grandma Qiao patted her chest and said with a sigh, "I don't know if Wu Jiqing can be saved. Why are the robbers so cruel, just like those old thugs before? They steal things and even kill people." Xiao Yuan replied, Grandma, he's not dead yet and he's not choking either. Grandma Qiao was startled. He's not dead, but what's the difference between saving him and making him A? His kneecap is shattered. He won't walk properly in the future. She instinctively looked outside and lowered her voice. Wang Yonghong and your grandpa almost fainted from crying when they left. You can tell they really cared. But after this, do you think Wang Yonghong can still marry Wu Weimin? I doubt it. As long as she's not foolish or blinded, who would want a good girl to marry A? Even if she is blinded by love and only wants Wu Weimin, would her parents agree? At first, they thought love could overcome everything, but after marriage, you'll see, 9 out of 10 will regret it. She paused. Our team's Luo Gua, his wife, was like that. When her parents disagreed, she went on a hunger strike. What happened later? In less than 2 years, she ran off with someone else. Nobody knows where she is now. Luo Gua still goes to his mother-in-law's house to scold her. Girls shouldn't just think about love when choosing a partner. They need to consider everything. Good conditions matter a lot. Think about it carefully. Does my analysis make sense? Is this the right way? Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously. Love brain is impossible. It's not possible in 2 lifetimes. She was even worried she might not have the knack for love herself and might never find a partner. Grandma, don't worry. When I find someone, if you don't agree, I'll break up immediately. My granddaughter is so obedient, Grandma Qiao said fondly, gently rubbing her small face. Xiao Yuan poured her some milk tea. Grandma Qiao sipped her tea while massaging her leg. What's wrong, Grandma? Does your leg hurt? It shouldn't be. Could it be that you drank less of the spiritual spring water? Grandma Qiao took a sip of her milk tea. It doesn't hurt. And your grandpa's legs are strong now. We drank a lot of beef bone soup this winter, and it seems to work. I came running as soon as I heard about this. My calf muscles are tight. It's not for anything, but I'm really scared. You often ride your bike to the commune and buy a lot of things. Maybe those people have already been watching you. Xiao Yuan also looked worried. Grandma, don't worry. I'll try to go out less in the future. Even if I go somewhere, I'll go with someone. Do you think Wu Weimin's family might come to take him away? Maybe so. Your grandfather said he should be able to return to the city. Old Mrs. Qiao sighed. He was a healthy young man when he came, but now he's limping. As parents, our hearts ache so much. Xiao Yuan nodded and sighed along with her. Yeah, it's really hard. The Wu family felt heartbroken, but Xiao Yuan didn't realize that Wang Yonghong was heartbroken even more. Everyone could see it. The next day, right after breakfast, before she even finished washing her dishes, someone knocked loudly on the door, pounding as if the sky was falling. It was very urgent. Xiao Yuan put on her clothes and went to open the door. What's wrong? Could it be that Wu Weimin has received news? The person knocking was Feng Xianglan. When she mentioned Wu Weimin, her face alternated between red and white, as if she found it hard to speak. But she couldn't hold back her feelings and, blushing, said, Wu Weimin is in big trouble. Yes, I know. The police already told us yesterday. Xiao Yuan rolled her eyes. No, it's something even bigger. Feng Xianglan saw her eye roll and almost spat out blood. If only the people in the front yard knew about it. She didn't want to gossip, but she couldn't hold it in. You didn't see it. Wang Yonghong came back from the commune looking like she'd lost her soul. Her face was pale, her whole body was wooden, and her expression was blank. In just one night, it seemed like her clothes had grown a size. It's terrible. We asked her what happened, but she wouldn't say. Li Wendong and Lin Xinqing also went with her. It was Lin Xinqing who blurted out the secret, saying Wu Weimin was gone. The doctor cut him out completely, and Wang Yonghong's happiness is gone forever. What? Gone? That can't be. She remembered just stepping on him lightly, not hard enough to turn him into mincemeat. How could he be gone? Xiao Yuan blinked and carefully recalled. First, she stepped on him to knock him out, then searched him. Where did she put the axe and knife she was holding? It seemed she just threw them aside, casually. Where did she throw them? Feng Xianglan saw her silent and looking down, thinking she hadn't understood. You didn't get it. It's just urinating. That's what was cut.
Got it?
Why did you say it out loud? She understood. Xiao Yuan's cheeks turned red, and she shyly twisted her body. Feng Xianglan felt a toothache. She always thought Xiao Yuan wasn't like this. Seeing her like this, she couldn't help but laugh inside. She was shocked by her acting skills. Wanting to know more, she covered her cheeks and asked, "So, why did the doctor cut it?" Seeing her face turn as red as an apple, Feng Xianglan thought she was overthinking. No matter how tough the girl was, she was still just a young girl. She must be feeling shy. Lin Xinqing said that news about the health clinic has spread everywhere. He heard two nurses talking, saying someone was cut in half with a knife and that it couldn't be helped.
Wow.
Don't blame Xiao Yuan for swearing. She didn't mean to cause trouble. She just didn't expect Wang Yonghong to be so unlucky. It's too dramatic. She really didn't do it on purpose. She didn't realize how careless she was. She just threw it casually. The knife was meant for something else, not a green radish, maybe just a small carrot. Even through thick pants, it's hard to cut exactly right, especially in half. It was just a coincidence that it happened that way. It seemed like even heaven was upset with Wu Weimin, so she doesn't blame herself. Xiao Yuan looked innocent. Can't we sew it up with thread? No, that probably won't work. Our small commune might not have that skill, Feng Xianglan replied, also unsure. Just being alive is enough. Such bad luck. I can't believe we ran into such trouble. What a pity, she said sincerely. Just think positively, Feng Xianglan sighed. If you dwell on it, you'll just make yourself miserable. Oh, right, the team leader called his family. His dad is coming over in the next couple of days. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. Hopefully he will come properly. The commune leaders were furious. City officials were furious too. During the meeting, the leader slammed the table. Outrageous. Too outrageous. Comrades, these are criminals repeatedly provoking us. Wei Dingbang, who was at the meeting, felt bitter inside. When he first heard the news, he was worried, but when he learned the person was still alive and wouldn't delay the interrogation, he relaxed. After calming down, he guessed who was responsible. Honestly, he felt a bit satisfied. He wanted to have a drink and relax. They followed clues and found more evidence, which was shocking. They didn't expect the trouble to continue. But collecting some interest early on wasn't a big deal. Uncle Dingbang could handle small problems like this. However, the leaders kept shouting and splattering spit, and he was about to lose his temper sitting next to them. Half an hour later, Wei Dingbang wiped his face, which was full of sweat and unpleasant smells, and walked heavily out of the meeting room. The commune leaders also looked heavy-hearted. They spent an hour pounding on the table when they got back. Xiao Fuyo was also very serious, but unfortunately, he didn't have a table to hit, so he could only go home and beat the bed. Since the incident with Wang Meili last time, he felt unlucky. He thought after the new year, his luck would turn around. But before the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, another problem happened. Oh well. Ancestors, I bow to you in vain. Xiao Yuan sat obediently on the bench, eating fragrant roasted potatoes. She disagreed politely, saying, "Sir, misfortune may turn into blessing. You're now the most successful person in our family, and our ancestors won't forget you. Look, the leaders haven't scolded you, have they?" Xiao Fuyo nodded slightly, but still looked worried. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled, thinking her uncle was overthinking. In the end, it's not our brigade's fault. The same place, two incidents happened one after another. If anyone is responsible, it's the commune. The leaders should reflect on this. We are the victims this time, so what are we afraid of? Even Wang Meili's matter has nothing to do with us. She caused trouble in the city before coming here. The troublemaker in the youth team has nothing to do with you, the team leader. Our reputation has even been affected because of this. Uncle, you just can't complain. If it were me, I'd cling to the leaders and cry. Wang Meili was caught, accused of shady dealings in the city, secretly taking a partner's money and fleeing to the countryside. The partner couldn't find her and kept targeting the Wang family. Wang's mother and second brother were beaten by those people. As for why Wang Meili acted so poor, it was easy to imagine. The person who stole a house full of money dared only live in an old, run-down place and eat plain noodles. Did he dare to show off? At this moment, Xiao Fuyo's mind was quick. Tomorrow, I'll go cry to the leaders, he said, then sighed. It's not just because I'm afraid of being scolded. I feel bad inside. Good kids like hers are entrusted to us, and now...
Sigh.
Xiao Yuan took out a fire stick and started peeling a potato, feeling happy inside. Things are tough now, but maybe in the future, she'll be glad. She was now in the spotlight, and she knew her grandmother wouldn't let her go to the commune alone. But if she went with her uncle, well...
Hee.
Early the next morning, Xiao Fuyo rode his bicycle with Xiao Yuan to the edge of the commune. He looked around nervously, glancing left and right, his eyes darting more wildly than a fighting is. His eyes seemed to spin 360 degrees. Xiao Yuan patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, uncle. I'm here. If anyone tries to rob me, I'll make sure they regret it. Just 2 slaps and they'll be dizzy." The bicycle suddenly sped off like a fiery wheel, riding far ahead. After crossing the fire lane, more people appeared on the road, and Xiao Fuyo finally relaxed a little. "Yuan, if you didn't come with me today, I'd really be scared," he said. Xiao Yuan covered her mouth and giggled. When they arrived at the department store, she jumped off her bike and waved her hand. "Uncle, you go ahead. I'll just look around nearby. When you're done, come find me here. Then we can go see if Wu Weimin has woken up. All right, don't run around. If you lose a hair, your mother could beat me to death," Jiao Fu warned, glancing back every few steps. Xiao Yuan nodded obediently. Only after the person was out of sight did she relax her expression and smile slightly while looking at the train station across from the department store. She first went inside to browse, chatting with a clerk she knew. There wasn't much she wanted to buy, so she only bought 2 pounds of oranges. Seeing it was still early, she wandered around the nearby bookstore and bought a set of science and math books. After leaving, she slipped into her space. When she came out again, Xiao Yuan had changed into a different outfit. Even her gender seemed to have shifted. She appeared at the train station entrance. Wu Father was in a very bad mood. Soon, that batch of treasures would be shipped out, and his second son could return to the city. But just at this critical moment, something went wrong. He worried that his second son, who looked just like him, would become useless in the future. A cold flash crossed Wu Father's eyes as he cursed the commune leaders repeatedly. A bunch of useless people. He gave them 1 month. If they couldn't find the person, he would up the office. Only when the train conductor announced that Yongchun Commune's train had arrived did Wu Father calm his anger, straighten his expression, stand up, straighten his coat, and carry his bag as he got off the train. As Wu Father passed through the ticket gate, he heard a furious curse behind him. He instinctively looked back and saw a skinny young man with a fierce face glaring at him with hatred. Wu Father was stunned. He tightened his grip on his bag, puzzled. "I don't know you. You must have the wrong person," he said. The skinny young man cursed loudly. "Stop talking nonsense. What are you pretending here? Dare to say you don't know me? You don't know me, but you slept with my wife? You old, your leg is almost in the coffin, and my wife is only 20. Besides being richer and more powerful than me, what else are you better at? Maybe you even while splitting your legs. I won't waste words with you. You've slept with my wife so many times. What's the deal with that?"
Wow.
That was explosive. The people around looked shocked, unable to eat their food, their eyes darting back and forth between the two. Wu Father gritted his teeth in hatred, cursing the foolhardy woman in his mind. Such a small affair as cheating couldn't be hidden, yet his own man found out. Someone had even followed him here. It had been a rough night for Wu Father. His mind was a mess. A man who was close to him wouldn't have traveled all the way from Spring City just for this. Wu Father had been quite flirtatious and reckless since he was young, but back then, circumstances were tough. He had to endure for the greater cause, staying low-key. Now that he was older and everything was smooth sailing, he was starting to get cocky. A few years ago, he began to stir, and now his face and age suited him perfectly. I was more satisfied than before. He has money and is willing to spend it. His appearance is well maintained, at least without an old man's look. He's still quite popular in the second-hand market. Previously, he kept things secret so no one found out. But this time, unexpectedly, someone pointed at him and scolded him loudly, and many people gathered around to watch. This made Wu's father look very grim. Seeing his father so angry, the young man lost his temper. "Old, you dare to wear a green hat and still have the nerve to show your face? You really don't take me seriously. Today, I will teach you a good lesson." Before the young man finished speaking, he rushed forward. By then, a large crowd had gathered around. I noticed that in rural areas, there are often rumors about funny things. When people move to the city and don't go back for a while, they say someone has died. Xiao Yuan immediately started hitting and kicking. She aimed her kicks precisely, swung her fists at angles, blocking escape and demanding apologies. Her punches focused on vital areas like Wu's father's neck, chest, and internal organs. Wu's father was unable to fight back. The crowd watched eagerly, some clapping and cheering loudly. No one called the police. "It's just a joke. If your wife sleeps with someone else, a few hits to vent your anger, what's wrong with that? The pain of wearing a green hat, only those who experience it know. From a man's point of view, if you don't settle this score, it's better to squat and whatever causes this, whatever the consequences, if you dare to sleep with someone's wife, you should expect to be caught someday." The police station and government offices are near the train station. Xiao Yuan didn't dare to fight on, aiming for a quick resolution. 6 punches per second was her limit. From the moment she started until she took all of Wu's father's money, it took less than 3 minutes. Before leaving, she left a harsh remark. "Old, you slept with my wife so many times. Consider this money compensation. When I return to Chun City, I'll deal with you again." After saying that, she didn't look back and pushed through the crowd, running away quickly. As she left, the police arrived in a rush. Seeing the scene, their scalps tingled, almost making them spit blood. One wave of trouble after another. They probably disliked seeing this. The police had hardly slept for 2 days and nights, their eyes red with anger. They were furious. Right under their noses, less than 5 minutes from the police station, someone was beaten so badly that their face was covered in blood and they were unconscious. When they heard the crowd describing what happened, the police officers' faces twitched. They looked at each other. Should they call the little red girls? This was their specialty. Several police officers hurriedly took the person to the nearby health clinic. Then they quickly called the young women, who all couldn't help but smile when they saw the achievement of bringing someone in. When they saw the introduction letter from the Spring City Fertilizer Factory, which was from a leader, everyone suddenly became very excited, thinking they had hit the jackpot this time. At this moment, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Fuyo had already arrived at the clinic. Xiao Yuan tried to suppress her happy footsteps. Coming early was not as good as coming at the right time. At this moment, Wu Weimin had just woken up, feeling like parts of his body were missing, and was shouting hysterically.
"Ah!
Woman!
Go to.
The nurse saw his forehead veins bulging and was so frightened, she hurried out of the ward to call the doctor. Unfortunately, when the doctor arrived, it was of no use. Wu Weimin's face was full of hostility, and he suspected that the doctor was there to harm him, with a murderous look in his eyes. The police also hurried over, eager to record his statement. Xiao Yuan's lips twitched slightly. What could be more painful than recalling the details of being harmed? Wu Weimin said, "That woman is very strong and also very ugly. Her face is almost squished together. Her man cheated with other women, and she is angry about it. She is revengeful. She wanted me to sleep with her. Police officers, you must find her. Avenge me and make her eat peanuts." Wu Weimin, trying to hide his shame, told the whole story. Tears started to fall as he spoke. Xiao Yuan felt happy inside. Even secret agents are afraid of trouble. Look at how sad he was crying, tears flowing like a flood. He almost fainted from crying. Just then, 4 young women pushed the door open and entered. 5 minutes later, Wu Weimin fainted again, and the doctor drove everyone out of the room. At the door of the ward, Xiao Frio touched his thinning hair blowing in the wind and sighed. What kind of thing is this? Xiao Yuan asked, Sir, in this situation, does the Wu family need to send someone? When Xiao Frio heard this, his face sank, and the police nearby looked equally grim, like the Changbai Mountain. Everyone was nervous. Their small community rarely had cases, but when they did, they made a big splash. Now, even Spring City was alarmed, but they had no clues at all. Everyone felt that the Wu family was very unlucky. They all hoped no one from the Wu family would come, fearing their official positions might be at risk. Wei Dingbang from the city received a call, knocked over a large teapot on the table, and quickly drove his jeep to Qingshan Liangzi. Hey, Uncle Dingbang, it's so late and dark. Why are you here? Xiao Yuan looked at Wei Dingbang with surprise. Wei Dingbang put down a big bag of delicious food and tiredly leaned back in his chair. Xiao Wan, look at my dark circles. Yes, I see. They're quite big. Did you have trouble sleeping? Wei Dingbang. It seems that being straightforward is better. This pretentious girl won't admit it. Xiao Wan, can we be a bit more restrained? Uncle, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao Yuan looked honest and innocent. Why don't you go act in a play? Wei Dingbang's mouth twitched. Xiao Wan, if you're always around trouble, you're bound to get caught. You got lucky twice, but let's not do the gourd baby saving grandpa thing again. At this point, Wei Dingbang looked at Xiao Yuan with suspicion. How did you do it? Sometimes she's a fierce tiger, sometimes a vengeful young woman. Her face changes quickly, and her acting is excellent. This skill is truly impressive. Honestly, he's envious. Seeing Xiao Yuan still pretending to be naive, Wei Dingbang sighed. Recently, he's sighed more in these few days than in the past year. He really can't deny it. He has no proof. Wei Dingbang was silent for a moment. These 2 times were just lucky accidents. With Wu's father involved, the Wu family will definitely fall into chaos and try to pull strings to save him. Maybe even some hidden rats will surface. Xiao Yuan grinned and handed him an orange. Uncle, congratulations in advance. After everything is done, don't forget about me. Be sure to give me credit. 1,000 isn't too much, 2,000 is fine, 3,000 is just right. So greedy. Wei Dingbang choked, feeling caught between frustration and helplessness. You really dare to think. So, 1,000 is a base. I'm asking for a sky-high price and you can bargain too, Xiao Yuan said casually. All these are worth at least 50,000. Even though money is tight now, her clues are really valuable. Over 3,000? Not much at all. She's asking for a friendship price because she's doing it for her own people. Wei Dingbang again twitched the corner of his mouth, glared at her, and stood up. He was afraid that if he kept talking, he'd have a heart attack. Uncle, I have a small favor to ask. Xiao Yuan shyly pointed to her finger. Wei Dingbang closed his eyes with frustration. Say it. After the Lantern Festival, I need to go to Beijing. Hee, could you help me buy a sleeper ticket? Fine, this person in front of him is family. Wei Dingbang couldn't refuse. People in small groups, dressed in thick cotton coats and wearing dogskin hats, gather at the supply and marketing cooperative entrance, chatting about gossip. One excited woman, lips pursed and spitting words, says, Hey, Auntie, I heard Wang Yonghong didn't go to the commune to take care of Wu Weimin? That's right, he didn't go. He only went once that afternoon when something happened. After that, he never went again. TSK, he probably gave up. As the old saying goes, spouses are like birds in the same forest, but in times of trouble, they fly away separately, she says loudly. Come on, Wang Manju retorts. Is Wu Weimin just a little sick? Not only is he limping, but he also became A. I heard the doctor removed both his testicles. Wang Yonghong and he weren't married, so why shouldn't he leave when things got bad? Think about it. If it were your daughter in his place, would you want her to go to the hospital to take care of him? The loud woman's face darkens. Your daughter is the one in trouble, and you're talking like that. Besides, if he wanted to leave, he'd wait until he got out of the hospital. Wu Jiqing is now stuck in a well. Don't just stand by and do nothing or throw stones. I heard from a young person from Lin Xincheng that Wu Weimin is refusing to eat or drink in the hospital, demanding Wang Yonghong come to see him. Just go see him once, it's not much to ask, and it's not like it costs a lot.
Heartless, she says.
Zhou Chunhua flicks her lips after hearing this. Although we all feel sorry for Wu Jiqing, it's wrong for him to insist Wang Yonghong visit. We used to be blind, but now that something serious has happened, the truth is clear. If Wang Yonghong really went, he'd be like a dog's plaster, sticking close and not letting go. Even if Wang Yonghong is determined or Wu Jiqing has returned to the city, they've still separated. But this matter, he's like a toad sitting on his face, doesn't bite, but makes people uncomfortable. Sometimes, it's hard to accept an old man size. Sitting beside Grandma Qiao, Qiao Yuan says nothing. He only lost a little flesh, but Wang Yonghong lost love. TSK, this is classic moral blackmail, refusing to eat or drink, and if you're so capable, just go die. Mother Han's eyes turn. Young people these days think differently from us old folks. Xiaowan, you're young too. What do you think? Xiao Yuan rolls her eyes inwardly and decides to use a trick. Aunt Han, it's simple. We should put ourselves in others' shoes. If your son-in-law were like Wu Weimin, would you want your daughter to divorce him? Grandma Qiao and Zhou Chunhua. That's a good analogy. No more comparisons like that. Qiao Jianan. Heart attack, unable to breathe. Everyone looked at Qiao Yuan with suspicion, then turned to Qiao Jianan. It was confirmed. Having this sister is your blessing. Mother Han was coughing fiercely, tears streaming down her face. You. My son-in-law is your cousin. Don't be too resentful. She always felt that facing Qiao Yuan would shorten her life, because she never played by the rules. When she got fierce, she didn't even spare her own people. Qiao Yuan showed her small white teeth, acting very obedient. You still have a second son-in-law, right? Qiao Jianan sighed in relief and swallowed hard. Qiao Yuan slightly curled her lips, continuing to tease. Or you could ask your daughter-in-law at home, or ask your mother-in-law. She directly touched Han Mother's sore spot. The aunt's eyes lit up instantly, glaring at Han Mother. Let's see how she responds. I won't talk to you, little girl, Han Mother snapped, angrily turning away. She was furious. Everyone grinned and chuckled. Their mouths pouted, and the loud aunt's eyes kept darting around. Qiao Yuan, always eager to mock the secret agents, suddenly looked mysterious and turned to the onlookers. There's something you don't know yet. What is it? Yeah, what's going on? We don't know anything. Xiao Wan, tell us quickly. Qiao Yuan didn't hold back anymore. Wu Weimin's father was arrested yesterday afternoon. I heard he might even be eating peanuts now. What's that supposed to mean? At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the discussion erupted again. The pouting girl jumped out and said, I heard he was beaten and has stomach bleeding, or maybe his liver or something else is broken. Is he dazed and about to die? Why was he arrested so quickly? No treatment? That guy, messing around with other women, still wants to stay in the hospital until he's fully recovered? If he can't die, so be it, said Go Xingzi, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes. Men empathize with men best. Everyone felt sorry for that young man. It's not just that. Qiao Yuan waved her hand. Thanks to Uncle Ding Bang, who not only gave me train tickets yesterday but also shared the latest gossip. This matter was reported to Chuncheng. They decided to find the guy who beat him and his wife. Turns out, there are 4 men who fit the description. Everyone was stunned by this big news, all focusing on Qiao Yuan. She continued, Chuncheng's young women first arrested the 4 women. After that, they investigated the men who beat him and found out they were all wrong. These 4 men were working that day, and many co-workers could testify. Most importantly, these men had no idea about their wives or Wu Weimin's father. Now everything's exposed. Everyone, including the police and Little Red, was confused. Really?
How do you know that?
The rumor is true. My high school classmate's uncle's sister's son-in-law is Little Red. It's inside information. They say Wu Weimin's mother is so angry she's lying on the bed. That's why she hasn't come. The other kids find it embarrassing and want to publicly end the relationship. Everyone discussed passionately again. At the youth commune, Wang Yonghong lay pale on the bed, her face gaunt and exhausted. She was torn and also relieved. She was unsure whether to go to the hospital to see Wu Weimin because she truly liked him. Without Wu Weimin, everything seemed sad, and she lacked energy for anything. She suddenly didn't know what her future held. She even didn't want to return to Spring City because their homes were so close. If they ran into each other someday, she wouldn't know how to face him. But she couldn't accept him as he was now, especially with such a father. Fortunately, this happened before they got married. She still had many choices. Meanwhile, in a hidden house in the commune, Wu's mother looked coldly at the person across from her. "You've been in Yongchun commune for so many years, and you can't even find someone? I've been suspended."
What?
Suspended? At such a critical time, how can you? Wu's mother looked at him with a sinister gaze. The man took a deep breath, controlling his urge to act. "I was suspended because of the investigation into the beating of your son. The city is paying close attention to this matter." Wu's mother was speechless, feeling like she was caught in a storm of bad luck. "There's nothing I can do. Find someone to make Wu forever stay silent." The man sneered. "They say a husband and wife share 100 days of grace, but you're really willing to do this, your own child's biological father. You're truly heartless." The officers monitoring Wu's mother were shocked. They didn't expect the man meeting her to be the former deputy police chief. When Wu's father learned that Wu's mother wanted to silence someone permanently, he immediately chose to take responsibility and help. He uncovered several people involved. Soon after the Lantern Festival, Qiao Yuan took the general onto a train bound for Beijing. "P.S. I went to the hospital, so I didn't update. Next, I will go to Beijing." The male lead will have a brief appearance. There weren't many people boarding at Yongchun Commune, but since they were transferring trains and the stop was longer, it was convenient. Qiao Fuyo also got on the train. He found Xiao Yuan's carriage, put his luggage on the lower bunk, looked around, and saw that the soft sleeper carriage was almost empty. Xiao Yuan was alone in the four-person compartment. She let out a long sigh of relief. She closed the door quietly and lowered her voice to say, "Xiao Wan, your aunt baked 10 sugar cakes for you this morning. 5 green onion pancakes, 10 salted duck eggs, 6 large goose eggs." She also packed a big jar of meat sauce in the bag with the red string.
You can eat on the way.
The train is cold, so if it gets cold, try to warm it up. If you can't, spend some money on the dining car. Don't let yourself suffer. She also gave Qiao Yuan a knowing look, pointing at the thick cotton coat she was wearing. Hearing this, Qiao Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. She wondered why her grandmother was so eager to check the big pockets in her clothes that morning. She was secretly giving her money. She nodded and reached into her coat pocket, feeling the thick fabric. Surely a lot of money was inside. "Don't worry, Grandpa," Qiao Fuyo said. But how could he be at ease? The farthest he had ever traveled was the city. Outside, everything was unfamiliar, and he couldn't even share much advice. His niece was so young and going alone to Beijing. He worried all night last night and couldn't sleep well. Be very careful at night. Don't talk much to strangers on the train. If something happens, find the conductor. After getting off, find your accommodation and send a telegram home. If you encounter problems, go to the police. "I know, I will remember. I'll send a telegram every few days," Qiao Yuan promised with both hands. "Make sure to keep your eyes open while sleeping. If anyone tries to start a fight, just punch first." Xiao Fuyo. This kid. Finally, the train's whistle saved Qiao Yuan. He hurriedly got off the train. Xiao Yuan wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead and waved at the window. The train slowly started moving. She placed the general's small table in the middle, took out a clean floral sheet from her bag to cover the bed, and put on a pillowcase. She also took out a pair of cotton slippers from her shoulder bag, cleaned her cotton shoes, and packed them into her bag. Since the train ride would take 2 days and 1 night, wearing slippers made it easier to go up and down the bunk beds. She wasn't worried about losing them on the ground. She took out a kettle and a small bowl. "General, watch the luggage here. I'll get some hot water for us to drink." "Meow, go ahead," the general said gracefully, licking his paw. He was a well-traveled cat. After boiling the water, Qiao Yuan poured a large cup for herself and a small bowl for the general, blowing on it to cool it down. There, it's not hot anymore.
Drink.
The general, very thirsty, licked eagerly. In the morning, I woke up early. At around 3 a.m., Grandma Qiao pulled me out of bed, worried I might be late. We arrived at the train station an hour and a half early. It was too early to eat, so I just had some porridge. Now I am very hungry. I sat cross-legged on the bed and took out 2 aluminum lunch boxes for my luggage, filled with stir-fried pork and pickled vegetables. The stir-fried pork was still hot. It's convenient to have space for food. The general was eating dried fish and leaning by the window, looking outside. There's nothing to see, just snow and fields. The houses are all small and old, he said, sounding a bit disappointed. I watched the changing scenery and gently stroked his head. Once we pass Shanhaiguan, things will be different. When we reach Beijing, I'll take you to see everything. But can your tiny cat head remember so many sights? I teased him. Sure enough, the general got annoyed and started meowing loudly all over the train. Meow. Nonsense. My mind is still sharp. I remember childhood things clearly. I can even remember every line from the shows I watched. I must report that concubine she is having an affair. All right, you're really clever, I said, eating some stir-fried pork, a goose egg, and biting into a big sugar cake, enjoying the delicious smell. I thought the train ride would be boring, but I was wrong. 2 big brothers got on, one fat, one thin, both with bald heads like monks. They lived in the next compartment. Once on the train, they started talking loudly, mostly about superstitions and old beliefs. I exchanged a look with the general. Oh my goodness. People still believe in such things these days? They're really brave. But I have to admit, their stories were quite entertaining, full of ups and downs, making me listen eagerly. I even dozed off for a little while. When I woke up, it was noon. I planned to go to the dining car to buy some food. Just as I told the general to watch the luggage, I heard a commotion outside the door. My eyes lit up. Something interesting was happening. I quickly grabbed the general and headed out to see what was going on. As soon as I stepped out, I saw a woman with a stern face, dressed in a military coat, her hair neatly, walking with a train attendant and a police officer. She pointed at the 2 big brothers next door. Comrade, it's them, she said. The 2 brothers looked confused. Comrade, I heard clearly, these 2 are spreading superstitions, she accused. The brothers looked furious, their eyes blazing. Who is this brave whistleblower? Just bored and looking for trouble. But inside, they seemed a little guilty and scared. The 2 are childhood friends who grew up together and have worked at the same factory for many years. They are very close, almost like wearing the same pants. Whenever they talk, they can't stop. They start early in the morning and keep going until evening. When they are happy, they speak freely without holding back. In recent years, since things haven't been so strict, they have become less cautious. The big, chubby brother is full of anger, shaking his head like a rattle, saying, "We haven't said anything. You must have misunderstood." The thin brother glares fiercely at the woman. "We're not fools." The woman insists I'm not deaf. That big guy said last year his sister's new house was built, and when they tore down the old house, a yellow spirit appeared in a dream. It said if they tore down a day late, the spirit would move to a new home. Your brother-in-law didn't listen, and the next day they tore it down, and he broke his leg. Can't you say that's not what he said? The woman proudly glances at the big, chubby brother. To prove her point, she then shifts her focus to the thin brother. And you, right after he finished talking, you said you had a similar dream. You said you dreamed your grandparents' house was leaking, and you dreamed it 3 days in a row. You even sent your dad to check the grave, and it was dug up by a cow's hoof. Is that true? Don't deny it. You too may have closed the door, but your loud voices could be heard clearly from far away. Police officers, if you don't believe me, you can ask the people nearby. We didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything either. I just got on the bus. Other passengers shake their heads, unwilling to get involved. P.S. There are rarely carpooling now, right? Every time I go out, I get called early. Each of you is just a mouse's courage. I could hear you clearly from so far away. How could you not hear when you're so close? The woman angrily scolds everyone. The people around look annoyed. The woman isn't worried. She quickly points her finger at what she considers an easy target. You're right next to them. You wouldn't have heard either, right? We must tell the truth. If we don't, the police might take us away. The woman holds her head high, looking proudly at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan. Is her brain broken? Her attitude seems as if she could testify for her, as if she's lucky to be alive. There's no reward of 50,000 yuan for reporting, and she doesn't even know or have a grudge against the two. They didn't offend her either, but she's just looking for trouble. Now she's dragging her into it. That's a bit much. The chubby and thin men both look at Xiao Yuan, first surprised, then their hearts pounding. They look very young. Being young, they're also timid. After a few scare tactics, they answer whatever questions are asked. Why is she still holding her chubby cat on the train? Doesn't she find it heavy? The train attendant slightly smirked and asked, Ma'am, did you hear me? No, I'm deaf, replied Xiao Yuan very obediently. The attendant. Deaf but still heard me? Impressive. You're lying. Are you working with them? The woman stepped forward, hands on her hips, pointing her finger at Xiao Yuan as if she wanted to poke her forehead.
Snap.
Xiao Yuan slapped her away and retorted sarcastically, Ma'am, this is a soft sleeper car. Please behave properly. I'm deaf, not blind. Don't point your dirty hands at me. It makes me want to. She also made a fake gagging sound, pretending to be disgusted. It was quite exaggerated and could easily upset someone. The woman, who had just eaten a pancake wrap with scallions, was furious. She put her hands behind her back and said, You actually called me ma'am? Xiao Yuan tilted her head, holding her cat with one arm and covering her ear with the other.
What? Mum?
Say it louder, ma'am. I'm deaf, mum.
Uffed.
Several people couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The chubby monk also chuckled. The skinny older brother got more excited and said, She looks only about 10 or 12. You're at least 40. Calling her ma'am is normal. The woman's face turned red with anger, glaring at him fiercely. You're only 40? I'm only 32 this year. Oh, I'm 16, Xiao Yuan said with a smile. The skinny brother was even more amused. That's double her age. Calling her ma'am is perfectly fine. The woman, like a hen with her neck squeezed, blushed deeply. She wanted to rush forward and tear Xiao Yuan apart, but she knew she wouldn't get any advantage. So she turned to the police and asked, Officer, I want to report that this girl is pretending to be deaf. Can you do anything about it? Pretending to be deaf is also a crime? Xiao Yuan exclaimed in surprise, as if genuinely confused. Ma'am, you love reporting so much. You must have accused many innocent people before, she said mockingly. Stop accusing me, the woman yelled angrily. I always have solid reasons for my reports. I've never falsely accused anyone. If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning.
Boom.
Xiao Yuan mimicked the sound of thunder vividly, then said in a sinister tone, Ma'am, swearing by the sky is also superstitious.
Ah.
The woman screamed, covering her head in fright. Everyone else was speechless. Was she more scared of the thunder or the last remark? Either way, it was quite amusing. He seems guilty of being a thief, so it looks like the young girl was right. She is very tolerant of herself, but strict with others. She does things that others can't, and she can't sit still even when going out. At work, she has probably reached out to many people with bad intentions. Passengers in the carriage are talking loudly, pointing and gossiping. All right, the train attendant frowns, not wanting to waste time on useless arguments. This matter isn't serious. They were just chatting, and it didn't affect anyone. But she keeps going on, making a big deal out of it. If it were up to him, he wouldn't bother. Catching a thief should be more straightforward. Since there's no evidence, let's leave it at that, he says, and then the train staff walks away. The woman's face turns pale and then green. She looks like she could open a dye shop. She glares fiercely at Xiao Yuan and the two men. With a stomp, she turns around and leaves in a huff. Thanks, big sister. The thin man quickly offers a bag of candy, 2 oranges, and an apple to Xiao Yuan, trying to give them to her. Seeing she's holding a cat and can't easily take the gifts, he wants to place them on her small table. No need, don't give me anything. Even if you do, I won't eat it. Xiao Yuan shakes her head to refuse.
Why?
The chubby man is puzzled. Big sister, don't be polite. You helped us so much. We truly thank you. Xiao Yuan is very honest and straightforward. The train is crowded with all kinds of people. I have to be extra careful.
I don't know you well.
What if you're human traffickers? Traffickers can act very convincingly. Maybe they were working with that woman just now. She's so beautiful, like a flower. It's normal for traffickers to go to great lengths for someone like her. Ah, her deadly beauty. The chubby man and the thin man are speechless. They want to show her a letter of introduction to prove they're good people. Xiao Yuan doesn't even look at it. She can fake documents easily. She put the general to bed and took her lunchbox to buy food. After a while, she returns, her hair a bit messy. There's a carriage ahead, full of people. It seems they all got on at the starting station. The aisle is filled with luggage, and some people are holding 2 big roosters. A mischievous child is sitting nearby. She quietly unties one of the roosters, and the bird runs wild inside the carriage. Feathers fly everywhere. Some people try to catch the chickens, others scream, and some are hitting children. Wow, what a lively scene. I finally squeezed my way back. Meow. Poor little Yuan. The general looks at the braised pork and stir-fried cabbage with wood ear mushrooms in her lunchbox, smiling sweetly. He pulls out his small bowl from his bag, indicating he wants some meat. He also takes out 4 oranges and an apple, planning to have fruit after the meal. Suddenly, the general's eyes flicked, and he pushed a tangerine onto the ground. He used his paw to roll it slowly along the corridor, all the way to the next door.
Meow.
The chubby and slim monk. Though what does that mean? Showing off. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. When they arrived in Spring City, all 4 beds were occupied, and there was no difficult person to get along with. Everyone liked to tease the general. After crossing Shanghai Pass, the weather clearly warmed up. With the general around, even a long journey felt less boring. They ate and slept along the way until they got off the train. Throughout, Xiao Yuan was full of energy. She carried her luggage in one hand and hugged her travel bag in the other as she entered the ticket gate. Even though it was just past 5 in the morning, the train station was crowded with people coming and going. Luckily, Xiao Yuan wasn't completely clueless. She planned to take a bus first to see the flag being raised, then have breakfast, and afterward find a guest house nearby. Suddenly, a military jeep stopped steadily in front of her. P.S. After crossing Shanghai Pass, the climate really changed a lot. A tall man in military uniform, with a straight back, broad shoulders, long legs, and a sharp, chiseled face, handsome beyond words, got off the bus. Xiao Yuan's eyes brightened instantly. Lu Jinan, you're in Jing City too? Lu Jinan looked into her smiling eyes, and his ears felt a little warm. My home is in Jing City, and I'm also in the army here. Xiao Yuan understood. He was on a business trip earlier. Did you come specifically to pick me up?
Yes.
Lu Jinan's gaze fell on her large luggage, and he naturally reached out to take it. Director Wei is my uncle. He's a close relative. Xiao Yuan. Did they all answer so quickly now? Lu Jinan said, let me take you to your accommodation first. Xiao Yuan sat confidently in the front passenger seat, her big eyes squinting into crescent moons. Thank you, Comrade Lu. You've really gone out of your way. It's so troublesome for you. As for watching the flag being raised, any day would do. She planned to stay in Jing City for a few more days to see if she could find some antiques. She looked intently at the serious driver. This time, she felt that Lu Jinan's aura had changed from before. No matter how well he concealed it, the subtle pressure and the faint scent of blood indicated he had just completed a mission and seen blood. No wonder he hadn't been seen in the city earlier this year. He was on another task. Unconsciously, Xiao Yuan hugged the general tighter. She was afraid of the driver. No, that's wrong. She was a good person, and there was nothing to be afraid of. After a mental pep talk, she straightened her posture. Lu Jinan keenly noticed her brief flinch and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He didn't like her being afraid of him. He forced a smile and said, "Everyone calls you Xiao Wan, so I will too. Calling you Comrade Xiao feels too formal." "All right, then I'll call you Brother Lu." Xiao Yuan nodded happily, feeling more connected.
Hey,
"Brother Lu, where is this?" Xiao Yuan looked at the courtyard in front of her and froze in place. Is there any guest house located inside a courtyard like this? Ghost houses have all kinds of people. It's inconvenient for you to live alone there. This is my own house. I don't come here often. Stay as long as you want. Don't hold back. I just lit a fire this morning, so it's very warm inside. Lu Jinan pushed open the middle door, placing his bag on a chair. Xiao Yuan glanced inside. The house was large, with various furniture. The bed linens looked new, and the small floral patterns definitely weren't Lu Jinan style. There was a dressing mirror, a new kettle. Lu Jinan then showed Xiao Yuan the kitchen and bathroom. She saw neatly arranged rice, flour, oil, coal, pork, and other daily necessities like fresh towels, a new basin, and soap. Everything was there. It was so thoughtful. "Brother Lu, did you buy all these just for me?" Lu Jinan pursed his lips and clenched his fists. "Yes, I don't really know how to shop. I don't know if you like them or not. I've never bought anything for a young girl before. Really, I even asked the instructor for advice. The instructor told him to buy clothes, shoes, watches, and so on, but he thought those might not be suitable and worried she wouldn't accept them. Now he was a bit regretful. Would rice, flour, oil, and other everyday items be too down-to-earth? They didn't really count as gifts. Xiao Yuan didn't refuse. She took out money and said, "Brother Lu, it's already a big trouble for me to stay here. I can't let you spend so much on me. How much is it? I'll pay you back." Lu Jinan didn't see her as an outsider. "You've helped us so much. It's only right. Besides, we've known each other for a long time, so we're friends. Don't be so polite. Just take your money back." "Thank you then." Xiao Yuan thought for a moment and didn't feel shy anymore. She pushed the money back and kept it in her heart, planning to pay him back later. Seeing she no longer kept her distance, Lu Jinan's eyes flashed with a quick smile. "Aren't you going to send a telegram to your family? Let's go quickly. After you send it, I'll take you to have breakfast. The big meat buns at the nearby state-run restaurant are especially delicious." As he spoke, he casually picked up the little general who was nestled in Xiao Yuan's arms and held him in his own. "Meow, let go," the little general protested, kicking with his legs, but his protest was useless. They were directly suppressed, and Lu Jinan touched the cat's head. "By the way, you're living alone. Aren't you afraid?" Xiao Yuan also threw her bag onto the chair. "No, I'm not afraid. I have strong strength, and the general is very capable too. If there are bad people, we can handle them. Life is important. If she were truly scared, she wouldn't pretend to be brave." The steamed bun was indeed very tasty, with thin skin and large filling. Xiao Yuan ate 4 of them. They were just a bit smaller than her face. "After breakfast, where do you want to go? Do you want to rest at home?" "No, lying on the train all the time isn't tiring. I want to go shopping at Wangfujing." When she arrived, she recorded the soon-to-expire ticket in her small notebook, writing a long page. "Okay." Lu Jinan finished the last sip of soy milk. After breakfast, the two drove to Wangfujing. On the way, they chatted casually, not at all awkward. In fact, they talked more and more. The busiest place in Wangfujing was probably Dongfeng Market. It's a large comprehensive market with a sales area of 11,195 square meters. It has 10 sections selling cultural supplies, food, synthetic clothing, woolen clothing, hats and shoes, textiles, department stores, home appliances, and electronic equipment. There are also 4 famous restaurants from the north and south, including the well-known Donglishun. When they arrived, not long after the market opened, it was already bustling with people. Lu Jinan held General with one arm and slightly lifted his other arm to block the crowd from pushing against Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, with her big, round eyes, looked at everything she wanted to buy. She didn't lack anything, but when she saw beautiful clothes, fabrics, yarn, shoes, and hair accessories, she couldn't help but feel tempted. Without much money, how could she survive? When she saw the TV, she was already unable to move her legs. Seeing her face full of desire, Lu Jinan's lips curled into a slight smile. Do you like it? If you like it, buy it. I'll give you the ticket. He remembered his mother had a TV ticket. His mother went to work every day and didn't have time to watch TV. But Yuan was different. She didn't have to work every day. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Even if I buy it, it might not have signal. Plus, it's a bit too eye-catching. When she said eye-catching, Lu Jinan's lips twitched slightly. You've already attracted many eyes long ago. Really? Xiao Yuan's eyes curved happily. It's okay. I'm used to being noticed. Lu Jinan. They wandered upstairs and downstairs, bought a lot of things, and almost spent all their tickets. After leaving Dongfeng Market, they continued shopping. There were antique shops on the street, but unfortunately, they couldn't even enter the doors. They specialized in earning foreign exchange. They kept shopping until evening before returning to the courtyard. After giving Xiao Yuan a few instructions, Lu Jinan turned around and headed home, glancing back several times. As soon as he entered the house, Mother Lu immediately pulled him to sit on the sofa. Son, today I saw someone at Wang Fujing who looks just like you. I thought it was you and wanted to call you over. But when I looked up, I saw a lovely young girl standing nearby, and they were chatting and eating snacks together. Then I realized I had mistaken someone else. Her son has never liked playing with girls since he was young. The person helping the girl carry things was definitely not her son, 100% not him. Mother Lu felt unexpectedly disappointed. Such a pretty girl. Father Lu shook the newspaper and said with a smile, "Oh, you're really something. Even a mother can mistake her own son." Mother Lu was not convinced. "Oh, come on, even you could mistake him. They look so much alike, even their clothes are the same." Father Lu was indifferent. Of course, their uniforms are the same. Lu Jinan. He really wanted to laugh. P.S. I really can't write romantic scenes. They just jump out word by word, haha. Reposting the heroine's part. Xiao Yuan went into the space to take a hot bath, then came out and cuddled with the general for a good sleep. She slept until late morning. After a somewhat irregular breakfast, she left the house and saw Lu Jinan waiting there for an unknown amount of time. Xiao Yuan failed to secretly visit the black market. The two of them spent another day together, ice skating, exploring alleys, sightseeing, and visiting the friendship shop. They had a lot of fun. On the third day, Lu Jinan returned to the army and left her his phone number, telling her to call if she needed anything. Xiao Yuan was so happy, she jumped for joy. She quickly changed into a rough, patched-up big cotton coat, worn-out big shoes, and a dogskin hat, disguising herself as a simple, honest young man. She carried a torn burlap sack and headed straight for the black market. The location of the black market was something Lu Jinan accidentally mentioned. Those who operate there are not ordinary people. They are brave and powerful. The black market was surprisingly located in an alley between Wang Fujing and Xie. Xiao Yuan planned to do a big deal, clear out some stock, but she wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to sell some items first to attract attention and observe the black market boss. Although she wasn't afraid of black market dealings, she worried about trouble. If this black market didn't work out, she would move to another. There were plenty in Beijing. Buy or sell? A thin man, looking like a monkey, stopped her at the door. Xiao Yuan spread her torn burlap sack and showed him.
Sell.
The thin monkey's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, he must have been right. There were fish, meat, and grains in the bag. He didn't care much for these. They've been passing through their hands every month. What shocked him most was that ginseng. The thin monkey gave a signal to a nearby old man squatting and smoking a pipe, who looked honest and rural. Then he pulled Xiao Yuan aside. Xiao Yuan twitched her lips, realizing that even plainclothes officers are simple and unpretentious. The gap between big cities and small towns is really huge. The person guarding the black market in the city was a strong man, looking like a martial artist, standing like a tower, and very noticeable. It was quite intimidating. In Beijing, the thin and skinny man could slip through any, with a face that had no particular features. Amazing! The thin monkey lowered his voice. Little brother, appearances can be deceiving. You're quite capable. You even managed to get ginseng. How much do you want for it? If the price is right, we'll buy it directly. It's good stuff, but it's too expensive. If you set up a stall inside, not many people could afford it. Xiao Yuan glanced at him and lowered her voice. My ginseng isn't old. She held out one hand, spreading her fingers. The thin monkey looked excited and lowered his voice even more. All right, deal. 500. I'll go get the money now. Xiao Yuan rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Hey, little brother, don't go. Look at you. What's the rush? The thin monkey was confused for a few seconds, but quickly realized that she wanted 5,000. He rubbed his hands nervously, feeling embarrassed. I can't make that decision. I'll take you to see my big brother. Xiao Yuan pretended to hesitate. If she just went in directly, people might think she was fishing. Little brother, just tell me honestly. Our black market is one of the biggest in Beijing, and our reputation is excellent. We're not in the business of quick deals. Cheating each other doesn't happen here. Look, in just the time we've been talking, 5 people have gone inside. All regular customers. The thin monkey kept talking nonstop like a machine gun.
He really had sales talent.
All right, then let's agree. If the price isn't right, I won't sell. Okay, let's go. The thin monkey led her through twists and turns to an old, run-down courtyard. He knocked on the door, 2 short and 1 long. Xiao Yuan understood that this was a secret signal. The thin monkey let her into the house and poured her a glass of water. She picked it up, but instead of drinking, she poured it into her space. Since it was given by a stranger, she wouldn't really drink it. In less than a minute, the thin monkey and a middle-aged man smoking a pipe and fanning himself came out from inside. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched as she watched the man fanning himself in the cold winter. He's already done the most important thing, yet he's still pretending to be naive, with a sneer in her mind. Before the two could speak, Xiao Yuan took out a ginseng root. Pure wild mountain ginseng, careful when digging it out, not a single root strand broken. The man with the fan was an expert. He looked closely and nodded. That's right, wild mountain ginseng, at least 60 years old. Little brother, fixed price, 2,000. If you truly believe it's a fixed price, you're foolish. Xiao Yuan packed the ginseng into a box. I won't fuss. 3,000, no less. Little brother, I can't make any profit at this price, he said. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. Rare things are valuable. Such good stuff is better used for giving as gifts or showing respect. Now, the powerful people are mostly veterans, each with health issues. Using this ginseng, she could build connections and find a stronger backing. Selling it openly would be foolish. Ginseng from the space has at least 10 more years of medicinal effect. She's practically losing money to promote it. Finding a second small piece like this is hard. The man's eyes changed as he stared at her for half a minute. Calm and composed, Xiao Yuan took some water, blew on it, and sipped. The man suddenly laughed loudly. All right, just as you said, 3,000. He then ordered another man inside. Go, get the money for the little brother. With a quick glance, Xiao Yuan knew the money was just right. She took the cash, stood up, and carried her bag, leaving. She wasn't interested in other deals. The boss was too greasy. She didn't like him. Watching her back, the man who took the money squinted. Big brother, should we follow her? Everyone inside understood what they meant. Stealing without risk and fighting secretly, this was their main business. The man with the fan gently tapped the table, nodded slowly, threw his legs onto the table, listened to the radio, and sipped tea, as if everything was under control. Xiao Yuan heard faint footsteps behind her, sneered coldly. She quickened her pace, hid in an alley, slipped into her space. Is anyone there?
Gone.
Idiot, go find her quickly. The group returned empty-handed, left, then came back 5 minutes later, repeating 3 times before finally leaving. Xiao Yuan exited her space. Her red lips curled into a cold, sharp smile with a sinister, icy aura. She also liked making money without investment. General, follow her and see. Xiao Yuan carried the general out of the space. Sorry, she is quite a troublemaker. Who would suspect a cat? Xiao Yuan, carrying a sack on her back, quickly jumped onto the roof of a house and used a telescope to watch the jumping general. About 10 minutes later, the general ran back. Meow, that boss was so angry he broke a cup and cursed his subordinates for over a minute. He even called you a worthless man and threatened that next time he sees you, he'll teach you a lesson. Xiao Yuan suddenly smiled broadly. Teach me a lesson? In 2 lifetimes, anyone who said that ended up kneeling and calling him dad. She saw that the so-called boss was not the real person in charge. Someone who gets emotional over 3,000 yuan can't handle such a big fortune. She quickly climbed down and then picked up the general, turning to leave. After wandering all afternoon, she found 4 black marketplaces and sold the extra radios, bicycles, fabrics, shoes, TVs, and cosmetics from the space. She kept a little of each for herself. The amount wasn't large, so she earned over 18,000 yuan. If she didn't sell now, after the reform and opening up, these items could only become junk in the space. As for the grains, cotton, and fruits in the space, she didn't plan to sell them in Beijing. This is Beijing. Under the emperor's feet. Especially grains and other items are different. They are strategic materials. They are controlled by the state. If too much appeared on the market, it would attract widespread attention. But not selling isn't an option either. Having too many things can sometimes be a bother. It's so frustrating. There are also several pigsties at the breeding farm, countless chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. The warehouse is full of eggs. Slow down, control yourself. Looking at the herd of cows and horses on the space prairie, Yuan sighed. She hoped the grass wouldn't be eaten bald. Not selling is really not feasible. It takes up too much space. It seems she can't keep being lazy anymore. When the sky is falling, she must clear her inventory. She plans to sell in coastal cities. If problems arise, she can blame it on the port city. The only downside is that it's too far, taking a long train ride. At dusk, Xiao Yuan returned to the black market selling ginseng and found a state-run restaurant nearby to enjoy a good meal. As expected in a big city, the state-run restaurant was one of their 3 main ones. There were many dishes, including potato stew beef, sweet and sour pork, and braised Christian carp. She quickly ordered all of them, plus a serving of white rice and a bottle of orange-flavored soda. She didn't eat much of the braised Christian carp and packed it for the general, who had been sleeping soundly in the space. It hadn't had fish to eat these days. When night fell completely, Xiao Yuan directly sneaked into the courtyard. At this moment, the young men were gathered in a room, smoking and playing cards. Xiao Yuan quickly took control of the situation. A puff of smoke made everyone dizzy. The boss was in another room, twisting a bracelet and cursing loudly. Where did those come from? Trying to get a piece of the pie from me?
Dream on.
Just as he was threatening others, suddenly, smack. A fist hit him unexpectedly on the back of his head, making him see stars and feel a ringing in his ears. He instinctively reached for his waist with his right hand, but in the next moment, 2 arms had been disarmed. Then, a series of heavy punches rained down, and the wooden gun at his waist was pulled away by someone behind him. The man was now truly scared and dared not look back. He could only shout desperately, "Big brother, let me go. I'll give you whatever you want." He hoped his followers would come to rescue him. But he heard no reply. When he tried to turn around quietly, suddenly, his head was pushed down. He was so frightened he trembled and stammered, Big brother." Xiao Yuan's lips curled slightly to the right, and her gloved finger was on the trigger. "Trying to cheat me? Calling me a worthless man? Still want to see me fail? Are you tired of living?" The man. It was that ginseng seller. He secretly cursed himself. His subordinate had betrayed him, and everything he said was overheard.
Who was it?
Who sold him out? No matter who it was, he would make them pay. It's all a misunderstanding. The man kept thinking fiercely, shouting with a strained voice. He had spent so much money to raise these followers. Surely none of them would betray him. Why was no one coming to save him? Xiao Yuan raised the wooden gun again and pressed it forward. Don't try any tricks. Shouting your lungs out won't help. You won't get anyone to save you.
Give up now.
Tell me, where's the stash? And the money? All your valuables, where are they? I advise you to be honest, or you'll regret it. Speak quickly. The man turned his head away.
He refused to speak.
Oh, so you're willing to risk your life but not your money?
Fine, I like that.
Let's see how brave you really are. Bam. Xiao Yuan swung two fists, then followed with punches and kicks. Finally, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying into the wall, and he slid to the ground.
Bang!
The man felt as if his internal organs had shifted, with sharp pain in his chest and lungs, and several ribs broken. He was used to walking on the edge, believing he had good judgment. Today, he realized some people could pretend so well. At this moment, he was certain Xiao Yuan was a rival. Everything she did today was just to steal his goods and take over his territory. Xiao Yuan stepped forward and started hitting him hard. If you don't tell me, I'll make you eat peanuts. Look at you, so shameless. You must have done a lot of bad things before. Maybe you've even taken lives. Your life isn't worth much in my eyes. Since I still have a little patience, speak quickly. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Yuan was about to pull the trigger. The man was very scared. He knew he would die if he didn't speak. The thin, young man in front of him really might kill him. If he told the truth, perhaps his older brother would forgive him because he had been with him for so many years, even if he hadn't done much. There's a persimmon tree in front of the alley, and the one at the very back, the public toilet roof. Not honest, huh? Xiao Yuan sneered coldly. People in this line of work know how to hide well. She grew impatient. She took out a knife and stabbed his right hand directly. She didn't dare use a gun here. It's under the emperor's jurisdiction, and although it's late at night, there are still many night owls outside. If any curious people heard the noise, she would be in big trouble. The man couldn't even cover his wound. He was sweating from the pain and no longer dared to play tricks.
Número 23 Cuiuale.
Smart of you. I was just pretending to scare you. The man almost fainted from anger.
You.
Xiao Yuan knocked him out instantly, dragged his legs outside. She first searched the entire yard, leaving nothing behind, not even a needle. Then she tied the man up tightly with a rope, stuffed a rag into his mouth, and hung him from a big tree at the entrance. She also placed a sign on his neck and stuck a red paper with the words speculating and trading written on it. It was impossible to write the full words, so she made sure her handwriting couldn't be read. As for the gun, she kept it. She liked it.